go. Here we go. Got him. Like who's really uncertain if there's elevation changes? I don't know if there's anyone out there. But there's no puddles and mountains and hills exist. Like, I can't believe we're this far into it and that's even a thing at this point. What up, Elbow? How we doing?
What's up, Jeremy?
Did you know Earth is not flat? Did you know that though?
That isn't a surprise to me.
Because there's elevation changes. Like really? What the fuck are you an astronaut about?
It's just right to the bumpy earth.
Bumpy Earth? I'm a bumpy earther.
All right, man. So I was doing some reading. I went back all the way into looking on the publication of the actual uh, uh Aries.
Here we go. Now we're cooking.
Like
Now we're cooking.
Ares was doing this because somebody else was called Professor Klesh. I forgot his name. His name is pretty interesting. He published something that detected uh the undulatory theory of light, which is also the ether, right? Which is the that he found an ether drift, right? So his his quote unquote experiment for ether drift. So the whole point was the ether is stationary and the movement of the earth is was being measured, right? But because of the way he did his telescope with was filled with a 13-inch telescope with 8 inches full of water and the rest with just air, and because of the way the lenses are, there'll be an aberration of the light. So in other words, the light would change compared because of the whole. Uh, 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 anyways, the whole point was the ether is supposed to be stationary, and the what's moving it's the Earth. So they're able to see how much movement because of the Earth, and the aberration of light and whatnot. So
Yo,
it has,
why do they keep testing goofy shit?
yeah,
They
it's
constantly were testing goof like the Michael Morley thing was to check if there was a moving ether through the moving Earth, and this one's to check if there's a stationary ether through the moving Earth. Have they ever thought the Earth wasn't moving? Like what? That's never been an option for these motherfuckers. But
yeah.
so, anyways,
Go
Aries
ahead, go
failure.
ahead.
They were checking. They were checking for either.
Yeah, the ether's checking for the amount of aberration due to the movement of the Earth, and because the ether through a refracted through refraction would change. It's a
This
little
shit don't even make sense.
a little convoluted, dude. I mean, the reason it will the reason why it would change is usually because of the way the lenses are. So they filled up the tube with water, so there won't be any issues with that. Uh, and they should have detected some aberration of the light due to the movement of the Earth. Therefore, there's no aberration found. I mean, they said it was there was a little detection, but was we okay. Then I go back to Marcus and Morley because I also read the Michaels and Morley because they publish their finding because of of Aries failure, which is weird. But they did I think like they did two tests. It was weird. One because of the whole rotation. The one they did first was a bunch of lights, and they had to put it like in like in a rock floating in mercury because of vibrations and all kinds of weird shit. Their detection was that it was a lot less compared to what they were supposed to expect if the Earth was moving. It's in a stationary ether. So I mean, they both mentioned the ether. And what they mean by ether is like it's like the wave of light, right? Because that's also the other issue. The underlying theory of light is due to the like how water becomes a wave and sound becomes a wave.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. It's not like ether as a substance, but light as a wave.
So they were seeing if light was a wave.
It's the theory was that light, the way the light propagates through the medium is through a wave, practically. It's It's a lot of content. If you read this paper, you're like, I'm gonna link it in a little bit so you can see this. This is like their publication. This is like 18 something.
Did they have like a hypothesis or anything? Like,
They have two.
probably.
They're testing two hypotheses, which one has to do with yesterday's conversation last night with totally threw me off with. But it's like they're testing two hypotheses. One was the that damn it, I have to really look at this because I read the Mickelson Morning has had two hypotheses, and I think the other one was uh fl- um, Aries was testing somebody else's. He was trying to repeat what the other guy did because the other guy supposedly measured ether drift, but his test was different than Aries. Aries test was not repeated exactly the same as the other guy. Let me go sit on my computer now. Get
I
rid.
mean, this shit don't even sound like realistic. Like, I'm gonna put water in a telescope tube and then see if the star thing, and then if I can see the star, then there's ether. What the fuck? Were these guys high or something? I could be the one that's high. I'm not sure. But that shit doesn't even make sense though. Like, yeah, I'm gonna put water in a telescope tube, look at a star. If I can see the star, there's ether. Like, what the fuck?
So it's what happens is that with the lens there was like an aberration of like the light kind of shift, right? Give me a second. Let me look it up.
Take your time. Take your time. This shit don't make sense to me, but
You're trying to say about wavelength, light wavelength shifting. That's just the color of the light changing. Technical term for color of the light changing slightly.
So the underlayer theory of light is also known as wave theory of light. All right, so is that proposed that the light is a transverse wave similar to the waves of the surface of water. This is where I read it at.
so I mean, once again though, they presupposed the Earth was rotating, right? Trying to figure out if the stars or the Earth was the one rotating. I feel like there's too much shit going on here. They're trying to figure out if the Earth's moving, or if the stars are moving, or if the ether's like, I don't know how you would test for all those at once without
Well,
knowing something first.
according to them, the ether has always been practically at rest.
All right.
Is Professor Clinkerfuss.
Like I feel like you got to figure something out before you move, before you like try to test something. You know?
So I have to look up more on Professor Clinkerfish because there's a bunch of stuff, dude. Look, the most important of the paper containing these discussions are that of Professor Clinkerfish, containing in a pamphlet published at Leipzig in 1867 August, and those of M. Hawk, one published in 1867 October in number 1669 of the Astronomische Nachrichten, and the other published in 1869 in a communication to the Netherlands Royal Academy of Science. Right, so there's three publications I need to find as well, which and Professor Clinkerfish maintained that as a necessary result of the undulatory theory of the amount of aberration would be increased in according with a formula with he has given, and he supposed it by following experiment. He supported by the following experiment. The telescope of a transit instrument whose focal length was about 18 inches was inserted a column of water of 8 inches in length, carried in a tube whose ends were closed with a glass plate. And with this instrument, he observed the transit of the sun and the transit of certain stars whose north polar distance were nearly the same as that of the sun, and which passed the meridian nearly at midnight. At midnight. In these relative positions, the difference between the apparent right ascension of the sun and those of the stars is affected by double in the coefficient of aberration. And the merely astronomical circumstances are extremely favorable for the accurate testing of the theory.
I just feel like they were trying to test for too many things at once in this experiment.
Exactly.
Like,
It is.
you don't know if the Earth is moving, you don't know if the stars are moving, and you don't know if the ether is moving. Like, how many things can you? You're trying to do too much shit out. You need to figure something out before. Like, you need to figure one thing out before. See, they presuppose the Earth was moving. That's what this whole problem is. Because every experiment they do, they're just like, "Oh yeah, Earth's moving." Like they already knew it. Know it in this Aries failure one. I don't know.
Yeah, that definitely did because they I should look it up. This part. Let me look that part up with what it says that.
I feel like they're presupposing like too much shit. This is like that goofy Glober shit where they start presupposing wild shit and then come to some fucked up conclusion on their presuppositions. You know what I'm saying? What was their ultimate thing in this? They found out there was no ether, or Earth wasn't rotating, or like what?
I found out that they didn't get the same reading as the other guy. That's all they found out.
Great, awesome.
No, Ares' failure showed that the stars are moving relative to a stationary Earth. Because the light in the telescope would be slowed down, but he didn't have to change the angle. So it shows that the stars are moving over a stationary Earth.
Something we could sink our teeth into. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about right there. If Earth was moving, they would have had to change the angle of the telescope. You're saying?
Yeah, to allow for the starlight to hit the bottom of the telescope. Yeah, through the water.
There we go. Now we need some fucking Glober to come in and tell us that we're all wrong and be all set. I still don't get it on the whole telescope thing with the angle and shit. Like,
I mean,
it
have
doesn't
you
matter.
read the paper?
I don't. I'm never gonna
Geo?
get it because I just. Okay.
I mean, because it's very obscure. It's really convoluted because it does mention the rotation of the Earth, right? But it also is trying to get the measurement that Professor Klinken first had because of the ondulatory theory of light, ondulatory theory of light.
There's a bit I heard. I think you guys misunderstood slightly.
What was that?
When you said the conclusion is stars are moving relative to the stationary Earth, that doesn't actually mean that the Earth is not moving. That just means the point of reference they're taking is from somebody on the surface of the Earth, i.e., moving with the Earth, and relative to that reference point, the Earth is not moving. And relative to that reference point, the stars are moving. That's basically what they found. Not saying the Earth is not actually moving. They're just telling you what reference frame they're using.
Yeah.
That's why they say relative
So
to
they're
the stationary
saying,
Earth.
hold on. All right. So they're saying the Earth. They are on the Earth, and from that reference frame, they saw that the stars were moving, and they weren't. Is that what you just said, sir?
Well, from what I can tell, from what you guys said, I haven't actually read it. From what I heard you guys say, the conclusion: stars are moving relative to the to stationary Earth. Yeah, from the reference point of somebody on the surface of the Earth,
Which would be
stars are moving.
stationary. Which would be stationary.
Yes, from that reference frame, yeah, it's stationary. You're standing on the Earth. From your reference point, the ground is not moving. If you were in a spaceship that's sitting, I don't know, somewhere outside the Earth and not orbiting, you would see the Earth moving, rotating and orbiting the sun.
So the Earth is moving.
Yes.
So what does this really tell us then? What about what Geo said with the angle? Did you miss that, Bart?
Yeah, I missed that part.
They would have had to change the angle. This experiment showed that Earth was stationary. Otherwise, they would have had to change the angle of the telescope or something.
That's not what I understood when the guy read the summary.
I always think that isn't it like quite the hubris to presume that there's anything but Earth?
No,
Are you sure?
because it's not presumption. It's making a hypothesis and then looking for evidence to either support or disprove that hypothesis. There's nothing
Right, and
hubris about it.
and
It's
what
hubris to
evidence?
say it's like this without any evidence.
Right,
Oh,
and
it's
that's why my
definitely
next
like
question.
this.
My next
Yeah, go on.
question would be what evidence do you have that you can leave the Earth?
Evidence for what?
Like you're proposing like because what happens in a lot of these theoretics is we say if you were in a spaceship and you were doing this, all of those are nonsensical like there's no connection to what we have evidence for exists in reality. You know what I mean? So like to
Not
presume that you
really.
would
I
just
don't know what you mean.
to presume that you would leave Earth and get out of Earth's atmosphere, right? And go to quote unquote space. You know what I mean? Like I just think that's like when you yourself have no evidence of it, none of us have evidence of it really, other than some third parties.
I mean, I think
You
there's
know,
plenty of evidence for it.
like what? Like what?
Like video from space.
Right, and that would be from a third party, right?
Yeah,
Right, and
doesn't
you
mean it's not
can't.
evidence.
So it would be essentially like hearsay.
Stronger than hearsay. I actually can
Well,
see the
actually,
video.
definitely. Well, I mean, like it's not stronger than hearsay because there's no notarization of any of the like. I don't know. I just think like the idea in itself of like putting oneself on a spaceship out of Earth, like when the only thing you've ever experienced is Earth. I
But
just
this
think
is this is way
it's just
before that
interesting to me.
though. But this is way before that, right? So they thought that the aberration of light was caused by the motion of the Earth.
The what of light?
The aberration of light.
What's the aberration of light? Oh, okay, yeah.
Right. So they thought that this was the case, and they could they say that they'll be able to see it even more with a refractive index that was greater, meaning when they added water to the tube.
Right. Okay. So the aberration should have been yeah. Okay, got you. So that should have increased that effect.
Right. Exactly.
All right. And what did they see?
It didn't.
It didn't. Okay.
Hold on, they
So
thought the aberration of light was caused by what?
movement of the Earth.
Yeah. So
The what?
and I read. Right. So it says the subject in which attention is particularly called is the effect that it will produce on the apparent amount of that angular displacement of a star or planet which is caused by the Earth motion of translation and is known as the aberration of light.
So they thought sorry, can you just sum it up? They thought the aberration of light was caused by
The movement of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth.
all right. And what, they were wrong?
Yeah, pretty much. It didn't.
Well, so far it sounds like there's only a couple of experiments, so it's not.
Oh no, this
inconclusive.
was done multiple times, and Michael Zamorni
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah. This was done by Professor Klinker first, before that, and also by M. Hawk before that. And what happened was that Klinkerfuss supposedly found the aberration of light, but there was never repeated. So that's what Aries did. He was like, okay, let me repeat his experiment, yada yada yada. And when Aries tried it, he's like, nope, it failed. I take my daughters to school. I'll be right back.
Well, what's more important, getting this Aries failure thing down or bringing your daughter to school? Just fucking around. I mean, I don't know. Gio, say that thing you said before about the tilt of the telescope and if the Earth was stationary, because that sounded neat. If you're there. Gio, you there?
Yo, yeah, I'm here.
What was the thing you said about changing the angle of the telescope?
With an Aries failure?
Yeah. Like they knew Earth was stationary because they didn't have to change the angle.
Yeah, they filled the telescope with water, and the water would slow down the starlight. And you would have had to tilt the telescope because of the Earth's movement in order to get the starlight to hit the bottom of this telescope. But they didn't have to change the angle. So the starlight was already coming in at the direct angle, like the star over a stationary Earth. So it shows that the stars are moving relative to the stationary Earth.
But why would the angle be different if the stars were moving and Earth was stationary? Like I don't get why the angle difference. Like what would be different about the light if the Earth was still and the stars were moving or vice versa? You know what I'm saying?
Well, because the moving Earth would tilt the telescope. Like if a telescope's on the Earth moving, the actual telescope itself would be tilting in relation to the stars. But the telescope, they didn't have to change the angle, so the telescope was, the angle of it was stationary because they didn't have to change, so the starlight was just coming directly into it.
All right. So Earth's not moving, the stars are. That's what Aries failure. But let's hear. Is there any Globers in here? We gotta get some. Where's Zadak at when you need him? I'm sure he's not. I'm sure they're not going to just agree to this. But yeah, I'd love to hear what they got to say.
Here, I'll read this from. This is from the Royal Society of London, version 20, page 35. So this is directly from it. Telescopes have to be slightly tilted to get the starlight going down the axis of the tube because of the Earth's speed around the sun. Aries filled a telescope with water that greatly slowed down the speed of light inside the telescope and found that he did not have to change the angle of the telescope. This showed that the starlight was already coming in at the correct angle so that no change was needed. This demonstrated that it was the stars moving relative to a stationary Earth and not the fast orbiting Earth moving relative to comparatively stationary stars. If it was the telescope moving, he would have had to change the angle.
It's from the London Royal Society of Astronomy or something. Yeah, what? How have I not heard about this?
You've never heard of Airy's failure?
I mean, I've heard the words, yeah, but I don't think I've ever gotten into it. Not like this. So you're telling me we got scientific evidence the Earth isn't, well, scientific according to these guys. Scientific evidence Earth's not moving.
I mean, I don't know that I would say that Airy's failure is like the most definitive thing in the world. It is interesting, though. I mean, it is. I mean, one could argue it uses some assumptions in terms of how light's traveling through water, for example. I mean, there are some things about it that, to me, it's not like a buttoned up 100%, but it is indicative of something.
Right. Because it's because of the it's supposed to refract, right? Because of a denser medium.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean the like I said, he bases his test on somebody else's test, which was never repeated, and supposedly that guy did find a more of a light transit or whatever, or because supposedly the way he did it, but nobody tested it, so he wanted to test his claims and found that pretty much it was failure. Yeah, it wasn't. It was the aberration of light was definitely not what it's supposed to be. I mean, it wasn't the trans because of the motion of the Earth. But yeah, I mean, you're right, Gio. That it's like you said. It's very inconclusive because there's a lot of assumptions. One, they're saying ether was at rest. The other is that they have motion of the Earth. This was causing the light to move. And because of the way the discs were, the reason why they added water is because of the disc. I mean the disc, the disc of the telescope, right? Because it showed depending on the disc, it would change the true position of the star compared to the actual position. So that's why they added water into the tube. It would take that away.
So you're saying they ruined it with their ridiculous amounts of assumptions, or just they ruined it with, "Hey, where's your pants, my guy?" I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Kids, am I right?
Nah, I think that was his dad.
That's his
I
wife.
think it's his kid. I think it's his kid. I heard him on other streams telling him to let out the poop or something like that.
You got to push that poop out.
Push
Yo,
that poop out. That's the one.
You got to push that poop out. Poopy out of potty. Listen, so you're telling me this whole thing was basically foiled once again because of their assumptions. Like they just had assumptions in there,
Jeremy, there's no assumptions in these things. I mean, there's things that are taken by the scientific community as fact, which you think are not true, and you class them as assumptions. But that's not what the general scientific community classes as assumptions. The Earth rotating is not an assumption.
I know, but looking back now, there's this big argument whether Earth's moving or Earth's flat. Again, apparently it was an assumption.
There
Just
is
because some
no
people thought
big
it was
argument
true.
on that. But there isn't
We're in
a
it
big
right
argument
now.
on that.
We're in it right. We've been doing it for like 7 years or something.
Yeah, but that's not a big argument in the scientific community. This is like a
Oh,
flat Earth Discord channels.
oh, no doubt. Yeah. Well, we do be talking to scientific people, though. I mean, Jace is getting his PhD.
Yeah.
There's Chronic's in here. He's an astro something. We have a rocket scientist. So, there's a rocket scientist in this debate. I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of scientific people up in this.
Okay, fair enough. Let's say this is part of the fringes of the scientific community, right? I've not seen any scientists, by the way. I've not seen any real scientists on the flat Earth side.
I mean, that's
admitting
the
their
point,
Well,
PhD or
though, right?
anything.
Point is
I
that
am a.
But
Go
yeah,
ahead.
there are
Sorry.
some. Yeah. I take that point. Okay, fair enough. But that's nowhere near the mainstream discussion point or debate point at all.
Right,
I
but
wouldn't class it
that
as
is the point,
a
though,
big debate.
right?
Huh?
The point is, well, the point that Jeremy's making, there was that they had an assumption that the Earth was moving, and that was causing the stars to rotate. I mean, that looked like they're moving. Was it not?
Hey, hey,
No,
check this out. You're not hearing about flat Earth.
that's not.
What you would hear
Yeah.
about in the scientific community is geocentrism, and that has a lot of fucking arguments and a lot of people that do think that has validity. So geocentrism is the subject you're looking for in the scientific community, I would think, right?
I mean, I think he's saying that the Earth rotation was not an assumption. How was that not an assumption?
It
Yeah.
wasn't. Earth rotates. That's known. That's not
Yeah.
a
You know
How
what?
was
Have you
point
ever?
for
told?
debate.
You remind me.
No,
Have you ever heard?
no, hold on.
No.
How
Hold
do
on, real quick. Have you ever thought of yourself as an uneducated North Korean?
Really, bro?
I'm just saying, has the guy ever considered that maybe he doesn't know? You know what I mean? But carry on, bud.
Like, how do they know the Earth rotates?
Well, there's plenty of other experiments that have happened before, which is why it's no longer a debatable point in the mainstream science. But that's beside the point of this particular experiment. Can I just go back?
Please name the experiments that were done to actually test the Earth rotation.
Well, what's the point of me naming them? You can just Google them.
I mean, you're saying
You're not looking. You're just
other.
looking to waste
You
my
just
time.
made
I'm not
claims,
answering.
my
I'm not engaging in that.
Yeah, my friend, you just made claims that there were other experiments that were done, and the experiments that we're speaking about have the assumption that the stars moving across the sky is because of the Earth's rotation. So, how are you saying that it's not an assumption? You're saying that it wasn't.
He said it earlier. He's saying it because, like, when I asked for evidence of whatever, you mentioned like NASA and the space agencies. So it's a faith-driven belief in a third party on some hearsay, right?
I wouldn't class it that way.
Well, no, just like a radical Christian
Faith-driven. I wouldn't say it's faith-driven. I'd say it's
religious
evidence-driven.
as radical. You know what I mean? You're it's just the same way a radical Christian would not think their own ideas are radical. Do you know what I mean, bud?
But this is the thing when he says it's evidence driven, and we ask for some evidence, he doesn't want to get into that conversation.
He already said
I'll tell you why.
It's the space agencies that have it convinced for him.
But
And this is why I asked you, have you ever?
But we're
Hold
not
on
talking
one second,
about.
bud. And I asked this as a serious question because you have to consider: are you like an uneducated North Korean that has believed everything your leader has told you? That's you have to consider that, and like if you're not going to even question the people who are bringing you the evidence, i.e., these Nazis from Germany, you know what I mean? If you're just going to not question that, that's the issue, and that's your evidence, right? That's your only evidence, as far as I've heard.
Yeah, but you're bringing space agency or whatnot and everything like that. But
He brought it into it.
All right, but this is 1880 something, 86, 85.
Right, but that was when.
Okay, I understand that, but we're talking about. He's talking about at that time there was no. Give me a second.
Dude, it was the 1800s. There's no space agencies. These people were under a massive assumption Earth was rotating.
No, it wasn't an assumption.
All right, what did they know
even
in the 1800s that how Earth was rotating?
Because it's all been worked out by then.
What did they do? That's what I'm asking. if it was worked out, what do they do?
What do they do? I don't know. I'd have to look it up and find out how
By
at
the
that time they worked it out. But I know by the time Newton invented a whole branch of mathematics just to calculate orbits of planets in our solar system. So by that time, which is
And he
what
was wrong.
1600s, right?
Yeah, and he
Uh,
was.
he
and Kim
hold
Jong
on.
Un
Let me
created
just
that
finish.
hairstyle.
So he by that time they already knew that in our galaxy planets are rotating around the sun, and they have an elliptical orbit and all that stuff, and that the
okay,
Earth
so
is rotating around its own axis.
all
They
right,
knew that
so he
by that time. So that's why it's not an assumption from that
hold on,
perspective.
man. Newton came up with some math. He made a mathematical model of what could be going on, right? Some abstract math. I mean, how did they actually know Earth was rotating or moving or whatever?
Well, no, you'd have to look up what the earliest or the pre 1800 experiments were that demonstrated that
No
provided
doubt.
evidence to support that.
Yeah, no doubt.
There
I
weren't
could
any.
Google that for you, but that'll probably be a waste of my time because
Yeah,
you're not
we
going
are.
to
How about this though,
get
bud?
evidence
The
for me.
point is this: you're talking to people who are more educated on the subject than you are. You've never looked into it, so where's your critique based in rationality? Like you yourself just said, I don't know if
Because
there's these. Hold on, no. You just said that I don't know these experiments, but you're talking to people that say that have looked into it and found no evidence to back up the claim. So you're kind of
correct.
talking out of your ass, basically, right?
No,
So
you're
the point,
conflating something. Because
am I?
what I'm talking about is I don't know the experiments pre 1800s. In modern day, there's
If you
plenty of
said
evidence, not just
right, and
from one.
this is why I brought you
Yeah,
into the space agency, because that's your only hope. And it's like, the Nazis that founded the space agencies, your only hope lies in that, just so you know. You're lined with Nazis. Okay, just real quick though. You also don't know the history before the 1800s, right? So you just accept, like you're just a wholehearted bootlicker, if you will. But you've never looked into it, right? So before the 1800s, you don't know what it is, but you just think that now we have full evidence. Therefore, it validates your belief, right? But, right?
if you
Right.
right. First of all, if you have uh, much more conclusive and easier to access evidence nowadays that something is the way it is, I don't really care what they did back
Oh
in the
yeah.
The
day.
question was, what did they have in the 1800s, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay, so
doesn't.
you don't have an
I
answer
could
to that
find out.
question.
Hold on, let me now. I let
Right,
you
so you
talk. Can
don't
you let
know
me
the
talk?
answer to the question. You're
Can you
talking
let
out of
me
your
talk or
ass
not?
to people who know, right?
You can't let me talk. I've let you speak, and I didn't interrupt you. I would listen to you to the end, but you can't let me finish a
No,
sentence.
let him go. Go ahead. Let him go, Issa.
It doesn't matter to me what they used to prove the same thing that I can prove in a different or to come to the same conclusion as we have with much easier ways nowadays, much easier evidence. Comes to the same conclusion. How they came to it is just a matter of history, which I can look up if I'm interested. Doesn't really interest me because they came to the right conclusions. Just like it doesn't really interest me how they came up, even though I know this bit of history, how they calculated the circumference of the Earth back in whatever, but Greek times or whoever, I can't remember now. We have other more accurate means of doing that, and we know that they were very close, right? So just because I don't know how they did it then doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't mean it's a belief because I've got evidence from now of how it's done. Finished.
Evidence of now how it's done. How is it done now?
Video from space.
I got video of Narnia.
That's that Nazi thing Issa was talking about.
I got video of
Dude, it's the
Sasquatch.
uneducated North Korean. I'm telling you, most people like this guy, in my opinion, bro. No disrespect, but it's just how I see it. It's like what it is that you are an uneducated North Korean who doesn't know anything about the outside world that you fucking live in because you've accepted the doctrine of your leader. And and that to me is a waste of genetics, really. Do you know what I mean? The fact that you can't accept what you directly experience as reality and give it a chance because the Nazis told you you're spinning. to me is just an unfathomable reach in the world of MK Ultra programming, dude. And I wish you well, dude. I really wish all of you suffering from that bullshit.
Sorry, but you really don't know me.
Fair enough.
You really
I don't
don't
know you.
know
No,
me.
you're right. You're right. I don't know you,
Exactly.
but
You can't
but
make these
probably
judgments
just
about
like
me without knowing
everybody
me.
else. You're probably just like everybody else, man. No
I mean,
disrespect. You could be
you're
a really interesting person, but the fact you don't entertain these thoughts makes you mentally castrated, in my opinion.
Entertain what thoughts? That I might be wrong.
Yes.
How do you know I don't?
believe the
Well,
story.
fair enough. Hey,
How do you know I don't?
in
Come on,
fairness,
you made a conclusion about my character, and you made a full judgment, and now
right.
I'm going to question how you came to that conclusion.
Right, because you have a complete your cosmology is locked into one cosmology, right? Therefore,
Right.
you have so you have a base philosophy that you operate from, and you can't see outside of that base
So,
philosophy. Therefore, your scope of vision is limited, right?
so how do you know? I'm going to question this again now. How do you know that I haven't looked outside and then came to the conclusion that this philosophy or whatever you want to call it, this idea of heliocentrism is the one I settled on, let's say, after looking outside? You're saying I haven't looked outside.
Yeah,
How do you
well,
know
you
that?
yourself said you don't know the experiments from before 1800s, right?
Yeah, that doesn't mean I haven't explored
No,
other
but it shows
avenues.
ignorance in a subject that you've made a fucking concrete opinion about, right?
What?
So that would mean
Hold
that you're
on.
fucking just either intellectually unable to see and have any foresight or intellectual grasp on the fact that as you learn stuff, there's more to learn. So because of that, you would be like an intellectual waste of my time. That's what it feels like.
Intellectual waste of it. So
Yeah,
based
because
on
you
the
have
fact
no
that there was
ability to, because obviously you
some
haven't looked into it.
specific.
How about this? Obviously
This
you
is
haven't
hard.
looked into it. Therefore, that would also make you a liar.
Haven't looked into what
Well,
specifically?
let's say like the experiments of why we think the Earth is moving pre-1800s. You just accept the NASA line, right?
Okay, that particular bit of history I haven't looked into. What does that say about the rest of the
Well, it just
wealth
shows that you
of
haven't looked into
experiments
any.
and information?
Well, here's my okay. Now let me carry my point. Is that if you've never considered, let's say, geocentrism, because you've never looked into the reality as to why that might exist.
How do you know I didn't?
Because you don't know the experiments, and you're obviously like.
Yeah, but that's not the only thing there is, right?
What
Those
is there
specific
then? You've given me
experiments about
nothing.
how they
All you've
hold
come
on,
to
hold
is
on.
your.
Those specific experiments about how they knew the Earth was rotating pre-1800s. What's that got to do with geocentrism, first of all? And how do you know I haven't looked at other experiments and other areas that might support geocentrism?
I mean, what
You
experiments
don't is
do
the
now?
answer.
There's
Well,
no.
no, just because of your. Well, no, obviously because
You're making
you.
assumptions about me, and you're
Well, no,
making
actually,
judgments about
that's
me,
what you said.
which is
Actually,
not fair.
Yeah,
Well,
I think I'm pretty much backing up my opinion on what you said previously, bro.
yeah, it was what you said, Parmesan. You were saying that you didn't have any information on it, but you could Google it if you had to or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
On that particular very specific question about a very specific bit of history. That does not mean I haven't looked into other models or all these wild judgments that you made about me just from that small bit. That's just not right. That's
I mean,
like somebody telling you I don't like the taste of tomatoes, and you make a judgment about what political party they are based on that.
Well, no, it's how about this? It's like if I walk into your house and you walk, and you walk into my house, and let's say you just spit on the floor, right? You're not going to be welcome. And so it's like the same stroke that like when you come and you just spit on the floor of these ideas that have existed long before your fucking lame ass came into the conversation, and you just spit on them. I find you repulsive, and it shows me that you've intellectually removed yourself, in my opinion. That's what happens. And I think I actually hear a certain semblance of something good in you, dude. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want to limit you or disrespect you too harshly. I'm a dick anyway, but that's what I'm here for. So like,
So how did I?
what I'm saying, dude, is like the idea that is that you could look at yourself like in the capacity, as all of us should, as an uneducated North Korean who's just accepted some bullshit. And I'm asking you to step outside into the to the Western world and see maybe how the people really look at it. That's all. And like if you don't, to me it's like it's stupid. Like you're saying, there's no chance that we are not spinning.
Yeah,
Is
let
what
me
you
let me
said.
just
Like, and
ask.
that to me is the ultimate hubris because there's no evidence that we are spinning, really.
Let me just ask real quick. Would you bet your life that it's a globe and we're spinning and rotating and all that?
Yeah, I would.
Do you have any kids?
Yes,
Would you bet their lives
that we're spinning. I'm not a
that
betting
Earth's a
person,
globe and it's
but
rotating, all
it's
that, the whole
a
shebang?
very weird question, Jeremy. Would you bet your kids that your kid? I don't know if you have more than one. That
Absolutely not.
it's flat.
Definitely not. No.
That's a smart choice, actually.
Would you bet your? How about you though? Would you bet your?
I would probably switch now, and follow your suit and say no.
It's not worth it. So you don't. So I mean,
I think you're right on this
there
one.
is
Yeah.
doubt, right? Like I would bet my kids' lives that water exists in our reality, or there's a bunch
Yeah,
of
but
things I
even
would bet my
then,
kids' lives on.
but even then, it could be all a simulation, right?
Yeah, that's why I said in our reality, in this simulation, whatever this reality is. Yeah, I would bet my kids' lives water exists in this reality. No questions.
Or if it doesn't.
100%. Like, I wouldn't bet it on the shape of Earth because I'm not 100%. Obviously, you aren't either, so that's fine.
No.
I was just checking. There are some people that would.
Yeah.
I've heard people say before they would put their kids' lives on it, that it's a globe and all that. So I was just wondering.
Well, let me put it this way, without trying to drag kids' lives into it. I am as sure that the globe is spinning and the heliocentric model is accurate as I'm confident that water exists. I've got the same level of certainty in both.
The same level?
Yeah.
So that means you'd put your kids' life. Well, I mean,
I probably wouldn't put my kid's life on either of those statements.
You wouldn't put your kids' lives on that water exists in our reality?
Yeah, probably wouldn't, because
the water that you drink and shower with every day, that water, you wouldn't.
Yeah. Because
Why?
I just don't, because I don't want to put my kid's life on anything.
I hear you. I hear you. That's understandable, but I mean, that's like a no-brainer right there.
That's why I originally said yes, but then I switched because I think.
So I was just wondering, anyways, because I've heard people bet their whole family, his lives, that fucking Earth's a ball and we're spinning and all that. So I was just wondering how you felt.
Parmesan, do you think it's possible that there's been a propagandized agenda that has been driven into mainstream science and a lot of the old information suppressed, and then big organizations like NASA and these space, organizations that have kind of taken the reins and claim that they're out there with taking photos and shooting satellites? And like, is it within your realm of possibility that we're not moving? There aren't any actual experiments that show it, but just because you kind of in a way like appeal to the authority, like, oh, well, the mainstream, the NASA, they figured it all out. But are in your mind, is it possible that, like I said, that's just a propagandized agenda and isn't actually the case?
It's something to consider, but I don't think, given the way, right, let me put it this way, given how many different people look into this from different not just NASA, outside NASA, other space agencies, like the Chinese space agency, the Japanese have like a satellite that takes pictures every 10 minutes or so. All of these are providing evidence that points the same direction. There's students in universities carrying out experiments that provide the same evidence on every year, thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not more, millions of students across the globe will be carrying out experiments that provide the same evidence. And that leads me to believe that it's not a propagandized whole thing. There might be some small bits and pieces that somebody might try to use as propaganda, but eventually it will come out, especially when the setup is in such a way that anybody can question it. Propaganda, like Russian propaganda, let's say,
different space.
relies on control of the narrative. If you allow freedom of expression, freedom of what's it called, journalism, and so on and so on, that doesn't work. That's why at the beginning of whatever this war, Putin outlawed all the free channels from
I mean,
Russia.
away from the whole rotation, though, man. I'm still trying to find the evidence for the. You say there's a bunch of them their kids are doing and everybody else is doing, but you still have a point to it.
For rotation of the Earth.
Yes.
Well, there. What about that gyroscope, that ring laser gyroscope that showed the rotation of the Earth? That you guys, I'm sure every flat earther has come across that.
What's up, y'all? How's my mic?
Which gyroscope? Are you talking about a Bob model?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, there you go. That's the response I usually get when I ask, well, what do you think about that? It's, oh, wow.
You heard
Oh,
anything?
wow.
Have you talked to Bob Nodell about this?
No, I've never had the pleasure of speaking to him, ever.
Many of us have.
I mean, there's a bunch of things. There's a bunch of things that could cause a gyro to process or not process correctly. So, I mean, that could
Ring
be Earth
laser
rotate.
Ring laser gyro, remember, Jeremy? There's no
That's even
bunch
more
of
weird
things
because
there.
that's even more weird though, because now you're dealing with light and shit, and light's very mysterious. So
Yeah, but it's
It's
picking
not
up
very
the
mysterious at
sidereal.
all. Light is very, very clear,
But it's
especially
picking
when
up the sidereal. It's picking up the side. There definitely is a 15-degree movement. Like the stars are moving. 15 degrees times 24 is 360. So a whole 360-degree cycle within one day, and the stars are making one rotation. So there is the sidereal rotation. So just because the ring laser picks up that 15-degree, like if you're talking about Bob Nodell in particular, he definitely does not think the Earth is moving.
I know he doesn't, but his experiment shows, despite of what he thinks, his experiment, if you want to call it
All right,
that.
well, despite of what you think, it doesn't show that. Why would you just say despite of what he thinks? You didn't even do the experiment yourself. You're just going
Correct.
off of one explanation of it and just sticking to that without thinking deeper on it?
I did think deeper on it.
I think
Again, you're making assumptions about why I did or didn't do what I think or don't think. Please, you guys need to stop that, because
think
that's just not productive.
I mean,
Well, you just made an assumption that Bob Nodell's interpretation is just
No, you told
automatically
me.
incorrect.
You, the one that told me he doesn't think, he thinks it doesn't rotate, and I said regardless of what he does or doesn't think. So I'm actually not disregarding what he does or doesn't think. I'm saying the gyroscope he turned on showed a 15 degree per hour drift.
Yeah, but we know that exists. We could see it in the stars. The sidereal rotation.
Right.
The definitive thing was that the gyro got a precession. Right. Now, what was the cause of it? That's another thing altogether. You can't just come to the conclusion that Earth rotates.
Well, it supports. It's a piece of evidence that supports the notion that Earth rotates, because if Earth rotating would cause such a response. There you go.
No, wouldn't. I mean, even Einstein says that any optical instrument will show you Earth rotation on Earth.
Any optical instrument. What do you mean by that?
What's a ring laser gyro? Yes.
It's a gyroscope. It's a device designed to detect
It's a light gyroscope, right?
It uses lasers to
Right.
carry out its function. Yes.
Right. is practically almost the same as Nicholas Morley's one, in a way.
Okay, if you say so. What's your point?
Yeah, that because of Nicholas and Morley, Einstein was meant to create was it special relativity, general relativity?
Was it because of that? I'm not sure if it was because of that.
Yes, it was.
Okay, if you say so. But yeah, but what's your point? You said something about any optical device will detect rotation. What does that mean?
I don't remember the exact quote at the moment, but he I'm in a car and driving. That you will be undetectable to any let me look at the quote real quick while I'm driving. If anybody else pull it up.
No, it's not safe. Don't do that. Don't do that. Focus on the road. Somebody else might look it up later. But whoever was talking before, yeah, ring laser gyroscope showed the rotation. So there's
Well,
your
it
evidence.
didn't show a rotation. It picked up a fringe shift. Picked up the shift in the light.
That's how it detects whether it itself has been rotated by detecting the whatever patterns, interference patterns, when the two laser beams come back together. Yeah, it picked up that interference pattern. Yes, correct. But that's just how it works. That's how every ring laser gyroscope works, including the ones in every modern airplane. And their whole purpose is to detect and measure rotation in the three axes.
You know what? I'm just going to come out of here from left field real quick. I'm going to tell you a little story. So every once in a while, I wake up and my window has a shade on it. And that shade blocks the sun's light just enough that it hits my eye and it annoys the shit out of me. Right? And then
Yeah.
you look at that light, and every time I look at that light from the sun through the shade, it's spinning clockwise. Every time. And you know what that means? That means
What
the
does that
Earth's
mean?
spinning. That's exactly what that means. It means the Earth's spinning, right? Because when I flush my toilet, it spins clockwise too, and that means the Earth's spinning too, right? So
No.
it's a ball. That's clearly what it means. It couldn't be anything else. I mean, I'm totally definitive. It's totally a ball. Couldn't be anything else.
I know you're trying to be
Side of
funny.
the hemisphere,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
the other way around.
Why'd y'all skip right past the bullshit satellite pictures into the spinning? Like, you just like let him get away with that shit. Or you fucking okey dokes.
So your evidence of Earth rotation is a flat Earth.
Well, that's one piece.
Not any from actual scientists or anything that they have done. Then
There is plenty from actual scientists and what
you
they've done.
give me one, please. One. I want one.
My friend, you are driving. You won't be able to read it right now. Firstly, secondly,
For me.
I'm sure there was plenty of people that have already provided you a load of that evidence, and you're just not
Actually, I
accepting it.
haven't had one person
What's
provide
the
me with
point?
one evidence yet.
If you want to see, wait, there was some guy that put together a website that was pretty good. MC Toon, I think.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there you go. If you actually want evidence, go to MC Toon's website. There's plenty of evidence right there.
Dude, I love it, man. You should clone
Seriously?
yourself and bring yourself in every day.
I asked you for evidence of some kind of scientist, some scientific experiment, and you're giving me NC tunes. You
He
gave me
has
a flat earther, you gave me an MC tune, guys, and I'm asking you for evidence of the rotating earth that you believe in, because there's supposed to be a lot of experiments somewhere out there, and you can't provide not one, but just people that you think may have some evidence.
No, I am providing you. I'm telling you, he has collated, not stuff he's done himself, he has collated evidence from scientific experiments.
And you can't name me one from there that I could go look up.
Okay, I'll name you one. The production of firing tables for cannon artillery, that's one where they demonstrate rotation of the Earth. There is the
So are you saying that they
airplane inertial
calibrate the
reference
bullets?
systems.
They calibrate
Airplane
the production of the bullets so that they help you figure out the rotation while you're shooting a bullet. Is that what you're saying?
correction tables that they produce,
Correction
depending
tables.
which direction you're firing. But
Do you know if any of these bullets or these
hold
honed?
on, I'm just trying to give
These
this guy
honed
some evidence
weapons,
so he
they
can
happen to have like a spiral inside of them.
I have to
Outside of them.
I have to go in about a minute.
Okay, well, why don't you just keep scattergunning and naming other sources without having any evidence?
Well, that's what he asked me for. That's what he specifically asked me for.
You said you wanted to keep going. I'm talking about the thing you brought up. You brought up one thing. We're talking about that one thing. You want to just scattergun?
He asked me for evidence.
One piece of evidence. Yeah, I was there. He wanted you to bring up evidence. You brought it up. We're discussing it. You're trying to move on. So let's talk about that real quick. Okay, the barrel rifle.
Sorry,
it is honed with a spiral inside of it. Do you know what that is for? Alrighty then.
He didn't want to hear the evidence.
Well, he said he's got to go in a minute. I don't think he's about ready to get into a Coriolis debate or something.
They're like when they say, "Oh, America said more than Aries failure did this, and that," it didn't do nothing about rotation. Dude, we get look for information. We go into it. Okay, let's go read the publication. Let's go look at what they did exactly, bit by bit. But these guys, no, somebody did it sometime somewhere, and I believe it. That's it. Oh, this guy claimed that the way they make the artillery weapons. Yeah, look, see, there's proof for it. I'm not gonna look into it. I don't want to get into the information because I have no idea what it is. But you see, this guy says there is one. That's their debate. That's their tactic. That's their, as far as their information, how deep they dive into it. That's just ridiculous, man.
Yeah, their information is Bob said or Doctor This on YouTube said. That's pretty much all they got. It's like, oh, I'm going to come to this flat earth server. I'm going to hang myself because I'm not willing to discuss anything. Because if I do, it's going to hang myself even further. Pretty much it.
Can I get a mic check?
Or just like deny. Yeah, you sound good, man. Or just like deny basic common sense. There's so many people that just don't acknowledge common sense anymore. It's insane.
My man spoke about the pattern of evidence all pointing in one direction.
He's not even willing to discuss the evidence. Yeah, there's a
Many
pattern of
times.
propaganda. There's a pattern of people accepting stories without actually using common sense or looking into it. That's pretty much
I,
it. It's a pattern
I
of people
totally
fucking
agree.
putting their nose down and just taking orders.
We got a pattern of deep space claims. We got a pattern of oil claims. A pattern of beings going up cameras, taking pictures of the Earth. Of the journey. For some reason, they just always just magically pop up there. It's like a pattern of like you never get to see the journey. It's like maybe people would start to recognize this pattern and wake up and stop claiming that they have photos from assumed places, assumed display. There's always story propaganda that gets you there. There's a pattern of every space video going a certain amount of height, and then they always cut them off. For some reason, that's a pattern. For some reason, they just cut off the space videos. But guys, Japan. Science is safe because of Japan, guys. And China.
Listen, I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes. Don't just stay here, guys. I'm gonna be right back. Don't leave. Keep them busy, Don. Keep these guys on ice for me.
I mean, it looks like this guy's pretty great.
Ice. Yeah. Cool. Get some fires up under y'all milk y'all's ice. Well, the pattern of belief. Parmesan, what do you choose your name after? Why do you choose that name? Oh man, that dude is gone and shit, bro. I thought I was talking to y'all's little opponent the whole time. I think it's because he's cheesy. Wants us to know he's cheesy. That little sprinkle on top cheese.
Yeah, Don, you mentioned the the space footage always cutting out, you know, and you're noticing a pattern with that. Yeah, you would think like everybody would notice that. You know what I mean? Like, why is there this pattern that it just cuts, always cuts at the same place? If it was real, why wouldn't we have tons of footage of uninterrupted footage going out to the globe? Like that would be the number one thing that we would have, especially, 50, 60 years after going to the, claiming to go all the way to the moon. And to this day, they're still doing that sketchy cutout. It's so
Remember,
shady.
yeah, because that obviously like who. Why would we ever waste it to like prove the skeptics wrong, who they fight with all day and want to prove wrong? I mean, it just, why would that make any sense? And I give it to them. They have some photos. They have these little photos of stuff. You know what I mean? You could be like, oh well, that's a slideshow. The photos, it's a video, but it's like get real. Like one photo every hour is not You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not the same. Like, show me a video. Why are you cutting off the video every single time right there, every time?
Dead giveaway.
It is a dead giveaway. And then, oh, we're going to see the thing dropping to Mars looking dead at the surface, not horizontal for some reason. Why would we ever want to see the same as every fucking time? The same exact fucking stupid ass animation that they're using every time. It's like, show approaching Mars, show approaching the moon. Oh, you show it when it's locked into the Artemis is locked in, just doing this stupid fucking. I mean, come on, it's so obvious. Gotta know when you're being sold something. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
Yeah,
that
when you're
obvious.
when there's a hustle, right? Like you, it's like just that basic of being able to tell when there's a hustle going on. It's like people that get called up by like the Indian tech support scammers and they believe that the people are really
Right.
Microsoft. It's like you gotta.
Like, they wouldn't let David Copperfield get away with it. They'd be like, no, 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 no. Turn the walk over here with the camera. The Statue of Liberty is still there. Okay, walk over here. Okay, there. Look wherever there's a mirror or TV effect or whatever. Okay, no, go over. Oh, no. You're just gonna believe it? Yeah, he made the Statue of Liberty disappear. I just believe it. Why? Why just believe this extraordinary bullshit, especially when you see the pattern of trickery, the pattern of being sick constantly? Oh, look, we're here. Oh, look, we're here. Oh, look, we're too close to get an establishing shot because we're already here, too close on the moon, on Mars. We have no swivel cameras. It's not possible. Our rover went past opals on Mars, but we're not going to explore that with video like they do deep sea coral or underwater coral. Like, where's the video of the mine the opals on Mars, rover? What the fuck? Show me the video. I'll fucking fake UV, and they keep trying to put out these little stories like if that story is real, fucking there should be so much more with it, so much more. But I'm just a stupid flat earther, so our opinion is worthless to the actual scientific community. We just get to cry to the know-it-all ballers that have the authority in here, that pretend like they're skeptical. Anyway, I don't know what Jeremy's setting us up for, but that's it, Jeremy. That's all you get. Now teach me something. Oh, he left, I see. We have to stall until Jeremy's back. Do you think he's coming back with presents?
Yeah, it's like the shape of the Earth is like this ultimate litmus test. Like it's such a huge thing because it's the Earth, and we live on it, so we're all here, we're on it. And then the individuals propping up the globe lie is like, because it's such like the mainstream system, NASA and the government and all of that. That's what it's just like this huge litmus test. It's like we're obviously not moving on every level, but they've convinced people that we are through all kinds of mind mangles of fabricated physics. And then you have to be willing to question everything because the very government and the big structures that are, behind a lot of the institutions within our world are behind this. It's just like this huge litmus test. Can you tell you're being hustled on one of the heaviest levels, biggest levels?
Oh, Gio, I try to hold their feet to the fire, man, and maybe sooner or later, man, you can help me like get a little session, a little serious session, with one of these know-it-all Goldberg guys. I know I put funny on it when I say things like light Coriolis and these make believe terms, but I have serious point when I bring it up, And they talk about bouncing lasers off the moon, and usually get them, like, I'm sure you've heard me usually get them to commit to the fact that, light. I mean, I've had them go both ways, but either way, you could get one of these guys to commit to the fact that light does, conserve momentum laterally, particular to the direction of propagation. And they'll sit there, some of them will commit to, and then they'll get lost when you start talking about galactic movements and how the laser bounces off the moon. And then, on the other hand, you get some of them saying that it doesn't, conserve momentum, and then we get them showing them either way. It's like we get them to show where practical applications needed involved to happen, and then we get them inconsistent that way. And it's like I mean, I can't get them consistent either. I can't nail them down, is what I'm saying, Gio. And maybe you can help me. Get one of them that's really willing to take it on and knows what the fuck they're talking about and willing to actually like stand behind their answers. Because Xanax never done it. Kosho, you worm out of it every fucking time I bring it up. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And I want y'all to. I'm gonna force feed y'all this mud pie that y'all built, that y'all baking. Ain't a fucking game. It's time to really attack, some of the bigger, conundrums. Sitting here talk about the 15 degree per hour laser gyro. How is that laser doing that in free fall around the sun? How is that laser doing that then with all this galactic movement? Where is that at? Oh, well, we picked it up. We picked up a .001. Yeah, right. Show me.
Yeah, it should be picking up exactly. If it was actually picking up movement, it would be picking up the multiple vectors. It would at least be picking up the rotation of the Earth around the sun.
Yeah, exactly. Show us. Let it sit for a day. Show me. Let it sit for a year. Show me. We got .00, man. Please. You hear them? They bite it off. They have to take. They have to. You know what I'm saying? Back it up. They're like, oh yeah, if we look close, it would definitely have to show the Milky Way. Blah blah blah. Okay, sure it does. It would have to. But it's so small you can't see it, right? But it's there, right? I swear I had one of them, Geo, commit to that they saw on that data, that Bob's data or whatever that Jeremy pours it out. I swear I heard one of the ballers talk about something like that, like some sort of I don't know which orbital movements. I wish I knew the number that they said, that the decimal place that they put it in, but they damn sure was like, yeah, there's a little extra in here. This and that. Like, come on, man. Come on, bruh. Get y'all colleagues to agree. And Kosho, wake up, man, and take on the challenge, man. One of these days, man. Y'all give light like 50 special rules. It has a speed limit. It conserves momentum in a fancy way in the direction of propagation because of the speed limit. Yet, in a perpendicular direction, it conserves momentum in a different way, special pleading. It always bends to the denser medium. Is this actually true? Put the denser medium up and show me light bending up.
Or how about to the side?
I mean, yeah, you took the word. I didn't want to get repetitive, but I've mentioned that before. Most of our setup, but yeah, like have it bend those ways, right? And what's weird too is it's supposed to be like when light goes through a changing medium, but if you actually had like a perfect gradient, am I wrong? Right? If you're going through a parallel or just a corridor of exact conditions, the light, right? If there's no quote change in the medium.
Then he broke up.
Coach Joe, tell me I'm wrong. I like to play the game, Geo, in these servers of say things that everybody will agree with and be open to those who don't agree and then solve the disagree. That's just why I like it. Like, let's attempt to say something everybody would agree with. If both sides did that more often, oh boy. We'd have then walked the whole map. We'd have then walked every inch of the every continent and every bit of the ocean by now, Geo, if we all just was cooperating.
Would it be safe to say that everyone would agree that they're interested in discussing the Earth?
There we go. I
And
don't think M.
even
Stone would agree. I bet M. Stone would try to wiggle out of that. Say he doesn't
Well-
want to talk about it. He just wants to laugh at people. He would say that.
yeah,
Probably.
but actually, last time he was in, he actually brought up a couple questions. Now maybe he was trying to use them as attacks, but he was saying how many people would have to be in on the conspiracy. Like, he's into it. That's how he spends. It's his hobby. He's trying to. He's thinking about
it. Maybe there's guys who don't want to talk about it. I didn't mean that at you. Like, just
Is it mine or is it his?
Yeah, he's breaking up. You're breaking up, Don.
all right.
You get to a better place, Don?
What?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you a lot better now. Your mic was breaking up earlier, so I wanted to find out if you got to a better place.
Man, they out here bullshitting, man. Talking about bendy lights.
Bendy
Joe,
light makes a globe.
Joe, I went through Bob's video yesterday with his 2-inch measurements. That was dropped.
Oh yeah. 2 inches, huh, Bob?
It's like his whole thing is all convoluted so bad. Like I don't even know he knows how to use a measuring um the what's it called? What was he using I forgot he called it in English.
This is when he claimed to measure the curvature at a half a mile, 2 inches or something. Is that what?
Yeah.
The other way.
Did he
Right?
use
The other way.
Yeah, with his theodolite.
Yeah, that curvature at the half mile, obviously things shrink as they get further away. So, if you're using perspective as proof of curvature, I don't think that's a very good proof.
Swivel camera in space.
Well, you're saying he's equating. I didn't see the video, so I guess I can't speak exactly that video. But are you saying like the angular size change shrinking is part of what's called? Is that what you're referring to? Like that
That's right.
perspective change?
That's right, because it's a half a mile away. Is the theodolite going to be the same apparent size from a half a mile away? So what they were doing, they were pointing two theodolites at each other, right? At a half a mile away, over water. And it's obvious to me that, there's not going to be a whole lot of curvature at a half a mile away. But it's obvious to me also that, of course, it's not going to be pointing directly into the eye of the other theodolite.
Yeah, no,
right? Because
it's one theodolite moved. So he put one theodolite on one side, then he moved that same theodolite to try to get the, I guess the angle from the other side. But it was just one theodolite.
maybe I misunderstood. Maybe we're not talking about the same video. I guess we'd have to pull up the video, right?
Give me a second. Let me post it.
He's referring to Bob, calls himself the Dr. Science guy. Bob. I think that's the one Elbo's talking about.
I don't even entertain that guy. Like, he's not a serious character. I think he's a troll, primarily. He's like an anti-flat earther second. That's just my opinion. He's not here. I would say it to his face if he was here.
I posted it. He has two. He has one theodolite. He puts it on one side first, right? He marks something off the water. Then he goes to the other side with the same theodolite. Then he measures from the surface of the water to the pole, which was like, I forgot how many inches. Then he somehow supposedly transposed that from there to the light pole. But my question is, I mean, because the light pole you can see is not on the same even ground as that as wherever he measured the 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 distance from the water to the top of the that area, whatever 96 inches or whatever he said. So I mean, that's why I asked him what was his elevation, because if he's not in the same elevation and trying to get the same angle, is kind of weird. I just don't know. I mean, it was kind of weird. Also, what's his theodolite? Because he said it has a what's that thing called? Like a plumb bob. So he doesn't show anything him adjusting the plumb bob to be. He says with the force of gravity, it has to be pulled down because it pulls us down to the force of gravity. Yada yada yada. It's just it's all weird. Like he just takes pictures, this document the whole thing, and we're supposed to take his word, whatever he did. But yeah, it also when you kind of have the same idea. I think it's the same one, but you thought that it was probably two theodolites pointing at each other. It wasn't. And he says that margin of error is a 16th of an inch for 300 feet. But I'm trying to find out if there's a exponential error, right? Because he's saying every 300 feet, this is the amount of inches that it should be off. But I'm wondering, if that error is a 16th of an inch for 300 feet, does it get greater? Does it increases via the distance, or does it not?
To me, the fact that they're looking for curvature in half a mile shows that they don't understand reality very much, right? Because if it's a globe, then reality would dictate you're going to need more than half a mile of stretch to determine anything. So, what are they looking for? 4 inches of curvature at half a mile, but there's how much of a degree of error? I just said it. Sorry, but what'd you say? Can I be
So
heard?
it was 16th of an inch for 300 feet, but he deducted that it was 16th over every 300 feet. I'm wondering if thus it exponentially grows and not a linear grow with the error. So he thinks it's 16th at 300 over 240 feet, right? But that would be so many times the 16th. I think he said it was like half an inch of error in that amount of right. So I'm wondering, is it a linear
Right,
error
or is it exponential?
or an exponential?
Right, but think back to your 2012 self. Okay, we're looking for the curvature of the Earth. Let's do it in a half mile stretch. Is that going to prove anything? Half mile? I don't think it is.
Yeah, that's what I said. He was like, he said he was like, my water, my the list flat, but my lake is curving.
Yeah, you're saying like if the Earth was a globe, a half a mile measurement is not sufficient, even if it was a globe. That a half a mile is not. Yeah,
it doesn't prove anything. Right, because what are we looking for? We're looking for curvature. So we're looking for 4 inches of curvature in a half a mile. That's what we're looking for? Weak. I mean, even
Again, he
from
has these two. The whatever he lined up, he has them over land, right? Which on both sides, the water is underneath, and I mean, what's the elevation of the land compared to where he's standing compared to the elevation on the other side? Meaning that there's going to be an offset, right? And not including also the perspective issue with it shrinking due to perspective. But still, I think there's a big issue with the offset of the ground at his area because he wasn't. It's if you look at the way he measures the thing off the water, it's weird. I mean, I don't know how he transposed that to the light to the light post. That's just kind of weird to me as well.
yeah, I mean, if it was 8 miles or even 6 miles, right? And it was, like the Bedford level test, like that would be something we could talk about. But a half a mile, what are we even talking about? Like, we're talking about 4 inches, and you can tell 4 inches from a half a mile.
And
Like,
this is
think about it.
and this is a mechanical theodolite, right? It's not even a digital, which actually gives you exact 90s or whatnot. So, that's another thing that is like, yeah, I mean, you could be off a centimeter or two, and then that will transpose hugely into your error, which is and he gave himself, I think, 0.25 or something. I forgot what was the amount of user error he gave himself. It was ridiculous. I think he said it was like if it's 2 inches, there won't be any error. But the thing was supposedly 4 inches off the line or whatever he said. It was weird.
Yeah, it's worth entertaining. Maybe Glover's like it, information bias, but like from me setting it like an objective position. Like, okay, let's take it seriously. Half a mile? Okay, and then me as a flat earther, half a mile? And then me as my 2012 self, wait, you're telling me we're going to find curvature at half a mile? The earth is way too big. I mean, I don't know if you guys could put on that many hats. Obviously not at once, but think back to your 2012 self. You're a Glover. You love space. You love Star Wars. You love NASA. Well, I didn't love NASA in 2012, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like,
You're a huge Elon Musk fan. You think he's breaking the
right,
status quo.
right, and like, let's go find the curve. Like, all right, let's go do it. How big of a stretch of land do we need? Well, we at least need half a mile. Are you sure about that? Like, maybe we need more than a half a mile. The Earth is far too big. I mean, remember, Africa is like 5,000 miles from like the South Africa to North Africa. So just Africa alone, like not even including like the rest of the Earth. Like if it was planet Africa, I think half a mile would be too small.
Yo, what are you guys being wrong about?
So how big is the Earth?
You know what?
Whoa, whoa. How large is it?
And what?
How large is the Earth?
And what though? Miles,
Yeah,
meters.
miles. Yeah, miles.
I don't know. Isn't it like almost 8 miles?
24,901 miles.
Or
Right?
8,000 miles or something?
No.
It's diameter?
24,000. Oh, you're talking about the diameter. Yeah. Okay, so
What figure do you want?
right, circumference, right? So, do you think you would be able to detect curvature within a half a mile on a planet that's 24,901 miles in circumference? I mean, that's a pretty big circle, right?
It's a very big circle. Maybe if you have sensitive enough instruments, but I doubt
Oh,
with the
you gotta,
actual. I
you
doubt
gotta,
with your 5 senses you'd be able to detect it.
right, but you could do it with a analog the other way, right?
Well, Soundly says you can do it with 20/20 vision.
What?
Yeah, that's Soundly's claim.
How?
Stanley has a bridge to sell you.
Literally, figuratively documented on video.
I would like to see some kind of like proponent of the globe argument entirely denounce Soundly with just basic logic. Would someone like to do that? Nate, would you like to do that?
I would like to hear what Soundly has to say first. Might have information I don't have. I don't
Just
know.
on its face, his argument has failed. He's using an optical demonstration of curvature well below the amount of distance and well above the amount of curvature, and it is optically fucking bending. Like, it is on its face, not even close to what would be acceptable as proof of anything. Could you just say that?
I'll say this based on the evidence I've seen and the information I have. For Soundly to say you can detect curvature of 20/20 vision sounds preposterous. But Soundly might have information I don't have.
If I have a strip of land, let's say like, I don't know, a gutter, an LA gutter or something like that, and I'm just shooting an image across that gutter, it's maybe 2 miles, 3 miles, and it's obviously looking like it is a ball. I mean, it is curving like crazy. What do you think? Proof?
Sorry.
Here, I'll give you. I'll
that
I'll help your argument. How about 19 miles?
Inference.
19 miles. It's curving like crazy. Oh man, that's got to be curved. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they know you're setting them up. They know you're about to bait into them.
This is just his arguments. Like, this is what he brings forward. It's not a setup. I'm literally just the verbal version of what Soundly represents entirely.
I get that, but it's an awesome win-win for you, right? Like, you get to go either. You get to get them to be either like.
Well, it's clearly just shit evidence.
It's too small of a scale. Or
it's like
they can admit it's shit evidence, or they double down that it is good. You get to flip it and say, well, then it looks flat for this evidence, so it's flat. You know, and you got to win.
No, it doesn't look flat. No, those pictures he shows clearly don't look flat, but it's also not evidence of curve. That's the point.
Right,
is that it's not admissible, is what I'm saying. But I never hear anybody say, "Hey, it's not admissible." I hear all these people, gripping on to Soundly's nuts like fucking years after the fact. It's just actually weird. Very strange. Like, we moved on from that argument a long time ago. I just don't see how it could be in anybody's, tool chest.
He would have made some observations and showed us like hundreds of pictures. But I've heard someone say that he was live one time and he was like scrolling through his pictures. He's got hundreds of pictures, but he's only showing us like one or two. So I'd like to see the rest of those pictures. I'd like to see someone recreate it. I was going to go to Pontchartrain, but it's kind of far from where I live. And I also
but it's not
thought
proof
about,
of anything either.
Correct, because he's taking a picture of a bridge. And how many pillars? How many pillars are on the bridge? It's not very many 4 miles. I mean, the bridge is 24 miles, but like his little snapshot, it's not a 24-mile snapshot. I've seen someone take a picture of a snapshot across the whole thing, and this was back in like 2016, back when I didn't really understand what light was doing. Not that I understand it now, but I have a little better understanding. And I got to say that, you know, I'm left wanting for real with Soundly stuff.
Oh, Soundly shit is fucking ridiculous. First of all, the bridge thing, right? There's a point in the bridge where it looks like the cars are driving up a fucking damn near 75-degree angle. Like, it's crazy. That's obviously not happening. I already know there's optical illusions in that. The cars aren't driving up a 75-degree ramp. It'd be like a fucking roller coaster. It comes to like a pyramid. You guys know what I'm talking about? The parts that lets the boats go under?
Look, I gave them a free out, man. I fucking asked, would anybody like to denounce this garbage? Nobody stands up. They're just like, I'll address another claim. I'll address something else. Won't comment on, you know, like you can't be honest. Nate, you can't be honest. Telling you to your face. You're dishonest.
What can I be honest about? Honestly,
can't be honest.
It's just lack of
Except what I said.
About Soundly?
Except what I said. His evidence, okay, Soundly's evidence, all the most famous shit or whatever, is garbage. Just say it. It doesn't hurt your position at all. Actually, it strengthens your position.
What you wanted me to say.
That's exactly what I want. I would love a Glow proponent to come in here and say Soundly's evidence is not evidence whatsoever. It's garbage. It doesn't help anything.
I haven't seen all of his evidence. I haven't really followed Soundly. I hardly know who he is. I just hear you guys talk about him.
It sounds like he's agreeing. He just wants to say it differently.
No,
so you kind of
agree
it must be shit
what I'm
evidence.
saying is, I don't know.
All the years you've been here, if it was valuable evidence.
No, he denounced his knowledge of the claim, is what he did. He separated himself entirely. It's total bullshit.
Guys, let Nate respond.
Because you know for a fact, Nate, you know for a fact,
cool.
the last 4 years, you'd use this shit
You're gonna
in
get
Gem
in, Nate.
server.
Hold on.
You know for a fact.
And let's let Nate get it.
So
this shit slides in Gem server, and you tag along just like everyone else.
Yeah, you got me fucked up. All the way fucked up. What I'm trying to say is, I don't follow the Globers the way other people's do. I don't listen to everything.
Maybe not today.
Says or what Rumpus says. I hardly know anything from. The only thing I know about.
Yeah, but it sounded like you said it was shit evidence anyway.
Let me talk.
Relax.
The only thing I know about Soundly is that Lake Pontchartrain picture. I think he's the one that took that picture. Is he?
But the specs of the picture, he just said, would this be valuable? You opened up agreeing with that. It's not a valuable evidence.
He is the one that took the picture, yes.
That's the only picture I've seen. I wouldn't say that I would use that picture as evidence for a globe. I don't rely on that picture. You know, I'm just trying to say that whatever Soundly is presented as evidence, I've never looked into it. I don't rely on it. I don't go to Soundly for evidence for the globe. You know, when I'm in Gems, I'm in there trolling. I don't tag along and, you know, dick ride and agree with everything those guys says. Most of the time when I'm in there, I'm arguing against them. I don't rock with Globers the way other people do. I'm not part of Team Glober. You know, that's not me.
That is a new phenomenon.
Yeah, but he explained to you, Nate, what the picture had, and you still said it was not that valuable. You're like, I wouldn't think that would be valuable.
We're not doing anything with your. I'd have some pills up here
What
for you.
I said, what I told Riggs, and I think Riggs wasn't listening to me, was that if Soundly is making the claim that you can see curvature using 20/20 vision, based on the evidence I have and the things I've experienced, that is a preposterous claim from Soundly.
Well, what
Right,
2020
there you go.
Soundly might have evidence that I haven't seen.
Right. So if it stood that that's what was being presented, you would agree it's some bullshit. I mean, there we go. We're all in agreement. If on the stipulation that it is what he says
would
it
agree,
is.
unless
there we
he
go.
has evidence
There
I
you go,
haven't
Rick.
seen. But just based on evidence I've seen, it sounds like bullshit. It sounds preposterous.
Okay.
That you can see curvature just with your eyes 20/20 vision. Maybe he's seen things I haven't. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. But it would still be bullshit, right? Because you can't just see curvature. It's got to be something that you
I don't
measure
know.
over time. You have all the variables. You got to be set up. It can't just be like,
If,
oh,
if, if
there it
he can
is.
provide evidence and I subject evidence to experiments and tests that I feel are valid and it passes all of them, who am I to deny the evidence? I can't sit here and still say, fuck his evidence. It's bullshit, you know? But I haven't
Well,
seen it. So
I'm not
right
just
now,
calling you out either, dude. I'm just saying that the whole globe side uses this absolute garbage. It's just really strange.
yeah, just don't group me up with them. Don't put me in the same boats as those guys. I
I'll
don't
try.
Yo,
rock the way
you
they
and the
rock.
rest of the Globers are on some Oscar the Grouch shit.
What do you mean, bro? I mean, when you and the Flat Earth Society on some Earth is moving through spaceship. I
No,
don't know,
Jeremy's
Jeremy.
on that Big Bird shit.
Big Bird.
So I did want to
Cooking
say,
man.
Nate, you did come in the room and you basically done what I've seen quite a few times. It's like you got a pager, you get called in, and then you come in here and you say, all right, who's lying? Right? I've seen that over and over again. The first time it ever happened was Red's Rhetoric. He comes in the room in 2015 and he goes, all right, who's in here lying about the globe? And I was like, well, I'm not lying, right? I'm talking about dark matter. If it doesn't exist, gravity doesn't work. And he goes, yeah, that's right. That's actually true. It's like, ha,
Yeah,
right? And you just did the
Best
same
part,
thing.
I came in saying that as a joke, man. I was joking. I was just
the
trying to get
best part of that
conversation
was
started.
Nate's. Best part of Larry's story was Nate has a beeper from the '90s.
Hit me on the hip. Page meal. No, but Larry, I came in saying that as a joke because when I joined, it was quiet, like no one was talking. So I thought I could say that and it would start some conversation, and it did.
Talking when you came in.
Nate
I
is
mean,
weird. Like,
I don't take this stuff seriously. I would rather come in and just talk about physics, but because I can't decide what we all talk about, I end up getting pulled into these globe discussions. But I don't. I'm not here for that. I love talking about physics or life in general. If we could have more conversations just about everyday life or about good things happening in the world as opposed to how the government's just bad, I would love that. But I can't tell you guys what to talk about.
So you're pro anti-government then?
Definitely, there are things the government does I don't like, bro.
I'm just playing with you, brother.
like all this NASA foolery. I agree with you, Nate. Absolutely, the government's
Well,
wiling with
bring
this.
up something about physics you want to. You're actually you're
Oh, come on,
jonesing
you guys
about.
have
Apparently,
you guys have heard me talk about
He
physics
he
all the
loves
time.
he loves relativity. He loves bendy light and the conservation of momentum.
No,
But when
what
are
I
we going to
love.
hold your feet to the fire, Nate? When are you
No,
actually
no,
going to
no, that's
walk
not
through your
true.
demonstration? When
That's
you
not
want to
true.
do it, man? It's been
The
6
physics
months.
you guys like talking about is
6
relativity.
months,
If I had a choice, I would talk to you
Nate's been
guys
running
about.
away from me for
I would
months.
talk to you guys
dude.
about
Guys,
nuclear
relax.
physics. I love talking about the strong and weak nuclear force, but you guys don't enjoy those topics, so I don't force it upon you.
You don't know
Let's
enough about the topics.
let's talk
You
about
know
it
the
then, Don.
Okay, well,
Let's
how
see.
does it affect real life? Why does it matter to you?
What was the
Because
first subatomic particle
I
experiment,
work
Nate?
in
hold on,
I
one
work
question at a time.
I work within that industry, and because it's fundamental to life. Nuclear forces, the nuclear force is what holds the nucleus together within
Uh-huh.
the atom. The weak nuclear force is what allows you to transmutate from one element to another along the periodic table of
Nah,
elements.
they're
These
both
things are
magnetism. You just don't
fundamental to
understand it
life.
yet.
Actually, correct.
Relax.
That is magnetism.
He just doesn't understand it yet. He wants to conjure all these extra demon forces rather than the one that we already know about.
Yep,
Okay.
that sounds about accurate.
Well,
All
okay.
right.
So Nate, how could you just
You
dismiss
taking a rest?
what their point is?
Wikipedia on repeat. If it doesn't say it in Wiki, they can't know it yet.
Huh.
Did Nate answer? I didn't hear anything.
No, he went on mute. I guess he got
He ain't saying shit. He
interrupted.
knows damn well. He knows damn well. You got to have a positive and negative charge. Simple as
Right.
that.
Right. Everything
knows
is like a different state of charge, honestly. Everything.
Well, there's only charge and discharge and capacity.
Right.
That's all you got.
Right.
But they want to equivocate this negative charge, even though it can never be validated, and also they can't even explain what charge is to begin with.
Well, what's the
What are
quote?
you guys
What's the
talking
quote
about?
which it has?
We were trying to engage with you,
Go
but you
ahead,
got
Nate.
I guess you got
I'm so
sidetracked. Go
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, no,
Okay, so what?
It's okay, man. It's okay.
my phone.
We're not trying to attack you either.
I
So
stopped
like
to
I was
let
just
Nate
curious, how do you dismiss their claims of everything is a either charging or discharging, and he's claiming that attraction is magnetism.
Yeah.
So
Because
how
we
are you
see
dismissing that by
phenomena-
like giving these other properties like different names
Okay.
and qualities and stuff?
Because we see
Electro.
phenomena caused by things that don't have charge.
How do you know they don't have charge, Nate?
Because they don't react to magnetic fields or electrical
can't
fields, and
explain
they
charge-
don't have magnetic or
But
electric.
they don't react to magnetic or electric
nothing.
fields, but everything is electromagnetic. So
But they
Yo,
do
one
act.
at a
Everything is
time,
not,
guys.
is not
If they
electromagnetic.
can't explain
But they do react
magnetism,
to
All
it.
right,
and
I'm
they
gonna make
can't
a
explain
list.
charge,
Yo, I'm gonna make a list of who's gonna talk. So who wants on the list?
Go ahead, Glory.
I do.
Who wants
I
on the
wanted to
list?
say something.
Guy slow. Who
I
else?
slow.
I'm sorry, Daiso, go ahead.
I just wanted to
One person.
explain
All right, go ahead.
magnetism or define it, and you can't define charge. Then how can we take your answer as being substantial?
Who says I can't define charge? Like, where did you get that from?
I mean, I've asked you several times, what is the charge within your charge carrying particle? And
The property
I don't
that
get an
allows the
answer.
particle to interact with other charged particle or to interact with electromagnetic fields. It's just a property.
You think that's a solid answer?
I think so. It's a property of matter. Yeah. I mean, if I
It's
told
a
that to someone
property.
else, of matter. Matter has a lot of properties that we attribute to it. One of it is charge, and this property gives matter the ability to interact with other charged particles or to interact with electric and magnetic fields.
I mean,
think
that's
that's a
just
very
not a
solid,
sufficient
tight
answer at all.
Maybe it
So what's missing? What's missing?
That's a description, and it's not even concise.
It is concise, and it's a definition. I literally define what charge is.
So you're saying it's a property that allows things to interact, and you think that's sufficient?
Yeah, I do. What do you define charge as? Maybe you have a better definition.
I would define it as energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You have your
So
definition.
is that inaccurate?
I wouldn't use that definition, but I wouldn't say you're wrong. It's just very broad. My definition is a bit more specific, a bit more concise. Yours is very broad. Because I could just say everything is energy. I wouldn't be wrong, but that's a very broad definition of everything.
Well, I mean, define energy.
Energy is a property that allows work to happen.
What do you mean by work to happen?
Work is the ability to do things.
Okay. And is that a definement of something? Saying that it has the ability to do things? You think that's a solid
I
definition?
defined what energy is. Then you asked what work is, and I told you what work is.
Yeah, I asked for a definement of energy, and you said it's the ability to do work, which is not an explanation.
I told you energy is a property that allows things to do work. It's a property.
Allows things to do work. That's not even an explanation. That's a description.
That's an explanation.
You know the difference?
I've defined what energy is.
Do you understand the difference between explanation and description?
You tell me.
I'm asking you because you seem to be confounded upon your answers being accurate when I asked for a definement, i.e. an explanation upon the matter, and you're giving me mere descriptions. They're not the same. A description never touches on the logical principle of what it is we're talking about. You're only giving descriptions of attributes. There's a fine distinction between principle and attribute. And when you're only defining the parameters, i.e. within a description of your model, that's not explaining the principles of what it is we're discussing.
But I have explained the principles as to what energy is and to what charge is. I
What's
haven't
the
defined
difference?
the model or the context in which I am defining them or explaining them to you as to what they are, but I've given you
So what,
definitions and explanations which I've elaborated on. So I
I've
don't see
asked
what
you. I've asked you for the difference between a description and an explanation, and I asked you for the difference between principle and attribute, neither of which you've touched on.
okay, the difference between description and explanation. I would say an explanation is a more specific type of description. When you're describing something, you just a description would be I see a painting. An explanation would be, I see someone painting that painting. I'm explaining it. While the description is just something more broad. An explanation goes into more detail. It explains what it is you are trying to describe. I'm not
Does
sure
anyone else agree
what
with
the
Nate?
difference is.
Is there anyone that agrees with what Nate said?
I'll keep it real. I mean, I don't totally disagree with what he's saying. I want to keep it real. I mean, it is just you guys are sussing out terms a little bit right now, so there's not much to disagree with if he's
Yeah.
just kind of defining his terms.
Yeah, I don't even see the point of this. Like, why are you asking me to define
Oh
terms?
no no
Dice?
no 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 no
I
no no.
think
Okay,
we
I'm gonna
all
mediate this real quick.
generally.
Okay, look,
All right.
Dice Low saying that you're applying like a description, but you're not really explaining.
I thought I
Right?
was.
You're saying, oh, here's this effect, but you're not really like giving the reason. Okay, there's a very
What
big
is
difference there.
That's fair
what
too,
is the
Nate.
reason for what it's? He asked me to define what energy is. I gave him a definition for energy and for charge. I'm not
You
sure
gave
what
me a
else.
description.
I gave you a definition, which is and it was a really good explanation as well. So I'm not sure.
I feel like we could actually solve this conversation if there was like a whiteboard, so that when the question or the point is asked, we're writing it down and we're crossing it out and we're hearing notes. Because if we're just talking, we could just talk in circles and have no accountability. Like we need something concrete that somebody will be held to at the end of a statement. Because I think you're making a good point, Dicelo. Like there's all these qualities, but we've literally they can describe things all day and literally say nothing,
Well, that's
and
the
until
problem.
we hold their feet to the fire, it's not going to make any difference.
Well, that's the problem because descriptions don't necessarily need to be based within logic.
Right.
And an explanation requires a logical framework to interpret, and furthermore, it has to be concise, right, and touch on the essence of what it is we're discussing, not just vaguely point out the parameters and arbitrarily describe things within the confines of their paradigm that has no logical premise, and that's the problem. Did you get that, Nate?
I got that. I'll be. Can you give me 2 minutes? I just have to make a phone call. I'll be right back. I promise.
Is there
I'll be
anyone
right
that can? Okay. Is there anyone that can separate the difference between principle and attribute?
I think we all can handle that.
Well, I'll keep it real short and simple. A principle is what something is, right? And an attribute is what that something does. So when you're only giving the attributes and never touching on the principles of what something is, are you really defining what that something is? Like,
yeah,
I
that's your
often
point. That's your point.
Yeah, I often give an analogy like based on humans. Like if I were to tell you what humans are capable of doing, but I never told you what a human was, did I define a human being? I would say not.
Right. Right.
Would say not. Like we
They're
can easily confuse a
exactly the
human with
same.
an animal within a description. An explanation will easily separate those two.
Can you
So
give
when
him
we're
here? Look,
talking
Dice
about
Low, to make your point concrete, give him a distinct example, just a cut example of what you're saying. Define something how you would define it clearly.
something, let me think of something I can define here.
I mean,
Well,
do the human, it was a good point, you know, because there could be an octopus doing all the things the human does, or there could be a robot, or there could be a team of drones doing all the things that the human does, you know, like, but knowing the attributes doesn't know the principle, I think is the terms you were using.
so like if we were to define versus describe a horse, I would say that a veterinarian could easily describe a horse, but as far as touching on the essence of a horse, I would say that somebody who works closely with the horse, like the jockey, would be far more capable of explaining what a horse is than a veterinarian. Because that jockey is going to be able to define the essence of that horse, where the veterinarian only touches on the attributes and the quality thereof. Same with a mechanic versus the race car driver. The race car driver can explain what the race car is, where the mechanic can only describe the attributes of that. So there's a big difference between explanation and description in the sense of a logical framework to concisely touch on the essence of what something is rather than what something does. In the terms of energy, let me pull up my definitions here. And mind me, because I'm driving. Okay, so
No, stop. Don't be looking at definitions and citations and shit when you're driving, bro. Focus on the road. Just stop. It's not worth it, bro. The road driving's
Jeremy, what are
crazy.
you
People can get hurt.
working for
Dude,
Cash App support now?
driving's crazy. I'm just saying.
yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, bro. Don't be trying to read citations or definitions and shit. It's too crazy out there.
Sorry, man. I'm back. What happened?
Just ask Siri.
Look at that. See? Hello? What happened? Did Jeremy kill the VC?
Yeah, he said you guys need to get the fuck out of your car if you want to continue.
Smelly feet.
Oh, man. I got his license. What the fuck?
Well, Nate, this is pretty basic, right? Like we're adults, we can understand the difference between kind of like fingering around a point and actually making a point. So if you're trying to define something, you don't say like, "Oh, well, I define a battery by something that powers my clock." Right? That's not
All right.
good enough, right?
So how would you define energy or charge?
How would I? I don't know if I
No,
could
how
give
would
the
how
best.
would the other rig do? Of course you, bro.
Isn't it fair to say though they don't really know what's going on? I mean, they don't. They put that out on Front Street, They're not hiding that fact.
So you don't know what charge or energy.
The last time I looked into the subatomic world was probably about 2007, so it's going back a ways. But I remember them
But do you know?
distinctly saying that they admitted, they put it out on Front Street. They said, "Look, we don't exactly know what's happening here. We've just made a framework so we can make predictions." So
Yeah, definitely. That I 100% agree with it. That's why science doesn't prove anything, because we haven't created the universe. We just have a framework that helps us understand it from our little small insignificant point of view. Cool.
right, this is
But
how good it is right now.
Do you have a definition for energy or charge?
You know, my profound thought of the day is quite simply that we've done the same thing with language. We've done the same thing with language, right? It's no different. Whether it be English, whether it be French, whether it be maths, it's the same thing. And until you recognize that limitation, then you could always be susceptible to it, like like the magicians intend when they use these phrases. You know, these.
Okay, but could you answer my question?
I'm just finishing my profound thought of the day, if you don't mind.
You ever heard that quote from Forrest Gump? Hey Nate, can you hear me talking, Nate?
Sorry, man. Go ahead.
So there's a quote by Forrest Gump. He says, "Stupid is what stupid does." So if we were to follow that line of logic with energy, and we were to say energy is what energy does, did we define it or did we describe it?
Oh, I don't know, bro. You took a quote from a movie.
It's basically, to sum it up, I'm asking you, is something what it is based on what it does? Like, do you define something by its description of its attributes, or do you define something based upon its principles?
I think you could define something based on both, based on what it does as well.
Well, I mean, this goes back, because this goes back to the description versus explanation question. Like, an explanation will always be more concise and is always rooted in logic, where a description doesn't necessarily have to touch on those. Like, a description can be vague, it could be non-logical, but that doesn't necessarily define.
You can't give you what you're asking for, though, Dysel. That's the point.
Could you wait? Hang on, that's not fair. I mean, what Dysel was saying is exactly what I said. An explanation is more concise and less vague than it is. But let's ask, could you give me an example of a description that's not logical?
Yes,
just so I have something to work. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So unicorns fly, right? And they're very magical. Now is that logical to say something that's non-existent, that's made up, that I've just described to you, is a definition of what something is, even though it doesn't exist?
You never once said unicorns exist. You just said they fly and they're magical. I think that would be logical if you were talking about unicorns. Now, if you made this statement that unicorns exist, that's not logical. But all you said was an imaginary thing can fly and is magical. I don't see what's not logical about that statement.
Because we've already admitted that they don't exist. It's a fairy tale. Yeah. So how can we? Yeah. How can we place logic on something that doesn't exist? We can only agree that it's arbitrary.
Because we agree that this non-existing thing has these attributes. You and I would both agree that Power Rangers don't exist. But if I said the Green Ranger is green, I'm not being illogical.
Well, the problem is we could have somebody else that says unicorns don't fly. They actually dig holes and they bury their heads like ostriches. How could we argue between those two things when nobody can validate or substantiate any of that because it doesn't exist. It's not logical. In order for something to be logical, it has to be existent.
Okay.
You following?
I hear what you're saying. I just don't know if I agree, because it might be something we don't know exists today, and we find out it exists tomorrow. I don't know if for something to be logical, there's this prerequisite that it needs to have some sort of existence. I don't know, guys.
I think if we gave it 100 million years, I don't think we'd ever see the existence of a unicorn emerge from nature.
That's appeal to the future fallacy. Sorry.
I would not say that. What is the appeal to the future fallacy?
Unicorns don't exist today, but we might find out in the future that they actually do exist.
Is that an actual fallacy? Is that real?
Yeah, yes, it is.
I had no idea such a fallacy exists. Okay. I don't know. It just sounds like me being cautious and prudent, right?
So when we're talking about things that we all can agree exist, such as energy, it's very important, right, to define things with logic, not just arbitrarily describe things that fit within your paradigm to support it. That's not doing science, and that's not doing justice to the future of humanity.
I should never try and define what the ether is, since it doesn't exist. How about that? Let's never talk about the ether ever again, because that's illogical. To talk about something that doesn't exist. Why don't you practice what you preach? You guys
Ether
talk about
does
the
exist.
ether all the fucking time.
Yeah, ether does exist, but
Provide
based on your qualities. So based on your qualities of what something's required to have in order to exist, such as physical properties, then no, in that sense it wouldn't exist. But that's not how we deem something to exist or not. And that's the problem. And that's the problem, because when you look at reality through the lenses of a materialist, you can only say things exist if they have a Cartesian presence, which could be measured. But even in your own model, there's plenty of things that don't have a Cartesian existence that can't be measured, that you guys still say exist. And that's a problem.
Okay, cool. So how do you define things to exist,
if it could be quantified. And even if it can't be quantified, I mean, you're talking through me and your mic sounds horrible. I don't know, Nate.
I think from the etymology of that word, I think it meant to stand out.
The ether dice. I mean, how do you? All right. Actually, I'll be right back. Let me just get back in when I'm not driving, man. Sorry for the bad mic.
Okay. And it sounded like you said define ether, and I would define ether as being the dielectric field, which is the primary half of the conjugate field, which makes up our entire reality. It's these two fields, the dielectric and the magnetic. The magnetic is literally the dissipation of the dielectric, which breeds the magnetic field. So ultimately, there's only one field, that being the dielectric, which would be analogous to the ether, literally the ether. But anyhow.
What kind of blows my mind about this whole ether discussion is, like, they're trying to say, well, prove it's there. I'm like, well, prove that there's no medium. I mean, that question right there just kind of like destroys the whole point. So clearly there is still a medium in a vacuum. There's still something that allows effects to take place. So my question as a critical thinker would be like, well, I already know that there's a medium because you can't have a nothing. So what is the prime mover? That's my question. What's the prime mover? And then, you get into the whole God idea, like, well, yeah, there's matter, but what makes it move? What gives it life? That's the most important part of the question. But we can't even get to the point where we're agreeing that there's still a medium. Like, what?
Well, I mean, we're talking about mainstream science today cannot define energy. I mean, that's a big deal, dude.
Yeah.
When energy is an intrinsic property of all phenomena, and they can't define it, and they can't define magnetism, but it's
Or
literally
light.
like, yeah, but it's literally like within everything that they're trying to define. I mean, it seems pretty like fallacious to try and throw dirt on top of something that you're using to define everything and never actually defining it. Like, I don't know, man. It seems telling to me.
It's like they're
It
trying to
is.
say that it's not sex because nothing actually touches.
It's the hypermaterialist trying to put a label on everything. Nice little, the pigeonhole. There you go. That's your little bit. That's your little bit over there. It's funny. And the first time I heard Austin Whitsitt say the light's already there, that made so much sense to me, and I don't even know why. But it was more of a unifying thing, right? Just connected the
Well,
dots in my head.
well, it's talking about principle over its attribute. So yeah, light is always there, but what we deem light to be is the reaction of light
Yeah.
with either a medium or an object, which is actually illumination. But yes, light is always there, and that's why it's instantaneous. It's only
And it's
the luminal velocity, i.e., illumination, which has a delayed response, which is what we call C.
yeah, I'm not going to pretend to know what it is. That made sense to me. I just know that it did make sense. I'm like, oh my god. And yeah,
What is luminal velocity?
That's C, what you guys call C,
The speed
which
of
is
light.
which is the rate of induction within a medium. When you
Okay.
say speed of light, you're inferring something's moving from A to B, and light
Mm-hmm.
doesn't move from A to B. It's a rate of induction that you're measuring.
So a
Why
rate
doesn't
is
light?
a rate is a rate
No
not
different.
indicate a speed?
No, like again, a speed refers something physically moving from A to B. So I analogously explain it with sound, because sound has the same uh, yeah, it has the same propagation where it requires a medium. Like when you speak and I speak, there's no sound that's traveling. It's a
But
disturbance within the
it's no
field that
particles now.
propagates. What?
Right. They pretend that the excitation, as a prize, they pretend the excitation of the matter, what I mean, is the actors of particle moving. They call it a photon. They know it's just a field of radiation. It's not actually a thing moving. They call, what I mean? It's like an energy. They know it's no matter there. They'll even say it has no mass, this and this and that. You know what I mean? And then on the other hand, they want to pretend it's a thing moving from place A to place B. And I agree with you.
Right.
It cannot be a thing moving. It's just, I don't know, man.
Right.
I'm
I
sorry I
gotta
can't
get to
talk
work.
about it as
I'll be
technically
listening.
as you. But
Oh, you're good, man. I'll
cool,
be
buddy.
listening. I gotta get to work.
Kick ass.
All right, peace out, Dice Low. That was a good conversation, man.
Nate, don't you agree with them though about the rate of production? Like, the photon, it don't have to be a thing.
You are breaking up. Oh my god, or is it me?
no,
I see.
John's breaking up.
No, it's me. I'm sorry.
Jesus, done.
He makes so little sense that Discord broke him up.
I don't know.
Yo,
I
some
don't
guy
know.
earlier was saying, Extremis, some guy was in here earlier saying, and I think his name was Parmesan or something. He's saying, no one in here is actually a scientist, right? And I had to, I wish you were here when he said that.
Did you correct him?
It was very busy. I don't know if I got a chance or not.
Jeremy's got more class.
Did you explain to him they don't know his science?
I absolutely do not have more class than that. I'm like summer school. I'm like the summer, no class. Not summer school. Just summer, no class.
It's very good, dude. I actually did not mean that. So I don't know. You don't got to defend yourself, dude. I was really trying to be ironic.
I was going, okay.
You have no class, dude. This is clear.
I know.
We can agree on that.
Right.
But sometimes that comes in handy, dude. Like somebody brought up earlier, when you fucking basically muscled that data from Bob. You like muscled it out of him, dude. You came in, you started screaming at him, scared him, fucking put a cigarette out in his arm.
It right out of him. Yo, I kept hearing. Well, I don't know about all that, but I kept hearing about Bob's got this data that shows that Earth's rotating at different degrees when you go high in altitude. I was like, oh, man.
That was classic.
Let's fucking have it. And then he's on there, and then he's on Brandon's talking about doing more shit. I'm like, why are you gonna do more shit? So you can never show it to us, like the gyro shit? Because at that point he hadn't given it to us for, I don't know, a long time. I mean, it's not like he owes it to us, but like, why? I'm not even interested in more shit you're gonna do because we never see the results. So they'll have fun with that.
That was fair.
Why are you harassing people, bro? What the fuck?
I'll fucking strong arm the shit. Because, dude, okay, listen. You're supposed to be part of this truth movement. We're supposed to be getting down to finding out the truth, right? So there's this information out there that you're keeping from us for some reason. I don't know why. Like, it didn't make
Maybe
sense
he
to me.
feels. I mean, have you never thought there might be people who aren't worthy or ready to have certain types of information provided?
He tried.
You know, maybe he feels you aren't ready.
Me. Nate, he tried playing me. He's like, even if I give it to you, you're not going to understand it, or you won't be able to read the data.
Oh.
I was like, I couldn't. We had that shit cracked in 24 hours.
Oh my god, dude! First of all, he was right.
I had the data cracked. I personally made sure that the data was cracked within 24 hours.
How are you going to say? How are you going to say that in the same sentence, dude? I personally made sure that it was cracked.
Yeah. Yeah. So when
I
you
personally made sure somebody else cracked it.
When you hand me these GPs, I'm going to be like, I personally made sure that we got these GPs. What do you think the manager does? They're making sure stuff gets done.
Dude, Jeremy was the CEO of that shit.
How did Jeremy all of a sudden become the manager? Like,
he's the biggest.
We all have to play. We all have a hand. We've been dealt, and we have to play. And this is just how it is, you know.
No, Jeremy is honest. His mind's blank, so he's perfect.
Don, come on.
Please, your mic is not.
When Karen goes cyan, he is now the manager.
Have you guys said anything? I'm going to have to ask you to repeat everything you just said. My girlfriend just yelled at me for. Apparently, I was being too loud. So.
Yeah, get rid of that toxic masculinity, Jeremy.
No, sometimes it's necessary.
Tell me it's mom.
Yo, Don, stop it, man.
Don's already become
Don, we're gonna need you to stop talking immediately. Don, you're roboting. Don, you're roboting crazy, bro. Just stop, please.
He's already
transitioned. Clearly in a bad spot.
He's transitioning. Transhumanism.
Yeah, man. It ain't. Oh, my bad, man.
You just don't give a fuck. You just don't give a fuck. You're like, I don't care who's talking. My shit's more important. Fuck you guys. You strong? Why are you strong arming us? Why are you muscling us, bro?
My bad.
You say, why are you Musliming us?
Musliming us. Yes, that's what I said. Because that makes sense.
What the actual?
You said it again.
Jesus.
I mean, it's not
but
wrong.
What's been happening around here, man? Like, any cool debates happen recently?
Actually, I brought it up in Gems last night because, to me, it's not been talked about enough. But I think maybe it hasn't. The wave hasn't crashed yet. But,
what hasn't been talked about enough?
Your crusade on Nathan Oakley's show.
I wouldn't call that a crusade exactly. I didn't have anything to give him because clearly I'm not a good manager because I can't get these things fast enough. So
yeah, I'm gonna pretend
to set my managerial skills up.
I'm gonna pretend that I'm on Nathan's show, and this is what I heard. I'm Nathan listening to you. You're saying, "Oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put something together. I gotta go look in Solarium and find these points." And I'm thinking to myself, no, he's gonna go fucking ask me to do this bullshit. This was because I was listening to that fucking conversation when you were talking about it. Dude. That's exactly what you did. You asked me to do exactly what you said you were gonna go do.
Yeah, I said I'm gonna go get these distances and I'll be back.
So whenever Jeremy says he's got a guy, Kosho is the guy apparently.
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, I could get Bacon to do it. I could get someone more competent to do it, but I mean, we're gonna just, I'm gonna have his work double checked, obviously. So don't worry.
So I have a question, Jeremy. When you're doing this, Bacon said that you don't believe. So you're doing this because Nathan Oakley and company believe that the 60 nautical miles per degree is true and accurate, but you don't believe that. Do you believe that or not?
I don't believe that. No, I don't believe that.
Why not? That's weird.
Has it ever been measured?
I mean, I don't. For literally all of history.
How do we measure it?
Crazy, man. Dude, first
Who
of all,
measured the 60 nautical miles per degree? Who did that?
Okay, celestial navigation wouldn't work. Wouldn't be a thing.
I know it wouldn't work. I know. I've heard this all before.
So anyone who's done celestial navigation has
nothing would work if Earth isn't a globe. It's grilled cheese. You can't have nothing without Earth being a globe. I know.
I mean, if you want me to start listing, the explorers for the last 200 years, I can do that because they all navigated that way. Well, it'll actually be 500 years, but whatever.
You know, you can easily
give me one time somebody measured it.
You can easily, well, I've measured it, but you can easily measure 60 nautical miles per degree. All you need to do is find a good north-south road, and you find the latitude and longitude of the bottom of the road. You drive north, look at your odometer to see how many miles it is, and after a reasonable period of time, 100 miles or so, stop, get your location again, divide out the number of degrees of latitude by the distance you traveled. It'll come up to 60 nautical miles every time.
Yeah. Is this going to be like the plane thing where we're going left, right, up, down within this corridor and then not actually ever traveling on the straight line? Is this something like that?
Well, first of all, that was an irrelevant objection that you made because the error rate was too small. It was about a mile per 1,000 miles. Well, he did it wrong. He redid it. He did it wrong, and
that's why we got to have his work checked on this GP thing. Exactly, Bob.
It's about a mile per 1,000, but you can do that on a straight road over flat country. Very easy to do.
I did redo it and got a different calculation, but it wasn't because I got it wrong the first time. It's because I was using what you guys were talking about. You guys used a 4 mile range, but
yeah, you just set it up wrong. Your math was right. You just set it up wrong. But if you change the 4 miles to 50 feet and over 50 feet per minute and do your triangles again, it works out to be about 1 mile per 1,000.
So I use the standard of evidence as Jen. If Jen understands it, everybody else on the planet should understand it. And he actually agrees with it. He doesn't understand why it confirms a globe, but he accepts 60 nautical miles per degree as true. And so I don't know that I've met anybody else but you, Jeremy, that denies that.
Bro,
that's a weird position to take.
The road Bob traveled on, Bob, was this completely level and there wasn't no left, rights, up, downs, nothing?
Yeah, it's a straight north-south road. It's easy to do.
Straight line, perfectly level the whole way.
It's not perfectly level, but it's damn close. It doesn't vary by more than a few feet.
What's the road? What road?
US 127 going straight up Michigan from Lansing to Gaylord.
US 127, all right.
There's a
We gonna
slight,
see.
there's a tiny little curve over by Houghton Lake, but not much of one.
I've talked to you about this before, Jeremy, but when I did my test with 23 people, but Slice Arcane also used 23 people. Regardless, when I did mine, I was on I-35. It was back when I was visiting my ex-girlfriend in San Marcos, which is like almost exactly one latitude south of where I currently am, right? And I-35 runs almost perfectly north to south, and it was almost exactly the correct distance for 1 degree, because we did the test in both locations, like with the sun. So, and it was 1 degree lower, further north. So, I mean, this has been done 1,000
Could you have went
million
68
ways.
miles? Could you have went 68 miles or 70 miles?
When I say it was close, I mean that it was probably not exactly 1 degree of latitude and not exactly 69 miles, because that's asking for perfection, right? But it being within 1 mile or within a couple miles is enough to say that it's consistent. The error margin
for that one star you did, sure.
Yeah, but if it works out when I did it, it works out when Bob did it, and it works enough for people to use it everywhere in the world, and even Nathan Oakley will agree with it. I'm pretty sure it's
okay.
There's not really an argument against it.
Listen, for starters, I don't believe Bob. He makes a lot of stuff up. All right, it sounded like he never even did this thing on the I-27, whatever he said. Second of all,
127.
127. Sorry, your thing is totally inaccurate. You're like, maybe it's within a few miles, not exactly a degree. Like you don't have any kind of precise measurement.
What's your claim that 69 miles? Because Lemon had a claim back when he was in this community.
Where is Lemon?
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I hope he's. And it doesn't matter. Right. He used to have a claim that that's not consistent because of the fact that when you get into closer to the equator, Polaris will not lower by 1 degree perfectly per 69 miles, which is ridiculous because obviously the error is due to refraction, right? And so if you're claiming that the error is that it's not exactly 69 miles, because in some places it's like 68, in some places it's 70 or something like that, then you're not really making an argument. Unless you're claiming something like they're baseless claims that they're even close to that. Like, some of them have to be wildly different. So if you're just saying that they're just not perfectly 69 miles, that's not really a claim. Like you can write that stuff off, due to imperfections in your measurement.
Jeremy's claim is that unless it's perfect and completely exactly matches the measurements of the Earth to 5 or 6 significant digits, you can throw it all out and ignore it. That's his claim.
Do you disagree with Bob, Jeremy?
No, I mean, you guys got measurements. They're just all over the place. You need something precise and accurate to make sure.
They're not all over the place, Jeremy. They're very, very close.
They're all over your plane was all over the place, left, right, up, down, throughout the whole course of the trip. This
didn't make any difference at all.
This I-27 thing is you're probably going up and down, or I'm guessing there's
Jeremy, it doesn't change enough to change the outcome. The error is not high enough to change the base outcome of the experiment.
Claim that, but
1 mile in 1,000 isn't going to make a significant difference. That's well within the allowable margin of error.
It could be 1 mile, or it could be Kosho's 400. We don't know because you're going.
Not going to be Kosho's 400. Period.
Both of you guys, okay, stop busting my chops, because you guys said 4 miles, so I used that. Okay, it wasn't wrong based on what you guys said, but that doesn't matter. Okay, I don't think we should be talking about this plane, although it is the exact same criticism you have for everything, Jeremy, which is why it's better to narrow down what your actual gripe is. Are you claiming that the 69 miles isn't perfect and there could be some room for wiggle room or whatever? Or are you claiming that it's not?
Yeah, there's room for error.
Yeah, but we're saying that too. That's fine. This is no one. I mean,
let's get these GPs, and then we'll go from there.
So if it's not 69 miles per degree, what is it actually? Do you have a number? Jeremy?
I don't have a number. I've never measured it.
So, I mean, they have done this for 1,000 years, whatever, number of 1,000 years. Somebody knows what it is. So we have to find somebody that knows the truth. Now, we could ask one of those 1,000-year-old people, or we can find somebody that's doing it today. I mean, obviously, I don't think you're going to go do it, so we should ask an expert.
We're gonna get these GPs, and we're gonna get right down to the bottom of this nautical mile.
So when you say we, do you mean Kosho's going to do this for you and Bacon?
We collectively, I'm managing it. These guys are doing it's a team effort.
So they're going to do it, and you're going to take all the credit.
I'd rather him take the credit on this.
Listen, I'm orchestrating this whole thing.
He wants me to go on.
If it wasn't for me, who's going to orchestrate this thing? No one even thought of this.
I gotta be honest with you. The only reason I'm doing it, the same reason why when Percentage or Don, they ask and claim, they make some of the most ridiculous claims and questions I never heard before, and it's just interesting problems to solve. It's kind of like what you're asking, dude. You're asking for a very ridiculous thing, but it's challenging. So it's like it's going to require me to, for instance, I have to work on making the program I'm writing a lot less complex, because right now it would take fucking days running just to get this thing working. But anyways, yeah, that's the only reason I'm doing it, dude. So it's a difficult question.
GP thing?
Yeah.
You get 2 stars on the tropic somewhere, whatever tropic, and then the sun, and then you got all year to work with the sun and the moon. I don't understand why this is a.
First of all, I'm not going to use the sun. Okay.
Why?
Because even though they've said that they don't have to be at the same time, that's not going to suit them whenever it comes time. So you're going to want them to be at the same time. It does not
have to be at the same time. It does not have to be. If I get a distance from point A to B, that's not going to change over time. It's still going to be the same distance in a week, and a month, and a year.
Yeah, but if you want to use the sun and 3 stars, for example, from your location, and use the GP to all of them, or use the GP to all those positions from where you are, then to use the sun, for example, you're going to want to have that be a very specific time. That time's going to be very specific, right? So what's the point of getting the GP to the sun if you're getting the GP to the stars at some later point in time?
Listen,
how is that going to? How about your claim?
Listen, you have this. You get the 2 stars. You could do it just with the moon. You get 2 stars on the tropic, some thousands of miles apart on the same tropic. Then you have all year. The moon is going to be in every spot between the tropics at some point.
That's not true.
What's that?
It's not true.
What do you mean? Doesn't the moon go from tropic to tropic throughout the course of a year?
Yeah, I don't know. Over the course of the day, the sun will travel like 1/4 of a degree when it's near the equator, for example. It travels north to south 1/4 of a degree. And while it's traveling north to south 1/4 of a degree, it's traveling around the equator, eastward or westward. So as it's doing that, it's making a spiral. So it's actually missing a lot of those locations that you say it's going to be directly over.
The moon does not go between the tropics either. It goes 5 degrees north and south of the tropics. It goes between that area.
That's even better, Bob. Thank you. Yes. Kosho should have known that exactly.
It's not even better. It's a smaller range to work with, dude.
You get a wider range.
Yeah.
What? It's a smaller range.
No, because
We were
the tropics are around 23 degrees north and south. The moon travels all the way up to about 28 degrees north and south because it's got a tilt that's 5 degrees offset from the equator of the Earth.
Oh, right. I thought you
Kosher, you don't know your
wider
stuff,
range.
Kosher.
I thought you just said 5 degrees from the equator. But Bob's right.
Hello, I'm right.
I
Take
said
a
Bob
lesson
is right.
from that. Take a lesson from that, Jeremy.
What you mean?
We were saying the same thing.
Yo, can I ask a question real quick? So, like the moon, it only moves like 5 degrees from whatever the ecliptic is, right? At any given time.
No.
No.
Well, wait a minute. 5 degrees from the ecliptic? From
Yeah,
the
like so
solar field?
wherever the sun is. Let's
No,
say
from
like,
the Earth's equator. The ecliptic is something different. The ecliptic is the plane of the solar system.
the ecliptic is the path of the sun observationally, right?
That's the plane of the solar system, yes.
Right. And so, okay, fair enough. So, like, does the moon just only goes 5 degrees north or south of that plane? Or are you saying that it follows all the way up?
No.
Like,
What I'm saying is that it moves 5 degrees. It's offset 5 degrees from the equatorial plane of the Earth. As the Earth tilts, that 5 degrees is added to it.
Gotcha.
So the 47-degree tilt is the tilt of the equator, and then the moon can be 5 degrees above that or 5 degrees below it.
Hence your 28 degrees. Got it.
Yeah, in regards, I'm not going to use the moon, Jeremy, because problems with perspective. So I'm not going to use the sun. I'm not going to use the moon. It's much easier in this case to explore the 4 planets: Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury. No, sorry, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn.
Is that in the almanac?
Yes.
Let's go. Oakley's probably patiently waiting for me to come back with these distances.
I'm also working on something well, you have to remember, Jeremy, and this might be hard for you to grasp, but
damn, you said you can't grasp this.
Well, no, because actually I'm about to give you a underhanded compliment also, is because the thing that you're approaching Nathan and his gang with is actually more advanced than they're capable of. Okay, because I don't know if you noticed this, but you were bringing up this ridiculous thing that you're talking about, these 4 perfectly squared GPs and all that, and they were already stopping you at the fact that sextants, you can't get an angle on a curved surface. Like they didn't even go past that. They're not going to. So, I mean, you
we know
realize
that's
that,
not
right?
true because you can get it. We know that's not true because you can get an angle. The sextant thing will work on a hill, the rolling hills of Ireland or Scotland or whatever.
Yeah, but
you could be on the edge of the Grand Canyon, whatever. You could be anywhere and do this, right?
But when you said that to them, it didn't matter. They acted like they were teaching you something.
A curved baseline is different than being on top of a hill. You can't have your baseline be a curve.
Yeah, but the horizontal you make, the point is the horizontal you make has nothing to do with the ground underneath you.
Exactly, Jeremy. Very good. Very good.
We know that. They don't know that. Or at least they won't admit that. I'm not sure.
Jeremy knows that.
All right, settle down here. You got your conflating has nothing to do with it's not there. So relax.
There you go. You can argue with him, Jeremy. He's kind of a Nathan Oakley Jr.
Apparently.
You can confirm that they have something to do with each other by checking the measurements along that horizontal and seeing that they match to the surface of standing water.
And just for the record, I wanted to say,
actually, it really doesn't come into play at all. You don't measure the distance to the horizon physically because you can't really accurately tell me where the horizon is after leaving your position.
Yeah, we're aware that the horizon, the geometric horizon, doesn't exist. It's just an optical place. Yeah,
Called an apparent horizon.
Can I just point out that? The getting an angle measurement from a curved baseline and taking an angle measurement from a curved line are two different things.
Exactly.
And we have known how to take angle measurements from curved lines for a long time. Yeah, I've pointed this out to Nathan many a time. Yeah, just because the mathematics is beyond the most average people doesn't mean that humans can't work it out. Yeah,
You
curvilinear
yeah.
curvilinear
There's no
mathematics
case
is
line.
a thing.
You just flip the triangle upside down. It doesn't make it correct.
Well, no, that's the thing though, is there's no triangles involved, and I think some people look at pictures like the ones that Mitchell from Australia posted when he first brought this argument up. The images he used were ones where they had triangles in them, but there's no triangles involved.
There's no triangles involved in angles?
No. Triangles are not involved in angles. Angles are a part of triangles, but angles by themselves don't make triangles, no.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah, so then you flip the angle.
That's not even.
Yeah, whatever you want to say. You flip the angle upside down, and you
that's a
imagine
fallacy,
that
right? Sorry.
Can I interrupt?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to interrupt first. Let me interrupt first. So yeah, that's the division fallacy. So you guys do understand that observation alone isn't science. Okay, just making sure. Continue.
No, that's not what we said at all.
Yeah, I know that's not what you said. That's why it came out of my mouth. That's why I said it. No, I'm not twisting anything. You guys just demonstrated that you understand the division fallacy. A part is not the whole, right? An angle is not a triangle. I agreed with you, right? Elbow is wrong, right? But now you have to apply that same logic when you're talking about observational science. I'm sorry for changing the subject. Please continue with the original topic. Thank you.
That doesn't logically follow.
Yeah, Kosho, what was the best? It does logically. I agree for sure. What was the Kosho? What was the best part, or what is going to be the best part of Jeremy's argument?
In a parallel universe where it works, he accidentally smashes the flat Earth on a flat Earth debate show.
Parallel universe. Yeah.
Can I step in?
Parallel requires two straight lines, but whatever.
Is Jeremy here?
What did you just say about two straight lines? Hold on. What did you just say about two straight lines?
Hey, wait a second.
I don't even know how you can have a parallel universe. How could you have a parallel universe on a globe? That's ridiculous.
Oh man.
Let's let Bacon get his question in.
Yeah.
Better not piss me off though, Bacon, but go ahead.
Right. Yeah, Jeremy.
What did that guy say?
Just wait a second, dude.
Hold on.
I just want to ask my question and then I'll leave. So Jeremy, the 4 points that you want, do they have to be over like cities, or they can be like literally anywhere on the earth?
They can be anywhere on the earth, but they have to be
then that's
places.
like
Hold
completely
on,
easy.
Hold
Alright, go
on.
ahead.
Be anywhere on earth, but they have to be places we can actually go. Like don't give me the GP of, don't use the Polaris or something. You know what I mean? Use some like realistic locations.
Yeah.
On land.
No, that's extremely
Land,
easy. If
whatever.
it's-
Okay.
Can it be like on the ocean?
Good,
Or
great. I
does it
love
have
the
to be
ocean.
Great. Now I got to work faster. Thanks, guys.
Did he say
Easy.
can
That's what I like to hear, Bacon. I don't want to hear, oh, there's problems. I don't know what's going on. I like extremely easy peasy lemon squeezy. Perfect.
Did you DM Bacon and tell him to come in and say that just to fucking?
Not. I did absolutely not do that.
No,
He asked in text chat. I told him to ask in voice.
Yeah, I was tied to the idea that they had to be over like populated cities, so it's easier to check. That would make
Inland, in
it
the desert,
complicated. Yeah, but if it's
South,
anywhere,
whatever.
it's just not at the poles, then that's very easy. Like I don't need any algorithm for that. By hand, it's very easy to find.
Bacon, that's perfect. Just what easy peasy lemon squeezy. Perfect.
Okay, you guys
Taking
can
notes.
go back to discuss now.
So are you taking notes from Bacon?
This better be a fucking prank, dude.
Swear to God, I did not DM him or any. I didn't even know Bacon was there. Extremely easy. Perfect, Bacon. You just gotta make sure you know all the parameters.
I know all the parameters. I was even using more parameters there than needed because I thought we needed populated cities.
On the ocean, in the desert, at Kosho's mom's house, whatever you got. As long as they're like actual locations we can get to and not like at Polaris or something crazy.
My mom lives in Perth.
Don't give me anything in Antarctica. Don't use anything in Antarctica, please, for the love of God.
Don't worry, it's gonna be near the equator.
Perfect.
You stole my idea, Bacon, and you're gonna fucking.
What idea?
Have you been listening in on the conversations and just not?
He was not.
Maybe on YouTube he was.
Is Kosho cutting out for anyone else?
Nope.
He's not saying anything coherent, so it's fine. It's fine,
I think I have bad connection.
No, you're fine.
Okay, try again. What you said, Kosho?
I see what your game is, Bacon, and good luck, man.
It's like Jeremy. He's trying to play dumb for the globe side.
May the best man win. Okay, let's have two of them. You know what? This would be good if we had two sets of 4 GPs. That's perfect.
How many you want?
Yeah, I mean, 2 would be great. You
I'm
know,
already going to do 8.
Yeah. You're already doing 8. If Bacon comes with 12, then so be it. Whatever. The point is, the more the better.
All right.
And you're still going to have problems with you can't have a curved baseline.
Exactly, is my point. This is
Even
what I'm
saying.
I mean, that's only a problem for Globers. Jeremy isn't a Glober, so I think he's how do you call?
Yeah, this is going to
he would be immune to the argument.
If this is a flat baseline and it's 60 nautical miles per degree, then this is all going to work out with the square root of 2 formula for the diagonal over.
Stop giving him fucking pointers, dude. Okay. No more hints.
What do you mean, no more hints? What does that even mean?
Listen, the only thing I have to work on now is the hope that what Bacon provides for you is not going to be satisfactory. And I'm sure that's not going to be the case.
It's going to be fine. I'm sure it's going to be fine. Like I said, I'd love to have 2 sets. That way, if there's any issues or something, I have a whole nother thing of multiple sets to work with. Multiple squares.
I mean, you have something to compare with.
Why does it sound like Kosho is rooting against Bacon?
Jeremy, if you really want to know the shape of the Earth, that's real easy to find. There are straight roads that go east and west. You can look at the distance between London and Bristol. You can look at the distance between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and you can look at the distance from Sydney to Perth. And that's just basically along a line of latitude. Just look at the distances between those cities. You'll see that as you go south of the equator, the distances get less. As you go further towards the pole, the distances get less. I mean, there's only one shape that fits. It's a square.
I thought it was enough with your measurement of 2 inches over there behind your backyard or whatever.
Well, it is pretty much enough, but if you want another way to confirm it, that's a real easy way to do it. Science is never based on a single measurement, kid.
Science is
based on hypotheses.
Wait a minute, science is measurements now? Sorry, that's a category error, but he's going to say that doesn't logically follow.
He doesn't know what he's saying.
No,
Science
I'm going to say I really don't care what you think it is. That's a great way of checking that.
So am I doing science when I measure my children's feet to get the right pair of shoes?
No, but if you measured your children's feet over time to measure their growth rate, yes, you would be.
I don't think that's science. That's just measurements.
Well, then you don't know what science is. That's fine.
Okay, so basically you're saying that the guy who works at Payless is a freaking scientist because he's taking measurements of children's feet all day and measuring their growth rate. And even though he's not writing it down, he still has it in his head. Therefore, he's a scientist. Sure.
Good way to twist it. That's a good way to twist it.
Well, apparently.
That's why I'm not going to bother.
Hold on, McLean. How is that twisting it, bro? He said.
I mean, you're just jabbering, man. You're just jabbering. You're talking about growth rates and the guy at the shoe store and bullshit. That's all it is.
Come on, bro.
Wait
He
till he
said
hears
that if
about
you
the
measure,
janitorial.
He seems to think that science is just random measurements. It's not. But you
that's
you
what he
use
just said.
measurements in science. No,
That's
I
what
didn't say
Bob
that at
just
all.
said.
That
You
wasn't
said
a
that if
random
you measure
measurement.
your children's feet over a period of time, you're measuring their growth rate, and that's science. So I said, by
Yes,
that logic, by that same understanding, the guy who works at Payless is a scientist because he measures children's feet all day, and even though he doesn't report it and it doesn't
No,
get peer
that's
reviewed,
a silly analogy, and I won't even bother addressing it.
Well,
it's the
every family
same
member.
Wait till you
thing.
hear
Measuring
about the.
feet. Oh my God, this guy.
Every family that puts a mark
Wait till you hear about the science.
on the inside of the door, measuring the growth rate of their children over time. You know how you make the little mark on the door frame, measuring the kids' heights. Every
scientist.
mother is a scientist, right? That's science, right?
And the data collectors.
Wait till you hear about the science I'm doing in the janitorial arts. That's gonna blow your fucking mind.
Yeah,
Bro, I'm about to go measure breast cups, bro.
You're a doctor.
I do that visually on a
Be
daily
a
basis.
scientist.
Yeah, but you guys, I mean, we're being silly, and that's okay. But what Bob had said was very specific. So if you were at a lab where somebody was just watching something happening, not recording it, but just noting, oh, that's bigger than what. Okay, they're just doing that, for some long period of time. I would not say that's science either, or at least it's not good science, because good science is done when you're actually recording the results.
Are you saying
record the
Bob's not
results.
doing good science?
No, he even just said it. But when Bob said the thing about the shoes, keeping track of the size over time, usually there's a goal in mind. Like there's something that you're trying to figure out, and a question you're trying to answer. But then also you're recording the data. You're not just memorizing it.
So recording data is science. So if I record breast cup sizes, I'm doing science.
Sure.
Hold on. Here's a question for you. If you have a guy that goes out every single day, 10 hours a day, and watches these birds, and how they mate, how they feed, where they fly to, how high they fly, how they fly, how they treat their young, how they build their nest, and he does this for 15 years, and he knows everything about the birds. Is that science?
All right, so we're gonna watch porn for a few years, and establish every position.
Sign me up for that one.
Let's go. We got
I'm going to read the definition.
I'm gonna
Okay,
help
here we
you
go.
with that one.
You guys ready? So this is a Merriam-Webster. Philosophy, all learning exclusive of technical precepts and practical arts. No, this is not a very good data. That's why I hate Merriam-Webster.
So I was a scientist for quite a few times.
What's the definition of Earth? Is it a spherical planet in Webster? Why don't you go ahead and look up the definition of Earth?
Bro, relax. Listen, the aim of philosophy, abstract formulated, is to understand how things are in the broadest possible sense of the term hang together. That's not a good definition. Okay, Cambridge. That's why I like Cambridge.
Keep cherry picking.
Yeah, this is him going through all the definitions.
Sorry, guys. Cambridge is not cherry picking.
One that conforms to what he believes.
Okay.
Highlander, did you hear Larry talking?
Yeah, can you just hang on a second? I'm just trying to explain that what he just described is philosophy. Okay, Cambridge. Surely they know about English. They're from England. Okay. The use of reason and understanding such things as nature of the real world and existence. The use of limits of knowledge and the principle of moral judgment. That's a good definition. Does someone have a better definition? Thanks.
So what was the first definition you read out, and what was wrong with it?
It was Merriam-Webster, and I didn't think it was a good definition. But let's go back to that one, okay?
Right. Okay. So because
so
you don't
Merriam-Webster,
think it's a good definition,
all
that
learning
means
exclusive.
it's not the correct definition because you don't think it's a good one.
He's gonna read it right
Listen,
now.
bro.
Hold on, Highlander.
Yeah,
He's
back
gonna
to
read it right
Merriam-Webster.
now.
Tell me if you like this one. All learning exclusive of technical precepts and practical arts. So you measuring the birds is part of all learning, right?
But is it a technical
Watching
precept
porn.
or a practical art?
Watching porn would be considered science under that Merriam-Webster definition.
Dude,
my
I
point,
was a
my
scientist
point is, my point is, just because you don't like that definition doesn't mean that definition isn't true.
Okay, so all learning is
That
part of philosophy.
definition he just read from Merriam-Webster has every time anyone does anything where they learn new information, they're doing science. So every little kid in first, second, third grade, every kid in school, anytime anyone learns something, they're doing science. You want to go with that?
I think he's reading the
Right, so
definition
if you're
for
learning
philosophy.
so if you're learning math, that's philosophy under that definition.
Science was originally done as natural philosophy. I mean, I don't know. I don't
So that's a
understand.
branch.
I don't understand what your point is, though.
Hold on. That's a branch of science. Okay, it's like this. All Texans are United States citizens, but not all United States citizens qualify as Texans. Why? Because they're two different things, right? So all science is birthed out of philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as natural science. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of philosophy that's not natural science, but observing someone's feet grow and recording it over time, or like you said with the birds doing biology, those are natural science.
Okay, so the definition of science is observing and testing, right? Observation and experiment. That's how the definition goes. Does anybody disagree?
I think that's a narrow definition. I wouldn't agree.
Okay.
I wouldn't agree. That's the
Don't
same.
cherry pick the definitions now.
No, I'm
Providing you better definitions.
I love how he cherry picks and then tries to claim we're cherry picking. That's
Yeah. He turns around and says, I don't like that definition. I'm going to go and find another one. And then says everybody else is cherry picking. What the fuck?
Okay, calm down, guys. I recant. Okay. So can we agree the definition of science has to do with observation and experiment, right? That's like fish and scales. So that's like fins and scales. Okay, so let's define science.
We don't agree to that.
Okay, so what is science?
Science is the investigation of the natural world in a systemic and logical fashion.
Observation, identification, description, experimental investigation, and theoretical explanation of a phenomenon.
Doesn't have anything to do with those. You asked for the definition of science, I gave it to you.
I just read a definition. Don't cherry pick. So this definition that I
don't
pulled
care
up
what
on
definition you read. You asked me for a definition of science, and I gave it to you.
Okay, and then I gave you another one, and you said no. Okay, so basically, what we're saying here.
I don't agree with the restrictions of your definition.
Okay, so here's the Cambridge definition. I'm sure you're going to disagree with Cambridge because
if
they're
you
a bunch
need
of
a
blithering
definition,
idiots.
you don't understand the concept.
Sir, please don't overtalk. It's rude. Okay, so science, Cambridge. Knowledge from the careful study of the structure and behavior of the physical world, especially by watching, measuring, and doing experiments, and the development of theories and describing the results of these activities. Okay, so especially by watching, measuring, and experiments. So if there's no experiment.
Right, hold on a second. Right, hold on a second, because that definition didn't say you have to do all of that to be doing science. Yeah.
Okay, so if I say in order to smoke a cigarette, you need a cigarette and a lighter, that doesn't mean you need a lighter to smoke a cigarette?
You can use a magnifying glass to write the end of it. You can use a match. There's your entire argument.
So you need a cigarette and thermal energy. How about that? Is that a better definition?
No, I'm going to go with your first definition, which is wrong.
Because you don't like my second one. Don't cherry pick, bro.
You're the one cherry picking, mate. You're the one changing your definition and then trying to find one that best fits your argument.
Look, I read several definitions. If you like one, pick it, keep it, and stick it in your pocket, bro. I'm not saying you have to stay within. Sorry, bro. Do you hear me talking?
Understand the concept.
Do you hear me talking? Yeah. Words have different meanings. I don't know if you know that, Bob, but sometimes you have to define terms in order to have a conversation. Because if I say pen and you think I'm talking about a pig pen, but I'm talking about a hairpin, we're not going to get a whole lot of work done, are we?
if you need a definition, if you need to cite a definition, you don't understand the concept.
Then why do people have dictionaries, Bob?
Got to learn the original one sometime, and then you have to learn the differences between different definitions. That's part
Bob,
of
you
your
don't think there's
education.
value in both parties or all parties involved completely understanding and agreeing upon definition of terms?
You define the term as needed for the example that you're using. You use which definition is important.
So an agreement upon definitions is important, is what you're saying.
And an agreement upon what the definition that is in play is important. A random definition is of no value at all.
Who's claiming that there's a random definition?
Well, I have a pen. What does that mean?
Could mean multiple things.
What am I referring to? However, in the context of what I'm talking about taking care of my pigs, there's a very specific definition of pen that is one of the many definitions of the word pen.
Do you have an apple?
No, I don't.
Damn, so you don't have an Apple pen.
Nope, I have a
Travel's
Samsung.
using right now. Then again, it depends on which Apple you're referring to. Are you referring to the Apple the fruit or the Apple the computer? That comes from context, my friend.
Exactly.
So you can define the context of what you're discussing. You can define the context of what you're talking about, which will give you an idea of which of the meanings of the word apple you're referring to.
So the context of bird watching doesn't really tell me if you're doing science or philosophy or if it's just a hobby, right? If you're watching
you don't know
birds,
what bird watching is then.
Obviously, I don't know what watching birds is, Bob. Can you please explain it to me?
Right, bird watching is a hobby.
Hold on,
right?
sorry.
When I gave the example, you talk
Highlander,
about other people
do
talking
you
over
hear
you.
Larry speaking? When he's asking somebody else a question, did you hear him speaking?
He spoke over me, right?
No, he didn't.
No, he did
And then
not.
he jumps in and claims that everybody's talking over him. Yeah. Right?
Sure, Highlander. I asked Bob a
Let
question.
Bob answer.
Again,
Hold
Jesus.
on, guys. Hold on, man. Let Bob answer, and you're next, Highlander. You can go next, right after Bob answers, please.
Bird watching can be a hobby or it can be part of science. Depends on what you're using it for.
Wait, okay, you said it can be part of science. Okay, so what part of science is it?
Well, let's see. If I'm looking at the bird count of Canadian geese on my lake, and I record that throughout the year, and I combine that record with observers all over the country, we can actually determine the migratory pattern of Canadian geese based on the counts in different locations by time.
So that whole operation started with a question, right? What is the migratory pattern of the birds, right?
Absolutely.
So you had a question to begin with. You're not just taking random data.
Correct.
Hold on, guys. Let Highlander get in, please. He was next.
See, that's why I was going to say there's a difference, right? Because bird watchers can just go out and they just write down the birds that they see. But in my example before, the gentleman goes out and he watches the same type of bird day in, day out for 10 years, 12 years, whatever, yeah? Gathers all the data he possibly can, right? Just because he doesn't do any experiments on the bird doesn't mean he's not doing science.
Okay, so let me address that.
An excellent point.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so let me break that down. So he doesn't do any scientific experiments, but he's still doing science. Is that right?
Yes, observational science. Yes,
absolutely.
So for you to say that he's doing science, you would like him to go out and disturb nature doing what it does normally, and possibly harming the birds.
Well, I mean, if you interfered and tried to manipulate anything about your observation, that would interfere with your results, right? So you wouldn't want to interfere or manipulate anything.
So let me just give you a blurb here real quick. Basically asking the question, is gathering data considered science? What is gathering data in science is a question that this is answering. Data collection is a process of gathering and measuring information on variables of interest in an estimated systematic fashion, in an established systematic fashion that enables one to answer stated research questions, test hypotheses, and evaluate outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So in Highlander's example, if somebody's just constantly gathering data, if they're not asking stated research questions, if they're not testing hypotheses and evaluating outcomes, would they be doing science, or are they just collecting data?
No, but before the guy goes out and collect the data, there'll be questions like, where does this bird nest? How far does it migrate? Yeah. You know,
you didn't state that previously. You just said one guy goes out and he just starts collecting data on the birds.
He didn't need to. It's implied.
Oh, it's implied.
Yeah.
So questions of science are implied. We don't need to actually ask them. We don't want to state them within our research.
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't want to think they're just out there looking at birds for no reason, right?
I do it all the time.
Well, that would be just a general observation.
Do you observe the type of birds that are in your area?
Yep, and I observe when they come into town. You know, the patterns in which they come in, whether they've established. Yeah, but I'm not a scientist. I'm not doing scientific work.
Sure you are.
No, I'm not.
You denying it doesn't make any difference. What you're doing
cool.
is
so I'm a scientist. Thank you, Bob.
You're evaluating.
Future reference, you can refer to me as a scientist then.
What you're doing is you're evaluating the migratory and ecology of birds. So of your area. That's something that's done all the time. That's science. Yeah.
Why do you guys always say, like, where's your degree, right? Why do we need a degree if watching birds is considered science, or measuring children's feet? Because I've definitely done that. So therefore, I'm a qualified scientist, right?
The reason nobody says that you need a degree to do science. However, if you don't have one, you have to demonstrate the basic principles of the science you're trying to do. And 99 times out of 100, most
With
of
an
the
experiment, for example?
we check have no idea what they're doing or how to interpret any results because they simply don't have the training to understand what's going on or see
what are the basic principles of
what they
science
see going on.
What are the basic principles of science that you speak of, Bob?
Depends on the type of science.
Margin of error. Basically, the first thing you'll learn in any college science, like whether it's biology or chemistry or anything, is how to take measurements and how to record your results and all that kind of stuff. So
and how to evaluate those measurements.
Right. Yeah.
So basically, you guys have a weird definition of science where, there's no experiment required. You could just look at things. So I guess by that.
Well, I mean, one way you recognize that these birds come and go on some sort of pattern, but what if you wanted to know, is there something particular that the male bird does to attract the female? Is there some activity, some dance, some way that he builds his house? That would require systematic observation over a long period of time.
Right.
To come to those conclusions. That would be science.
Yeah, where you can't
Let me give you a different example. So the American eagle was almost wiped out, right? Because we were spraying DDT to get rid of mosquitoes, right? And when we stopped spraying DDT, their eggs stopped being so thin that when the eagle would sit on them, it would crush them. So what I think I've, just demonstrated here with that observation, right, by removing that variable, we saw that the population has completely rebounded almost to normal, and America didn't kill the American eagle.
And that is an example of science in action. Well done.
And that's
Right,
amazing
because
because
there
that's
was
a
a
beautiful
variable.
bird.
Hold on. Because there was a variable that was manipulated, we can say for sure, right, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the DDT was killing the damn birds, right? Because the eggs were getting crushed, right? Because the shells were thin. And now that that variable has been manipulated, now we see a cause and effect relationship between the DDT and the eagle population. And that's why it's actually science, not because we watched the eggs.
That's just a hypothesis, though.
Could you have also done the exact same thing by looking at eagle populations in areas that had DDT spraying versus areas that did not have DDT spraying?
Right, because that's a variable that's being manipulated. So yes.
You're not manipulating it. You're not
How
changing
are you
the
not?
pattern of spraying. You're going to areas where the pattern of spraying is not the same.
That's an on and off. That's literally a variable.
But the only thing that you changed is your location. Does that mean that that's the cause of the effect by changing your location?
You're not looking at the location randomly. You're not looking at New York Park and the New York City, right? You're looking at places specifically where they've sprayed DDT, right? And that's why you're looking at locations. It's not arbitrary locations.
All right. So if you look at an area where they have a massive decline in the eagle population, and then you look at an area where the population of eagles is healthy, can you examine those and then look for differences between them?
Yeah, that would be identifying variables.
For
That's
DDT spraying, you're just looking at different locations with different populations.
right. That would be looking for variables, which is a very important part of science, right? Having your control variables and gathering information. You can't just observe things and gather information. You have to gather, you have to gather information and identify control variables. If we're doing science and we're not using control variables, are we still doing science?
Depends.
If we don't
Depends
control,
on what
so
you're looking at.
wait a minute. Let's be clear. If we don't control for variables, are you saying that we can still do science?
Sure. Depends on what you're trying to do.
Give me an example of science without controlling for variables. I'd love to hear that.
Asteroid research, which is something that I do. I simply I gather data on the orbits of asteroids, the location and orbits of asteroids. I combine that data with a database over at MIT. And between me and hundreds of other observers, we work out very precise orbits of asteroids. I don't control anything at all about the orbit of the asteroid. I just record a piece of the puzzle, and that's combined with other people, and the end result is we can work out the orbit of the asteroid. I have no control variable. I just observe from my location. That's all.
All right, so it's literally like the Hallelujah Mountains. You're looking at floating rocks in the sky.
I'm looking at asteroids in the sky.
Floating rocks in the sky.
No, they're not floating. They're not floating. Floating implies they're floating on something. Asteroids are just locations in space of objects.
Okay, so Dr. Bob has seen the Hallelujah Mountains.
Where did that come from?
The Avatar movie.
Well, I haven't seen the Avatar movie.
They have these really cool
You've seen it in real life, bro.
Yeah, they have this cool effect on that
I've
planet.
seen asteroids, yes.
Yeah. There's floating rocks in that movie. But what's weird about this argument is that I won't say anything about what Bob's argument is, but your argument is almost flipping back and forth, Larry, as you switch from talking about what would be happening with the Eagles and what we can do with space. Because what you claimed about the Eagles, and basically you were describing how they experimented with the birth rate of the baby eagles based on that chemical that was being sprayed, which they weren't controlling, but they were controlling where they were making the observations, and they were making sure there was distinctions between them. They weren't actually physically changing or doing anything. And the same thing is done in space. So I don't understand why, if it's fine with the Eagles, why is it not fine with space?
So, Larry, what's my control variable when I look at asteroids and plot their orbits?
He just asked me a question. Shall I answer it after you monologue? Ask me another question? Come on, let me answer that question first. Okay, so first of all, I didn't bring up space, right? So I'm not conflating anything. He's the one that brought up space, right? And I'm saying that when you take a look at the DDT, right, it was causing something. How do we know it was causing something? Because we added it to the environment. We noticed that the eggs were too thin and it was killing off the population of American eagles, right? So we took it away, right? That's on, then off. When we stopped using it, we noticed that the eggs went back to normal thickness and the eagles could then sit on the eggs. And that is a manipulation of a variable. Now, granted, all other variables weren't controlled, but if you take a look at the data, you can easily see that the population rebounded after the DDT went away. Just like other animals, including humans, their health also rebounded when we stopped spraying DDT. So I think that's good science because there's variables.
Okay, so tell me what's wrong with my science. What's the controlled variable or the independent variable in my observations of asteroids?
I don't know. I think that you're just looking at stuff in the sky and you're probably seeing
asteroids. They're called asteroids.
Plasmoids. I'd probably call them plasmoids if you're actually.
Asteroids is the name of them.
Okay. If you're seeing, okay. So is this science that you're doing? Is it empirical? Can I take a look at these asteroids?
Of course you can. So tell me what my independent variable and what my control variable is when I observe the location and movement of asteroids.
It's your observation. You need to provide those.
Yeah, that would be some burden of proof would be on you for that, bud. But what I'm saying is, where can I find these asteroids?
Nor do I need one. That's my statement. You said that all science needs control variables and independent variables in experiments.
Yeah, because if you're not controlling,
what I am doing is science. So tell me where the controlled variable, the independent variable is.
In my
science.
I would say that what you're assuming is that you're doing science, but I don't know if what you're actually doing, because I've looked up at the sky and I've never seen floating rocks. So I would like to know, where can I find these floating rocks in the sky?
Larry, come on, man. You're talking like
quit being obtuse.
No, I'm being serious. I would like to see these asteroids
doing nightly and see and track the movement of these asteroids or whatever they are, these lights in the skies.
Where can I find them?
If you're that ignorant, hold on. If you're that ignorant, you're tracking lights in the sky, and then you do things, repeated observation over periods of time, and then you make some discerns on the effect of the dependent variable as to what they are doing or what the phenomena is. That's what the scientific method says specifically. You keep on conflating and confusing the Nathan Oakley bullshit scientific method first grade.
Why you mentioning
Nathan Oakley? Wait a minute. Hold on. Are you saying they're teaching the wrong scientific method in the first grade? Are they teaching the wrong thing?
They're teaching it for first graders.
Exactly.
Are you a first grader?
Are they teaching our children the wrong thing?
Larry, no one said wrong. They're teaching a distilled down, very general version for first graders. When we teach people in first grade about medicine or science or math, it's all distilled down to basic fundamental concepts.
Okay, so if you guys don't understand the basic
as a first grader, now you telling me you're more advanced than a first grader? I would say yes. So think about it.
I guess Harvard, Berkeley,
basic scientific method is
Stanford.
Correct, but it's very basic and it's not applying correctly. You're not applying it correctly to more complex ideas and thoughts and processes.
Oh, to the pseudoscience idea. I got you.
Well, you're throwing in pseudoscience, but that's not pseudoscience.
It is.
Pseudoscience is not
by definition
not evidence-based. Is not methodology-based.
He's the arbiter.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is actual science. All right. So 2 nights ago, I measured 34 asteroids.
According to you, is actual science.
I may have found a new one, which might be very significant because its orbit crosses Earth's orbit twice.
Well, I don't agree you're doing science, so
I definitely need more observations on that one because that's a potentially dangerous near-Earth object, and I found it.
Just like you disagree with Hank that the definition for science was that you needed to do an experiment, I disagree that you're doing science. So what now?
And I don't care.
Well, I don't care either. So
What
then we have
question
nothing
were
to
you
worry about
asking
it anymore.
prior to making
so you're
this
telling me
observation?
stories about what you're doing and looking up in the sky, and I don't give a shit about it.
Elbow, is he not doing an experiment?
Stay
This
out
may
of
be
it,
the fundamental
dude.
problem.
Yeah.
Is
I
it,
mean, if you're not going to contribute to the conversation, why don't you just listen
Well,
to
I mean, I'm just saying because he has had this. You had a disagreement that what Larry read from what was it, Oxford, Larry?
Cambridge.
Cambridge.
That it also included experiment to do natural science, and I'm just contributing
and
with
he's doing that. And he's doing that.
what
Remember,
experiments he
I
doing.
always, you know, my you know, when I
What
come up
is
here
the
on my little-
No,
experiment?
he's actually not doing
wait,
that.
hold on a second, real quick, Elbow.
He's just
When I
talking.
come out here and talk
Before
about
you go
this,
monologue, before
I'm
you
not
go
going to monologue. I
monologue,
promise. It's
I just
one
want to
sentence.
ask you what was the experiment. That was it.
Okay, before you.
Don't need one.
There you go.
See, y'all conflate the
Science doesn't require
description of
experiment.
saying it
The
requires
definition says it does.
observation and experiment. I mean, but it's kind of like saying I have fun dancing and water skiing. But do I have to be dancing to be water skiing? No, they're independent. You can do it either way.
The experiment supports the hypothesis. What the observations are a form of experimentation. For example, you're trying to see a change in what you're
Now-
observing by changing something, that the independent variable. Now that's the first grade, the grade school description of methodology.
Stop, because that's Harvard
Not-
as well
you
as
just don't
Stanford.
think- You just talk. I
Yeah, but
can't stop
what
talking
was he actually
because you keep on
observing?
talking over me. Just let me finish the sentence and I'll stop. I promise. So what
Don't
I'm saying
fucking
is
try,
that
baby.
there's different types of experimentation. Some in observational sciences are different than things are done in a chemistry lab. They're all experiments. Even though they're observations, they're all considered in the scientific methodology terms as an experiment.
You're wrong because he
I'm
just
not-
said he
wait.
stop.
You're going to say I'm wrong. Back it up.
Stop. You just
You're
said
wrong.
you just said something. You're wrong because he said Bob just said he don't need one. So his observation, you're conflating that observation is an experiment, is wrong. So
No, because
stop
I'm
it.
taking
Stop it.
Well, to get right down to it, did I do an experiment? Actually, yes, I did. What
Oh
was
my
the
God. Now
independent
you made an
variable?
experiment?
Because
what
I
was
know
the-
that
what was the
double speak
independent
at its
variable?
finest.
All right. Well, you can keep talking, and I'll finish my sentence. So, what was the independent variable of my experiment with the asteroids?
You're asking me or you're
Yeah.
Dude,
You're the
stop
scientist,
doing
Bob.
that. You do that all the time, try to revert, try to make
Holy
us come up
shit.
with this stuff. Yeah, you're constantly trying to make us come up with your variables in some experiment that you claim you have. If you did an experiment, what are the variables? Tell
No,
us.
he's
Well,
asking
what do you
me,
think the
don't know.
variables are when I
First of
observe an
all,
asteroid?
First of all, you said you don't have an experience. You don't need one. Now you're saying you did do an experiment and you want us to come up with the variables that you have for your experiment.
Well, if you think that that's important and want it put out in terms of an experiment, I can do that. That's not a problem. So, what's the independent variable of my observations?
You tell me, is your observation,
Time.
Bob?
Time.
Time is
Time
your
is an independent variable. Jesus.
Absolutely.
You and Zanuck are the same.
I think Larry would agree too, based
So
on
why
Larry's.
is time? Why is
No.
time an
is
independent variable
Time
in
is the
in
cause of
orbit?
everything then. Right? Because
Yep.
you can't control for time. So time
So-
is the cause of street signs. Time is the cause of ants. Right? Because without time, those things can't be installed or born. Right? So,
So how
time is
is
the cause of
time an
everything.
independent
Real good
variable when
science,
you're
guys.
looking?
That's real good science.
So
Hold
how
on,
is
right.
time an
Let's say,
independent variable when looking at the orbit of an asteroid?
Can you reverse the time?
It's your claim, Bob. You tell us.
Bob, you need to make it easier. Let's say I want to know how to make a hard-boiled egg, right? So I keep the temperature of the water the same, yeah? I keep the size of the eggs the same, and the only thing I do is change the amount of time that those eggs are in the water, right? I put the first one in, I leave it in there for a minute. I take it out, it's not even a boiled egg. I leave the next one in for 5 minutes. Well, it's getting there, right? Is time not the variable that I'm changing?
Is it?
What was your
What if you have it in
hypothesis?
water and put
course
it
it
in
is.
freezing water, or actually just room temperature water? Are you telling me time
Highlander.
is the one causing it, or is it
You're
would
holding
it be
you're holding
heat?
that constant. That's one of them you hold
Highlander,
constant.
hold on. Highlander's talking about some egg experiment. So what is your hypothesis?
My hypothesis is that if I keep the temperature of the water the same, the amount of heat that I'm putting into the water the same, right? So that everything is constant. The amount of water that I have is the same, and the only thing I change is the amount of time that I put in the eggs in the water. That will then tell me how long it takes to make a hard-boiled egg.
Do you know what a hypothesis is? Can you clearly state your hypothesis of this experiment? I guess not. Okay. So your point is completely invalid if you have no hypothesis.
I don't.
So,
I think he can. I think he can state what a hypothesis is, but he doesn't really feel the need to tell you.
Yeah,
Now, with mine,
how are we having a
variable
conversation
is
about
time
science
because
where?
No,
How are
I'm
we going to
talking
have a?
now, Napalm. I'm talking now, Napalm. So
Well,
with time
we were
being
both
the
talking at
independent
the same time.
variable at an asteroid's orbit, at different times the asteroid will be at different points in the orbit. By measuring where those points are, you can find the orbit and the orbital period of an asteroid. Simple as that. So your independent variable is time. Your dependent variable is the position of the asteroid.
Right, so
Jesus.
that was your
ridiculous.
experiment. That was
That's
your
an experiment in
That
his
hold on a
case.
second, Napalm.
Yep.
That was your experiment. That hold on a second, guys, please. So that was your experiment that a light in the sky moved over the course of some amount of time.
I don't look at lights in the sky. I
That's
look at
fucking
asteroids.
brilliant. Right.
I look at
Your
asteroids. I
asteroid.
don't look at lights in the sky.
Okay, that's your experiment. Something moved over the course of some time. That's your experiment. That's fucking profound.
Cutting edge.
I'm calling my wife right now. Hold on.
Cutting edge science.
Can you wait 5 minutes before you call her? And also, right, yeah. So I want to just real quick. The reason I said that Larry would agree is, again, when Bob and Larry were talking about the birds, he said that they had stopped spraying the chemical and looked at it and saw what happened. Bob then asked, would they have been able to have simply observed areas where they were spraying this and areas where they were not spraying this? And Larry agreed that would be fine. And so in that case, they're not actually physically manipulating anything. They're simply using it as an independent variable by the fact that it's happening somewhere else. And if
What is the difference between those two locations?
You can simply do that with time. You don't have to
Well,
manipulate
no.
the time,
No,
but
no,
you can manipulate the amount of time that the things happen.
What is the significance between the
it's
two different
finite.
locations in Larry's example of the eagles and the eggs and the DDT? Why would you change your location? It's not
Because
just the
place-
location
one
being the
place-
independent variable, right?
At one place
It was because of
being spread-
time. Matter of fact.
No, dude, it's an analogy, by the way, Elbow.
It's not
So-
even.
so
it's
elbow,
non
elbow,
sequitur.
elbow,
It's not
elbow,
even.
elbow,
Can I make a
just
comment,
elbow,
please?
just
non
I need
sequitur.
It's an
can I make
analogy. The
Okay,
analogy.
I'll do this announcement.
Guys,
Hold-
one at a
hold
time.
on.
Hold on. I'm going to start a
Jeremy,
list.
can
Who
I go
wants to
next?
talk? No, I'm starting a list. Who wants to talk?
Well,
Can I
I
go
was in
next?
the middle. I was in the middle of saying something. Yeah.
Co shows up now. Who wants to
Can I go
talk
next,
after
please?
Kosho?
Yes. Please let me go next.
Napalm, Kosho, Napalm, Zanuck. Go ahead.
Okay.
Perfect.
Regardless. Okay. Right. But it's an analogy. So it's of course not the same thing as time. But the analogy is because in both cases you're using something that is by the nature of reality different, and it's not you changing it; it's just happening differently. It's a known thing that's happening differently, and you're using it as your independent variable, and that's all that time is ever used for in that regard. It's not that you're manipulating time; it's that you're using a certain amount of time in one regard and then the other, and that's just as fine as an independent variable. The same way the using different locations would be.
All right. So within Larry's example, right? So they were trying to figure out whether or not DDT was the cause of the reduction of the population in the eagles, right? Was this product that was being sprayed in these areas causing the eggs to not form properly, thus reducing the population of the eagles? So their hypothesis was DDT is causing the reduction of the population of the eagles. So what they did is they tested the eggs in different locations. The location was not necessarily the independent variable. The independent variable was DDT. So
Actually,
you're
wrong.
testing locations that are being sprayed with DDT, and the eggs in those locations. And then locations that were not being sprayed with DDT and the eggs in those locations and the populations as a whole. So you are changing your location, but you're manipulating whether or not DDT is affecting the eggs. There's a complete difference.
I get it. Great example. Now let me. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think you're done. We all get that message perfectly, couldn't Napalm? Thank you. Here we go again with the confusion of the hypothesis and the experiment. Bob said it clearly. You even said it. Larry said it. Kosho's talking about it. I've talked about it. Time and Ebo's even alluded to it. It doesn't mean when something changes the dependent variable that is the cause in the hypothesis description. The description, like you said, let's go back to the analogy of the eggs that Larry brought up. Yes, you made an experiment. Our hypothesis is DDT is affecting the growth of these eggs and the thickness of the shells. We get that. That's the hypothesis. Great. What's our experiment? Today's experiment is going to be go to a city far, far away where there's eagles and observe what those eggs look like. So we've now made an experiment. We changed the location. It is not per se or like or not like, or it is a change in independent variable in our experiment. This particular experiment says we're only going to change the location because we know that over there's probably not DDT. That's our assumption. We're keeping all this stuff constant. And lo and behold, there's not DDT there, and these eggs are growing perfectly fine. So in that experiment, we conclude that DDT, that by changing location, we will now have these eggs be thicker. And then we can also assess to why that is, but that doesn't really matter. And all these experiments along the way, there may be others, will also back up our hypothesis that DDT is the cause of these malformed eggs.
Right, but the location
you're getting this wrong.
change.
Let me summarize real quick. You're getting this wrong time and time again. Everybody, please listen
I'm
to
not
me.
getting it wrong.
Do not confuse the hypothesis with the experiment. The independent variable is only with the experiment. This does not have anything to do with the hypothesis. It's only the experiment which supports the hypothesis. It is the hypothesis test, yes, but it is not a test in itself of the hypothesis. It is an experiment to back up the hypothesis. Fuck. I don't understand why you guys won't get it.
Are you done?
I'm done. Thank you.
Stop divorcing the hypothesis from the experiment.
I'm not. It's not divorced.
Hold on.
He's not divorced.
So according to Zanuck, the cause of the reduction in the population of the eagles is actually just location specific. So it doesn't matter if that location
That's not what he said at all.
That's not what I said at all.
No, but that's what
you
you
should listen more.
right? Because you said that
trying to come up
You're
with your own.
You guys over talking him, y'all.
Hey, guys,
What the hell?
Come on, guys. Come on,
Is
guys.
somebody going to mute these people? Jesus. So Zanuck said that the independent variable was location. So if the independent variable is solely location and there's no difference within, we're not testing. So our hypothesis involved DDT. So in order to do that, we manipulated whether or not DDT was in the environment. So that was our manipulation. DDT in this environment,
you're not getting it all.
no DDT in this environment. So the location change, just solely changing location, isn't the independent variable. The location needs to be changed to a location that does not contain DDT being sprayed within the environment. So the independent variable was the DDT. The actual independent variable is, here's an environment with eagles and it contains DDT. Now we're changing the location to an environment that doesn't have DDT. So what is being changed within that scenario? Is it just location?
Location. Yeah.
Okay, so DDT is being sprayed in both environments, left lane?
Nope.
So the cause is location, it's not DDT.
You're manipulating your position, your location.
So that you can manipulate what you're trying to test for, right?
There's just not any DDT over there, but there is over here.
So that's like saying let's have an experiment where we're
Actually,
testing.
you guys are completely.
Hold on, Bob. So we have 3 different jars, and we're putting different things within the jars. So our independent variable is going to be jars.
No, you're still not getting it, Napalm. Please.
No, you guys aren't getting it.
No, you get it
just fine.
Listen, let me finish.
Jesus. Literally, you're only changing location because you can't test for non-DDT in an environment that's sprayed with DDT. So of course you have to change the location. That's not your independent variable is the location. The independent variable is going to be the quantity of DDT. Going to a known environment that doesn't contain DDT.
You're skipping too many steps. If you want to get down to it and learn the science behind it, here's the science behind this.
Why do you guys always have
thing,
to preface everything as if
let Bob
like
finish.
I don't comprehend? If
I
you
know.
really want to
don't. It's a statement
understand,
of fact.
if you want to know
here's the way the experiment worked. We noticed that there were bird watchers noticed that there were decreasing eagle populations. Scientists went out and tried to look at areas that had decreased populations versus normal areas to see what was different. One of the ways that they could do that is examine the nests. And they found that in the areas where the population was down, there were a lot of cracked eggs in the nest. They made a hypothesis that it was some sort of an environmental factor that was causing these eggs to be thin. After much work, they looked at the environment that these were in and looked for differences. One of the differences they found was that DDT wasn't being used. So then they conduct some experiments to see whether or not that actually was the cause. So they looked to areas that had high DDT use versus areas that had no DDT use, but were otherwise very similar. That's how they worked this all out. It wasn't a single experiment. It was a series of experiments over years. Hope that helped you out a little bit.
Yeah, so the location was the cause of the
No,
eagle population.
again, you're not listening.
No, I'm just fucking with you because it's the DDT,
I know you are. You're
which is
totally
my
fucking. I know
fucking
you
point.
are. So let me respond because I didn't have a chance to respond to you, and I'll be very calm about this. I promise. All we're talking about is these simple experiments. We're saying we have an idea, our hypothesis. So we do all these random tests, like, well, let's go take measurements over here or over there. And even though we find a change that did find that the dependent variable, this thickness of the eggs, is changing in these locations that we're changing. That just adds to our list of experiments that we're doing along the way. Even though we see the change in the dependent variable, which is the definition of the scientific method, it doesn't mean it has anything to do with the big picture hypothesis. It just is providing supporting evidence for it. So we keep on making these tests, Napalm, and eventually we get it down to DDT causing this particular phenomenon to happen in the egg itself. But all these things that we do, all the tests we do, support our idea that DDT is causing this reduction in the population of the egg shell. So, but you keep every time I hear you talk, it's like nails on a chalkboard. You keep on saying the same thing, and it's incorrect because we make a change. Hold on, because we make it. Let me just finish. I'm almost done. Because we make a change in the independent variable, regardless of what that experiment is, and it affects the dependent variable in this experiment that we think is going to support. It might not even support our hypothesis, but we're doing the experiment anyway. Just because that change is made and it is seen, it doesn't mean that is the cause of the hypothesis in the hypothesis idea or story. It just means in that test it is. So you keep on saying the same thing over and over again, and I keep on going, oh my God, he's just not getting it, because you're not. The change is not the cause of the hypothesis. It's the cause of the change in the experiment, which is going to support the hypothesis. Get it straight, please. It's getting frustrating, as you can tell.
Steve, this is why we keep asking about degrees in science, because if you actually study science, this stuff is pretty obvious.
So time was the
but
cause.
If you don't have,
Bob.
if you don't have the background in the science to evaluate what you're looking at, you really come to illogical conclusions, as you have done.
Yeah, okay, so my conclusion within the experiment was that DDT was the cause of the reduction of the eagle population. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to reduce as many environmental factors as possible to whittle down to what would be the possible cause, right?
No.
So
no, you don't just randomly look
at
you don't just randomly look at factors in the environment. You look at differences between two environments and see what the differences are.
That's what
then you evaluate those
say.
differences.
How can you guys literally, no matter what I say, I literally exactly said what Zanuck just said, and then you guys both go, no.
You didn't. No, you didn't.
No, you really
didn't. Because you said experiment. You said DDT is the cause of this thing because we saw. No, we're saying that we changed location and suddenly this phenomenon is not happening anymore. So the location did change.
That's not what happened.
Hold on. We changed the location and this phenomenon
You're wrong.
didn't happen.
That's not what happened.
I'm not wrong. If you want to help yourself understand, I'm not wrong. Just trust me, and you can prove me wrong later.
Help myself understand.
Just stop for a second. Just stop. So we changed the location, and that change was the cause of the change in our experiment. It's not the cause in the hypothesis. It just made a change in the dependent variable in our experiment. That's all we care about. And then we start doing other experiments like that. But in the end, we say DDT is the root cause of this phenomena we're seeing. Because of all the experimental data we have, all the results of the experiments tell us this. You keep on getting it wrong. And even when you just said that, you got it wrong.
See, one of the big
Wrong.
problems that you run into
See, that's
is
the
that you can
problem,
take all
Zanuck,
of
is you
this
try to imply
information.
that I got it wrong.
You
When I
can take all
literally
of this
said,
Hold on,
information
Bob.
and you
Hold
have
on, Bob.
chance.
You're next. Bob. I know you heard him talking because you stopped and then started again. You can be
I'm
next.
Jeremy, I'm done with these guys because literally they want all they want to do is say that you're wrong, even when you say exactly what they say.
I don't
You
want
didn't say what
and
we
then
said.
try to talk down to you as if, oh, well, this is why you don't understand science. Because Bob's sitting here saying that he's doing experiments with observations in the sky and claiming that his independent variable is time.
Yeah, can I call my
What is
wife
the
yet,
experiment?
Kosho?
What is the
Yeah,
hypothesis? He doesn't even have a hypothesis, but
Please
he
call
claims
your
that
wife,
he's doing
Jeremy.
science.
No, but
I gotta let her know we did this crazy science where we found out things are moving over a duration of time. It's fucking mind blowing, the science that we did here.
All right, just wait for her to get home.
I found that the trees in my backyard move due to time.
I've been wanting to say something, and it's just it's like drowning your soup with salt. There's a lot of salt in this soup, and what I was
Time
gonna
caused it.
Yeah, it did. So yeah, so
Yep.
to bring it back to time and the birds and the changing locations, which isn't the cause, but is the independent variable, which is going to change the cause, or which is going to look for if the cause is correlated. Right. So if you go back to the classic QE experiment with boiling water, when you're in the example that Highlander was giving about using time as the independent variable, in that regards, you're not using time as independent variable because you're claiming it's the cause. You're using time as independent variable because it's ultimately going to change the amount of heat that has been applied, that the water has had to, collectively,
correct,
have an effect. Yeah, so it's the same thing as in the. You're changing locations, but you're not changing locations because that's the cause. You're changing locations because that is correlated to the what you're looking for as the cause.
Kosho,
Right,
wouldn't
'cause
the
like you were saying with
locations?
Highlander-
Hold on. Kosho, no, you hold on, Highlander.
Hold on
Highlander,
a second.
no,
Yo,
Highlander.
guys, elbow and then Highlander. There can only be one, please.
Kosho, wouldn't the locations be the control variables?
No.
How would it not be the control variables?
They could be.
Exactly.
Hold on, Highlander's next,
Hold on,
Zanuck.
Zanuck. It could be. It was Zanuck saying it could have been. Actually, is what probably should have said. It could have been, but it wasn't. It wasn't the thing
It
that they
had
changed.
to be.
It wasn't the thing that was changed. What was changed was the locations and the example that we were given in order to see that. And the actual reality that wasn't how it was done. But in the way that we were describing it, that would have been the independent variable.
I mean, the location would have been the independent variable if you would have moved the bird that you were looking at. But the location has to be the control variables. The independent variable is the thing that changed in the two locations.
It's a change
Correct.
in environment, which is actually a correct statement.
Hold on.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same.
Next, guys.
It's the same how in time with time. Time isn't the actual thing that's actually applying the heat to the water, but the time increasing is actually correlating to an increase in the total amount of heat being applied to the water. But it's the time that's independent variable in that specific test.
Okay, go.
So I could just set a cup of
Hold
water.
on, man. Hold on, yo, Highlander's
Sorry.
next.
Highlander.
It's all right.
The
Larry, Highlander, then Larry.
The reason I gave my example was to show that time can be used as an independent variable, but also to point out to you, right, that because if you think about it, in experiments, it's not always the one variable that causes something. Yeah, because like when you're boiling an egg, you can't just say, well, it's the hot water that makes a hard-boiled egg, right? Well, if I put it in for 2 seconds, that doesn't give me a hard-boiled egg. Yeah, you need to adjust the time. Time is one of the variables. So to make a hard-boiled egg, It's multiple variables that cause the hard-boiled egg, not one specific variable.
Okay, Larry.
Is that natural science?
Larry, hold on, George. Larry, then George.
Thanks. So that's the thing. You can't just put a cup of water on the table and time will cause it to boil. Now, it'll cause it to evaporate, right? But it won't cause it to come to a rapid boil. So every time I talk about boiling water, it's heat and duration. Enough heat and enough duration causes it, right? So that's why science has never settled. We never say it's heat that causes it, and then someone comes and says, well, what about the duration? Right, that's why it's never settled, because as soon as that was pointed out to me for the first time, I stopped saying heat and I started saying heat and duration. It's like, okay, well, how much heat? Okay, enough heat and enough duration will cause water to boil. That's why it's never settled, because I'm not going to be dogmatic and say heat alone, right? So what causes?
Yeah, the duration has nothing to do with it.
The duration.
You get the water up to a certain temperature. It doesn't matter if it takes 5 hours or 5 seconds. It's the heat. It's when the water gets to that temperature. Time's not a factor in that.
Well, no, but that's exactly.
So
that
you
was,
say
that, was
that, and then you give an example where if you heat it for, it doesn't matter if it takes 5 minutes or 5 hours, and use time as a variable. Great,
Well,
Jeremy.
right.
Nicely
Well, yeah,
done.
You're not using time. There's no time. That was my point. That there's no time. That won't do it either.
No, but that's exactly what the point that I'm making is in that. That's exactly how it's the same as that's how it's the same as the bird experiment. Is that time?
No, you keep on adding
hold on.
I know, but you keep on adding heat and you keep on adding more volume.
I got you. Boil. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Finish your point. No, I'm just saying that time in this regards is used because the time, the amount of time you're using is going to correlate to the amount of overall heat being applied to the water. So in your experiment, time is the independent variable, but it's not going to be the cause in your hypothesis. That's the distinction Zanuck had made earlier.
Okay, this water boiling thing doesn't matter. Time's not a factor in it. You get the water to a certain temperature. Like I said, it doesn't matter if it takes 5 minutes or an hour. That was my whole point of that. Time's irrelevant because it's all about getting the water to a certain temperature.
What happens if there's zero time?
It doesn't. I don't know how you would get it to the temperature that quick, but whatever.
It would boil instantaneously at that temperature if you could immediately apply it.
If it was zero time,
water that temperature immediately, it would boil. Yeah,
but it's also boil it all. You have to,
because that'll change at elevation too, right? So depending on your elevation, the temperature is going to change. So there are some differences there when we're talking about just boiling water, right? There's some.
All right. I used to work at Sonic.
Hold on, Larry. Moyak then Larry.
As far as I'm concerned, it wouldn't boil at all if you have it just at 212 degrees. You actually have to have the continuous heat applied for it to boil. So you have to continually apply that energy.
Yeah, but I think Jeremy's point was if the temperature of the water itself was put above.
Come on, bro. Okay, so I used to work at Sonic when I was a teenager. I used to work at Sonic, and I used to do a lot of experimenting in those days with different kinds of food. One of the experiments I did was I would take the grilled chicken, I would put it in a metal container and fill it with jalapeno juice and onions and salt and pepper and stuff like that. And I would slowly let it boil. Once it came to a boil, I would take it out, drain the juice, and eat the chicken. Also, if you take water and you pour it on the hot side of it's a flat a grill, right? It would instantly boil. Didn't require any time. As soon as that water hit the oven, flash boil.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. Take a little eyedropper and drop water on a stove that's already hot. It'll boil instantly.
Yeah, but
if you put a gallon on, what happens?
That was the point that I was making, was that when we're talking about what's actually, if you're saying what's actually the cause of it boiling, we're not talking about the heat being applied to it. We're talking about the temperature of the water. So the temperature of the water, once it's at temperature in atmospheric pressure, this is the claim, is what we found out to be true. So it's not about what temperature you're applying to the water. It's about what temperature you've brought the water to. So
yeah, nobody said any different though, Kosho.
But that's what I'm saying. So there's no question that time is not the cause, and there's no question that if you thin out the water, or as you said, use an eyedropper or whatever, and place it on a hood, it's going to boil faster. That's because the overall heat has reached a temperature. That's it's the same cause in all of those cases.
Correct. Well, according to Highlander, time is the cause.
But he didn't say that though. Time isn't the time isn't the cause. Time is the independent variable in that specific experiment, but it's not the cause of the water evaporating.
Well, in order to understand the egg experiment, you have to kind of think about thermodynamics. When you take a cool egg and put it in boiling water, what's going to happen is heat is going to go into the cool and start raising that temperature. That's going to take away some of the heat from the water. You have to add additional heat to it to make up for that. As the water boils, you're going to lose heat into the atmosphere, which is now out of the system, the hot water egg system. So it takes time for that heat to be transferred into the cooler object, and you have to keep applying heat to it to keep it at a set temperature. Because if you put cold eggs in hot water and don't apply any heat, what happens to the water? The temperature goes down.
Goes off.
Yeah. So what you have to do is you have to apply heat to an object long enough to drive the heat into it. And when you cook a hard-boiled egg, you're driving heat into an egg. You need to have a sufficient amount of time to get enough heat into that egg to cook it. That's
Holy
the way
shit.
it works.
This is more profound. I'm just gonna wait and call my wife all I want at the end after you leave.
Thanks,
But
Jeremy.
we're trying to establish a cause, right? And we're just trying to prove that time isn't necessarily the cause.
And I just want to clarify that I never said that time was the cause of the egg boiling. I was pointing out that it's multiple variables that cause the egg to become hard boiled.
So we know time's definitely not the cause, right? Are we all clear on that? Time's not ever the cause?
No, it's necessary.
We never said that either.
Oh, that's funny because when Bob was telling us about what his independent variable was, he said it was time.
But our point, dude, you can use you can use something as your independent variable.
That's the cause.
That is not the cause of your hypothesis, right? Because
independent variable is the cause.
Yeah, the cause of the effect of that specific experiment.
Yeah,
okay?
And we're looking
of that specific experiment, not of the hypothesis.
Yeah, the cause. So it's the cause. So if you have time as the cause, we just agreed time doesn't cause anything. And now you're telling me that Bob's independent variable is time, which is the cause.
Dude,
time does cause things.
You have to start conflating these two different things.
Now time does cause things. Okay.
No, hold on, dude. One is the hypothesis. One is the hypothesis and what the cause and effect claim of the hypothesis is. And one is the experiment, which is the independent and dependent relationship between the independent and dependent variables.
The cause and effect relationship.
All that you require for the independent variable is that it has an effect on the dependent variable. It doesn't have to have an effect on the overall, or it doesn't have to be the thing that causes the overall hypothesis. It's just that specific experiment, the relationship between the dependent and independent variable.
You manipulate the independent variable because that is what's causing the effect. This is the cause and effect relationship that in your experiment that you test for to make sure that that's why the experimenter manipulates it systematically to make sure that it is the cause of the effect. So if you have time as your independent variable, the cause, right, that we just said time doesn't cause anything, but now here we are with time as the cause.
Jeremy, again, this is why you actually need some training to understand this. The cause of the change in position of the asteroid is not based on time. It's based on the orbit. The position in the orbit is based on the time. So the hypothesis is that the asteroid is in orbit of a certain with certain characteristics. They're called orbital elements. There's 6 of them, and one of those is time. So what you do is you allow time to change, or you measure it at a specific time, and that will predict exactly where that asteroid will be, and then you look to see if it's there.
Yeah,
that's how you verify the orbit of an asteroid.
No, that's how you find out that something moved over the duration of a time. That's it. That doesn't really...
In an orbit, yes.
So yeah,
It's not
something
hard.
moved over
Yeah,
time.
it's making the
That's
question of
brilliant.
orbits.
Yeah,
That's
but the thing is,
brilliant.
it's not hard to understand that time can be an independent variable, but not be the cause of the overall hypothesis that you're
Of the
looking at.
effect, we're looking for the cause of the effect, right? That's
The
what we
orbit.
do an experiment for.
The
We
cause
look
of the effect is the orbit. And you characterize the orbit based on position of the asteroid over time.
the cause of the effect
Is the orbit.
is what we're looking for here.
Is the orbit.
And
So
and you
time
I just want
characterize
to
the
say
orbit.
something real quick. I just want to say something real quick. Time can never be the cause for anything because time is not necessarily a thing. It's only a convention we use to determine things. But it's
Right,
never
okay.
the cause of anything because it's not a thing.
Right, okay, so let's take my boiled egg, for example, right? So I have a pot, it's on the stove, it's reached 100 degrees, it's boiling water, and I put the egg in, and then I take it straight back out. Do I have a hard-boiled egg? No, because I didn't give it any time.
Okay, let's
By the
try
way,
to
I
understand
take
this.
exception to your I take exception to your statement that time is a convention. Time is not a convention. Units of
Where can you
time
show
are
me?
convention.
Where can you
Units of
show me
time
time?
are
I heard
Shut up.
units of time are
I've
convention.
heard units
Time
of time are
itself continues
convention.
to go.
I've heard that.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let Bob finish, and you're next. You're next, Slow.
I just want
Yeah, just can't help themselves.
Hold on, man. I'm getting rumpus too as I'm trying to orchestrate this thing. Bob, and then Flow.
Units of time are a convention. The fact that time itself passes is not a convention. That's all I
So
had to say.
where can you point to and show me time existing in nature?
Yeah, I'd like a cup of time, please.
God, that's stupid.
I think that's a silly question.
Yeah, I'm not
Time
even
is time's a convention. It only talks about the progression of something, but time's not physical. Time's not a thing of itself. Time is just a progression of things in a series of events. That's it. It's a convention.
Yeah, series of events. No. It's not a convention would mean that it didn't like the meter. The meter is a convention, right? There was no humans. Nobody knew what a meter was. The meter didn't even exist yet. However, with time, before humans, events still happened. Things progressed. There was a progression of events. It may not be an actual thing that you can touch or taste or get a cup of. However, it is something that's happening.
That was a good start, Jeremy, but you should have just said the same way you said that the meter's not a thing.
Yeah, it's just
a convention.
concept,
You should have said
our way of observing patterns.
You should have said length. Length would be the thing that existed no matter what. The length that you're measuring, the length that you're measuring is not a convention. It's a real thing. The meter is a convention. The same way time is not a convention.
I would say time only pertains to the present because past and future are phantasms of memory, which don't actually exist. Only the now, only the present exists.
Stop eating for a week.
I disagree, man. The present doesn't exist. The present is already in the past.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of a silly thing. He seems to think that we all get together in a convention and say, okay, well, today we're going to vote on whether Pluto's a planet and whether time exists.
Nobody said that.
You know, that's
exactly what you do.
And vote.
That's exactly
you did get
what
together
you
and
do.
vote on Pluto's a planet. Yeah, that is exactly
That's
what
how they
did.
demoted Pluto. Exactly the way you just said it, Bob. Good stuff. Finally said something right today.
Well, I don't know if you knew this or not, Essie, but things can move over the duration of a certain amount of time. Things can move in that. We did science with that. So this is mind blowing.
And yes,
this is amazing.
Can you show me?
And yes, SC, Pluto was demoted by convention.
So I was right then.
At
Thank you, Bob.
Yes, but time is not a convention. The demotion of Pluto was a convention. Time is not.
So who brought time into existence?
Bob, we're not asking you what you think. It's a concept. Move on.
Time is a concept.
I disagree. I mean, a man-made concept. And before man, time was still happening. There was still a progression of events.
But can you show me a
If
cup
that's
of time?
what time is.
Yeah, can you show
if
me
that's
a cup
what
of
time
time?
is.
I want to see.
No one's saying time is this
Time
physical
burger.
thing you can get a cup of, or touch, or smell, or taste. Obviously not, but it isn't
It ain't shit.
something that's. It is something that's happening.
Check this out. It sounds like
and
the
it was
argument for
happening
gravity.
before.
It sounds like the argument for gravity. Like, oh, I can see the effects of gravity, therefore gravity. Like that's sloppy. That doesn't work.
I mean, there was a past, right? Like
Actually,
5
it
minutes
works
ago, we
just
were
fine.
talking about something else.
I don't know. I
Like
can't
5
visit
minutes
the
ago,
past.
remember 5 minutes ago, we were talking about something else, and now we're on to this new thing.
It's all happening right now. You just think it's time.
All happening. It's
First
not
of
all
all, you're
happening right
using
now because
you're
hold on,
using
man.
a
It's not all.
man-made thing to put in science. You're using a concept that we don't really know what it is, right? And you're saying
Yeah,
that
you can observe
concept can
time,
be
you
a
can observe
variable
time.
in an experiment. That's amazing, man. That's truly
I don't
amazing.
know what it is, but I know it when I see it.
No matter what we think of it, it goes on.
Whatever you want to
No,
call
it
it, there's this
doesn't.
progression.
Nothing goes on, bro.
Okay,
your
great.
life goes on. That's it. There's no time there. There's no
You're
time going on. You have a life cycle. That's it.
You're wasting my time.
There was a past, right? Like there was before that. We're in this moment right now, and then there was a point where this moment hadn't happened yet, and we were before that, right?
This discussion
Yeah, that's
is a
how
waste of
we explain a series of events. Correct. That's how we
Yeah,
explain a
something
series of
happens,
events.
and then another thing happens. So that's
In
what
that order.
that's
In
what
that order. Yeah.
that's what time is. So before man came, that was still happening. With trees were growing, squirrels were humping, right? There's a lot of stuff going on. So
Yeah, but
not just
nothing in
man-made.
that evolves time, Jeremy.
Yes, it
Nothing
does.
in
It
that.
does
Squirrels
involve
humping,
time.
trees growing.
Listen, it very simply.
Nothing in that involves time.
So, according to that
A tree
logic,
growing.
hold on. According to that logic, time did not start until man appeared. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yep.
Incorrect.
Really, God
You got
actually
it.
describes
Wow.
God describes the universe in days. So he already had invented the invention
That's true
convention.
too. After
So fuck off.
I mean, that's
After
just
Jeremy,
weird.
after Jeremy, I gotta go. Go ahead, Jeremy. Yeah.
You
Jeremy's
go.
got
Go ahead.
point. Yeah. Okay. So this is very simple. It's actually extremely simple. But time is not only the duration, right, of events, of how long something has to occur before something else happens. You can actually prove that time is real by the order of things. So it's like if before humans there were squirrels, I think, and there was a grandpa squirrel and a father squirrel and a son squirrel, and the father was born before the son, and the grandfather was born before them, and that order is true regardless of if you believe time's real or not. Like it never happened in a different order. So time is sequential. It's linear and it has one direction, as far as we know. Right? It's not.
Not according to your physics. No, that's wrong. According to your physics, Kosho, let me correct you, sir. Time, the past, the present, and the future, all, and I say all, are at the same time.
Wow.
That's what your
See,
model
that's not
says.
what our model says.
Actually, that's maybe one
straw
model.
man.
That's not necessarily every.
Back to the Future models.
Yeah,
That's
that's one model. There is claims of multi-universes where different events happen. There are claims of the past is past and there is no way to get back to it. Possible will never happen. And that past, like I said, the past is gone. I don't know what model you're speaking of.
So the multi-universe theory to explain time, really, seriously.
Actually, I think the multi-universe is.
You're getting.
choice.
Hold on. We're getting too crazy with it. Before humans, there was a tree right on Earth somewhere. Do you agree to that?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, before humans, there was a tree, and this tree started out as a little sapling, right? And then it got bigger.
Okay.
Now it's a 2. The word "then," that's the series of events, the progression of events, the time.
No, it's just a progression of events. It has nothing to
Yeah,
do
that's
with
what
time.
time
is.
That's what we described it as, dude.
You can describe it as any way you want, bro. It doesn't make it real.
No, it really happened.
I can describe
it really
aging.
happened.
Let me give you an example. I can describe aging as you have 60 years to live or 70, right? Time. Or you can say you have 300,000 heartbeats, and then you're gone. Where's
But those
time in that?
heartbeats take those heartbeats. Well, I can tell you how time takes place. At 1 second, your heart's does one beat, then it does another beat. There's your time right there. The progression of events of the heartbeat.
That's not time, bro. That's just the heart beating.
Yeah, but it takes time. It doesn't all happen instantaneously. It takes time. It takes
Doesn't take time. It just takes the beat. 1 beat, 2 beats. There's no time in there. It's just the heart muscles expanding and contracting. Time has nothing to do with it. It's an electrical impulse, muscle, the brain. There's no time there. Nothing.
Yes, but it
Time
doesn't
is
all
not an
happen.
issue.
Great.
It doesn't all happen in the same moment. Saying like there was
So what?
one moment when your heart beat once, and then it beat another time, and then it beat another time. That's the series of events that time is.
No, you're just applying that word to it. You're just applying that word to it.
Why do we get into these arguments that are like totally philosophical?
Yeah, because you guys were talking about time as if it was a thing, and you were reaffirming it. You were bringing it this way, that way, adding it here. Meanwhile, you don't even know what time is.
The time we describe is there.
Let
I know what time
you
is.
combine it with
Yeah.
space and make a
That
fabric.
was deep.
That's another insanity that you do. But yeah,
The reason
Yeah.
the reason we get into these conversations that are philosophical is because some people believe that time is some sort of thing, or that it's physical, that it can be bent, that it can be warped. So you have to have the philosophical discussions.
yes, brother.
Or
yes.
that it causes something.
No,
Correct.
that's a different
Like having it
time.
as
That's
an
not,
independent variable.
Correct.
Yeah, well,
Correct.
not the same time.
yeah,
Oh yeah, I have multiple times now.
yeah. Well, the
That actually
debating
came down
whether
to a description. That was actually described. Time isn't exactly causing it to happen. I forget how Kosho described it, but I liked it.
Your mic's clipping, Wyatt.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But what I described, what though?
That time was not the
Oh.
quote unquote cause, but it's involved in this.
Yeah, the cause is correlated to. It's like the independent and dependent variable are like the x and y components on a graph, and the x is this thing, and you're seeing how that changes the y. And in many cases, those graphs can be written where x is the time, and let's say you're looking at pollution in some city over 200 years, okay, and you have it marked off where it's like 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 1910, 1920, 1930, and you're seeing what the pollution was for each time, right? But it's in reality that time is actually correlated to something else, maybe population growth or whatever else is really the cause. But in order that test that you did was using time as an independent variable.
Time can only be a measure of that, right, Kosho? So you're measuring it over time, but things are happening over this measurement, right? So you have a population increase, which may cause a pollution increase. Time is not the cause of that. Time is a way in which you can measure it systematically and say, okay, based on, the average amount of people that are moving to this city every single year or every single month or every single day. It's just a way to break up or differentiate these different things, but it is not necessarily a causal nature in the way that some people would like to think of it as.
But we're all saying that too. We're not using time as the actual cause. We're using it as the thing that is making the dependent variable vary. But when you get down to what you're actually trying to answer, time is not going to be the answer. Time's going to be
Right. Well, it's
correlated to
a
something else.
useful measure, right? So if you wanted to say what caused the pollution within the city to go from X amount of parts per million to Y amount of parts per million, sure, you're going to have to look at things over time, right? You're going to have to look at different things that have taken place over a duration, right? We can't take time out of the equation at all whatsoever. Time is always going to be a part of anything that we're doing, right? But it's not what you would consider your independent variable. Like if you have pollution that's really bad, that in the past it wasn't, right? But you need to look at what was taking place over that duration. Time isn't necessarily your independent variable that you're going to go backwards in time to say, okay, well, 2 years ago it was this amount, 7 years ago it was this amount, 13 years ago it was this amount. So therefore, this is our independent variable that we're manipulating to show why we got to a point that we are now. I mean, it's just a measurement. It's a place,
Well
it's a
said, bro.
demarcation that you can go back and say, well, 7 years ago there was 4 more coal fire plants that were built within the area, right? So just because you went back to when those coal fire plants were established or whatever, doesn't mean that you manipulated an independent variable of time. You just used the measurement of time to demarcate when those were established.
Exactly. Time did not cause more pollution.
Right.
Yeah,
So
but if you
the problem is
have,
that we're
if you
calling the
have, hold on,
independent
hold on,
variable is not
hold
the
on,
cause.
hold on. I'm not saying as the cause, but if you have the same amount of people in the same area, then you can say, right, well, this amount of parts per million of pollution in the water is bad, and once it reaches that level, we need to do something about it. Then that the amount of pollution that they're putting in the water is X amount. Then over a certain period of time, you don't even have to wait until that point in time gets here. You know that if you keep putting this amount of pollution in the water over X amount of time, that's going to reach that dangerous level.
Right. So if you're looking for the dangerous level, right, then you would have to figure out how much is going, like you're saying, let's say it's water or air pollution or whatever. You're looking at how much is either going into the air, right? You're not
Correct.
actually
Yeah,
looking
time.
at the time.
Correct.
But
Time is just a measure of magnitudes. That's it.
it's like I said earlier, time can be a variable, but it's not the only one.
Incorrect. Time can never be a variable because time doesn't cause anything to happen.
Right. Okay. Let's go. Let's go with your population example then, right? So you have 500,000 people in an area, right? You go and you test the water. There's the amount of pollution that's in the water. It's at X amount, right? We don't want it to get to this amount because that's dangerous, right? You then add another 1 million people to that area and instantly
People's
check
your variable.
the water again. Yeah.
People
And
is your variable.
the water pollution is still at the same level. Although you've actually added 1 million more people, the water pollution is still at the same level because you never gave it any time.
Highlander, things happen in time. Time doesn't happen in things. It's literally a measure of magnitudes. That's it. It's a convention by which we measure things.
They know they're wrong. I just don't know why they keep arguing against it.
Yeah, it's circular.
They can't. They have to. That's the model. The model dictates.
I mean,
They
clearly
have to say-
time is a measure of something happening. It is not the thing.
Yeah, it is. You're right. So time doesn't exist. Clocks exist. Thanks.
Well, they need time to be something physical for their relativity. That's why they argue it, I think.
Time doesn't have to be physical to be a thing.
What is a thing?
I mean, somebody said yesterday, if you can measure it,
terms
it's
then.
real.
Hold on,
I can't
Highlander.
remember who. I can't
You
remember
just
who it
said
was.
something that's a contradiction to your entire paradigm. You said that time doesn't have to be a thing in order for it to exist, and in your paradigm, things have to be physical.
That is not what
I
I
wasn't
said.
finished. Almost done.
That's not what I said,
Things
though.
have.
That's not what I
Okay,
said.
Okay, but
Right?
Correct him
that's
when
fine.
he's finished.
If you're going to,
That's
if you're
fine.
going to
Highlander,
represent-
Highlander.
Hold on,
At
Highlander.
least say what I said.
Highlander, I don't want to
Hold on,
mute you,
Highlander.
Highlander. Correct him after he's done.
In your paradigm, Highlander, things only exist if they have physical presence. If they don't have a physical presence, right, then they don't exist in your paradigm.
All right, Helen, and I'll correct them.
What? I can't remember who it was that said it yesterday, but someone said yesterday that if you can measure it, then it's real.
No, we're not measuring it as if it takes some Cartesian presence. We're measuring the progression of a series of events. So it's not a thing in itself of itself, rather than an expression of magnitudes quantified by measure.
Well,
If something,
Dicelo, I think this is where they go wrong, though.
If something is
hold on just
progressing,
a second, Highlander. I think this is where most people go wrong, right? Because Highlander just said, well, if you can measure it, then it's a thing. And I think that's why a lot of people get confused or are in this mind F of relativity, because you don't actually measure time. Time is the measure. You don't measure the time. Time is the measure. That's where the big confusion comes in, I think.
So now you're saying you can't measure time.
Correct. Time is the measure. You do not measure time.
Right.
Time is the measure.
So if I put a
that's only the unit.
Stove, turn the heat on, and just wait to see how long it takes for the water to boil.
Yep.
Let's say I have a stopwatch. Is that not me measuring time?
Time is the measure.
Yeah, you got it right, Napalm. You got it right.
Yeah, what does that mean? How can I use that?
It's a convention by which we express magnitudes. That's all it is. It's an expression of magnitudes, and the measurement is time itself.
Let me give you an example, right? So length. Is length a thing? Anybody?
If you have
sure.
Yeah, I could say the cable on my charger is 1 meter long. That's a length. That's a thing.
Length is a measure, right? And we measure length in various increments. It can be inches, it can be centimeters, it can be any of that. But
length is not described.
So what is length?
A measurement is measuring. Is the distance between those two objects real?
Yeah, measurement is quantifying a length.
Correct.
The length is still there. Whether I measure my dick or not, it's still 3 inches.
So a length. So you say length is a thing then that can be handed to you?
That's stupid. Yeah,
it's a measure of a distance between two things. So you're measuring.
Give me a cup of magnetism.
Did you hear me?
Wow.
Or was I talked over? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you were talked over.
I mean, you guys understand this concept, right? You need something to have length so that you can measure the length, or you need two things to be separated in order to have something to measure, right? Because you're measuring the distance between two things. Distance isn't actually a thing. Distance is just a measure between two different things.
I think this is just a philosophical, confusing conversation.
It's not confusing at all. I mean,
it doesn't really have any utility. It doesn't have any utility to.
Exactly.
I mean, you can't say, "Hey, give me." I'm laying rafters and I holler down to my cutter, "Give me a length of board." I have to give him a specific number that he can measure and give me the correct length. But that has utility. But just saying that length isn't a thing. What can I do with that?
It's not. So if you said, "Hand me a length," what would he hand you?
But we all understand what length is, though, right?
I don't know. I don't have a length. Do you have a length?
Okay. Yeah, I understand
what length. This is such a useless argument. You can't build anything with your.
This is how you guys don't understand. This is why you guys conflate like time as being something physical that can be bent and warped. That if you don't understand these concepts, that length is strictly based on how to measure like the distance between two actual things, or a board is an actual thing. So when Left Lane's saying, "Hand me a length," typically if you're up in the rafters and you're cutting boards, he's going to hand you a board. Now he's going to cut that board to a specified length in which you measure, probably between the two rafters. But if you didn't have the two rafters to begin with, you wouldn't have the length.
Can I
And
ask
you
a
don't
question
really
of
have
you?
a length being a thing. A length is just a measure between two things or a measure of one specific thing. But you
Let
need
me
a
ask a
thing
question.
to begin with in order to have what you would call the length. The length is just a attribute of something. It's not a thing in and of itself.
I want to go to a little bit of a hypothetical. Sorry, I just want to know what the concept is. So if everything in our convention was right, global, Einsteinian, and I flew to Alpha Centauri and came back, and it took me a 8-year round trip. I flew at the speed of light, and I come back to Earth, and my twin brother now appear to be 8 years different. I was 50, he's now almost 60, and I'm still 50. Would that be proof to you of time dilation, or would you still have your same opinions of time?
Are you appealing to the future?
I'm asking a question.
Look,
He can answer. You don't have to.
Yeah, Moya.
Asking
If I walked through my wardrobe and wound up in another dimension where lions would talk, does that mean lions talk?
Well, I'm trying to suss out what it would take for you to believe Einstein. So this is an appropriate analysis. So if I was to fly at the speed of light, where no time lapsed for me, I got this Alpha Centauri, I got there instantly, and I came back instantly. And I am now 8 years older than my brother. Would that be proof of time dilation? Is that the scope of a change you would need?
First of all, you said it wrong.
No, first you're giving a hypothetical. So
yes,
you're
answer
saying
hypothetical.
If you flew right. So if I went through my wardrobe and lions started talking, would that be proof that lions talk?
Yes. Now answer my
cool.
question.
No.
No. Okay. So you still think it would not be the guy 8 years older?
Sure.
If I grew an 8-year-old sapling on my aircraft, and that 8-year-old sapling used to be a little tiny seedling when it left, and it's now 12 feet tall, same amount that it would grow in 10 years on Earth.
That's not how it works. You got it backwards. Your twin brother would actually be 8 years older. You would be
You're
the same age.
You're right. I came back to
That's
Earth
all right.
and I found that pine tree.
I would not accept. So I would not say that would be proof of time dilation. That could be proof of many other factors, right? Meaning
really?
that.
Okay, go ahead. Shoot.
Sure. So if you're flying somewhere at the speed of light, the effect of that speed could either retard the growth, meaning there's something within the environment or the pressure in which you're traveling that would retard the growth. I wouldn't say that time, which is a concept, would be dilating, because
in this case, the tree is on Earth normal. I came back and that tree has gotten older. I did.
What do you mean you didn't get older?
Me and my travels, as I flew to Alpha Centauri and back, according to Einsteinian concept, I would go there, and I would not age 1 second if I flew at the speed of light to Alpha Centauri and back. Yet on Earth, that tree would age 12 years, and so would my brother.
No, you would still be 12 years older.
No.
Yes, you would.
I would not be. I would, for all intents and purposes, that trip took me no time. At the speed of light, time stops for the person traveling at the speed of light.
That's a cool story. So who's done this?
That's not the question. The question is, would that be sufficient evidence for you if you came back to Earth and found everything was 12 years progressed? Your kids are now adults. Your trees have all grown on the property. Your grandfather died 12 years ago.
So I don't answer hypotheticals, because then you would allude to this being something that is
no.
possible.
I'm not trying to allude to anything. I'm trying to find out the scope of your delusion.
It wouldn't happen.
See whether or not you would actually even agree with the facts presented to your eyes.
It can't happen.
Hypotheticals.
It's physically impossible. So no.
Well, the hypotheticals are actually okay in a debate. So it's not like you can't just reject a hypothetical because it's a hypothetical. hypotheticals are actually fine for debate.
Exactly.
All right, I just want to say this. I usually say it every time we start talking about time. So I know what time is. Time is the most convoluted subject known to man. We can argue about time until we're blue in the face to the end of time and never gain any knowledge, any information that we can use, because time is the worst conversation ever, the most convoluted subject ever, and it's completely irresponsible to spend time arguing about time.
The whole argument was brought up by the Flurfs.
No, incorrect. You weren't here when the argument started.
Yes,
I
we
was here
were
when the
talking
I guess
about
time dilation
we
got to you.
Yeah, we were talking about plotting time on the x-axis as the independent variable, and y'all were arguing that.
You guys went into the philosophical
speed-
argument of whether time is real or not. It was all
Could the-
Flurf that brought this argument.
All right. Could the speed at which you were traveling have some effect on your cells on the cellular
Yes, it
level?
does. It does. You stop aging, or you slow down.
But see, here's the thing. If
With reference to the Earth.
So this is where you get it wrong again, Moyak. Like I was saying before, the environment could cause you to think that you haven't aged, but you've still actually, in your example, 12 years have passed. But if the amount of speed or the rate in which you are traveling didn't allow for the decay of your cells or whatever, and you come back and you look as though you're still the same age, 12 years has still passed on Earth. So you are technically 12 years older.
Oh, by the elapses of events, my heart has only beat one time since I left Earth.
Actually,
so
let me ask it this way. So you would say your original question was, had time dilated, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you come back and you haven't aged, did time dilate?
Yeah.
So my question to you would be, in comparison to what reference frame?
The Earth is a reference frame. The tree on Earth, I've already described that. My age has not increased. I only took one breath since I left. I only had one heartbeat since I left. I got back to Earth, and in that amount of time that I experienced, unless, of course, you want to say that in 12 years I only breathed one breath, or 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I only took one breath and only had one heartbeat. I mean, I guess then you could make the argument, but then it's synonymous with time, so irrelevant.
Well, if we're talking about relativity, so it's in relation to what reference frame. If you're using the Earth as your reference frame and you come back 12 years later, then yes, you're 12 years older.
I got a question for the ballers. Hold on. I got a question for you, Moyak. So, you believe in space-time, right?
I'm not totally convinced, but I think that I've seen enough evidence on the
so it's the hypothetical
scale. I think I've seen enough evidence on the small scale testing that it seems to hold water.
Cool. So I want you to answer honestly, ballers, and you don't have to answer to me, right? Because I'm just some fuckwit on the internet, right? I'm a douche knuckle. But you should be honest with yourself, because that's always important, right? So if we discovered a way to travel at the speed of light, would you go to Alpha Centauri? But here's the question. Would you go with 1 second worth of air, food, and water? Meaning no food, no water. You're just taking just the air that was in the capsule, because obviously you can't be
That's not how it works.
Oh, that's not how it works now.
Well, now
okay.
you can't forget it. I'm taking the extreme here. I can't accelerate to the speed of light instant. So roughly, we'd never get this scenario per se in an Einsteinian world, because you still have the physics of what's going to happen to the human body unless I get some kind of inertial dampening and have infinite power. But the same does apply. If I went to Alpha Centauri and it took me 10 years at a more reasonable speed, and I came back in 10 years, there would be a marked difference in time on Earth. Would I plan to take the 40 or 50 years worth of food along? I don't know. Couldn't answer.
To answer his
I probably would want to have that Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, to answer his question, the way it works is on your trip, you have whatever air you need. If the Earth that you left behind has 1 second left of air, and you travel at the speed of light to Alpha Centauri and back all the way, and you're literally going at the speed of light, when you get back, it still has 1 second of air left.
No.
No?
No, I don't think so. You would be on the spacecraft. You could survive. You do not experience time, elapsed time. So you could live with the 1 second of air theoretically.
Maybe I have it back.
And Earth would continue on along its merry way.
No.
They would see you take 4 years to get there and 4 years to get back.
You guys are
that is how it works.
On your trip, you experience time normally.
You experience time normally, but it's 1 second.
No.
You experience
Okay, never mind. Ignore what I just said. Keep going.
Not ignore what you just said. You're right. If you're on the spaceship, you have a clock on the spaceship.
Yep.
It's ticking. The clock is ticking for you. You're traveling, right? You're going a little bit below the speed of light. The clock's ticking. It takes 3 years to get there. Your clock's going to tick for 3 years.
No. Now think about this in terms of what you would see with light, the way Einstein described it. If I look back at that clock with a sufficiently strong telescope and I watch the light hitting me from that clock will not move. I will stay at the same distance from that clock the whole way I traveled to Alpha Centauri.
So you could leave with. So you could leave with 5 seconds worth of air, 5 seconds worth of water and food, and you'd be fine.
Yes.
You're willing to would you be willing to take that risk?
If you could take the G-forces.
Would you be willing to take that risk?
I would say that the science of going light speed would have to be sussed out a little bit more, but yeah, I would. Assuming that mechanically the ship could do it every time exactly without fail, if it was as safe as flying on an aircraft.
What if the speed you're going just has some effect on the cesium atom or something, and you guys got this all wrong?
Well, that's where, as I said, as we get there, we'd actually be able to start having much better data. We have this for the cesium atom. We know that over a year in space, you save up a couple of microseconds against your brother, but that's unmeasurable, so kind of irrelevant. You got to get up to way above the speeds we're going. I don't know about way above the speeds that we can achieve theoretically, like what's on the drawing boards right now. I don't know how fast we think we could get an object moving if we just wanted to do a time dilation experiment. If we
we should be able to get out in space and just fucking zoom.
Yeah, like if we could do the Voyager trip in a year, you'd probably be able to tell a pretty good amount of time dilation in that.
Like, what's to stop you?
Ass.
Like you're in space, right? Going fast. Nothing's slowing you down, right? So however much fuel you got, you just keep going faster and faster, right?
Say that again. I don't know how I'm going faster and faster. I got to introduce energy to the equation.
Oh, friction, man.
There's no friction to stop you from just keep going.
I have to keep adding energy, so I have to have a rocket and burn the amount of time it takes me to go faster and faster.
Yeah, you have a giant. Let's say you have a nuclear power plant on this ship.
Yeah.
So you basically have. I mean, is that safe to say we have like unlimited power with a nuclear power plant, or what?
This is where the relativistic. This is where the relativistic shit comes in. Like, I don't know. I mean, first off, like you would have to accelerate for 1 year at 1 G to get to the speed of light. So you
had
could,
a nuclear
in
power
theory,
plant on board.
Yeah,
you had a nuclear power plant on board. Would that be suffice to keep us? I mean, how long? When does a nuclear?
Well, nuclear power plants don't provide thrust. So you've got to throw shit out the back. Even with the ion propulsion and stuff, you're still throwing shit out of it. So just a pure energy-based acceleration, if you could do that, yeah, you could do an 18-year journey with a power plant.
A nuclear power plant provides energy, right?
Yeah, but not the mass ejection.
Can't move, but we can't move with this energy in space. You're saying?
Not just I don't know of any way that you can just accelerate with pure energy. There's
What's the output of a nuclear power plant? I'm asking the wrong questions. What's the output of a nuclear power? Is it electrons? Like, what does it make?
Gigawatts, and it's electricity. I don't know.
Like,
it moves
like
electrons.
you do this nuclear power plant thing, and you get electrons.
Actually, it generates heat, which turns a turbine, which generates electricity.
True.
Just heat. Okay.
But the next step in that is, you can generate electricity with it, which is typically what we do.
It's
But you have
it's
to have something to throw
a
out.
bust of technology. That's what it is, and the future of technology lies within implosive technology rather than explosive.
Okay, well, you show me an implosive technology, and I'll go with that.
Whatever that means.
Yeah, I actually had one
Yeah. Hey, did you find
recently
that curvature
created,
yet?
which was oh wow, you're just gonna chant through me and change the subject, huh?
Yeah, it's
That's
my
tolerable?
subject's more important, but if you want to talk,
And,
go ahead.
and that's tolerable, huh?
It is. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
Yeah, you go for it, bro.
Not,
Well,
it's
listen,
not
man, if you come
tolerable.
and take away my internet connection.
Go ahead,
I don't know what you mean by an
guy.
implosive technology. Do you have an example
Fine,
of it?
bro. I mean, if moderation's gonna allow that sort of bullshit, then you guys
Moderating
carry on. I'll
right
back.
Jeremy's
I'm
just
moderating
moderated.
right now. Moderating right now, bro. I got you. Johnny
It's all
on the
good,
spot
man.
with the moderation.
Yeah, a dollar late, a day short. It's all good, man. You guys go for it. I'll back out.
All right, cool. That's fine. He's just gonna whine.
If you don't have an answer to the question, don't turn it around like the moderation wasn't doing their job. Just give an answer.
So does anybody know what he means by an implosive technology? Is there an example of this?
Hell no.
Yeah, 0 point
Okay.
energy. We also have an over unity device that was recently created. So that's all pertaining to implosive rather than explosive.
Do you not
Okay,
know what
this
implosion means?
over unity
Moira?
machine, which was it? Because that's a really tall order. That
Yep,
is an
it
extraordinary
was,
claim,
the
so it needs
Lawrence-
extraordinary evidence.
Right, the Lawrence Livermore Labs created fusion ignition. This is pretty much well known. If you type in that, Lawrence
Fusion
Livermore Labs, fusion ignition. It's created an over unity machine. Also, there's a Think Big article, or Big Think, I don't know, I get those confused. And it talks about the Schwinger effect being proven, where they created electrons out of thin air using a variation of the Casimir effect, where they used a superlattice made out of graphene, 1 atom thick. Would you like the links?
Sure.
All right, give me a second to look that up.
Why don't you guys just say the truth? We don't know what light is. It can't possibly be two things. It can't possibly be a wave and a particle, because a wave is not a thing. A wave is something that something does. It's very simple, man. But you guys have bought this garbage. It's incredible.
Okay, so you have light is a particle, then particles that go through glass and get slowed down through glass. Okay.
What is a wave?
What is a particle?
I asked you first.
Well, actually, I kind of addressed that by saying with my question originally, how does a particle go through glass? So that's actually the question was on the table first.
No, the question was, what is a wave?
I don't think
you
that
said
they actually
waves can't
say.
exist. You said waves don't exist, and I said, okay, then why is to your positive claim? I said, why do these if it's only a particle, then why do particles go through material, glass and stuff?
I did not say a wave does not exist. I said, what is a wave? A wave is something that something does. I asked you, what is a wave? Like when I drop a pebble in a water, it makes a wave, right? Now that wave was caused by something. It's not something on its own, right? This is what I'm trying to get at.
To put it more concisely, SC, just ask him for an example of a wave in the context of a noun.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do.
I don't know, electromagnetic wave?
All right, so I posted 3 articles. Sorry,
Wave
go ahead,
on the
Lefty.
beach.
I posted 3 articles. The first 2 that I posted, ignition of Lawrence Livermore Labs, and the second one I posted, 70-year-old quantum prediction comes true as something is created from nothing. Now we know that that's a clickbait title. Obviously, they pulled it out of the vacuum, which means nothing, or in what they quoted in the article, maximum nothingness. Right? Of course, the people who don't believe in ether, they're going to have a real problem with this because that's the first law of thermodynamics violation. But the people who do believe in ether, or understand ether, should I say, they're not going to have a problem at all. And then the third article, I definitely don't recommend any Globers read the Scientific American article because you're going to have some real problems with understanding. And then you're going to, project that misunderstanding onto us. But just read the first 2 articles. The third
Which
article
one is the
was for
which one is the over unity that was created?
the Big Think article, and the National Ignition Facility achieves fusion ignition as the 2 over unity machines.
So what is a wave, gentlemen? Is it a standalone product, or does something necessarily have to make the wave?
Yeah.
I don't understand these
Make
concepts,
the wave,
SC.
does it
This
have to
is
have a medium to be in? I don't know. As far as, does it have to have a medium? I don't know. I usually think of wave as a motion in material. But that doesn't mean that that's the only definition that I have to.
Can you show us where there is no medium?
Yeah, what is a wave? Can a wave propagate without a medium? And
I'm
does
not.
it
I'm not
need a
against having a
cause?
background. I'm not
And does
against
it?
having a background medium of space wiggles.
Well, I'll
So
have
there's
your
something there.
ether. I'll have your ether badge
Sure.
For you next week, Bayok.
What I want to know is
Your definition of ether is useless. Your definition of ether is, at least, I don't know about yours per se, but the flat Earth definition of ether is anything I don't understand, I call this thing because I think it should be.
what I
Well,
want
you
to
guys
know
do
is
the same thing with quantum foam. Hold on. You guys do the same thing with quantum foam.
I don't do that. I don't
Vacuum
ever
energy.
discuss quantum foam.
I don't
Yes,
use
you do.
quantum foam. I don't.
Nope,
Well,
never
what's
use
out there? What's out there? Is there nothing out there, Left Lane? Is it nothing?
I don't even. I'm not even sure what quantum foam is.
But you don't know your model.
What's out there? What's out there? I don't know at the root level of what holds the universe together. Is it this quantum foam? I don't know.
What's
I don't use
vacuum
that.
energy, guys? What's vacuum energy? Your model.
Don't know. It's
Yeah,
not my
of course
model.
you don't know. Nobody knows.
I don't use
bro.
that model. I don't use that part of the model.
But that's your model. This is the thing we're trying to tell you guys. You guys don't even know your own model. We have to explain your model to you
Here's
in
the
order
thing.
for us to converse.
The thing is, quantum foam is kind of theoretical, and it's sort of just like it might exist, but we don't have any way to use it, test it, verify it, put it into practical use. There's no scientific application.
It's not theoretical.
Not quite done. The thing is, ether is the same way. Even if existed, there's no practical use for it. There's no applications for it. There's nothing in modern technology that uses the idea of ether.
No, you're wrong.
Except
Their idea of
for-
ether, and I'm not saying, hold on. Their idea of ether, and I'm not saying I agree with it, is that it's what propagates the electromagnetic field. That's the explanation of ether. So that makes more sense than just nothing coming out of nowhere, right?
Hold on. That's your explanation, or that's our explanation? Wait, I'm a little unclear what SC says. Hold on, I want to be clear on this. That is your explanation of ether, or that is our explanation of ether?
So it's quantum foam is literally a euphemism for the ether, and the ether is, as he put it, is what sustains the propagation of the electromagnetic field. So they're literally synonymous, quantum foam and ether.
Yeah, and to be clear, as see from my position, the way I understand it, we don't have an ether to propagate light or anything like that.
Yeah, I know. Your thing is the bubble, is the packet, right? The quantum packet that sustains on its own. That's ridiculous. It's never been shown.
Why?
How could something be a wave and propagate through nothing? It's impossible, bro. It's impossible.
Well, the way it's described is by having an E field and an H field that alternate, so it can build essentially through nothing. It can build a ladder.
Field of what? Where does the field come from? Define field.
That's internal to the pack of the photon itself. That is what it is comprised of. An electric field and a magnetic field.
They've never defined a field. Yeah,
I'd have to do practical explanations, like a field would be magnetism and stuff like that. Magnetic field, it's that zone where the magnetism is interacting.
Points of value within a set proximity is not a definement of a field.
Okay.
You're only touching on the parameters. You're only touching on the parameters. Once again, you guys only describe, never explain.
So when that's the area of
you just assert and don't explain.
You don't, bro. You just change terms. We ask you what's a wave, you say a field. What's a field, you say it's a wave.
It's two things that make up an electromagnetic field, make up a magnetic pulse that you can measure. And I can't get much more than that. Getting into the highly theoretical stuff. Don't care.
You haven't defined electricity or magnetism to be able to prematurely merge those two words together to create some fictitious thing.
That's
except I can measure both of them.
Yeah.
You know what's weird to me? Was yesterday Martin Luther King Day?
Yes. How are you
and no ballers were in here. I guess you guys took the day off because you guys get like government vacation pay, right?
Yeah.
Because I was in another
that
server.
day off legally.
Because I was in another server, not dealing with you, Claude.
Yeah, you guys are government agents. It's pretty clear.
It's over at Gems. Go look at the
Bacon was here, but Bacon is in another country. I think he doesn't observe Martin Luther King Day, so I'm just making a joke. I thought it was funny, but yeah, I think quantum foam. Right. So I think quantum foam.
You really made me laugh.
I know, right? So quantum foam is actually measurable. So I think it's weird when you guys say that it doesn't exist. The only reason you guys don't like quantum mechanics is because it goes against like the theory of gravity. Like they're not compatible whatsoever. But quantum mechanics does actually prove this, right? And it may not be correct on everything, like the model of the atom and all that other stuff, what it's like, blah, blah, blah. But it's really important to understand 0-point energy, also known as quantum foam, it's actually the same thing. And it's actually measurable, right? And you guys said that, we can't use it. Well, they just used it to create electrons out of thin air, or what you would call a vacuum, what the article calls maximum nothingness. But we know that you can't pull energy out of nothing, right? It's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. So you have to take it seriously now. At this point, once you read that article, if you don't think ether exists, ipso facto, you have to believe that it's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics because you can't pull something out of nothing.
You just asserted that it could be the quantum foam. If you want to call ether quantum foam, or you want to say that they're synonymous, I don't give a shit. Sure, go ahead. You're not going to be speaking the same language as everybody else because ether has a definition that doesn't match that. So you're come up with a new definition of ether that doesn't go back to the Tesla days. When they invented the term, and that's fine. You can call it that. There's nothing wrong with calling it that. For the fact it's not conventional.
What is the size of the quantum foam? How big is this quantum foam?
Hold on, guys. Relax. So quantum foam is a background medium, right? Where these particles pop in and out of existence. Ether is a vacuum medium. Ether exists in the vacuum. Even if you pull out everything in a vacuolated state, a partial vacuum, right? There's still going to be ether there because it's a background medium. You can't get rid of the ether. So both things have the same definition. They're both background mediums that exist in vacuums.
What can we do with that?
Well, you could get that that super unity device in the Big Think article, and you could create electrons out of thin air and get more out than what you put in if you read the article.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things here that are being conflated, and they're not the same thing. So vacuum energy and quantum phone are not the same thing, and that's not taking energy that didn't exist. The reason why there's the energy is there in the first place. So the vacuum is not the vacuum is not actually a void. These quantum fields have fluctuations in them at all times. Right?
How do you
So,
know that, Kosho, if you've never even defined energy to begin with, to associate its existence in a particular location without quantifying?
yeah, because I have defined energy, and I didn't start there. I didn't think that was a requirement. But regardless, these things have been observed in the experiment Larry just brought up, and experiments as far back as the Casimir effect. And so it's like it's not in question if it's a real thing or not. It's just a question of
Yeah, it is.
well, no, not really,
You guys
because it's been observed.
You guys only define energy as measured. If it's non-measurable, energy is.
Hey, you cut out at the end there, but as I said, it's been observed. It's been measured.
I said you guys only find something to be as if it's Cartesianally present. And in terms of energy, if you can quantify.
You're cutting out, that's one.
He gets to the punchline every time.
Yeah, Cartesianally present isn't a requirement of many things at all, let alone energy.
For me, I mostly stick in the macro world that we all live in, not the micro world and not the super big.
Look, if you don't have anything to propagate your particles or your waves, you have nothing. Understand that. Nothing. A wave needs a medium to propagate through. You can't get away from that, gentlemen.
In this case,
it's a bold assertion. Back it up.
Yeah, this is what the quantum fields are. Mediums. It doesn't require a medium. It requires some subframe. In this case, it's a what did you say? A field, which is not exactly the same thing as a medium because it's not substantive. But
what's a
regardless,
field? Where does the field come from? What is it?
The field exists in all places at all times, and the field is measured in its strength at any given point. And at any
sounds
given
like
point,
ether.
I'm sure it does sound a lot like ether because the idea of what the ether was then when they were sussing it out, they actually discovered the truth of the matter, which is why it's not called ether anymore, is because it's many different quantum fields, and that's what actually light is propagating through. It's not
so
propagating
you
through
actually
medium,
believe the ether, boys? You just renamed it.
I've said this. Yeah, we've just discovered what it actually was and gave it a different name because it wasn't the thing that we thought it was. Yeah.
How did you discover what it was? Are you kidding me? You discovered what the ether is? Do tell.
I didn't discover it.
Who did?
Well,
Who can explain to us what the ether is? I'd love to hear that, man.
You can look at Paul Dirac and what he did when he first explained the quantum fields, and he
invented the Dirac-sea. Paul Dirac created the Dirac-sea, which was the negative counterparts of these alleged particles, which was solely mathematical and theoretical.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish what I was saying. Is that he was a proponent, or he thought of it in a similar way as the ether, because it was in a lot of ways fulfilling what the ether was meant to fulfill, with many distinctions. Though one of the main distinctions between the ether and what became quantum fields is that the ether was meant to be a fixed frame in which all the other reference frames move inside of. where that's not the case with quantum fields.
Has nothing to do with reference frames, dude.
Yes, actually, that was the main point of the Michelson-Morley test, was expressing the ether as a fixed frame.
But you're talking about one postulation as to what the ether was. There's been like over 14. They don't all coincide with one another. And that's not to say that the ether doesn't exist because you gave one false postulate.
Yeah, that's not what I said though. What I said was the ether that these guys believed in is the ether I was talking about.
Yeah, but that's the problem is you guys are always pointing to something that is inaccurate to try to explain away its existence, and that's not how fucking things work, dude.
It's like you're not listening to the conversation, man.
He's not.
The conversation was literally about how the ether is the same thing. But you're not listening. You're responding to something that wasn't said.
Yeah, actually, I was responding to something that was said.
Literally, somebody was saying how the similarities between the ether and quantum fields were, and I was explaining why that was, because the people who came up with the quantum fields already had a assumption about what the ether was, and what they uncovered gave the truer light of what it actually was. But the ether that they believed in at the time is the ether we're talking about. It doesn't matter if there's 14 other different ethers.
I didn't say there's 14 other ethers. I said there's 14 other postulations as to what the ether was, and they don't all coincide with one another.
And that's why they gave it a new name, because the old one was confusing.
I found some ether, right, guys?
I got ether in my garage.
No, I'm serious, Moyak. I don't know if you heard.
I got a can under my seat.
You guys are not taking me seriously. Ether flow energy.
We never take you seriously.
I know you don't. That's why you're about to learn something now, Moyak. Research ether flow energy from Tesla. And remember who taught you it. The guy that doesn't know
ether
nothing.
flow energy, how does that work into the quantum energy address ether flow energy?
We were talking about ether, different types of ether, and I said, guess what, guys? I found some ether.
You found an old article from somebody who was potentially wrong today.
Tesla was potentially wrong. Moyak man is telling me that Tesla, the smartest man, arguably that ever walked this planet,
Tesla
on
is
electricity
infallible.
is wrong.
I get it. Tesla is not human. He is infallible.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I said
there's no way
I
Tesla's
found
the
ether
smartest
flow
man.
energy from Tesla, and you're poo-pooing Tesla.
Tesla made an electric motor. Very good. Very talented. Good engineer. I like. He was a kind of a hands-on engineer. I don't know how good he was on theory.
Once again, you missed what I told you because of your bias towards anything we say is wrong.
No, my bias is towards you. I don't like you.
I know you don't. I know that's why you're biased towards me. You proved my point, and I'm gonna educate
it's one of these things where you've been 100% wrong
in front of
today.
everybody. I will now proceed to humiliate you in front of everybody for you not knowing that Tesla had ether flow energy. Moyak man didn't know this and started laughing when
That's
I said
okay.
it.
From the man who does a skateboard on the bridge, doesn't understand that skateboard paradox. It's not a paradox. I generally take you as being useless in conversation.
Yeah, don't let your hate judge your opinion of others.
Can I ask a favor?
No, it's not my hate. It's the evidence I see.
Essie, can I ask a favor of you? Because you brought this up, and I actually did do a very small amount of research. I couldn't come across anything that shed some light onto what you're expressing. So, you said you wanted us to give you credit for teaching it to us. Will you give us more information on this test on this ether flow as you described it, like what it was utilized as, or what other names it went by, maybe, or anything like that?
Yeah, fair enough. How about if I give you a practical demonstration showing this from a man named Dollard?
That'd probably be fine.
With schematic and a way to build it yourself. Would that do?
Sure. Yeah, sure. As long as, like I said, what I'm really looking for is like an explanation for what is even being claimed. But yeah, I mean that if that's
coming right up, my friend. Coming right up.
As I recall, the argument here from him flow energy. What was it? He oh God, I can't remember the conditions. I'm not going to even try and say it.
Well, he had several things, and one of them was like those towers he had, which is just a way of transferring energy. There wasn't a way of creating it. But then there was another thing that he had done, other people had done, which is like capturing atmospheric, or basically like radio waves that are just flying through the air, coming from the sun, stuff like that. So there were a couple
This one
things
was
like
more
that.
like this one was more like essentially he set up a condition where there was plasma where he couldn't explain, or he chose to explain what he was seeing as being ether flow energy. And like I said, I don't know why he came to that.
You know what? You might be talking about more, because I remember when SC brought this up last time, he brought up how there was a current and there was something like blue electricity, and then there was a white something. And I think that sounds like what you're kind of saying.
Yeah,
I posted it for you, Kosho. It's all there for you, bro.
It's an hour long.
And if you have more, if you want to know more, I can give you more stuff. But start with this, and then I'll give you some other properties that'll blow your mind. But start off with this.
I would, and at some point maybe I will, but it's an hour long. I mean, is there some maybe like a condensed part of
If you
this
can't
thing?
devote an hour to learning about an amazing thing, bro, then you're not.
I won't. Like if that's like it's like if I asked you the question like I just did,
If you watch
I
it at
wouldn't
1.5
expect.
speed,
Hold on, dude. I wouldn't expect your answer to take an hour. So that's what I'm saying. Is like just to understand what is even being claimed here.
Well, you didn't
is
ask
what
me
I'm
to
asking.
explain. I can explain it. You asked me for.
He was asking that.
I did say it.
When you interrupted him.
Yeah, you wanted to be credited with being the one who brought this to us, who taught it to us, and so I'm saying, well, could you actually tell me what it is?
Yeah,
So
what would you like to know? What would you like to know?
What is even the claim? What's claimed to be happening here?
Okay, this is the claim. And I'm not saying I believe it or not. I'm just saying this is what I found in my research about ether. I had no clue about this until a month ago. So this is what I found, Kosho. I found that Tesla, researching electricity, ran a current of electromagnetic, right, electricity, through a powerful magnet. And he witnessed that he saw the electrons sparking in a blue kind of a flow. And then he noticed on the another side, he noticed this other kind of energy, a flow, a white, cold energy. This is where all this started. This is the basic explanation.
What can we do with that, SE?
What can you do with what? My explanation or the energy?
Yeah, that. I mean, what does all that mean?
Well, that means, Left Lane, that 130 years ago, somebody called Tesla, not invented, discovered a new form of energy called ether flow energy. He also called it radiant energy.
So the question is, when this white thing appeared, because I see white stuff all the time. Sometimes I see white stuff and it's inappropriate, right? But there's no question. There's no claim that white stuff is energy. So that you would have to add to that.
Oh God,
you would have to add to that.
Are you serious, Coach?
Yes, I am
You're being
serious.
so childish. Bro.
I am
You're digging at
serious, and I'm
straws,
actually
bro.
not finished.
You're
You would have to
grabbing
add.
at straws.
You would have to add to that that same story exactly what it was that he observed that white stuff to be doing. Like, what was it actually a fact that he measured there to be like extra energy there or something like that?
Well, first of all, he noticed that it's cold energy. Cold. Number two, he noticed that it has like he produced it in a tube, right? A vacuum tube. And he noticed that this energy has weird characteristics. For example, when you put your hand next to the bulb producing this energy, right? It has a pushing force. Now, when you put your hand to a regular light bulb, it doesn't have this pushing force. So that's just one of the. Go on, whoever.
How many newtons of pushing force does it have?
How many newtons of pushing force? That is the question you want to ask now.
Well,
That's
yeah,
the first
you're
question that came to
describing
your mind.
something and you're saying that it had these things,
but it seems like there is no description. Like you said, it's cold. Okay, how many BTUs can it absorb per minute? At what wattage? These are things that these sound like they were what do you call it? Subjective measurements. Do we have any tangible measurements that were made?
The video I saw, they didn't exactly measure what the pushing force was. The whole point is explaining the difference between this energy and the other energy, what I was trying to explain to Kosho.
Right, but there's no measurements. I mean, now I haven't seen the video. I'm going on what you're describing here. And
they didn't
without
make
measurements, how do we get past this just
That's
being a
what you're
subjective
asking.
thing? Like when you put the two magnets opposing each other and slam them down towards the ground and they feel like you're pushing them through honey. There's got to be a tangible method that we can measure this and show that if you can feel it with your hand, you can measure it with a device.
I'm sure there is, but like I said, that experiment that they did not involve measuring the pushing force, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, yeah, it's without that, I'm highly skeptical of the entire thing because you're making descriptive things that have nothing beyond subjective.
Don't you think it would be logical before you make any comments on what I found that you at least watch one video or like do some research on it before you talk?
No,
I
I'm
would just like to.
I'm also going on your words.
I would just like to point out that if we're talking about space time, it's generally accepted, right? But if we're talking about like something that you can actually like measure and manipulate and see, well, you can't see it, but
No,
yeah,
space-time
it's
is
like
measured. Space-time is measured. We did that with airplanes. We showed you the numbers.
oh, like is it
Now,
like a half
you could
cup
argue
or
that somehow the cesium acts differently, and that's fine. You could be right, and that the space-time thing that we're saying is completely wrong. However, the fact is that to date, it is supporting the model. It is supporting the hypothesis.
Well, you just blew your hypothesis out of the water there when you said the cesium acts differently. Allegedly, the cesium doesn't act differently. Time does. But good
I
point.
didn't say that it
Good
does
point.
act.
Very
I'm
good
saying
point,
that it
Blair.
could. And you are right. There is always a possibility that there's some unknown variable that we haven't accounted for in anything that we know in science.
Okay, before you veer off into La La Land, are you going to watch the video? Are you going to research what I
watching the
told you,
video.
Moyak? Yes or no?
I'm watching the video.
Oh, you are? Oh, great. Good. That's a good start.
Something makes me think I'm just living an hour of my time on fire.
No, you won't. You're going to learn something you never knew before, and you're going to be amazed. You won't admit it because I brought it up, but what you're going to find is this is not electromagnetic energy. This is something totally different. This
do
is
you
what's
guys
going to
actually watch
shock the
YouTube
hell out of
videos?
you.
Do you guys actually watch video at 1 times the speed? Like if it's an old guy talking, like an old professor, I can watch it at 2 times the speed. If it's a young guy talking who speaks kind of quick, like Kent Hovind did when he was younger, then I can watch it at 1.5. So I don't know what you guys are talking about an hour. If it's an hour-long video, it's not going to take you an hour to watch it.
Well, since I'm
This
going
is
to actually
only the
try and get
beginning.
understanding from it, there's going to be times when I stop it and I'm going to listen to it actually and get past all the bullshit that was stated for the past half hour, and then some things I'll seek clarification on. I don't know what you do, whether you just blast through it at 6 times speed and say, I heard the whole thing.
What I don't do is because I hate somebody, I don't listen to what he's saying and just brush it off right away. I still listen,
Looks
even
like
if
I
I hate
understood what you're saying, so you're wrong there. I just have found
Yeah, I
that
never said anything about 6 times the
ratio
speed,
that
right?
everything you say is wrong.
I never said anything about 6 times the speed, right? I was talking about you can increase the speed slightly, but I get it if you can't understand it when people talk fast. If you can't like process that information, that makes sense. You can watch it at normal speed if you have to.
So have you watched this?
No, I'm off tomorrow, and I was going to watch it tomorrow at 2 times the speed, unless
Okay,
they're unless it's.
I'll have some test questions for you when you watch it at 2 times speed.
Oh, you're going to test me, huh? What makes you think I would participate in your test?
Okay, so you can watch things fast and not gain any information. That's cool. That's good. That's how I kind of think you do grab your information.
Is that what I said?
Essentially.
Oh no, it's what you assumed, right? Which makes an ass out of you, right? Because you're assuming that I can't understand when people talk fast. Dude,
No,
what are
it's
you
the amount
talking
that
about?
the amount of stuff that you misconstrue about the world has maybe said that.
Let me ask you something, Moyak. Why do you think you associate Einstein with intelligence and genius, and Tesla with pigeons and madness? Why do you think that's the case?
Well, because Einstein was never caught fucking a pigeon. I know, neither was Tesla. But he had the thing that he was institutionalized for his insanity. But that aside, because a lot of this, and I don't malign Tesla as a whole. Generally, I think Tesla was an excellent engineer. He was a practical engineer who liked to play with things and make guesses as to how they worked. And
Why
he
do you
came up
think?
with some stuff from that.
Why do you think
Einstein, on the other
Einstein?
hand, seemed to understand things and be able to bring them down to their root. That I haven't seen that with Tesla.
Do you know why Tesla was so upset with Einstein? Like, what the one thing was that he refused that Einstein supported and put forth?
I don't remember, what was it.
It was the bending and warping of space time. He said that you can't bend space for the simple reason that it has no properties. And I always ask you Glovers if you can associate or at least give me the properties of space.
I don't know what.
And
Was
oftentimes,
Tesla lived to relatively contemporary, right? He made it to the 70s, right?
He was an older man than Einstein, and it is always the case. Even when Einstein became an older man, they didn't agree with the scientists that were coming out with new stuff at their time too. It's always the case.
Yeah,
These
because
older
they
scientists don't agree with the younger scientists.
Because they did.
I mean, you're changing.
I don't know what Tesla would have said.
You're not addressing what I asked.
Well, I am
asked
addressing it. And I think Tesla might have changed his mind if he'd seen the experiment where they flew the airplanes around. I don't know what his take on it was when we started actually measuring the effects.
He died before that.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, well,
then I don't know what he would have said in the face of that evidence.
So one guy married a pigeon, supposedly, and the other one married his first cousin. What gives?
I don't know. That's sexy.
Well,
That's
that's a
very
little less
common.
weird.
People measuring cousins, marrying cousins, but it's not very common to marry a pigeon. So I would say the pigeon still wins.
What are the properties of space? I always ask this. No one wants
And
to
you always
touch
get
on it.
answered, and you always ask it again anyways. As I answer it again, as I've done before, you're going to ask the same question tomorrow and the next day. But
Yeah,
space has plenty of properties, like
You're giving me the attributes.
position, length, distance, volume.
Those are attributes.
These are properties, and these properties,
No, they're not.
yes, they are.
Malleability.
You know the
That's
difference
exactly
between.
malleability and also a warping or distortion.
Do you know the difference between properties or principles and attributes? Because you guys don't seem to understand this very, very important thing that is required to be able to substantiate what something is or is not. And you guys often associate the attributes of something as being the principles or the properties of it, and it's not. So
that's just like throwing a handful of dirt in the water. It does. I mean,
space has attributes, but it has no properties. That's the problem, and you guys need to understand that. It's very important. Like same thing with a shadow. A shadow's not a thing; it's the absence of something. Although it does have attributes. The attributes are it's colder when you stand in a shadow, or you could say it's there's
bendy. It's ductile. It's bendy.
Well, but that's the problem is you're placing physical attributes on something that's non-physical.
Okay.
It's the absence of physicality. That's literally what space is, the absence of physicality. And you're attributing physical attributes to something non-physical, which makes no logical sense.
Let me read
you don't
this.
See that?
Let me read this out to you, dude, because here's the definition for attribute. The first one I saw. It says attribute, a quality or feature regarded as a characteristic or inherent part of something or someone. In science, so this is now the definition for property. In science, properties are the qualities of characteristics of a substance that describe and identify it. Physical properties are characteristics that can be observed or measured, including size, shape, color, texture, density, smell, and phase. So when I read both these two things, I see words that are the same in both definitions, and I see them
that's a
saying the same
problem.
thing.
And that's a problem. Like your definitions are often wrong, as we've already addressed with waves and nouns, waves not being nouns. So can you look up really quickly what a principle versus attributes are?
Listen, man, I just read to you these definitions and you're saying they're two different
Don't
things.
hand wave it.
And I know, no, you want me to look something up for you, right? I didn't ask you to look up these definitions and read them to me. I looked them up and I read them to you. So why don't you do your own homework and then read it to me?
I'm asking for you to look into it so that you can differentiate on your own. You don't seem to be understanding of what a principle versus attributes are.
I didn't use the word principle, dude.
I use the word principle.
I know that's fine. So the argument you made was that I was saying that an attribute when I don't know the difference between attributes and properties. Now you're introducing a new term.
You said it's a characteristic. I don't disagree with that.
Well, you did a minute ago.
No, an attribute is a characteristic. It's not what something is. It's the quality or lack thereof. It's of description of something. Property. But it's not what something is.
Yeah, but you asked for properties.
Principle versus attribute. All right.
Yeah, but you
Space
disagree.
has attributes, but it has no principles because it has no property.
Yeah. What you said a minute ago was that it has no properties. You didn't say anything about principles. I'm showing, and then you said it has attributes. It doesn't have properties. I'm telling you that in regards to the properties as I was using them, which is actually the correct way to use them, they mean the same thing as attribute. It's not.
Right.
There's not.
And that's why I'm saying it's a problem. I understand that this is the information you have at hand and it's misled you, but I'm trying to explain to you that principles and attributes are different. If they want to associate properties with attributes, that's their problem. But I'm saying there's a distinct difference. There's a distinct difference between these two things, and it's key to understand those significant differences to be able to associate characteristics from what things are and what things do. That's why I say, like, you guys have never defined energy, magnetism, a lot of things that are required to understand reality.
Just giving you. You said that you've asked for properties of space, and no one's ever given it to you. I've given you properties of space. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, you did. You gave me properties in the sense of your understanding, which are attributes. And I'm asking for what something. I don't deny that space has attributes. Okay. But it has no, what's the principle of it?
So your claim that it has no properties, is that correct?
What's the principles of space? If you're gonna associate properties with attributes, you're gonna make that false association. That's on you. That's your problem. But I'm trying to address the fact that principles and attributes are different, and you wanna run away from that. You refuse to understand.
No, that's a different question.
It's definitely
so you
a different
didn't start
question.
out with what are principles.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Again, I
never said space had principles. I never said space had principles. You're arguing with a straw man. I never said that. There's no reason for me to defend that. Okay, I said that it had properties, and I listed what the properties were. If you're going to say now it doesn't have principles, I'll say okay, maybe it doesn't.
So are you saying space is a thing?
Sure. Depends on how you define thing, but
physical.
I would defend
something physical, materially existent.
Well, see, these are three different definitions. I would not say that it's materially present. No.
Okay. So if it's not materially present, then how can we give material characteristics to something that's not materially existent, such as bending?
I can give physical characteristics to something that I would consider physical, and I do consider it physical.
So now you consider space to be physical, even though you just said it's not.
No, I didn't. I said that you said three different things as if they were conflated. So you conflated three different definitions: physical, material, and whatever the first one was. And I'm telling you, those are three different things. I'm claiming that it's not material. I am saying that it is physical.
Okay. So is material physical?
I obviously don't think those words mean the same thing.
I understand that, and that's why I'm trying to see where you are differentiating those two things.
By asking if I think they're different?
No,
That's
by
not.
asking you if material would be considered something physical.
If something is material, yeah, then it would by default be physical.
Right. Now, other than space, can you give me an example of something that's not material yet physical?
Energy is physical and not material.
Okay. And what is your definition of physical?
Physical, I mean, very, very briefly in like my own words, I would just say physical would be something that can interact with the physical reality, things, other things in physical reality. There's a physical effect from this thing, and communicating with something else in physical reality.
Right. So now we can measure energy, but how do we measure space besides
With a ruler?
Well, I think that's a kind of a bad definition, though, Kosho. So, would a dream be physical?
The dream itself, the dream can have physical effects, but the dream would be it's kind of like a dream is like a thought. So it depends on depends on where you're starting and stopping your investigation. Because a thought
It was
is
a yes or no
generally
question.
a
Is a
thought is
dream
generally
physical?
not physical, but a thought can be thought of as arising from physical things. It's definitely physical. There's actually physical things happening in your head to make them happen, but the thought
Well, this is
itself
the most common distinction. You just keep, bro.
is conceptual.
I don't know the the most common distinguishing thing between like what you would call something physical is it's basically related to the tangibility of its existence, right? As opposed to something that is purely of the mind or of thought. This is the most common distinction between physical and something that's not physical. So are you in disagreement with that? And you think that things of the mind are physical?
No, I literally just explained what the difference was and why depends on
No,
how
you
you're
didn't. You
asking.
waffled
I
back
know,
and
I know,
forth.
yeah, because you
Position.
stopped listening halfway through, right? So why don't you just not do that this time? Because what I said was it depends on what you're asking exactly. Same way as in a computer, there's computer
It doesn't
programs.
depend.
Yeah, you gotta
asked
you gotta
a
stop. You gotta
very
stop. You gotta stop.
specific
You gotta stop,
question.
dude. You gotta
Do
stop.
you
You
think
gotta
a
stop,
dream
dude.
is
Shut your mouth.
physical?
You have to stop because you didn't
Let
listen last time.
Kosho
You're not listening
finish.
this time.
Let Kosho finish.
Yeah,
And then get to this disagreement after.
I'm saying like in a computer,
He never
same way
finished.
as a computer, just like with a thought or a dream, the program that's running or the video or whatever, it has a physical presence in the computer, and there's actually bits that have to be on and off. Just like in your brain, there's neurons that are firing when you're having thoughts or having a dream. However, the dream itself is conceptual. So depending on exactly what you're asking, I would say yes, it's conceptual, a dream, right? It's not physical, but there is a way that you can say that it was physical. You know what I mean? Like, so it's sort of difficult depending on how you're asking it.
It's a pretty simple question. Is a dream physical or non-physical? And if there's a third option, you can let me know.
That's what I'm saying. You can identify it. Like if you had a lab and had somebody set up to wires and stuff, you can identify where the dream was occurring in their head as it was occurring. But their experience of the dream and the actual the conceptual the things that were happening, all that kind of stuff, like that's purely conceptual. However, depending on how refined your tools were, you could physically identify it. So it's kind of like it's like a gray area.
How would you define physical?
Having physical things that can interact with the physical world.
So upon that definition, things that can interact with the physical world, is a dream something
Well, hold
physical?
on. That's a fallacy because you can't use physical within your definition of physical.
Exactly.
Things that can interact with the natural world.
That's not a very satisfactory definition.
Yeah, so things that can interact with the natural world, I would say that thing was physical. And in the
So
case
is
of
there
the
anything
julian,
that is
in the
non-physical?
case, sure. If you're
Can you
just
give me
talking
an
about,
example?
if you're just talking about the,
Simple example.
yeah, if you're just talking about the dream, like you just said, when the dream occurred, you can physically identify it. But however, the idea of that dream, that's purely conceptual. And so it's like if you told that dream to somebody and it's now floating out there in the world, like this idea of the dream, this is conceptual. So that would be
So
something
the
that's not
idea, hold on. So the idea of the dream is non-physical, but the dream is physical.
right. Like even an idea, for example, an idea is something that you're happy, like you're physically having, that can be said to be physical. But the idea itself is not the physical thing; it's conceptual.
Never mind. Jesus Christ.
So
It
did
makes
he ever answer whether it was physical or not, or did he just go on a long tirade?
No, it's the usual Kosho answer, which is yes but no, and then no but yes.
Oh, I mean,
Something
well, you can say
gray.
that the dream itself is not necessarily a physical thing, but it's the result of a chemical physical process of thought inside the brain. It is a gray area. It depends on how you look at it.
exactly.
Not really.
And how you're
I mean,
measuring
No,
it.
it's not.
What seems to be happening here, like I think a really good analogy is like hardware and software. So it's like saying I've got a computer program and the computer program is objectively software. Just because it has to run on hardware doesn't make it partially hardware. And this is exactly the same.
But that was the point I was making about the computers. It's like the software or the video or whatever you're talking about. That's the software. In the case, and if you go back to the analogy of the dream or whatever, that would be the conceptual part. But you could still identify where the software existed, like if it was on a thumb drive or wherever it
How much?
was, in the physical hardware. So it just
Doesn't make
depends on how you're like asking the question.
No, it doesn't. At no point does the program become hardware because it has to run on hardware.
Okay, does a program yield physical? Would you call that physical? A software program?
I'm talking about software and hardware.
Right. Would you call a software program a physical thing? The ones
No.
and zeros that make it up, and the answers that
No, it's information.
It's a what?
It's information.
Information.
Information is inherently conceptual because it's an arrangement of stuff that we have decided means something.
So calculator is information. Okay, we'll try and work with your definition.
Well, no, what is a calculator? Are you talking about the physical calculator?
The results of.
Sorry?
The results of and the method that it came to the answer is what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, it's not analogous with what I was talking about, so I don't really know where you're going.
Well, I mean, when you start saying that the brain or a dream, I don't know. I mean, if I could simulate the same brain state in you, and you would have the exact same dream.
So
I'm just trying to figure out why you're making this distinction.
It never makes the dream physical.
It's not. Yeah, it's not me making the distinction. It's what they are.
Yeah, but even software, in that analogy, there's always a physical component of what like if the software is on your computer, or if you're transferring to a computer, or it exists somewhere, it exists somewhere in a physical form. That information. Otherwise,
Okay, so let me take this logic a step forward. You could say that therefore software is electricity.
No, you can't say that.
Yeah. That is the logical conclusion. Everything that's involved in the process is what you're arguing.
No, it's not. No, the software, the software is a unique set of code. That code has to be imprinted on either a chip or a hard drive somewhere.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
And
it
that
doesn't
can't
exist.
be done without electricity.
No, it doesn't need electricity. You can actually make. No, you can make a software program without it even being electronic. Like
You can make a mechanical computer.
Yeah.
And you can run it by hand.
In that case, it would be mechanical. Then it would be mechanical and hardware and software.
You can also
Like,
run it by hand with pen and
it
paper.
doesn't matter. The point is that you're now red herring away from the point, which is that you are saying that everything involved in that process must therefore be included in the definition of the thing,
No,
which
he's
is not
saying it's
logical.
gray. He's saying it's a
Crypto.
gray area.
I'm not saying that at all.
That's a
Yes,
good
you
point,
are.
Crypto, because then if you follow that out logically, then it would also be intelligent because it requires an intelligent mind to interpret
Yeah,
it.
but that his
So it's
point that he's
intelligent.
saying is not even my point, and it's not even what was said. It's not true because I'm not saying everything. I'm not saying everything involved with software is software. I'm saying the software itself, its existence is in the form of a code, a coded bits that are somewhere either in your computer or some hard drive somewhere or some CD-ROM or whatever it is. But that code is physically embedded somewhere. And
Kosho,
I'm not saying that electricity is part of the code. I'm not saying it. I'm saying the code itself is physically imprinted somewhere.
Kosho, are you your brain? Are you a cell in your body? Are you a brain? Are you your brain?
Why are you asking this?
It's a philosophical question. The essence of you. What
Okay, why?
defines you?
My question is, why are you asking this? Not what is this that you're asking. I'm asking, why are you asking this? How does it pertain? Why don't you just make your point? That way, it can make more sense.
Because this is where, I don't know, I feel like the theme today is you guys struggling with the concepts or the philosophy behind a lot of the things you're trying to say are matter of fact, right? And there are philosophical discussions and implications of a lot of the things that you're talking about, right? Moyak was very disappointed that we were talking about or Left Lane was earlier, that we are talking about the philosophical conversation around time and or length or measures or things like that, right? But in order to fully have a conversation, we need to define our terminology. And if you can't have definitive terminology, then we can't have a discussion, right? It doesn't mean that you guys win the argument or the conversation. It just means that we can't progress within a conversation, a discussion, or a debate if we can't properly define things. And if there's no distinction between what is physical and non-physical, I don't know where to start.
There is distinctions between it. Like
I mean,
we
you
said
said a
this
dream is
before,
both
dude.
physical and non-physical at the same time.
We said this. It's like a speech, like when Abe Lincoln did the fucking Gettysburg Address. He did that. People heard it. He came up with it conceptually. Like the whole thing is a concept. However, there's real physical effects of him speaking it in the air from the. So it's like these sort of things when you bring them up like that, and you're asking for something that's not physical. There's always going to be some kind of physical component to this thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't. Like you say, a unicorn. A unicorn is not physical.
Hey,
However,
Kosho.
the idea of a unicorn has to be described in this physical way. You got to speak
Kosho.
it to people. So these things are. It's not cut and dry or black and white like you're saying it.
Yo, Kosho, to make your point, even like because I agree with you. It's like this. It's like in regards to the computer program. It's like that computer program has to do something in the computer, so therefore it does exist in corporeal reality. However, you could say the effect of that computer program on somebody, right? Maybe that's like more ethereal. You know what I mean? Like the design of the cool program and its effect on somebody, that's more of a ethereal kind of a thing than the actual coding itself. I don't know why I just thought I'd clarify that.
No, right. But that's like you can draw that out to like any emotion, for example, like any emotional reaction to something. You could say was conceptual, even though like there is physical components to it in order for those to be manifested. But still, the idea, like love, for example, is a it's a concept, but it if somebody tried to argue with you that there's physical properties to it, or there's physical effects of it, they wouldn't be wrong. So it's I don't know, it's just gonna iffy question.
I like that shit. I like the philosophical side of this shit because I don't think anybody's right. You know,
See, I hate the philosophical part of it because it's always used to try and deflect conversation away from actually achieving
I think
goals.
I think it can be, but I don't think it's
That wasn't the case
non-essential.
here, though.
Yeah, I don't know if that's all the time the case either. Like,
If anything, it was the opposite, right? You were trying to not talk about the philosophical, but also not properly or clearly define or distinguish these things that you're using within sentences, right? So that everybody can understand what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, well, the question was, is space physical? And then when I said my answer, he asked me what I meant by physical, and I gave him my definition. And in my definition, space fit that definition, or fit the definition for that, which is having effects in physical reality, or being able to affect, or having some relationship, communicating something real to things in nature. So that's it fits that description, my loose colloquial description.
So what is space that you're talking about that affects things that are physical? What do you mean by space?
What he's saying is that the immaterial can affect the material, which is illogical.
Yeah, so I'll just say the things I say, and you can interpret them however you'd like, Dice Slow. But what I said was, or sorry, what you asked just now, Napalm, was how is it physical, or how does it affect physical reality? Is that what you said?
What is space?
Oh, what is space? Well, it's a collection of all the points and positions of some given volume or area. In this case, if you're talking universally, then all the points and positions, in the universe.
So then,
and
okay,
the distances between them.
So this kind of goes back to our concept of length, where somebody was giving the description of when I said that length is solely just a measure, it's not a thing in and of itself. Somebody said, well, the distance between two people is a length, and that is a thing. Well, technically, no, right? You have two things, and you can define a position or a length between them, but the distance between the two of them is not an actual physical thing.
If you say so, I would say it was, but I would also say it's not material. That's true, but it certainly is a thing that has real physical effects. One of them being, how far you have to travel to get from where you are to that person, or how long it would take a message or light to travel from two people. All those things would be,
right. But the distance is not the cause of that, right?
No, but it is affecting. It's affecting it.
The distance doesn't affect that.
It does. It has a real physical effect. Like there's that space between the two people it's always going to be the case, as long as they're not moving in reference to each other. And so it's going to change the the truth on how long it takes a message to get back and forth, how long it takes anything to travel between them, how many things they can put in between them, all that type of stuff.
Whether they rub against each other.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the space between the two people, right? The measurement of what we're calling the distance is not actually causing anything, right? If there is something contained within it, right? If you say that, well, will the signal reach them X, Y, or Z, give any type of parameter. Well, the signal reaching them is not the cause of the signal not reaching them is not the distance per se. It would be whatever is causing the signal to diminish over the distance, which could be, I don't know, the fact that it has to, travel through air, which air molecules are absorbing some of the energy over a period. So is it the
talking about causes? I never said anything about cause or effect. I'm saying you asked if it was a thing.
But you said it. Yeah. You said the distance has a causal nature on the physical things. That's what you said.
It'll change the
space
truth.
Causes something physical. No,
it'll
the
change
space doesn't
truth.
Cause something physical to happen.
No, like if you have a bunch of blocks, the amount of space in between you and some other space is going to change how many blocks you're going to need to fill up that space. So, I mean, it has real physical effects, and those properties are real physical truths.
That isn't a physical. That is not having a physical effect on the blocks.
Like I said, I'm not talking about cause and effect type of relationship. I'm talking about how it's.
You are, but you aren't.
No, I'm not. I'm just plainly not. I'm not saying it causes anything. I'm saying that it has it has a direct relationship with things in nature.
Sure, there's a relationship to how many blocks you can put in between two specified objects, right? If you're saying you have two poles and you want to put blocks in between the two poles, right? The distance between the two poles is that measurement is going to give you the amount of blocks that you would need, right? That's a useful tool to know the distance between the two so that you can measure how many blocks would fit in between them and how many blocks you would need to fill up that space. But the space in between them is not actually doing anything at all whatsoever.
Can I just say that space it's not space, it's how much air you have to displace. So there's an amount of air between those poles. And if you want to fill that, quote, space, which is actually you want to replace all of the air between the poles with objects. So you're getting the volume of the physical air and then matching that with the volume of physical wood or whatever you're going to use.
That's not universally the case, though, because you could be placing things in a vacuum chamber and not replacing any air. I don't think that rule.
Yeah, but that's the assumption. Now you have to assume that you've removed everything, right? Now that you've created the existence of nothing.
Well, no. If you put a chair into a room that is not a vacuum chamber, it's 14.7 psi, and you put a chair in a vacuum chamber that's only like 0.6 psi, it's not a pure vacuum. The amount of air that you're displacing in both those cases would be different. So you can't say space is a measurement of the amount of air you have to displace.
A vacuum chamber is not a measurement. You're not measuring distance with a vacuum chamber.
Right, but the space would be the same. The space would be consistent in both cases. The chair would take up the same volume in both cases.
Yeah, volume would be a measurement of the chair or the air, not of because you're trying to create two things with one. You have air and it has to coexist in the same place simultaneously as space, whatever that is. Right? So you have the physical air, which we can demonstrate and work with. But then you have this other ethereal thing that you're just putting behind. It's like ether. Like you're just putting the ether behind the air and saying, well, you can't have air without ether because that's what I believe.
Yeah, this goes back to what is your idea of space? You kind of alluded to it being a distance previously. So
No,
if it's a distance really isn't a thing in and of itself, right? A distance is
properties of space.
I didn't ask for its physical properties. I asked you what you define space as.
No, I did. I said the points. I said all the points in any given volume or space, and I said and the distances between them.
But you can't have space in your definition of space.
Well, then all the points in any given volume, all the points that comprise any given volume, whatever amount of space you're wanting to be defined, whether it's the entire universe or some specific amount of space, but it's all the points representing that volume.
So a point is a mathematical concept, right? You can't really show me a point in space or a point in time. But if you were to just say, space is defined as a volume, a particular volume, right, at any given location, I think that would be a pretty fair definition. But to say, I guess a location would also be a concept. But yeah, I think that, we're just talking about volume here, right? So what is space? Well, it's just, an area or a field, right?
Coordinate system, sure. Yeah, volume is a specific amount of space, but yeah, the coordinate structure that we use to, to find all the points in nature. That's just what space is. It's literally the spatial. I don't want to use the same word again, but it's the coordinates and that comprise the entirety of where everything exists.
Existence.
So it's conceptual, right? It's not physical.
You could say in some aspects some things are conceptual, but it's got a real physical presence. Like I said, the physicality of it can't be denied because you can only fit a certain amount of things in a certain volume. That volume has to be not just conceptual, but actually physically limiting. So that's what I'm saying about these distinctions. You have to actually break down what it is, where it is that you're cutting it off at, because like I said, these things, there is real physical effects of it, like limiting effects.
Can you stick an elephant inside a Honda Civic?
So
No.
so space is a limitation then.
That's one effect, that you can limit things depending on how much space you have. So yeah.
Yes, you can take a fetus of an elephant and put it in a Honda Civic, but I think that would be cruel.
No, but you can't stick the whole elephant in there. It's just
But
not enough.
yes, you can. You can stick
What
the
I
whole
find-
fetus in a Honda Civic. That's an elephant fetus.
No, it's not an elephant.
What I find
It's
interesting is when
an
people say
elephant
things
fetus is
are
not.
conceptual, they somehow
Sorry,
can't
bro.
write them off.
Sorry, are you saying that an elephant fetus is not an elephant?
No, it's got a secondary designation.
Okay, so let's a second. So let's say I'm baking a cake, right? And you
Dude,
come in.
this is philosophical retardism. The point is, you can't stick a fucking full-grown elephant inside of a Honda Civic, which is even a ridiculous argument, but nonetheless, you're off on some tangent with it. Let's just go on to Bob.
Well, I'm not. It's not my fault you're changing the goalpost, right? And then calling me ridiculous.
I will do the same to you with the next comment you make.
Well, there's definitely no doubt about that. Every time you see me, you will do a logical fallacy every single time. There's no doubt about that.
There was no logical fallacy. The assumption when you say an elephant, you are speaking about the big animal, not some freak or some portion of, or like they said with the elephant penis. And then with the embryo, nobody was talking about an embryo. The general conception of an elephant is a big thing, a big gray animal with a big trunk and ears.
Yeah, more generally, because obviously, this statement is meant to be like a general, like specifically a size that is bigger than another size. So it's like you can't fit 5 gallons in a 3-gallon jug, no matter how small you want to say the 3 gallons is, because 3 gallons is 3 gallons, 5 gallons is 5 gallons. These are amounts of space, and you can't fit this amount of space into this amount of space if it's bigger.
Well, how many cigars can fit in my ashtray? Well, there's actually quite a few cigars in my ashtray right now because I haven't dumped it, right?
Would those be
Because they're
cigars
ash.
or would those be cigar ashes?
Right. See, I knew you were going to ask that question. That's the two different distinctions, right? Those are actually two separate things, right? But a fetus of an elephant and an elephant
Yes,
are
I
not
was
two
talking
different
about
things.
elephant
It's the
fetuses.
same thing.
It's just-
Sorry, bro. Calm down. Relax. I was talking. Just relax. An elephant is a fetus. A fetus is an elephant, right? It's at a different stage of development, but there has been no change.
Sure. Okay. Except one's fucking big. There's been a big change.
That's right. That's one's big. That's right.
But that's a very silly thing to be arguing about, because like I said, it's like saying a water, you can't fit water in a 3-gallon jug. But again, we're saying specifically 5 gallons, a bigger size, a real physical attribute of it, can't fit into a space that is less than that size. And it's a physical limitation.
The same could be said about time conceptually, right? You can't fit an hour inside of a minute, or you can't fit 5 minutes inside 1 second, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't even know how you would try
Yes,
to
you
do
can
that.
if you're traveling at the speed of light, apparently.
Stop schooling the Globers, bro. They don't like that shit. They get upset.
Yeah, because you talk about elephant fetuses.
Implications.
Yeah, that's exactly, you win. Good job.
You don't try and fit time inside other time, so that's just a silly question.
Moyak tried to do it earlier. He tried to fit like 2 seconds inside 12 years.
Well, no, I think that's you're trying to describe as somebody else describing time dilation, which is two different reference frames with time. It's not time
No,
fitting into some
I
other
asked
time.
him. I asked him which
No,
reference
you're
frame.
misrepresenting. I said that you basically, from the reference frame of the Earth, 12 years would have elapsed, or whatever time it took for me to travel there from their reference frame. From me, if I instantly accelerated to the speed of light while on the Earth's atmosphere and I flew to Alpha Centauri and flew back, never slowing down, it would take me a sub-second time. Personally, I would experience less than a second.
And when you came back to Earth, it's 12 years later, right?
It is 12 years later, yes.
So, in the reference frame of the Earth, you have aged how long?
In the reference frame of the Earth, they will say, I have aged 12 years. They will say, you've been gone 12 years.
Be true.
I will say, I've been gone for less than a second.
That's right. It's because you have two different.
Who's right?
Then they're both right. They both have two different. They both have two different experiences of time. In both their cases, they're correct.
Yeah, because 2 seconds fits into 12 years, right?
No.
Yeah.
It's the same as with Coriolis. It's like if you see an object rotating because you're on a merry-go-round or its path curving, and somebody else sees the path going straight because they're not in the merry-go-round, and you guys describe its path, one is curving and one is straight, you're both correct. Neither of you guys are wrong. You guys just had two different experiences of the same thing.
It most certainly, if you tracked it along the surface of that merry-go-round, it followed a curved path. It most certainly, if you tracked it from the Earth frame, went almost perfectly straight.
Mm-hmm.
Both things are true. There is no one answer.
Sure there is. The ball went straight.
So if you leave Earth at nearly the speed of light, you're the one that's accelerating. The Earth isn't undergoing all that acceleration that you are.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
but not quite. If that's why there's the grandfather paradox, or not the twins paradox. Sorry, because if you're traveling away from somebody, then technically they're traveling away from you too. So it would be the same effect if you guys were only traveling away from each other.
Yeah, that's what I've never understood. So when I traveled back, I always thought when I returned to the reference frame, I thought that essentially from your perspective, Earth is moving fast.
Yeah,
So I've never understood how the time dilation works.
That's because if you're going somewhere and coming back, then you are the one. Then you would have ultimately been the one to have accelerated because you changed directions and all that type of stuff. But if you were only going opposite directions from each other, then you guys would have the same time dilation effect on the other. Like it would be confusing and paradoxical, but that's why they call it twin paradox. But it's not a paradox if when they actually have to come back in contact and measure it. In order to do that, one of the people has to accelerate.
It is interesting to think of, though. Light speed is kind of like a stretch objective that can never really be achieved. But I think you could be anywhere, and you could go to any point in the universe within your lifetime.
yeah. So if you're moving like nearly the speed of light, right? Well, from your reference point, the Earth is moving nearly the speed of light. Now, if the Earth were to like accelerate, change its velocity, undergo a huge amount of acceleration to then match up your frame, you would not it would be like you have the same your normal time as the Earth would have the huge loss of time.
So I got a question, and I'm going to step into the global paradigm. So in the global paradigm, you guys, or we, have been sciencing the shit out of time and space for the past 100 years. How has it benefited humanity? Because I don't think there is, hold on, I'm almost done. I don't think there's any benefit in learning about the cosmos, what the stars are made out of. Does Jupiter have a rocky core? Does it not? Like, how does this benefit the everyday average man on the land?
They're going to say GPS.
Yeah, I give
GPS is
GPS
the obvious one. Yeah.
So the satellites have, they or actually, we undergo time dilation with respect to the satellite's frame of reference. So
Well,
100
the satellites
megahertz.
have the time dilation, but that's a
Why was their calculation off by so much based on relativity?
It's like a 10 megahertz signal on the satellite is not the same 10 megahertz signal on Earth. There has to be an adjustment made for time dilation so that the devices can properly communicate to each other.
Back in the day, I guess Scandinavian mariners, they had this device where they could see the sun when they held up an object. I can't remember the name of the object, but they could see the location of the sun and use it to tell their location, even when it's cloudy. So when it's not cloudy, you can use the stars, and we can look at the sky and calculate our pretty accurate location. So we have the ability to travel before GPS.
Pretty
I had
accurate.
maps. Yeah, using triangulation. What is it, within a couple hundred meters? If you use a sextant.
Yeah, well, you didn't describe a sextant a second ago, but I wouldn't give it a couple hundred meters. That's GPS in the worst case, and I don't think with a sextant really ever. But you can get within a mile, I'm sure, and that's getting pretty close. I think the margin of error is usually greater than a mile. But
different technologies and different accuracies. So I basically, I can locomote myself. I can move. I can go between locations by walking, or I can go by a car. Does it mean that because I can walk, I can't use a car from now on? There's a different technology. It's called GPS, and GPS works on certain principles, and those principles are defined and testable. And they're more easier.
So didn't we have like triangulation with towers, the LORAN system, back before GPS?
That was also very the resolution of that was much greater than the couple miles. I think it was like, I forget, it was a very big range of how off it was. It wasn't accurate. GPS can give you sub-centimeter.
It also did not cover the entire Earth. So you have more accuracy, more coverage with GPS. If you want to have LORAN, you can stick with LORAN, but they turned it off, so you're kind of screwed.
Okay, so GPS is navigation, but mariners have been navigating the open sea for thousands of years. We've been crossing continents for hundreds of years.
Yep.
And so basically we just use it to refine it down to where GPS gets you like 99% of the way there, and then you have to figure out where's the actual location. Or at least when I use GPS.
I can, regardless of weather conditions, I can identify my location on the Earth. I can find the inlet to a marina within a couple of feet or less, versus I can get close with the sextant. Is it better? Okay. Well, yeah, it's better because it's instantaneously, doesn't worry about conditions, and it's not subject to human error.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So however much we've spent on NASA and, people privately doing it, gathering information about the stars and Einstein's work and all that stuff, we've spent probably, I don't know, how much energy? Billions and billions and billions of dollars, right?
Larry, come on. How is that relevant? Larry, come on. Can you get to the point?
Yeah, if you stop interrupting, I sure can.
We should be more accurate.
Well, then get to the point, Larry.
Well, I can if you guys shut the fuck up. So my point is that instead of it being like, it leads you like 95% there, now it leads us like 99% there. So all those billions of dollars so that we could, get that last mile.
Yeah, you said it 5 times already. So you don't like the money we spent to only get 99% when your mind, for some reason, you think we should be 100% there with all that money. Is that what your point is?
That wasn't even the question, though. The question was
That wasn't even my point.
No, yeah, no, but your point doesn't address the question. The question was, how does relativity, how does it affect our everyday life, or how does it do us any good? And we answered that. So GPS is a perfectly fine answer for that. Gives you much more refinement than any other system ever did.
Right, but if we got a map and we get 95% of the way there, then we could just pull out the map and be like, oh, okay, this is the exact street that I need to go to now that I found the town. Right? So really it just kind of sped things up a little bit with navigation. That's it, right?
It probably caused a reduction in the number of accidents because you're not holding out a fucking paper map to figure out where you are.
How do Army lieutenants still get lost with paper maps?
What?
How do Army lieutenants still get lost with paper maps?
That's because they didn't ask the delivery driver where the directions are, because back in the day, people would come to our pizza places and say, hey, I'm from out of town. I'm looking for...
my question. Stop. Answer my question. How do people still get lost with maps?
I don't know. I guess I don't know how to use a map anymore.
Exactly. That
doesn't sound like a benefit.
It's a skill that you have to be able to use a map properly, especially if you don't have landmarks because you're at sea or you're in the wilderness. A GPS, you turn it on, it tells you exactly where you are, and you put a pin in the map. It doesn't require you to triangulate or find your position on a map. That's the benefit of GPS.
Or trilaterate, which is what you use in sextant. I don't know why we're having this conversation.
Land navigation doesn't generally involve trilateration and involves triangulation. GPS involves trilateration. So does sextants.
That's what I was mentioning. Over the ocean, sextants, trilateration.
So the value of GPS is manyfold. I mean, the number of people that helps is insane. I mean, you have no idea how much GPS is in your life. From the internet connection we have overseas to synchronizing information across the world, our sheer data speeds are reliant on that.
That's all done with underground cables, man.
That's cute, but it's not.
GPS would be the satellites, right? So you think you and I are communicating right now over satellites?
No, you don't understand the statement, so you, of course, went off on a tangent. No,
yeah, you said overseas
GPS is used as a timing standard by every device that you use that is commonly used by multiple people. It's virtually ubiquitous. From your telephone calls, every switch has a GPS in it. Every cell site has a GPS in it.
Yeah, but that's Tesla tech.
So do you believe its accuracy is based on the Lorentz ether theory or modified Lorentz ether theory, right?
There are relativistic corrections made to the GPS signal to account for all of that. Again, that's not something that we discuss. We discuss Newtonian physics when it comes to this stuff.
Oh, so GPS doesn't have anything to do with relativity, or is it?
That's not what I said
Newtonian?
at all. I just said I don't discuss GPS with people who struggle with basic motion.
Good point.
Cool story, Bob. Nobody likes to discuss much of anything with you, to be honest with you.
Well, then don't.
I like discussing stuff.
I'm not. I was talking with Moyak. You were like, Bob's the kind of guy that like nobody invites to the party, I feel like.
Well, I
How many dinner parties
Actually, I
do you
get
attend on
invited to a lot of parties,
Tom?
and I'm a lot of fun at parties.
I like Moyak.
Yeah, I would have a drink with Moyak.
You guys don't like me because I don't buy your bullshit and kind of point out where it's wrong. That's why you guys don't like me. That's fine.
No, it's because
you make
you're
a bunch of
incredulous
bullshit.
and you lie.
Well, that's what you claim, but you can't back that up.
No, we've proven it in the server many times.
Yeah, right. You
All
know,
right,
the
so
only counter you have for me is derp. So, you know, that's
back
why
That's all
you're
you ever
concerned
say,
about
dude.
that.
That's all you ever say.
back to the Tesla tech that we're using. GPS, phones, all the electronics basically, except for direct current. Most of it is dependent on Tesla technology, radio signals, our understanding of radio frequency. I mean, not that Tesla was the sole engineer. That's not my claim, but a lot of it was based on Tesla, and a lot of Tesla stuff was based on the other electromagnetic pioneers, Carl Proteus Steinmetz and Faraday, and like the real scientists. But yeah, I was looking.
Marconi.
Yeah, Marconi. Yeah, I wasn't gonna, throw Marconi under the bus. He definitely used, what was it, 17 of Tesla's patents in his work. So yeah, I'm not throwing Marconi under the bus, but like what kind of Einstein tech do we have other than GPS?
Are you kidding me?
Well, like I said, GPS wasn't accurate based on special relativity. It was accurate based on a modified. What did Ron Hatch call it? I can't remember.
As I
The
recall, I
modified
mean,
Michael.
correct me if I'm wrong, but the problem they were having with GPS was, the fact that it's also it's relativity, special relativity, and all the fact that it's moving through different gravitational fields, which put in a kind of an error. And all that Hatch did was essentially took the average of that and put in a straight up correction. This thing tends to be about 30 microseconds off per day, per hour, per whatever. And
Wasn't there
so
a
just you
diurnal?
might subtract that 30 microseconds.
Wasn't there a diurnal decay also that was affecting the GPS?
Do what?
Orbital decays and things that they hadn't validated properly, or changing this diurnal drift or diurnal decay.
Yeah, when you say it was grossly off, I don't remember what the gross off was. I know
I didn't
this.
say grossly off. I just said it off a little bit.
Oh no, I know, but the other guy was suggesting that
well, never been grossly off.
Ron Hatch was. He definitely refined things, but I don't think that it was grossly off. The Einsteinian stuff is still in there. Hatch came up with a band-aid for the exceptions, the slight differences. And I could be completely wrong about that. That's just how I remember it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've looked into that, but it's my understanding that he used kind of his own theory, like a modified Lorentz ether theory, to be able to come up with his ideas. And I want to say he wrote his book Escape from Einstein well before GPS was being used by the average consumer. So
Oh yeah, not before it was put up there.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't like to usually dig into it that deeply into the Hatch stuff. I don't have any frame of reference to say whether he was right or wrong. He definitely came up with a method that improved GPS, but I don't know how much of that was required or indicative of his theory. I can't find any articles that discuss it really, except for some talks that Hatch had.
Tell them, Kosho. Tell them how despicable human beings they are, bro. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
like
Tell them you don't want to associate yourself with them. Thank you, Kosho.
Yeah, like with most things, Moyak, when you go against the scientific consensus, you don't get a lot of things published. So
Yeah, but I've seen lots of things when you go against scientific consensus discussed, and I don't hear Ron Hatch's ideas discussed. So I mean, like I said, I don't know whether there's any rhyme or reason whether they're a direct replacement for Einsteinian, whether they're additive to Einsteinian. I just don't know enough about it, and I don't have the frame of reference to deal with that. I need to hear somebody argue it and say, yeah, that makes sense.
So a very productive day. We've learned about scientific methodology. We've talked about what causes water to boil or old eagle's eggs to
Time.
Shut your mouth.
Time.
Let me ask.
Now
Let
we
me
know
ask.
why GPS works.
The answer
Great.
to every cause is time.
Time.
Let me ask both.
No,
Anybody
well,
on the Glober side and the Einsteinian side or Einsteinian side? Does anybody have any idea where Ron Hatch's ideas fit into things? Like, I've never heard it argued either way. Bob, anything?
No, I don't have an answer for you there.
Well, you would think that a lot of people would have looked into it, right? Because most of the time it's the practicality that people tout, right? So when people say that, relativity is used for GPS, and its accuracy is a justification for relativity, and then you find out that the person who actually gave GPS its accuracy is kind of against most of everything that relativity says, you would think that some people who are using GPS as a claim would have looked into Ron Hatch a little bit further. But
Well, like I said, with me, as I recall, the ultimate solution was just a straight up. We see it's off by this much every day, therefore tweak it by this much every day. So it's a straight up math problem of subtracting a given amount. I guess I don't know if it's based on the orbit or not. And I
if
don't
that's all
think
it
that's
was,
true.
if that's all it was, then why didn't they just figure that out really quickly?
No, because sometimes people go
Ron Hatch, it's is in by GPS.gov is the expert in the use of GPS, and that he contradicts the Einstein thing. It's pretty interesting.
I don't think he's the government's authority on GPS. He's
looking at it right now.
engineers who worked on it and solved a problem.
Well, look at this. Ron Hatch was an expert in the use of GPS for precision farming, as well as other high precision applications.
Okay.
He became a private consultant after retiring from John Deere. This is from GPS.gov.
Yeah, he holds more than 30 patents in the world of GPS. So it's not that he just kind of
directly
had
related
a math problem.
to GPS's inaccuracy.
I mean, one of his videos, it says many are aware that global positioning system, by the very fact that it works and confirms Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity, but the latter is a popular fiction, according to distinguished GPS expert Ron Hatch.
Who said that?
That's his thing. I mean, his video.
Oh, that's him saying it.
Yeah.
So he says it about himself. Okay. I need an extra.
No, somebody is writing about what he wrote, what he said in the video that I'm about to watch about relativity in the light of GPS. And this is EU 2013.
You will be well educated after you watching that.
I'm gonna watch what he says and see what he
Hey,
says.
going back to what Palmerson said, yeah, I think it's time being caused. What if we just called from now on this point forward? Everyone register this in your mind. Call the independent variable now the dependent variable changer. Anytime you change an independent variable, if it has an effect on the dependent variable, just changing it doesn't mean it's the cause of the phenomena, like the hypothesis state. Just call it specifically the dependent variable changer. That's it. Nothing more than that.
Variable changer.
Yeah, just as long as.
So you want to rewrite the textbooks?
Well, I'm the interpreter of the textbooks for you.
Oh my gosh!
So
I don't need your interpretation.
Wrong. By the way, I'm not wrong. All you have to do is think of it as the independent. So, for example, we're talking about plants. It's easy one. I like plants. You see growth.
Independent
growth. In every one of these experiments, we do. Let's do time. We let
stop it.
Longer time. Hold on, just let me finish. Ebo, it's really simple. If I watch it for a month or 2 months, back month and 2 months and 4 months and 6 months, I saw it grow. So that changed the dependent variable, the growth. No problem. It's valid. Those are valid changes. Now, is it the cause of that we talk about in the hypothesis? No, we haven't said that yet. We just said that we let more time go by and we saw a change in the dependent variable, the growth. What if we add water? Same thing. What if we add air, oxygen, different things, sunlight? All these things have made the plant grow. Now, are all of those the cause? No. The hypothesis clearly states with plant growth theory that all these things are part of it. It's the whole story. The experiments are all individual and how they actually attribute or contribute to the phenomena, which is plant growth. Now, I think I've just explained it as simple and articulately and slowly as I possibly can. And I would imagine that someone's going to object and say, "Oh, no, time's the cause." This is what I have to go through with you guys. It's really funny.
Yeah, amazing. Why you want to
Did
change
you
the
agree with me now?
conversation? So I don't. Okay, before we go to that, you said you want to change the independent variable to what now?
The dependent variable changer,
Oh my gosh.
the dependent variable influencer.
Oh my gosh.
That's probably more correct because you get confusing the independent variable and dependent variable relationship with the hypothesis. It's just been done. Even when I tell it straight out and right in your face.
Say that one more
Napalm
time.
can
We're
say,
confusing the
"The time's
independent
the
variable.
cause."
Oh my god! Could you please slow down? Because I want you to explain this. We're confusing the independent variable and dependent variable with the hypothesis. Is exactly what you just said?
Yes, you folks are conflating and confusing the independent variable and the experiment with the hypothesis. Yes.
Oh no! It's just two different things. The hypothesis has the independent and dependent variable
No.
in
the
it. No,
experiment-
it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't.
That's why you're confused. Yes, I see.
Oh really?
The experiment has the independent variable relationship. That's the experiment's deal, not the hypothesis. All these experiments provide
So what's your
evidence
hypothesis?
for a detailed hypothesis. Plants grow with chlorophyll, having exposure to sunlight, which converts.
I'm asking you to give me a hypothesis.
I'm giving a hypothesis.
I'm not asking you that.
Over a period
I'm
of
telling you to
time, with
define
kind of soil
the
quality.
hypothesis.
You asked me a question.
I didn't. You're answering.
Why can't you let me finish?
You're not answering my question.
You said, "What is hypothesis?"
I said I didn't ask you for a hypothesis.
I'm giving you one.
I'm not asking
Let
you
me finish.
I'm not asking you for a hypothesis.
You say,
I'm asking you what is a hypothesis.
Those are two different questions.
That's
said,
my
"Give me a
question.
hypothesis,"
I'm not
and I was
asking you to
giving
give
one. And then he said, "What is a hypothesis?"
because you're answering before you actually heard the question.
No, I
You're
heard the
giving me
question.
you're giving me a hypothesis. I didn't
You
ask you
wanted a
for
hypothesis.
No, you're not listening. I
Now
didn't
you
ask.
want you want to know what a hypothesis is.
You see, you're answering before
Okay,
I
I'll
even
call
asked
it
the
a language
question.
barrier. Go ahead. What do you want?
No, language barrier. It's a deficiency of your hearing barrier.
No, it's not. I listened to everything.
It
you said.
is because I didn't
Okay,
ask you
what
for
do you
a
want?
hypothesis.
Stop. What do you want?
If you shut up, I will tell you. I'm not asking you for a hypothesis. What is a hypothesis?
A hypothesis is a story about a cause and effect relationship of why a certain phenomena occurs.
That's incorrect.
It's an educated guess. Okay, so an experiment is a hypothesis test.
Yes, through all those experiments will be testing the
So
hypothesis.
why do you keep divorcing the experiment from a hypothesis
I'm
of the
not.
definition?
You just keep on saying that.
Bro,
I have never divorced.
can I please?
I have
He has verbal diarrhea. He
No.
can't let nobody speak.
If you guys would eat some celery, you would get some more fiber in your diet. You wouldn't have the diarrhea so bad. So basically, what I'm saying is, if a hypothesis is an educated guess between a cause and effect relationship, right, and then an experiment is a hypothesis test, how can your hypothesis be different than your experiment?
Again, I'm not divorcing the hypothesis from the experiment. But
Then
I'm
say
telling
it
you
can't.
that
It can't, right?
now you have to let me talk. So we have the hypothesis test are the experiments, plural, or experiments sometimes. But usually they're experiments, and those are testing and providing evidence for the hypothesis. I'm not divorcing it, Larry. Stop saying that. But each individual experiment has a dependent and independent variable relationship. And we see if the independent variable change, tweak, monitor, metered, whatever you want to call it, has an effect, any effect whatsoever, on the dependent variable, i.e. what you're looking to see happen. So every one of those experiments, Larry, gives support and validation and evidence for the hypothesis. And yes, you can say then these experiments are a hypothesis test, or the hypothesis test. There's nothing, it's not a play on
Right.
words, it's context,
So,
Larry.
so maybe you haven't divorced it, but I've heard other Globers say that, like for example, Dr. Bob said something about if you fly east and then fly west, that's the spin of the Earth. And I said, wait a minute, how did, I forget what it was called, but I asked the question, how is, the spin of the Earth the cause of that? You never manipulated the spin of the Earth. And it's like, that doesn't have to be part of the hypothesis, doesn't have to be the experiment.
Correct. So he's right. And so
Wait a
thank
minute,
you for
correct, so he's
acknowledging.
right.
Well, hold on. Thank you for acknowledging that I'm not divorcing. So now you got a clear, I gave you a very clear explanation of what the experiment relationship to the hypothesis is. And some say that the experiment is a hypothesis. We all got that. Now, what Dr. Bob is saying is that in his experiment, he's trying to see whether the spin of the Earth will influence objects going one way or the other in the spin of the Earth, or out of the spin of the, or against the spin of the Earth. And his hypothesis is that if it's spinning, then an object moving at the circumference will have more centrifugal force acting on it, and it will be lighter. If it's going against the spin, it will be heavier. And so now let's do some experimentation. We don't have to stop the spin of the Earth to do that, Larry. All we have to do
That's
now
you
is
divorcing. Okay, now you're divorcing it again. So if you want to know if the spin of the Earth is causing something, according to science, you would manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, which is the Earth spinning, to see if the dependent variable, which is the naturally observed phenomenon, changes.
okay.
You do
That's
that
why
by moving your airplane.
and that's why there's a confusion of what I just said, Brian, Larry. You clearly don't get it. That's not what it means when you have the independent.
You're divorcing.
We have, hold on, we have the cause and effect relationship in the hypothesis. I'm just going to spell out for you. This cause and effect. We think it's the Earth spin causing things to be lighter going eastward than westward, and we can give all the equations for how centrifugal force works and the velocities and the mass and all this and angle deviations, all that. That's okay. We put that aside. Now we go to the experimentation phase. We can do many experiments that were related to that, but are not directly the same. For example, we're going to take an airplane and we're going to fly it this way. We're going to put a scale. We're going to measure the weight of something. And we're going to change the velocities of that airplane going eastward, which we think is with the spin, and westward, which is against the spin, or vice versa. It doesn't really matter. That's our experiments. So we're changing independent variables in those experiments and seeing the change in weight. The weight is the dependent variable. But the entire hypothesis is dependent upon all these small experiments that are done along the way to support the hypothesis. So you see the difference? We want to show the cause-effect relationship. That's not the independent-dependent variable overall. The independent-dependent variable relationship is in the experiment, which may not even have a factor of this hypothesis.
Well, this
Small
experiment,
sub-factors, completely, not really unrelated, but related, but not the same.
right?
It's not
So
divorced. It's different.
this experiment that you're talking about is not necessarily made to establish whether or not the Earth is spinning. It's assuming that the Earth is spinning, and under that assumption, then you're performing the experiment, right? So you could actually do the exact same experiment, but within your hypothesis, you could say something like, instead of the rotation of the Earth affecting X, Y, and Z, we could say the rotation of the ether, and the experiment would yield us the exact same results, right?
Well, no. I'm glad you brought that up. So that would be a different hypothesis, right? And then we would do things like we used with the
No. We're doing the exact same. No, we're just going off
can
the
you
basis
not interrupt me?
the
Can you not,
ether is
please,
spinning from
I'm
east to
begging you not
west,
to interrupt
right?
me for a second. Just try. So that would be a completely different hypothesis. But in the hypothesis that we talked about, hold on, let me say, hold on. We talked about this specific. We're not assuming anything. We're saying we're making a story up. We think it's supported by these ideas, and we're now going to test those ideas through experimentation. So if this is true, if it is rotating, you can say we're presuming it's rotating for the test's sake. Because if it is rotating, this is what we're going to see, and that's going to provide evidence for it. So Napalm, think for a second. Think about it. Now I'm going to go, you know what? If this is the case, and it's due to centrifugal force and this constant change of direction, which is this circular path, and a centrifugal force equation is based on that, angular velocity,
Yep.
etc.
Yep.
I should
Yep.
be able to see something become lighter as I go eastward. And I'm going to change my velocity eastward to see if that happens. And so my independent variable is the change of velocity, and my dependent variable would be the weight on the scale. Those are tests that would show evidence for my original hypothesis, which is the Earth is spinning, and the whole story behind that.
So you're changing your test. What I'm saying is the test
I'm
that
not
you and
changing
Larry
the
were
test.
talking
I'm
about,
making a test.
the experiment that you and Larry were talking about had nothing to do with proving the spin of the Earth. It had
Not
to
about
deal
proofs,
with
evidence. Remember,
the effects. It had nothing to do with evidence for the spin of the Earth. It had everything to do with evidence of things being affected by the direction of travel, right?
which is the evidence for spin. It's not proof,
No,
it's evidence.
if your test is if your hypothesis is that the Earth spins, which wasn't the original hypothesis. The original hypothesis was, does the spin of the Earth affect whatever you guys were talking about, right?
So the hypothesis was the Earth spins. Earth spins. It has volume. The Earth is spinning, and the
That
reason why
wasn't
it
the
spins.
original hypothesis. This is why I said the Earth spin was an assumption within the original
What's
hypothesis.
that? Tell me what the hypothesis is, and I'll show you evidence for it. Go ahead. What's the hypothesis? Be very clear about what the hypothesis is.
It was your experiment.
No. Tell me what the hypothesis is.
Have any
The hypothesis
the
is
Earth
that
spins?
the
Is that the
spin of
hypothesis?
the hypothesis was that the spin of the Earth would affect clocks based on the direction in which they traveled, either with or against the spin of the Earth.
I don't remember that being the hypothesis, but okay, that's also another hypothesis.
What was the hypothesis then?
I thought it was
Articulate it clearly.
That the Earth spins and things are lighter as you travel with the direction of spin versus traveling against the.
Yeah, that's what.
Well, either way, if our hypothesis is saying
test, but
with or against the spin of the Earth, and that's what we're testing is things either with or against the spin of the Earth, we're not testing whether or not the Earth is spinning. We're making the assumption it is spinning, and that if we move things in specific directions based on our assumption of the direction of the spin of the Earth, then we're going to see certain effects. It has nothing to do with testing whether or not the Earth is actually spinning. That was our.
That's fine. That's fine. So they test it. So the hypothesis is spinning. We feel that the time dilation occurs when you're going greater when you go with the spin of the Earth versus against the spin of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No, stop with the time dilation. This is a weight measurement, I think. Right?
That is a weight thing, but either way, it doesn't really matter, Nathan, how you want to slice it. Let's say it's not about the Earth spin; it's about this phenomena you're seeing. Something becomes lighter. So what we would do is, if the Earth is spinning, we would go at different altitudes, and in the direction of travel against the direction of supposed travel. We'd weigh things. We could also test to see, and those variables are being changed: the weight of the object, the speed at which you're traveling, the angle at which you travel around the Earth or around the whatever.
And what I'm saying is this doesn't establish whether or not the Earth is or is not spinning, because it could certainly be something else spinning around a stationary Earth.
Yes, and if you think it's something else spinning on the stationary Earth, then you would test that. And one of the tests of that, if it's ether, you say, well, if light has to propagate through this kind of medium, then we can do a Michelson-Morley test and see if that happens. And they did that, by the way, and found there's a null result. But I mean, I don't mean that I'm not going to argue that point. I'm just saying that's how it works. You would then do certain tests to specifically challenge this is how science works. You're challenging your assumptions and challenging your conclusions based on evidence and experimentation. Doesn't mean that every experiment has to be directly testing those things that are causing the effect in the hypothesis. That's the story that has been told to us. Now we validate it by experimentation of components.
So let me ask you a question, Zanuck. Do you think that light needs a medium in order to propagate?
Oh God, that's so off topic, dude.
No, it's not. He was talking about light traveling in two different directions, right? And saying that this is what disproved the alleged ether, right? The luminiferous ether, right?
Yes.
That's what you claimed, right?
Yes.
So does light need a medium in which it can travel?
All the
does it require a medium?
All the evidence supports that it does not need a medium to travel.
Okay, so then how would something like the Michelson-Morley disprove the ether if the ether is not a medium in which is required for light to travel?
Well, if the ether exists, then we would say, okay, the light's traveling through it. We would point in the direction of this presupposed travel, and if there is an ether or some medium that is traveling through and is required for it to travel through, then we'll notice that there'll be a fringe shift in the two lasers that end up at a target, because one laser going with the through the medium and one going 90 degrees opposed to it would have different velocities, and that would show it that they come back and it would not meet at the exact same time, so it would show a fringe shift on the target. And they didn't see that. There was actually no change at all, even though one directly through the medium and bouncing back, and the other one was not. It was going with at an opposite direction, or a 90 degrees
Right. Well,
opposed
that's kind of a misrepresentation to say that there was no change at all, because
there wasn't.
the problem was that there was a fringe shift, right? It just wasn't what the calculated fringe shift would be if the Earth
Well,
was rotating around the sun.
they expected something in the order of 0.4, and they ended up getting something 3 zeros and a 5.
Right. So did they get 0?
No, because the error of the equipment didn't detect it. No
Right.
scientist
Because the
ever
test
said
right,
that small value that they detected, which was inconsistent, by the way, is even relevant in this test.
right, because they said that the null, right, because the accuracy of it would detect the Earth's rotation around the sun. Right.
They said if it was an ether and we were moving through it, this is what the error we would see, this fringe shift of 0.4. They
Right.
didn't
So the
see 0.4.
Michelson-Morley really had nothing to do with the sidereal rotation of the Earth, right?
No, the rotation on its axis did not have, although that could influence it well, by the way, but no, it didn't. That
Okay.
wasn't what they're looking for. That could be one of the
Correct.
reasons there's an error. It could have been partially reading some of the rotation of the Earth on its axis.
So it had no relevance to me saying that there could be something moving across the Earth as opposed to the Earth moving in and of itself. So in order to establish whether the Earth is moving or there's something moving across the Earth, right?
That's not the
This
experiment.
sidereal rotation that we see, we would need to formulate a hypothesis and test it, right?
Well, so that we could do, we can look at things in the sky and see that the sidereal rotation is different than the solar rotation. That's a whole different test. It's a whole different hypothesis, by the way. All we're trying to say is if we're moving through something that requires light to move, it doesn't matter whether we're looking at sidereal or solar rotations. We're looking at a path around the sun that we're saying if that's possible, or even if the ether is moving through us and the sun is moving out in the distance, and we're not moving, then like you said, relative motion, we should still see this fringe shift, because we're trying to show the different direction of light going not in the direction of this ether travel or our travel. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's relative motion, or the light being shined in the direction of this ether that's moving through us. Either way, we didn't see the fringe shift. They saw a value that was
Why are
very
you coming
small.
back to Michelson-Morley, man? We are talking about the Earth's rotation, and you keep bringing up Michelson-Morley, right?
Because that's how you
and
test.
you're
Test
claiming
whether
that
it's ether or not moving through you, or you're moving through it. We talked about
never mind,
light
dude.
moving through this.
You
That's the
cannot stay on
experiment.
one topic. So
This is the
I'm done. I got to
experiment.
finish my work.
This is the experiment that they use to determine whether light needs a medium to
You
travel through.
stink like lies.
Okay, so
I think
if you think it's something else, let's think of another experiment that can test your idea, because that's how it works.
Let's test the spin of the Earth. How would we test if the Earth is
Oh,
spinning?
easy. Thank you. My stress level went down from like a 10 to like a 5. So the spin of the Earth, so rotation. So we want to set up something that is moving back and forth in a fixed plane. And we stick it on the ball in different spots and see if there's a precession differential based on the latitude.
I think it's best if you actually predict it ahead of time, which you did do.
Yeah, we'll say, if it's rotating, then we will see a once per 24, whatever, once per rotation time period at the North Pole, and no precession at all at the equators, because they're moving with the spin exactly right there. And then everywhere in between, we'll be able to tell you what latitude you're in. What latitude is a line that's around the Earth, and there's smaller and smaller concentric circles as you go higher. We'll see that time period will be exactly predicted by this precession rate, which is basically the Earth moving under this object, this plane that is back and forth. So when we do that, we see wow, That's weird. It's exactly like we thought it would be. Once for 24 hours at the North Pole, and once for and it doesn't rotate at all, no precession at all at the equator, and everywhere in between, it's exactly some variation in between there. So that's interesting. And of course, why if you go further south, then it changes directions. So that further establishes evidence that we're on a spinning Earth sphere, and there's an equator, and we have axis of rotation, and this focal pendulum is dictating that this is what's happening because of the Newton's first law and first and third laws of motion.
So right. This is something that I've looked into. I actually had a discussion with somebody the other day on this same subject. Northern something or other, Northern Rebellion. And one of the most common issues that I see among flat earthers is that they associate the linear velocity with the Coriolis. So the linear velocity at the tangential velocity at the equator is the highest, therefore Coriolis should be the most at the equator. And not only that, but as you change, in their eyes, the Coriolis changes. As you change linear velocity with your latitude, the Coriolis changes. But that's not what the factor is that makes Coriolis change. Because in doing my research, what I came across was that on a 2D surface, on a merry-go-round, the linear velocity changes from the inside to the outside, but the actual Coriolis force never changes. It's the same regardless of if you're on the outside or the inside of the merry-go-round, the force itself, the Coriolis. And flat earthers don't seem to understand that. And I blame Nathan Oakley for his constant Earth rotating underneath an object.
Bro,
that drives me.
Who gives a fuck what Nathan Oakley says? No, listen. Demonstrate Coriolis, man. We wouldn't be arguing against it if it were a thing.
I'm not even talking about Coriolis on the Earth. I'm talking about Coriolis in general. On a merry-go-round.
Who gives a shit?
On
Dude?
a sphere. It doesn't matter what the shape is.
The globe or not?
Hold on. I'm not done. It doesn't matter what the shape is. Flat earthers do not understand it on a merry-go-round.
If it doesn't matter what the shape is, why are you calling us flat earthers?
At all. That is my point.
If the shape doesn't matter, why are you calling us flat earthers?
First of all, I have a better.
Who are you straw manning into this?
Fucking ridiculous.
First of all, I have a better understanding of Coriolis than most of your guys do. First of all, okay, so don't do the stereotype fallacy on us, please.
I will say most. I agree. You actually do pretty decent on Coriolis, Jeremy. I'll give you that.
And I do actually agree with you.
Better than most I come across, Jeremy. I will say that. You do understand.
I understand Coriolis better than most of your guys.
Most of the Globers, 50-50.
Yes.
Most of the Flat Earthers, 95%.
We'll go to Gems right now, and I can show you. They don't know jack shit about Coriolis if you want.
Whatever. What's your point?
Don't stereotype fallacy us.
Okay. Many, how about I use that term? Many flat earthers do not understand Coriolis in general, regardless of the shape of the earth, as it applies to any shape, any rotating object. Many flat earthers do not understand.
Okay, we get it, but a lot of us here do understand it, so.
Okay, so to prove your understanding,
sure.
Let's start with this. The first question I usually ask is, what is the unit that it is measured in?
Come on, dude. We know it's this stupid angular crap. Wait, Coriolis force? Coriolis force?
Yes. What is that measured? What is Coriolis? I say, what is Coriolis measured in? What is the answer to that question?
But I don't know about Coriolis force. Like I don't know. That's where it gets weird, because you're talking an apparent force, and then all of a sudden there's an equation.
Okay. Let me rephrase my question slightly. If I use a Coriolis calculator, what unit will it give me the results in?
Remember, they're talking about what
Anybody.
he's
Flat
saying if there's a
earthers.
deviation. I'll let him answer it. By the way, I'm not going to give him an answer. Remember, there's a deviation, and to achieve that deviation with whatever mass you have, there has to be a force acting on it, right? What is the units that he's speaking of that would cause it to deviate to that degree?
Mass?
Newton.
There we go. Somebody got it right. Newton. So now that is the first question. Now the second, this is that I already knew that answer, by the way. And most globers, I will say, most globers know that answer. Not all, most do. Very few flat earthers I come across know that answer, by the way. Very few. Now the second one, and this is another thing that I learned in the last few days, and this is specific. Now that answer doesn't matter. Merry-go-round, Earth, sphere, that answer is independent of the shape of the Earth. So let's move on to one relevant to the shape of the Earth. Where on the Earth is Coriolis greatest at? And where is it least at? Now, your answers are, I'll give you multiple choice. You can have the equator, you can have 45 degrees north or south latitude, and you can have the poles. Those are your three choices. Where is it greatest at? Where is it least at? Now,
But it
this one I
depends.
know Jeremy knows the answer, by the way, because we've gone over this. So Jeremy can't answer this.
But it depends on the movement. Like it
Nope.
depends on.
Wrong answer.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Let me
Explain
again.
what you mean by Coriolis force then.
Let me rephrase it slightly. What does the globe model say that the Coriolis is greatest at what position on Earth? What does the globe model? Not what a flat earther say. What does the globe model say?
Poles.
Poles are what? Greatest or least?
Greatest, least at the equator.
Greatest
There we
at the
go.
poles.
That is true. Now, what
is it?
Hold on. We're keeping going with this whole theme here.
Do we get a grade at the end? Do we get a gift card?
Yes,
I'll take a gift card.
kind of going somewhere with this entire dialogue. But I am breaking it up, so I'm not like Xanax talking nonstop. Anyway, so what I run into a fair amount is that a flat earther will say that a helicopter on the equator, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. If a helicopter lifts off and floats there for 1,000 miles, for 1 hour on the equator, Coriolis says the Earth should spin under that guy 1,000 miles if he's in the air floating for an hour on the equator.
There's no Coriolis on the equator.
Right. But I run across a lot of flat earthers that say what I just described.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I thought you were alluding to, which is where I agree with you. Coriolis is like what they are thinking is Earth spinning underneath is when the helicopters or a ballistic is traveling north from the equator. That's when it's entering into a area of less tangential speed, I guess you would say, and that's what's causing it to appear to curve to the right as it goes north.
Perfect. Good job.
Extremists, you're missing something though, and we've gone over this.
Now, you're right, and I'm going to add that right now since you brought it up. As you change as you change altitude, there is a slight difference in Coriolis. So at the equator, if you change altitude, there's a little bit. But that's why I specifically will typically say, instead of 0, which I might have said 0 earlier, but instead of 0, I will typically say least at the equator and greatest at the poles. So that it's not confused with 0. Because there is slightly if you change altitude. If you don't change altitude at the equator, it is actually 0.
The thing is, if you change,
it confuses me, but yeah. Well, I'm not confused. I just haven't looked into it.
If you're at the North Pole and you change your altitude, how much Coriolis is there?
I mean, it's still the greatest. So, I mean,
how much? Hold on. How much Coriolis is there if you change altitude at the North Pole?
How much?
0.
You want a number?
0. Because
yes,
you're on the axis of rotation. You're not getting
Correct.
away.
There's
It's
zero.
a distance.
There's
It's a distance from the axis of
zero
rotation.
Coriolis.
Yeah, it's a distance. That portion of a
There's
Coriolis,
zero.
the Iotvos, or if you're talking about Iotvos or something else, that is greatest at the equator because it's the greatest distance from the center.
So basically, if you don't change, if you're only going up and down and not changing left and right or east and west or north and south, then it's zero. Okay, whatever. Anyway, that's fine. So I run into that. That is something that I run into quite a bit. Is the whole Earth? They equate the tangential velocity with Coriolis. That is a misunderstanding.
Also, on a side, there's no Newtons pushing on things, mass times accelerate. There's none of that happening.
Whatever.
There's no flow. Okay.
Where is something pushing?
Go ahead.
Where's something pushing, Jeremy? Where would be something pushing on it?
Sorry, what did you say?
Where would something be pushing it? It hasn't it's not doing any deviation, so
there's no pushing.
There'd be no force associated with it if it's not moving. Feel the reference.
There's no force, Zanuck. There's no force.
At the North Pole.
We got in the Coriolis effect, the Coriolis force. Why do you think they call it a pseudo force or a fictitious force?
Fictitious force. Because it has no origin and it's reference frame dependent. That's why.
Oh crap!
Well, because there's not actually a force there. There's no force pushing the thing.
It actually is a reference. Things can't move, according to Newton. Things can't move to the right, as we just described. So that becomes a pseudo force or a fictitious force that has moved it to the right. And in order to know how much force you needed to do that, you could do some calculus and figure out the path it took. But the amount of movement that it had off the trajectory that it was initiated from would equal the force required in newtons, and that is the omega 2 times velocity.
Yeah, you're calculating how much it would be, but there is no, and I know, there is no actual.
Hold on, Zanuck. Let me just explain this. So I actually thought about this, Jeremy. I thought about your little whole, it's an apparent force, but it doesn't actually happen kind of thing. So in reality, it's moving in a straight line according to your understanding, right?
That's what he says.
Okay, so I've got a merry-go-round, and in one reference frame, I throw a ball across it, and in one reference frame, it goes straight, and in another reference frame, it curves the path. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a giant brick in the straight line path, giant block. So this ball can no longer move from point A to point B in a straight line path. Now, I spin the merry-go-round, and somehow this ball makes it from point A to point B, despite there being a giant brick in the way of the straight line path. Now, in your view, the straight line path is the real way it goes. So how does it get to point A to point B if there is a brick in the way from A to B?
Yeah, are you saying there's an actual force on this ball?
You listening to the same example I just gave. Nothing about, did I mention force anywhere in there? I said paths and a brick in the way,
baby
straight
steps,
line,
Jeremy, baby
curve,
steps.
whatever.
Baby steps, Jeremy.
I feel like he thinks he's teaching us something.
I am trying to.
No,
I don't know.
by the way, I'm on Jeremy's
I
side
can
here.
show you an example. Hold on one second, guys.
I'm on Jeremy's side here, Jeremy. You know, I agree with you, and I think
I don't know about your example. Hold on, Zanuck. I don't know about your example, extremist, but I can give you an example where it's obvious that there is no force on it. Do you want that example?
Sure.
Okay, so there's two guys in a park. They're throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line, right? Straight line, throwing a ball back and forth. A construction crew comes in and installs a merry-go-round in between them. Some kid gets on the merry-go-round, sees the guy throwing the ball back and forth. Does he see the Coriolis effect?
Yes.
Yes, he sees the Coriolis effect. No force were acted on the ball, still going in a straight line. No force. That's why they call it a fictitious force.
Right?
That's why they call it a fictitious force, because there's no force actually making the ball deviate. It's how much force would be on the ball if it was actually deviating.
Correct. You're right, Jeremy.
I know.
And that's why they call it a fictitious force. There's no in an inertial frame, Jeremy. You're right. That thing went straight. There was no forces acting on it. But
So
in a
why is
reference
there an
frame,
equation?
the rotating reference frame, in order for it to take that path, would have been a force required to make it do that. But in that frame, it did do that. So that's why they say it's a fictitious force, because things just don't move without forces. And so that fictitious force allowed it to make that curved path from the rotating reference frame. So Jeremy's correct. And I would
It's not
pick on
actually
his point.
moving though.
Not
It's not
actually.
actually moving though. We know it's going straight.
I
What's
agree with
the use of the
Jeremy.
equations, Danny?
Hold on. I've agreed with Jeremy. Now on, whenever he says actually, I know what he means. He means the inertial reference. Absolutely right.
So what's the point of the equation for Coriolis force?
It's within reference to the rotating reference.
Yeah, because we usually use the surface as a reference frame, which is non-inertial. So if you want to use that reference frame, then you need the Coriolis forces.
Why?
Because that's where they're going to show up.
Is it useful,
Sorry?
Bacon?
Yeah.
The equation is useful even though there is no actual force?
Yes, because it manifests in that reference frame. So for example, if we go from one latitude to another latitude, there's a difference in centrifugal force, which is a fictitious force. And if you're using your ground, just the surface as a frame of reference, you're going to experience that force and you can measure, you can predict it.
So,
see, that gets weird to me, but okay.
Yeah. So something else that I learned in the last couple of days on looking into this a little bit more is that on a 2D surface, on a merry-go-round, there is no change in the Coriolis. There is a change in the Coriolis on a 3D surface, on a sphere. So the Coriolis force changes as you change your position with respect to the axis of rotation on a sphere. Hold on. Hold on, Jeremy. Let me at least finish it before you jump down my throat.
I thought you were done, my bad.
On a 2D surface, on a merry-go-round, your position or your reference with respect to the axis of rotation does not change, and therefore the Coriolis force, this fictitious force that you keep referring to, does not change on a 2D surface. And you can tell that by, if you roll a ball or throw it or whatever, the ball will maintain the same speed across the entire surface, regardless of whether it's in the middle, toward the center, or toward the outer edge. So regardless of the tangential speed, the speed of the ball stays the same, minus friction and air resistance and all that. The speed of the ball does not change as it crosses the surface of a 2D surface, but it would change on a 3D surface.
Holy shit, this is taking forever.
Well, there's a little bit to this, but it does change on a 3D surface, on a sphere, because there's a change in your position with respect to the axis rotation. And that right there, that change in the Coriolis force is what allows you to calculate your latitude based on the precession of a pendulum.
I'm not sure if everyone followed, because that would, I don't know. I wouldn't be sure if everyone followed that.
Whatever.
Hey, bro, does Coriolis force apply to just water, or does it apply to other things too?
Can I just cut the conversation just real quick, just to tell Jeremy some good news? So if you go to Livestream 1 text, you have your 4 points there. You can talk about Coriolis.
There you go. There's your 4 points, Jeremy.
Yo. Mic check. You guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yo, do me a favor and DM that to me. Do you also have the times and dates where you got these points with it? Where you got them from? Making nice work.
What on earth am I walking into?
Nice work, Bacon.
Hold on.
There's someone here I can rely on.
Hold on. Hey, dude, I was in the bathroom. What's going on?
You're slacking, Kosho.
What is this, Bake? What have you made?
4 points.
equal distance from one another.
No one's asked. Listen, listen. What is this?
You don't know what it is, but you object.
I'm just curious. I'm not. I lost
What
my
is
cool
this?
for a second.
What the hell is this?
I lost
Do I
my
have to
cool.
object to this?
Looks like you did a good job, Bacon. What's going on?
What do you mean? What's going on?
What is this? What's going on? What's the thing in the picture?
It's the 4 points.
You found them, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
You son
that's
of a
the
bitch.
furthest. It's the furthest away I got them without exceeding like actually exceed a little bit 60 degrees in the diagonal. So the diagonals are 61.5, which means it's going to be slightly below the 30 degrees where we usually ignore refraction.
Are you talking about when you say degrees? You're talking about elevation angle, right?
Zenith angle, or degrees over the surface.
Right.
So
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Good
the
work,
distance
man.
over the surface is the same as the zenith angle.
Yeah, congratulations, dude. This looks like good work.
Well, why don't I feel like that was a genuine?
Nice work.
Stuff was socking in Jeremy.
Is Jeremy cutting out?
No, nice work, Bacon. That sounded easy peasy. Got that in a couple hours. Nice, good job.
Tell us about these GPs, if you don't mind. Like, where are they? What are the stars? What's happening here?
Yeah, there's only 2 stars.
For the distances.
Hold on, jackass.
Wow. How'd you only get 2 stars?
2 for the north part and 1 for the north part and 1 for the south part. We're using the same stars up and down, in north and south.
Oh,
nice. That's using your head, Bacon. That's using your fucking head. Nice work.
Thank you. Well, that was kind of your idea.
That actually is a good idea, Bacon.
Of course it was. I'm an idea, man. Thank you.
That solved the problem. My program's running right now. It looks like it's gonna take a very long time to actually calculate this. When you use two stars, I guess at 2 different times.
Yeah. What I did is, I established what would have to be the largest possible side of the square, so the diagonals wouldn't get longer than 60 degrees because, like, we need side to the star. So diagonals, yeah.
I did that. Yeah, you gotta basically take the one divided by the square root of 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So I got all the difference in declination between the stars, and got the furthest 2 stars that would have the declination closest to that length. So their distance north to south would have to be around 32 degrees, something like that. So that's how far they would be apart from each other, north and south, if they were in the same longitude. Which they won't be, but it doesn't matter. We just have to wait until they are. So yeah, I just did that, and then I calculated what would be the difference in longitude for the east and west side to match the north and south side. That's it.
Well, you did a great job, dude.
Well, thank you.
I'm very happy that you did that.
So the distance, did you work out the distances? Are they the same on each perimeter and the symmetrical diagonally too?
Yeah, all the sides are 42 degrees and the diagonals are 61 degrees.
No, the distance. Did you work out the distance though?
Yeah, it's the same. Degrees is like each degree is going to be 6 numbers wide.
Wait, hold on. You said the sides of the sides, you get the zenith angle of 42 degrees, and the diagonal you get the elevation angle or the zenith angle of 61 degrees. Is that what you said?
Yes, the sides are 42 degrees and the diagonal are 61 degrees.
My God, you know what that means, don't you?
What? What does that mean?
Hold on. My God. Wait a minute. Well, hold on, because that's not. If you multiply the sides by the square root of 2, you get a value that is basically the diagonal.
No, the diagonal would be 59, not 61.
Okay, so give me real quick. What are the actual elevation angles or zenith angles from both cases? You said 42 and 61, right?
Yes, 42 is the sides. 42.4 is the sides. All the
Okay.
sides are 42.4.
42.4.
And the diagonals are 61.5.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I think this confirms the flat Earth.
No, it's
Well, that's a big mistake.
the diagonals are larger. You have to be like 59 or something. There's like 2 degrees almost, which is 120 miles.
I'm getting a difference of seven nautical miles. No, not even. Hold on. Yeah, 7 nautical miles is the difference I'm getting. In what would be expected on a flat plane and what is found.
Good night. What are the distances, guys? Come on, crunch these numbers, and what does it say?
Well, in nautical miles, it's 2544 nautical miles for the walls of the square and 3690 for the diagonal. And it would be if you take the square root of 2 and multiply it by 2544, you get about 3597, which is about 7.75 nautical miles greater than.
Bro, stop being a nerd, bro. Is it flat or is it curved?
It's 7 miles off from being a flat. Depending on the discrepancy between the times and all this type of stuff, like depending on the margin of error that Bacon would have. If you had say what?
I kind of rounded up, so I'm going to just run it again, but with more precision.
Yeah, get as precise as you can get it, and we'll see
right.
where it's at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it came out flat. Quick, redo the numbers.
No, it didn't came out flat. It's just rounded. So I'm not gonna change the answer. I'm just gonna make it more.
Bro,
precise.
don't round anything. Don't round anything up. I need the actual.
Yeah, that's what I'll do right
number.
now.
Bacon, in all honesty, Bacon. I hate you. No, I'm saying, in all honesty, that was a very. I was challenging myself to solve this problem before you or anybody else, and that what you did with using the same star at 2 different times. That was a very quick shortcut, dude. Very smart.
Brilliant, Bacon. I'm glad we had somebody with a good mind.
I'm glad we had someone. Well, it doesn't. Just doing that doesn't work perfectly. Still, because I mean the stars have different latitudes.
Right. Yeah, that is right. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, I mean I realized when I plotted the values that they like the square isn't a perfect square. I thought you necessarily have to be, but then I realized the way I'm getting distances and longitude are actually affecting the length across the latitudes, because the latitudes aren't exactly along the longitude lines, so they're a little bit bigger. So the square isn't a perfect square, but you can easily fix that by just brute forcing the time and then seeing what time it gives you an exact perfect square. And that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm just going to make sure
you're right. There's a huge problem there, because if let's say you used 2 stars, one that was at 45 north and one that's at 45 south, or somewhere like 30 north, 30 south. And so that's 60. That'd be a 60-degree declination or elevation angle, or 30-degree elevation angle, so 60 degrees zenith angle that you'd be expecting in both cases that for that distance, and you'd want to repeat that same distance for something that is exactly directly east or west of you, right? Which wouldn't necessarily be the same amount of. Yeah, so it would kind of be strange. Now to think about it.
Yeah. The way I solved it isn't like doesn't give an exact answer. It gives a very close answer.
Well,
but I'll get an exact one.
The close answer is very close to the flat Earth. Is a problem. So I'm also
Is that a problem? Why is that a problem?
Isn't.
Why is
it
that a
isn't.
problem?
I mean, I'll give. It's not. I'll give the values all the decimals, and then you can check against globe versus flat. I mean,
Well, it's showing a flat Earth, Bacon. You must have done it wrong, obviously.
it's not showing a flat Earth, but
well, no, that's a
according to
really good.
Coastline.
That's a really good indication, Jeremy. That should be addressed. That we know it's not flat, so you got to make sure that you're doing shit right if it's coming up close to flat.
You don't know it's not flat. That's
No,
what
we
we've
do
been
know it's
talking
not
about.
flat. We know it's not flat. That
You
is not
don't. We've
a
been
question in
discussing it.
anybody's mind except yours. Now,
And
so we can check our formulas against that. Not modify, not ship, not fabricate, but we can check against that. Say, hey, you know what? And if it's still after you check it comes up with flat, then you got an issue. But that's going to be the point when you check. It's like if you say, you know, I don't know, my car is going 200 miles per hour. Apparently, your speedometer is not working.
They're getting nervous, Bacon. We're gonna melt down all the globes and make a statue of you. Okay.
Listen, Bacon. In all fairness, like I said, you did a good job. But I'm actually thinking there's another issue though, dude, because like I think what you're doing and what Jeremy said was cool to do was you can basically take a single position, and from any given single position, you can use 3 stars or whatever you're going to use at any given time. They don't have to be the same time, and that seems like it would be fine, except if you, let's say your spot south of the equator, like the first, like you're doing 2 different spots south of the equator, the same spot south of the equator and the same spot north of the equator, the same star, just at different times. At the first time south of the equator, when you take the when you observe the star's GP that would be diagonal from you, so the one that's north on the later side, like the later time, you would have to make sure that that same time is consistent with like that star, that GP is exactly where it's going to be when the other 2 observers are looking at that same star. So even though the times can be different, each observer, as they look at the same star, that does have to be the same time. Does that make sense?
yeah, sure. Yes, yeah. The time that I said we can wiggle is really just the longitude. So if we're picking a different longitude, we have to wait a little more until the star gets to that GP, and at that moment, the other 3 observers observe it.
So yeah, so every star that you're using for a GP, even though individually they can be taken at different times for that observer, they have to be the exact same time. Like every GP and every star, the time and position has to be consistent for all the other observers, right? In order for it to be accurate. So yeah, it looks like you already considered that.
And by the way, Jared, I think a square shape, the thing you want, is the one that has the least amount of difference. It's the one that minimizes the difference between the diagonals.
Right.
Comparing Earth to flat. Like if you pick different shapes, the difference is much bigger.
That's why I told you the rhombus would be much greater. The diamond shape, because the discrepancy would be, huge.
Yeah, I think you're right. With the square this size, the discrepancy is 3.15 degrees, which is 220 miles. That's the error for the flat Earth.
Yeah, but you didn't even get that though.
I did. That's the excess that I get is 3.15 degrees.
No,
As an
yeah, but the numbers you gave me, I only got 7.7 nautical miles. That's like, what is that? Like 10 miles or 12, 11 miles? Or 10 miles?
Oh, 3 degrees. How much?
Yeah,
one of the sides, 3.15 degrees is how much one of the sides would have to be different to match flat Earth. So if you pick just one side and try to fix its length to match flat Earth, the minimum difference is 3.15 degrees, which is 220 miles. On the sphere, the error is 0.
I guess I found the error in a different way, just because like based on the numbers you did, I just converted those angles to distances and compared it that way. You know what I mean? But you're saying that the difference would be the angular difference would be 3 degrees?
Yes, in distance. Yeah, if you convert that to miles, it's 220 miles. Like if you're changing only one side, now if you're changing the two diagonals, then it might be less because you're changing both of them. So you can just change half of that in one, half of that in other. But it's still like 100 miles.
So I don't get it. How do you get a different answer? Because I got it. All I did was compare. If you compare the
Yeah,
sides,
I'll give
for
you.
the
I'll give you more precise figures. I think I sent. No, I didn't send. Let me send on live stream text what the actual distances are.
what was the floor that you used for the floor of the the elevation angle? What's the lowest elevation angle that you allowed for?
It should be 60 degrees, but I ended up with
What?
61.5.
60 degrees is the lowest elevation angle you can use?
No, the largest.
What?
No, it's the largest zenith.
Okay, no, yeah, okay, well, okay, so yeah, so it's 30 degrees then. 30 degrees
Yes,
elevation angle, yeah, okay.
28.5 in this case, because I wanted to get like above the 30 degrees mark. You know.
See, okay.
This is slightly below, but I think it's fine. We can just apply the corrections. Like Jeremy wants to bring that to guys who believe in slash navigation, so I think they would accept applying the refraction correction that you apply in the almanac.
I take
whatever results you get, you have to be doing something wrong because we all know by now we're not living on a spinning ball Earth, so that can't be right.
Ah,
Your
Jesus
calculation for getting
Christ, man!
flat
What the
Earth has
fuck?
to be wrong.
Oh lordy.
Okay, I said one thing. Continue, please, ballers.
I think your exclamation
all right
just really upset Jeremy.
Your
Jeremy,
passion is
sounds
admirable.
like you dropped a
No,
hammer
it
on
was
your
one of my
toe.
coworkers scared the shit out of me. That's all.
Why did she tell you that she was really a dude?
You gotta love the baller's passion, though, Hank. Definitely gotta love the passion.
Even worse, she said she was a Glover.
Sound like Jeremy got the fuck started of him then, because that was a Jesus Christ fuck. I thought something was
I was
wrong.
wondering.
You
I thought he was
underestimated the
fucking shouting at me
sneakiness.
and I just said a thing.
No, it wasn't you. The world doesn't revolve around you, Pete.
People underestimate, the level. Like if you're alone by yourself and someone decides to scare you, you get pretty scared. I did that to my brother.
I don't scare very easy. Go ahead, bro.
You don't scare
Somebody's
very
breaking up. Oh no, you got to sneak up on me to scare me and get within my bubble. If you don't make it to my bubble, and without me knowing, you can't scare me because
He was in my bubble.
I'm a highly sensitive.
He was in my
Yeah,
bubble.
obviously.
Okay. We got
Obviously.
in my
But-
bubble.
Yeah, I'm a highly sensitive person, so I don't miss much. Like not much gets past me. Like I can't like block things out. Like I can't like read while there's TV going on. Right? So I'm seeing like everything and perceiving everything all at once. So you have to sneak past my senses and get into my bubble and scare me. So you have to be like a foot away.
I had my back turned to the door. I'm messing around with garbage bags and papers. I got Pete in my ear. Okay, he got in my bubble like a ninja.
Yeah, and plus he probably got on your bad side, right? Because
I had my back to the door.
Yeah, but you don't even need your back to somewhere. You need like only like your side, like the bad side, and you can only see out of like the other side. So your peripherals are not up to par, right?
I can hear sight, but I'm using a lot of my hearing to listen to you guys. So
Yeah, but didn't you say that you're an evolved person because you
like Daredevil,
you can hear
think
sound?
of Ben Affleck in Daredevil.
Yeah, but you said you can hear sound. You're highly evolved.
Like Ben Affleck in Daredevil, yeah.
Yeah,
Listen, did Bacon do this or not, bro? Just stop, Kosho. Did Bacon do this or not?
I'll improve it a little bit because I didn't get an exact square. I'll get you an exact square.
Okay, thank you, Bacon. That's what competence sounds like, Kosho.
Yeah. Anyways,
confidence and competence.
The only reason I took on this challenge is actually I'm still rewarded because I was thinking about not fucking doing what I was going to do. I I had to basically figure out how to make this program way less complex. I have literally like billions and billions of indexes in different arrays for all these. I calculated every second for all 60, 70 fucking stars and planets for 4 or 5 years.
Why would you need that much?
You should have just did what Bacon did.
Listen, assholes. It doesn't matter why I did it. Okay.
No, I'm seriously. I was just curious on what was your approach.
That's the way I code, man. And Ruhiv told me the same thing, that when I code, I don't try to think of the most efficient way to do it. I just do it, and I make it more.
Dude, the only way you
Yeah.
code is code red Mountain Dew.
I mean, this is the classic engineer versus computer science thing. I mean, where I studied, I mean, I did computer science, but half of my colleagues were engineers, and this always would show up like.
Listen, is it possible for you to get a square, Kosho, or no? Because Bacon's going to get me a square. Can you do it, Kosho? Because I'd love to have 2 squares.
Listen, guy. When you said you said it last night, which made actually the quickest way. Instead of defining square as the way you would in Euclidean space, the best thing to do is not worry about what surface you're on, and only worry about collecting a shape.
We're not worried.
No, listen, dude. A shape on the surface such that all 4 sides of it have the same length, and the 2 diagonals have the same length. That's
what we're talking about.
I know, but that doesn't make a square on a globe. So that's what I'm saying.
I know.
I know. So you're
getting semantical on me.
You can't identify everyone. But that's the point, though. You can create that on any surface. The question is, what's the relationship between those 2 lengths? All
right. So can you get me this thing with the symmetry like we need, or not?
Yeah, but Bacon has my program's still running. It's going to take a while. That there's I don't even know how many parameters, like billions of parameters. Count them. Hold on.
Can I just ask Bacon, you know the expectations you have for a flat Earth? Have you actually tested it out on a horizontal surface? There's very few horizontal surfaces on Earth.
Sorry, what?
Expectations you have for a flat Earth. Expectations you have for a flat Earth. Is there anything you can do to test these principles out in reality and then compare them to the theory? Because
we're testing it right now.
Surfaces. Yeah, but there's very few flat surfaces, Jeremy, to test it on in a global setting. Where are you going to get a straight road? We're going to get a straight road of 5 miles long, absolutely horizontal.
Yeah, we're not measuring distances.
These distances are going to tell us if it's planar or not, Pete. Don't fret.
Yeah,
these distances. I'm holding my breath.
These distances come from assumptions of celestial navigation. That not everyone might accept them, but for the people who accept it, the conclusion is kind of inevitable.
If the assumptions are correct, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't think there's a 6 nautical miles per degree relationship with zenith angle, then that's fine. This argument that Jeremy's came up with wouldn't work for you. It wouldn't be meant for you.
Pete, do you believe that there's 60 nautical miles per degree in star elevation thingy?
It's a difficult one. I think if there is that degree of curvature, it's got to do with the barrier itself.
No, not curvature. No, not curvature. Distance. 60 nautical miles of distance for every degree the star changes.
Shit, it has to be. Well, I don't know. I don't think so.
No, we're going to need an answer, Pete.
Okay, I don't think so. I don't think it's consistent then. I think some of the skylights are like observer dependent as well. So you go to a slightly different place and you see a different thing. You know what I mean? So I don't think so.
Okay, so we have a Pete not knowing how to navigate. Or not knowing his navigation works.
Pete, that's a good description of your comment, Pete. So you don't know about...
here as well. All the lads are here. I was just answering Jeremy. I think in general it probably holds Jeremy, but it's only a rough rule. You know, it holds to the sky as well. 69 miles.
I would not want to be trapped on a boat at sea with Pete.
Hey Pete, I don't want you to repeat yourself, but could you tell us about Aristarchus?
Oh God, I hate you.
Or how about Will Smith and
Tell us
Obama?
hey, Hank, can you tell us about 9/11? Maybe we can all talk about the 9/11 hoax. There's very few
All
flat
right,
earthers
I'm
and
out. Have a
truthers
good
wants
day.
to get into that.
You missed it. We were here yesterday talking about 9/11. You missed it, Pete.
Oh, we went
You
right.
just
You
heard
did
Obama.
do you agree with me then, Hank, that 9/11 was a hoax?
The whole
No, not
thing with
9/11 is on my calendar this year.
This one point that we were talking about yesterday absolutely destroys this 9/11 thing. There's a whole bunch of dudes on a plane, and they let the plane get captured by two dudes with box cutters. Like, that's incoherent. There's no way.
There were several
There's
planes.
no fucking
Over
plane
4
in
of them.
Shanksville as well. There was no plane. The coroner came along and said, there's no, it looks like you dug a hole and threw a Coke machine and blew it up. There's no bodies here.
How
There's no
fast
plane
was it
here.
traveling when it hit the surface?
Jeremy, they
But the
had
only
no
reason I asked
idea.
Hank that was in response to him, obviously, teasing me with Aristarchus, right?
Jeremy, those flights they
They
removed
didn't
the
know the
in-flight
plane was
magazines.
being hijacked.
All the
No, and
ballers, Jeremy.
they
How come all the ballers are pretty much close to 9/11 official story, man?
What
Isn't
does
that
the
funny?
in-flight magazines have to do with it?
well, they couldn't use those rolled up magazines to fight off the defenders or the other guys, the hijackers.
Bro, hand to hand, if you have like 5 or 10 dudes, I don't know how many dudes
Yeah.
were on this plane, all right? But if you have 5 or 10 dudes, they can easily take down 2 dudes with box cutters. It's not like they had machine guns or something crazy, right? Just a box cutter. Somebody's going to get caught
Okay.
for it.
With direction.
I have a real question for Pete.
All the Patriot scoffers and mockers are in now, Jeremy. You look forward to a serious
Pete,
conversation.
Pete, this is a real question for you, and you don't have to answer though.
Go ahead, Cliff.
It's Brad. We had a public speaker today that she lost her leg in a industry accident, and I couldn't tell. I swear she was bending her ankle. She lost her leg below the knee. I think you lost your leg below the knee as well, right?
Yeah.
Are you able to move your ankle of the fake leg?
Who cares? Dude, 9/11, dudes on a
No,
plane.
no, you can't do that. You can't do it automatic. But I guess if you have an expensive version, you could have some sort of mechanism which would allow flexibility in the ankle. Yeah, by just putting force forward onto the toe. So I guess you could do that, but a more expensive version of an
Well,
artificial.
hers would be about 15,000 pounds.
I suppose, yeah.
Okay,
I think that's possible.
That's a huge bitch.
Can't do it though. If she had her leg folded over,
Jeremy.
unless it's some sort of robotic. If she had her left, let's say she lost her left leg and she had the artificial leg folded over her other leg, like you fold your legs, then she can't do it. You can't just will it unless there's some sort of connection, you know.
Well, I knew she had a fake leg because I knew she was coming, and I looked her up. But I was trying to figure out which leg was the fake one, and I couldn't figure it out because she didn't walk with a limp at all. She looked like she was flexing both her ankles when she walked. It was amazing.
So you don't believe her? You're actually
fairly
questioning: is she a fake amputee, a famputee? Is that what you're
I was
saying?
gonna say maybe she was.
No,
fake.
she took her leg off in front of us.
All right, okay. So
Look her up. Look up Candace one leg. Look up Candace one leg. It actually she shows up.
When you say flex her ankle, are you talking about she lifting her leg up and then just doing it like you would do it with or I would do it with my right leg, for instance?
No, I didn't see it like that. Just when she was sort of pacing back and forth when she was talking.
Okay. No, there
like
are very
it looked natural.
sophisticated. There are very sophisticated limbs available, especially for the ladies as well. You know, if you still want to wear high heels, I guess you can get these mechanical structures.
What a bunch of sluts.
She has 5 fake legs, and one of them I guess is for heel.
Is she a spider?
Well, there you go. Well, she beats me by 3.
Yeah, you know, there's a dude. There's this prosthetic guy. Well, a guy who's a rock climber, and he broke his feet. I think he got taken off even, so he doesn't have feet anymore. But they had given him prosthetic, legs and feet, and they're so the dexterity in them is so well that he can mountain climb the same mountain that he fell on. For some reason, he thinks it's a smart idea.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah. She does not have the same job she had when she lost her leg now.
Oh my God.
Use AI.
Okay, great. I'm gonna tell you about my eyeball next. You guys ready for my eyeball?
Yeah.
Thing?
Can you move it like a real
we
eye?
go back to the dudes on the plane?
Yeah, you love dudes on planes, man.
It can move, yes.
You know, it's funnily enough, me
move
and you and
it.
Chucky and Pete all disagree with each other, all separately on this issue. So it's funny that we're finding
What issue?
What
I mean, this entire issue that we're talking about, you doofus. And
About artificial
yeah,
limbs
but
or
you're saying about the
eyeballs or
dark
9/11 box cutters taking down planes.
Hold
Hey,
on.
Jeremy, what about the
Yeah.
mess in the cockpit when they went in and slashed the pilot's throat, who are strapped into their seats? There would have been fucking blood everywhere. Not to mind these guys crashing a plane into. Anyway, there's so many
Yes,
problems
there's
with
fire,
it.
plenty of blood, Pete, and fire. But
Just
anyways,
hold on.
yeah, the point
Hold
is,
on. There's dudes on a plane, right? Me and Pete. Let's say it's just me and Pete
you guys disagree with each
on
other.
the plane, right? And there's two dudes with use him as a human shield and beat the guy to death with Pete's leg. Like, I don't see 5 or 10 dudes on a plane
Because
getting
you don't
taken over.
understand social dynamics, dude. And in scenarios, dudes
No, my leg
don't
will
know
stay
each
where
other.
it is. I beat him to
Dude,
death with something else because our
it's
lives
great,
are
Pete.
imminently at risk, right? The minute you saw some sort
dudes
of
who don't know each
plane
other,
or
who don't have a plan, as opposed to the guys who were there supposedly that had a plan, they don't know. They don't have some plan to gang up with each other and plan this attack, and all of them are acting separately most of the time. But in the case of Shanksville, they did gang up and they did.
Troll.
I gotta say something.
Those 4 guys knew each other, didn't they, Kosho?
Hey, Jeremy, Mark Bingham. Hey, 1 second. Mark Bingham rang up. So he's the guy with the Let's Roll guy. I think his name's Mark Bingham. He rang up his mother, and this is the transcript, right? It's, hello, Mom. This is Mark Bingham. You believe me, don't you? I'm telling you. Look it up. Would you ring
Yeah,
your
we
mom,
know.
Jeremy? You might be dead in a few minutes. Who knows? What are you going to say? Hello, Mom. This is Jeremy, Kyle, whatever. You believe me, don't you? Yeah. Jesus.
All right, so
We're not
I
going to be
gotta
dead.
say this.
Go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real fast. So anybody who's ever been in a fight, right? I've been in 17 one-on-one fights, right? When I was a child, not recently. So anybody who's been in a fight, they know there's 2 types of people. The type of person that has that dog in them and they will fight when they have the opportunity to fight, but they choose to fight. And then there's the person that will only fight if there's no possible flight, right? 2 types of people. So if me and Jeremy, let's say, we're on a plane, 2 guys are taking it over. We can arrange a plan with our eyes only. Like, I'm looking the room, I'm scanning 360 degrees. I see this guy over here. I look in his eyes. He's got that dog in him. So I glance at him, I glance at them, and I glance back at him. He confirms. We didn't say a word. It's all pre-verbal communication.
You're gonna make plans with Jeremy's with your eyes.
Or I can just stand up. Or hold on, Pete. This isn't the time where you respond after everything everyone says. A lot
I
of
didn't
people
hear
want
you
to get
coming in. Go ahead.
A lot of people want to get in, bud. Relax. Or you can just stand. First of all, it's 2 dudes in a 757. You can't hold that amount of space down with just 2 dudes with a box cutter, maybe guns. But you could just stand up and say, "Everyone, rush them now!" And all the dudes that aren't peeing their pants are going to get up and bum rush the dudes.
Yeah, that's assuming the direction. Like in remember that scene in Gladiator? Whenever the first Gladiator thing, before Maximus had started leading them, there was no direction, and people were getting speared in the chest. And then he said something like, you know,
Like
whatever.
Gladiator.
They all guarded together and shit. It's because they had direction and they had
Yeah, I'm going to direct everyone. I'm going to stand up and say,
yeah,
"Okay, guys,
you and Larry are going to communicate with your eyes. He
No, I'm
thinks
gonna
there's
tell
a
him with
dog in
my
your
voice.
eye. He doesn't realize that one of your eyes is glass, and it's just
Larry, with my voice. First of all, Larry's going to see me. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to say, "Okay, now attack," and we're all going to attack this dude, whoever's not peeing their pants. Like I said,
You guys are going to pass notes, and the instructions are going to be so vague, you're going to get the shit kicked out of you.
There's military in there.
I'm sure there's who are hungover from the night before.
There were military in the one plane that did fight back, and they successfully got their plane crashed.
hold on. Whoever this
Dude,
is,
your mic
whoever this
sucks.
is,
Okay, let me comment then. Let me comment in the meantime. Jeremy, there was
Tony, man.
88
Give him a
drills and
shot.
exercises going on the same day of 9/11, incorporating the same terror affairs. All of this sort of stuff is part of the fucking script for the drills and exercises of the 9/11 symbolic hoax.
Okay, how
There are
many
drills
dudes were
going on every day.
How
There's
many dudes
88
were on the
collective drills
plane?
and exercises which incorporated all branches of the military.
How many dudes were on the plane that crashed into the tower? The two planes crashed into the two towers. So how many dudes were on each one of those planes?
There's
Does anyone
19
know?
terrorists, about 4 on
Yes,
average
40.
each plane.
Yes,
yeah.
40 for both.
40
each.
dudes. 40
Sure.
dudes. Let some dudes take over the plane with box cutters.
Let me ask you a
No one
question.
tried to fight back.
Don't
They
you,
just laid down
Jeremy?
like dogs and died.
Hey,
Okay,
listen, he's
Jeremy,
got a point.
if I
Common
would,
sense. Listen, common sense says, "Holy fuck, I'd take those motherfuckers down." I can't believe you people still buy it. How would it
okay,
be? A
so
bunch of pussies. Listen, a bunch of pussies can't handle some dudes with box cutters, huh?
Yeah.
Really?
So
if I'm with Moyoc and we're a lot smarter than you, but we
Holy
want to take
shit.
over these
Fuck you,
planes,
dude.
I'm
You disgraced
grabbing.
the people
Do
who
some
died that
math.
day.
Dude,
I'm
stop
grabbing
talking,
one of the
guys.
Hold
hostesses.
on, guys. Hold on.
I'm
One
going
at
to
a
grab
time,
one
guys.
of the hostesses, Jeremy, and I'm going to put a box cutter to her throat and say, anybody comes near, she dies. How is she
She's
going to
gonna
fight
get.
back?
She's gonna get killed then.
Yeah, well, people.
Come
That's the
on.
problem. In real scenarios, people don't make those risks most of the time. Also, in
They
real
do
You know the
scenarios,
scenario.
assuming
You
that
know the scenario.
the story is correct and that actually happened, the terrorists, if they were successful, which apparently they were, if the story was true, then they probably didn't have a plan that involved any of the passengers, because that would kind of be counterproductive and maybe even a little
Word of
stupid.
it, Kosho.
They
You
probably
know
instead
Okay,
only
so
went
I
after the
want to
passengers.
probably at the time.
respond. Pete, hold on, man. That's why you get. This is why you get muted.
Yeah,
So
because
listen.
you want to talk all
There's
the
a.
time, Jeremy. Go ahead.
I understand the cockpit can be
Well,
locked.
I want to respond to Chucky's point. Respond to Chucky's point, please. You can go next, Pete.
Go ahead.
So there's a dude. The dude's got the box cutter to the stewardess's throat. He says, "Anyone comes at me, I'm gonna kill the stewardess." Okay. Well, the other side of that is they crash the plane and they all die. So it's like the train track thing, where there's one
They
dude
didn't
on a
know they
train.
were.
There's 5 dudes on a train track. What do you think they're gonna do?
And
They got a
when they
box
did that
cutter to a
experiment in real
stewardess's
life,
throat.
most of the people did not switch the train.
Okay,
You've
that's
also
because
got
I
to,
wasn't there.
you've also got to understand the psychological narrative that would have taken place as someone in that situation.
It is a
Throughout the
difficult
1970s and the 1980s, and then predominantly in the 1990s, when a plane was taken hostage, it was usually as a consequence of someone trying to get somewhere by commandeering the plane to take it somewhere else.
Yeah, not to crash.
Yeah. So
Okay, either
more.
way.
So
My bad,
nowadays, obviously, if you were on a plane now and people with box cutters, clearly the psychology and particularly in all the men in the plane would be, hang on, we know where this is likely to go. It could go one or two ways. It could go the traditional plane jetliner hostage route as it was before that, or it could be that their intention is suicidal, because that wasn't a particularly common thing I can't think of anything happening like that beforehand.
That's a good point, actually. Very good point.
So it does actually change. It does actually change how the cockpit design is, the door. It changes the psychology of the pilots when they fly in this situation, the stewardesses, and also the crew.
Yeah.
And that's why it's likely not to be a very constructive way of doing things going forward for terrorists, because they clearly know that there's an opportunity. Unless they're very, very well armed, that it's very, very
Hey,
constructive.
Pazza, you're another ball earther who believes the official story of 9/11, right?
I believe most of it, yes.
Why wouldn't
What's
they
going
just start
on
flying
with
that
only
plane?
ballers?
Why wouldn't they just
Yeah, we
start
have
flying that plane
brains.
so erratically that those guys couldn't walk or they're strapped in? Why'd they start diving, looping, just freaking going crazy with the controls? They'd fucking fly those guys around the cockpit. That's what I would have done.
Like you're
No,
thinking
but
about
you can lock the cockpit from the inside.
Didn't they take the cockpit very quickly?
Yeah,
Kosho?
you can get once you get in the
sorry,
cockpit,
Zach.
you just lock it.
If
This
they
is
walk
this
in that
isn't.
door, first thing they should do is push down on the stick and have them start floating.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
sure, yeah.
okay, so there's
to be
a
clear,
plane full of dudes. Go ahead, guys.
No, sorry, I just want to make points about this. I mean, I'm not, the rest of the story is open to interpretation, but I just want to focus on the bit that I read about the planes. clearly the cockpit locks were either there or they weren't very good at the time, and quite often, more often than not, the stewardesses had means to access the cockpit quite quickly, because back then, even on a jumbo jet with a pilot and co-pilot, they were needed there obviously in case someone was injured. That one of them would often go off to the toilet, leaving one in control. And there's been cases where someone's locked the door and smashed a plane. There's that German plane where the young pilot waited for his senior to go off for a toilet break, shut down locked this new super terrorist strong door, and then proceeded to fly the plane into a hillside somewhere in Europe. So this is before that, when the door wasn't robust. This is before that, when quite often the psychology of the pilot was to allow, if they knew that if the terrorists were only interested in diverting a plane somewhere and then getting on the tarmac and then getting ransom money and getting a helicopter, all the usual things that propagated through hijacks particularly across Asia and Africa in the 70s and 80s. It was in their best interest not to be too resistive, but if the narratives to believe, they got in quite quickly and they cut throats. It's if someone cuts your throat, you stop functioning in your modus operandi in your job, don't you? Let's be honest.
We know. Zanuck made a terrible point. Thank you for pointing that out.
Also,
Hold on, man.
All right, go ahead, dude. I thought you were just saying that.
Hold on. No, I'm not just saying that. Zanuck made a terrible point. I'm pointing that out for the audience. The thing is, this isn't Kosho's fantasy. There's a bunch of dudes on a plane, okay? Now there's hijackers taking over the plane with box cutters. You're telling me because no one had previously hijacked the plane and crashed it, that the dudes just let that happen? Like, oh, we're not going to fight back. Why'd the Army guys fight back then? Why'd the military guys fight back?
They didn't know the plane was going to crash until it crashed.
Yeah, but if that was the protocol where the hijackers just hijack the plane, go to a thing, ask for ransom, land it somewhere safely, why would the military guys try to take them
Doing
over?
something heroic, dude. And first of all, at this point, they had already known the other planes crashing was already known.
Yes, it was.
But didn't they also take the cockpit early and barricade themselves in? They didn't hang out with the passengers.
There was a different scenario.
Cell phones work, by the way. They never work when you're
let's
like.
not get bogged down in just going back and forth on the basics here. Can I just say that they slit the pilot's throat, they took over the airplane and the passengers found out that there was other planes that crashed, and this is when they decided to let's roll because they had earphones in contact with their family. That's it.
There were not a lot of cell phones around back in 2001, if you recall.
There were earphones.
There were a few.
There were phones on the plane. Yeah.
There were a few. So there were a few that would know. But also, there's always hysteria around that time, and the information coming out is not accurate.
None of it's accurate because none of it happened. It's all a script written down according to the 88 drills and exercises that were going on that day.
Hear someone speak. You're being a rude dick. Stop it.
My timeline's a little.
When I start talking, I'm fucking shut up, and I'm almost threatened with muting. Shut up.
He was talking
New York.
To me. Talked about
when New York
how cell phones work at 12,000 feet.
When New York and Ontario lost power in August 14, 2003, there was information coming out to me that it was a plane crashing into the power plant. All right? That's not true. But that's the information I was getting very shortly after the power went out. Okay,
so the
which planes?
Yeah, but so what? So what? 1 second. So what, Brad?
So the information you can get without reliable means of communication, so no cell phones back then, and very little time. If your loved one didn't have information of the planes crashing, then they're going to tell you, stay safe and don't do anything stupid.
Look up the transcripts. 1 second, please.
Hey,
Guy's name is Mark Bingham. He rang his mother saying, "Mom, this is Mark Bingham. You believe me, don't you?" She told him there was plane crashes after hijacking the Thursday.
I'm trying to hear you, Zanuck.
The transfer was much later on. That's when they decided
Hold
to
on,
do
guys.
the
I know how to
roll,
fix this.
and then they crashed the whole plane into the ground.
I know exactly how to fix this. I got you guys. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. I am here.
I was just talking.
Thank you, God.
So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're next. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Who?
Zanuck, go.
Zanuck's not going. Somebody else could go.
Why is Zanuck not going? Did you mute him?
Yes, I muted him and Pete.
Why? He was asking a question.
He was clearly just over talking Pete the whole time and wouldn't back down.
All right, so I'll go ahead and pick up, right? So the thing about 9/11 that bothers me the most, right, is not whether or not, you know, the official conspiracy theory that's accepted by mainstream media is accepted by the people. The part that bothers me the most is that people gave their consent for the blood of the innocent and 500,000 dead children in Iraq and all this stuff that happened afterwards. Now, I know that we can all agree that we probably shouldn't have been at those wars and all those people shouldn't have died, including Americans, right? But the main point is, to me, that Henry Kissinger was the official chairman, the original official chairman of the 9/11 Official Commission Report. So when he stepped down, some other guy took his place. And if you get the book, his name is nowhere on the book. But if you do your research, you find out that Henry Kissinger, the angel of death, you know, the guy who's been in the White House for like the past 50 years, right? He's the one who was involved in Vietnam and all this stuff. I wouldn't believe anything that comes out of that dude's mouth. I believe that he is a purely evil person, and that there's nothing. Somebody's breaking up or something. Somebody's got a real bad mic. But yeah, I'm almost done. What bothers me is that so many people unknowingly like regurgitate the official conspiracy theory, not knowing that Henry Kissinger was involved. If they knew Henry Kissinger was involved, I think they would reevaluate, but that is not common knowledge. Not that it's not out there, but the common man doesn't know it. Thanks.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with actual 9/11. The thing that bothers me the most is that people died because of some terrorists. Now, you can be upset about the war after, but that's separate. So,
right, I started out with talking about the Americans that died and the people that died, right? So my heart goes out to the people.
It was international.
Yeah, a lot of people died after and during 9/11. Okay.
He's trying to
So, I
trigger
don't-
Pete or something. Pete's on mute, bro. He's not.
Some
He's
of them
not.
were
You're not
good
gonna be able to trigger Pete with that statement. Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah, you're not going to trigger me with it either, because I don't really get into all the minutia about 9/11, right? Whether or not, you know, two planes can knock down like several towers. I don't really get into all that so much. I'll leave that up to you guys. But just think about it. Was it worth your consent for the blood of the innocent?
I never consented.
Listen, Pete.
So you're telling me, sorry, real fast, bro. You're telling me in September, you know, the 12th and 13th, that you weren't really giving your consent with, let's go get those motherfuckers who bombed our towers.
No.
No? You were peaceful? So that America
nobody asked me,
went to war against your will then?
Not my oil, no.
Well, A, he's Canadian, and just for starters, he's Canadian. So
yeah.
I wanted to add something.
I'm a Jeremy.
Relevant to the because you know 9/11 related, even though I'm just making arguments for why the terrorist actually crashing into or whoever crashed into the buildings could be true, even though I don't agree with any of the narrative. You know, I know what I saw, I know what happened, but the story about who did it and that kind of thing, I don't think any of that's true. But I think that it very well people could have taken control of planes and crashed them into buildings. That part looks like.
Yeah, hold on, real quick, Kosho, real quick. Somebody's got like a transformer and mid-transform noise going on with their mic. It's still happening.
It's Barrel Rider.
Barrel. Your hot mic and Barrel.
It's just the ring race.
Don't you have a hot mic room or something?
I got it. Yes, I got it. I'm on it.
Is that how he sounds when he snores?
That's how he sounds when he snorts cocaine.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
All right, go ahead, Kosho. You were in the middle of your thing. Go ahead.
No, I don't know even know what I was saying. I was trying to make it relevant, but then we talked about other stuff, and so I just making sure that it's clear that I'm not agreeing with the official narrative, just because I think like the physics behind the planes crashing in the building and people actually hijacking planes, that stuff's very realistic, and all checks out with physics. I just don't believe the story of the people who actually did it.
Well, I think some people actually did it, but yeah, they use it as a springboard for their own narrative, right?
Wait, you mean who? Wait, you're saying who uses it as a springboard?
Well, the American government used it as some brown people attacked our country. Let's those guys are brown. Let's go get them.
Yeah, that's
You know,
without. I think
Come
it's
on,
that's without question. I think there's a social. It was used as a as international diplomatic and warfare springboard. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and there didn't need to be a war.
Right, that was my original point. Right. So if 15 Saudi Arabian nationals, notice I didn't say citizens, if 15 out of the 19 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia, then how come we didn't go kick Saudi Arabia's ass? Oh, because the petrodollar. Right.
Exactly.
That wouldn't really benefit us any. So the whole narrative, like I said earlier, it doesn't make any sense. The conspiracy theory from
No, it makes perfect
American citizens went and trained in, England and formed a terror cell in England and then launched attacks from there. Where would you attack, America or England? And you've also talked to England and said, hey, we don't want you supporting these terrorists. So you
I
really,
don't know, but did any? My bad. Go ahead, Mike.
I just say you can't just take their origins. You got to take the conditions as they were at the time.
Right. But
Okay.
think
Did
about the
anyone ever
logic of
investigate? Go ahead, Larry.
think about the logic. So Osama bin Laden, he didn't want America involved in his Muslim country. So to keep us out of his countries, he went and bombed the financial centers, right? Think about that. So that's like me saying, and this is a really good analogy, I don't want the cops fucking with me, so I'm going to go egg the cars at the police station. Does that make any sense? Why would you kick the hornet's nest if you don't want to get stung?
No one's claiming that Iraq was the culprits, though.
Okay, so did anyone?
That's nothing to do with what I just said.
Yeah,
That's nothing to do with what I just said.
We didn't attack Saddam Hussein or Iraq because we thought they were involved in 9/11. We went after Osama bin Laden almost immediately because supposedly he got and admitted it.
Hold on. Who's got the crazy nutcase hot mic going again?
I think it was Larry.
That's probably me. That's me.
Oh, all right. Anyways, go ahead. I have a point I want to bring up after you guys are done with this, whatever this is.
No, I'm just saying that the people we went at, we didn't go after, we didn't claim to go after Saddam Hussein because we thought he had any connection with 9/11. We did think that they were harboring Al Qaeda to some extent, but whether that's true or not. But they did go after Osama bin Laden almost immediately because he came out almost immediately and admitted it blatantly.
Okay, so, are you guys good? Did you want to keep going with this, Larry, or? Okay, so we have an exuberant amount of shorts placed on airlines pre-9 in the upcoming weeks and days leading to 9/11. Now, did they ever track those people down and see exactly who was placing those shorts?
Yeah, I think most of them weren't even collected.
Did they ever trace who it was down? What account? What? They all have accounts. You can't do this without having an account, giving a name.
All I know is that most of them weren't collected.
How do you know that?
And that's what I heard.
But there must be like a list of who was doing it, right? With names. They investigated this thoroughly, right? This whole 9/11 thing. I mean, this is a big thing, right? So I'm sure they have a list of names who was placing the shorts.
Well, it wasn't investigated thoroughly because it wasn't classified as 3,000 murders. It was classified as a terroristic event. And George Warbush said not to investigate it, right? So that's kind of weird, right? Shouldn't we have called upon everyone to investigate so that we could seek justice? I mean, the goddess of Lesbos, liberty.
Yeah, that was totally unintelligible because you kept on thinking you're making jokes.
What
Yeah,
is
this is
intelligible is Bush had a ridiculous amount of Lockheed Martin stocks. So many, in fact, that he actually sat on the board of Lockheed Martin, which is the company that provides defense to America.
A company, not the company.
A company, yes. So you have so the guy that calls the shots on if we go to war is sitting there with millions and however many billions of dollars worth of this stock. Does that seem like a conflict of interest to anyone else, or maybe it's just me?
Our entire
Probably.
country.
I think Halliburton's
I'm gonna
far more of a sore thumb, isn't it? Sort of thorn in the crown. Halliburton was.
So we're
you know,
not saying.
I don't think anyone's denying it. Well, maybe, but I wouldn't deny that the government is extremely sketchy and a lot of corrupt shit happens.
So
Yeah,
yes,
what they
conflict
did.
of interest.
What they did after the fact, Jeremy, or ignoring the facts before 9/11, takes nothing away from the fact that 9/11 happened.
Okay.
Right?
I'm just saying, we should have investigated who had a motive. Normally, when there's a murder, they investigate
yeah.
a motive. Did anyone make a lot of money off of this murder? Right. That's usually one of the things they look for. What was the motive? They usually check money.
The industrial war complex made the most money.
Yep.
Without question of a doubt.
Yep.
And yes,
And it's
there's not
quite-
enough American oil in Ukraine, which is one of the reasons probably why America's not over there. There is some though. So.
Oh, don't worry. America will get its money back out of Ukraine's economy.
You know what? They're going to be there to rebuild, and I'm sure they'll build a few. They'll build a few oil rigs too. Yeah.
All right. So did we ever figure? So this being a huge thing and thoroughly investigated, right? Did they ever find out who was putting the shorts on the stock options?
I don't know. You seem to know more about this than me.
I know there was a lot. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, with respect to that, I read a couple of years ago a dissertation where someone was saying that the tip-off may have propagated through from the Middle East, and it may have been leaked, effectively as someone said this was going to happen, because obviously with those, you've got a series of terrorist cells working across Europe and into America. There's every chance that someone's nodded someone, Bear in mind, you're talking about with Bin Laden's group and the cell in Germany. You'd also talk about wealthy economists being involved in some of these discussions and transactions, both politically and fiscally. So someone may have actually, been a bit knee jerk and actually let the cat out of the bag. Now, I think there's certainly an argument to make that kind of tip off may have made it through several markets in the world. I think there was a bit of a flutter with respect to airline stocks in Japan as well. So should that have been? Was enough effort made to investigate where those tips propagated through? There's every chance, as someone has intimated earlier on, that people in high politics in various countries said, look, stop, don't check it up, because a lot of these people are involved in the financial infrastructures and they don't necessarily want too much being dug up. We never know, will we really? But certainly
we'll never know as long as we don't have the list of people who had the shorts on the airlines pre 9/11. Yeah, but if you get those names, then we might start to investigate and figure things out. I mean, have they done this, or did you come across that in your travels?
No, I can't remember it now, but there was one group that was announced or publicly announced, but they were, as far as I'm aware, they were investigated and they were let off the hook. And I think the reason they were let off the hook is because they were using software that responded to fringe trends in marketplaces, and their argument was they picked up a blip.
Yes.
They're investigated thoroughly, and as far as I know, I mean, it was an American company, so it would have been a bit of embarrassment if there was some construct there. But as far as
I hear you. Some of the transactions are obviously going to be legit. Regular traders that just happen to think the airline stocks are going to go down, so they put a short in, of course. However, if you have that list of people, you can start now investigating and ruling people out. All right, this Joe Schmo guy from Idaho probably didn't have anything to do with it. Let's keep looking. Investigate everyone on the list, because that's what they do when there's a murder. They got a list of suspects and then they run it down. This would be an awesome list of suspects to have.
Absolutely. But you've also got to remember what you're dealing with here, yeah, is the world economic infrastructure, yeah, geopolitical infrastructure, yeah, and it's instrumented when things go shit tits up to duck, take cover, and take the money. You know, when you have a recession in the world, think of the amount of money they used to bail out corporations and banks and merchant banking infrastructures around the world, or stock markets. They let some go by the wayside, but they won't let the whole thing fall over. So governments are very, very heavily tied. You know, forget the lobbying for guns, forget the lobbying for the churches. The lobbyings from the financial infrastructure are so heavily entrenched in all of our politics that we don't even see it anymore.
So you're saying we didn't investigate this, get this list, and then investigate it thoroughly because we might not have liked what we found politically?
There's every chance. There's some of them were investigated, but I've also
Hold on.
read.
Kosho's an expert. It's been 5 minutes. Kosho's an expert now. Let's let him get in.
I'm an expert, dude. I just literally read about it. The same thing I read had said that the first three attacks, none of the passengers knew about it. So there was no way for them to attack. It was only because the fourth one left late that they even had knowledge of the attacks. But anyways,
and that's the one where the fights happen.
Exactly, yeah. And it says, even though it's suspicious what they say, all the put options that they said trace back to two firms or one firm and one newsletter that urge people to take these investments. It says that the 9/11 Commission thoroughly investigated it, and so did some foreign governments, and it said based on what they found, it was seemingly suspicious, like at first glance, but when they took a look into it, it was completely innocuous, and the same traders were also buying stocks in those at the same times. So it's kind of weird. I'm looking into it though because it kind of seems.
So this was a pure fluke. Had nothing to do with the fact that there was some people that knew that airline stocks were going to crash.
That's what they claim, but like I said, the reasons that they claim is kind of suspicious because they said they investigated the one firm that put in a lot of those put options, and it said they had no connection to Al Qaeda whatsoever. And since I don't even think Al Qaeda was involved in it, it's kind of suspicious. But I'm looking into where they got their like what those actual firms, like who they are and shit.
Well, it must have been. So you're saying it was only two firms that were doing this? I thought it was thousands of.
No, there's one firm. So one firm, and then there was another newsletter. When that newsletter was publishing it to many people, so those people would have gotten the information from that newsletter, but it was mostly that one firm.
So nobody that knew the planes were coming down put a short in for this.
Well, like I said, according to the 9/11 Commission, what they say exactly is that nobody that firm had no relations with Al Qaeda, so it must
listen
not,
to me.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. This is simple. People put shorts in on airlines pre 9/11. We know their names because you have to have names and all kinds of shit to be able to do this. So now we now have a list. We should now have a list of names of these people, right?
Yeah, they do. They certainly do have
We
their
have
name.
the list. We have the list. Okay.
We don't. I mean,
Invest-
the people who did the investigation do. I'm trying to see if it exists publicly anywhere.
Well, I'm just saying that's going to be a pretty big list, and a lot of people are going to be on that list.
That's what I'm saying. It's not. It's it traces back to literally one firm in most of the cases, up until the trading that happened, I think, the weekend before, which was the same firm, but then also some newsletter that was promoting it to many people, and so there were some people who saw that newsletter and did it, but all the ones that were leading up. So it was like from August all the way to the date of the attack, and most of them before that weekend were just that single firm.
So nothing suspicious with any of that. Just happened to be that this firm.
That's what they claim.
The stock was going
I don't know. I kind of it looks suspicious to me, so I don't know. I got to look into it more before I make a.
Yeah, the fact someone's even saying that this shit is just a coincidence, I would start investigating them.
Yeah, that's Henry Kissinger, basically. Anytime you're reporting on the official 9/11 Commission report, it's Henry Kissinger, basically. That's his mouthpiece.
Seriously, anyone saying that this is just a coincidence, nothing to see here, I would start looking into them. Let's start investigating them.
For what?
Yeah,
What
but
do you think they
you
did,
get everything
Jeremy?
else wrong, Jeremy. Why do you got to worry about that?
Actually, it's not even a firm; it's a specific person, even. And he's that one specific person was responsible for 95% of the put options.
But other than shorting the stock, what did they do wrong, Jeremy?
What did who do wrong?
The people who shorted the stock.
Oh, who knows? Did we investigate all the people?
No, I'm asking you. What do you think they did?
No, you'd have to investigate to see. Check their
So-
cell phone records, maybe. I don't know, a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know. I'm not a cop or a detective, but I'm guessing you would investigate them and then find out the answer to your questions. Right? Does that make sense,
They
Larry?
shorted the stock. How far does it go?
How far does what
They
go?
taught the guys how to. So it starts with they were innocent and they were just lucky that they picked the right stock to short, or it goes all the way as far as to what? Did they train the pilots to fly the planes into buildings?
Well, the official story about who did it is very suspicious. So I think that the people who did it actually would have, like, if what I think went down was more likely what went down, it does make sense that some idiot decided to, knowing what he knew, make these retarded ass trades, because this is the sort of trading that an investigator, like if you were like auditing somebody, for example, and you're looking for things like Benford law type shit, or just weird, out of context, out of the norm trading quantities or whatever. There's some fucking crazy. There's like 100 to 1 sometimes. The normal amount of put options for the airline. So it was they were abnormal, regardless, and almost for no reason. There wasn't any reason for them. So
Right, but regardless, that somebody crashed the planes, and didn't they also find out that these guys had you had to know how to fly a plane, right? So they had to have had lessons.
Yeah.
Are you saying there's no reason
Yeah.
to investigate the guys that had stock options?
No, I think it's an interesting thing to check. But I mean, the problem is, like Jeremy, my buddy who's in Saudi Arabia said, you know what? If I were you, I wouldn't invest in, or I'd put a short on American Airlines. So are you going to come after me because my buddy told me that?
We're going to investigate everyone that put a short on the stock. We're going to investigate you. Whatever that pertains to, you would investigate all the people so that you could find out maybe they knew something. Maybe they're tied in with this somehow. Who knows? You would find that out in the course of your investigation.
What right do you have to investigate if you don't suspect a crime?
We do suspect a crime. What are you talking about?
Is that a violation of your laws?
What about
To
3,000
investigate-
murders?
To investigate 3,000 people dying?
So you think a guy that shorted the stock killed 3,000 people?
Dude, you're investigating it. I'm not saying that that's the guy that... Dude, just stop, bro. Stop.
No. Okay, keep going, and then I'll destroy you. Go ahead.
Then you'll destroy me?
Well, the other
You have
question is, did they
No,
not
wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Hold on. Time out. So Jeremy's saying that we should investigate the murders, and this guy's like, go ahead and make your argument, and then I'll destroy you because you want to investigate murders. That's weird.
Weird. That is
If they're
weird.
still alive, did they crash the planes? The guys that shorted the stock?
Obviously not.
Okay, so you're talking at best accessory to murder, right?
Okay.
Oh, no wonder it's
Do we not
Chucky.
investigate?
Okay,
Do we not investigate that?
Yeah.
It
Do we
makes
not
sense now.
investigate? Is that not a good enough crime to investigate?
You have to have evidence, I think, that they were an accessory to murder, do you not?
Yep, that's what they're going to Dude, that's why they're going to investigate. Welcome to the conversation.
They would first investigate the people who were responsible and see if they had ties to any of the people on the list.
Okay, and then they would take it further, follow the money trail, and investigate it more. I mean, this was a huge thing that happened, right? You're obviously going to want to investigate this to
to the very end, right? Just to find out maybe there's more groups out there that these people are linked with. Who knows?
Yeah.
You would find that
Take a
out
breath.
over the course. You would find that out over the course of your investigation.
Okay, so they're going to identify who actually committed the murders or try to. Let's say they've got that nailed down. They have their 8 suspects. Now they're going to say, which of these people have contact with them? No. Can't find it. This one. That one is the one they'll investigate. If they can't connect me to any of the people who actually committed the crimes in any way, shape, or form, no, they're not going to come and question me.
Yeah, but that.
Okay,
that's
listen to
the
me.
issue.
Hold on. I know this is
Not legally.
ridiculous. Is this you destroying
It
me? Here's what they're going to do. They're going to see who shorted a stock, and they're going to investigate
not a
it
crime.
further. Is this the? I know it's not a crime. We're investigating the crime, the 9/11 crime.
No, you're not.
We are. We're investigating the 9/11 crime. Hello, we're seeing who was involved.
No, you're investigating who shorted a stock.
The 9/11. We're investigating the 9/11 crime. We're now looking for motive, money. So now there was a lot of money made on these stock shorts. We're following it further, dude. Why would you not want to follow this to the very end? What if there's another organization out there or more terrorist groups that want to do this? Wouldn't you want to know and investigate this to the bitter end?
I'm not saying you wouldn't want to. I'm saying you cannot do it legally. You could not question. You can, Jeremy, can you be questioned right now for any reason? Or do they need a reason?
Absolutely. Cops can question you. I don't know how it works in Canada, but the cops can question you if they think you've committed a crime or are implicit in a crime. Yes, you don't have to answer their questions. You don't have to answer their questions, but they absolutely can question you.
So are you talking about the Patriot Act or pre-Patriot Act?
No, the cops can talk to people, especially
they can talk to you. They can't investigate you.
They can check records. Yeah. What are you talking about, dude?
You think the cops can? How you can't just. How do you investigate? You have to take records, get records, right? Get bank statements. The bank's going to laugh you out the door if a cop goes in there and says, "Let me see his financial records."
Yeah, no, but they
Is that what they did? Go ahead, Coach.
I said they would start by asking them questions, and if they, if they showed that they would put up a wall against them, they would try to find back doors or something like that. But if they were really suspicious about them, they wouldn't have just dropped them. Like the whole their argument that they weren't attached to Al Qaeda, that's sufficing, seems suspicious to me, especially since like I said, I don't believe Al Qaeda was the culprit. So if you render Al Qaeda not the culprit, then that sort of immediately makes them suspects in some kind of way. Yeah,
I mean, Jeremy, I'm not saying they were innocent. I'm saying if you can't prove that they're guilty, and you can't even suspect them because you have no evidence of even suspecting them. So
you can't get evidence until you start investigating people. You investigate people and then you get evidence.
You have to have a reason. Saying they shorted the stock and a bunch of people were murdered isn't enough evidence.
It's suspicious nonetheless. So you have at least a motive to investigate because you have suspicion that they might have committed crime, crime.
Hang on. How many times do people short stocks and then a murder results because of that short of a stock? Once in a million?
I don't know. That sounds like it rarely ever happens.
Yeah, exactly. So
exactly.
I'd like to see
having this happen is very, very, very interesting and a coincidence that hey, you shorted all these people, quote unquote, short of the stock. Let's investigate those people that shorted the stock, see if they were involved or had any knowledge of this being actually happened and not, But
you have to first investigate to see
a police officer or an officer cannot detain you for any reason for unless they have an actual reasonable suspicion of a crime. Now, but for them to investigate, all they need to have is suspicion of something happening.
Yeah, and it's not even like it would be that difficult. You get the list, and then you see all their other trading activity. If they never did any other trades, and this was the only fucking trade they did, bingo! You can almost be certain that was person knows
All right, Jeremy, I'm
No.
going to ask you: do we know that they weren't investigated?
He supposedly was
Kosho's
investigated.
Kosho's saying they were investigated.
No, but like I said, I want to remind you, we're talking about one person. Like there was trades the weekend before because of this newsletter. But let's throw that aside because 95% of the trades of the put options were done by a single person.
Under different names or
Who
what?
was it? Who was it?
Yeah, I don't know his name, and I don't know if that's public information. I don't know.
What company? They must have had to tell
I'm
us
sure
something.
they do. The people who investigate.
You don't need to know that.
Yeah.
I do need to know that.
If they weren't
Was it
convicted, you don't get to know that.
Was it Epstein?
You don't get to know that unless they were convicted of it.
Was it George Bush? Like who was it?
I think it was Jeremy. It was Jeremy.
It's a public trade. It's in that public information anyway.
Well, the SEC can know about it. So the SEC and the FBI investigated this, but I don't know if I really trust either of those agencies.
And if SEC investigated, that means that's public information.
I don't think that's true.
I don't know. Wouldn't this get released in the Freedom of Information Act? Wouldn't this get released in the Freedom of Information Act that you know, the 9/11 commissions and all that shit? Wouldn't there be something in there about all the people they investigated?
You will have to request that information, right? So to go to, get the Freedom of Information Act, you gotta request a FOIA.
They also
is there a book?
Yeah, there is
a book or a report they did
that
detailed the whole, the whole thing, everyone they investigated. Maybe there was like a report or something they made.
Everything should be in paper unless they redacted shit.
I would say that private information of individuals could be redacted unless they were convicted.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. So I typed in put option in the 9/11 commission, and it only comes up once. And I'm gonna read into it and see if it's. I don't think it says anybody specific. Yeah, it also just says the same thing. The thing I read says it says a single. Actually, it's the same excerpt from what I read. They took the excerpt from this part here. This is the only part in the whole commission that talks about put options. So I don't think they say it specifically.
So so 95% of them came from one person or one firm.
Yeah. And it was all in 95% of them, again, from that one person. It was not just the weekend before, but a month, a couple weeks, like all leading up before. And then the last weekend before, there was another big surge, but it was because of that newsletter that got published to, however many people. And so there were many put options because of the people that reached, but I would just attribute most of them to this one person.
Are they doing some GameStop thing with Bed Bath & Beyond now? Because I saw they said they were going out of business and it was like $1 and now it's up to like $5 or something. I haven't checked it recently, but.
You're like a fucking dog.
He's a bee in a lampshade.
Well, we can stay on this, so let's find out. I mean, I feel like we've come to a dead end now.
Do all that work for the fucking. Fuck you, bro.
You have a name, or we've come to a dead end? Is there a list? Did you get to 4 GPs?
I don't talk about that anymore.
Have you done it? What do you mean anymore, bro? I still need those 4 GPs, dude. It's better to have 2.
Anyways, I'm reading the commission because maybe it's in here as something else. Because this is not even in the main part of the commission. It's like a random. Hold on, yeah, this is like the notes at the end of the fucking commission. So let me just see if it says anything more specific.
I find it hard to believe they wouldn't thoroughly investigate every person that put within months leading up to that. Anyone who did a short.
And you have no idea whether they did.
Yeah, I don't know. Right now. We're about to find out right now.
Well, I gotta say, this is also, and like I said, this I can imagine how this could actually be fucking part of the strategy to make it look not suspicious. Like it's like a really stupid strategy. But that same guy, he was also responsible for buying like 115,000 shares on September 10th. But again, that could just be like a way of sort of like
seriously
making taking the attention off you or something like that.
Like it's too obvious. Like you tried to make it too obvious so that they would think it wasn't him. You're saying?
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, like so he could like say plausible deniability. Like, I had a bunch of put options that were ridiculous, but I also bought a bunch of stocks the day before. Wouldn't that have been ridiculous? But that could just be somebody just like trying to take the
Oh,
short.
you're saying he actually bought it the day before?
Yeah, on top of all the put options he put leading up to it, he also the day before bought a bunch of stock. Like I said, that could just be like there could be a million reasons. Okay, it could be a coincidence, or he could have been somebody who was acting as a kind of like somebody who had the information but was acting stupid about it, and then maybe somebody found out and said like to fucking fix it and like put the money back, or maybe he was just acting alone and trying to make it look like it didn't look weird or whatever. Either way, the whole thing looks suspicious. So
let's take the worst case scenario with this one guy. He knew about a terrorist attack coming and it was going to affect the airlines. What legal culpability does he have in that?
I think the idea is just that it was known about, man.
Yeah, but what legal culpability does he have?
Who cares?
I mean, he may be immoral if he doesn't tell anybody, but I don't know if that's legal.
Oh.
Well, he'd definitely be someone to look at and investigate, maybe wiretap him or something. I don't know. You definitely might want to keep an eye on this fucking guy.
Maybe, but it also might mean that he has seedy friends.
I'm pretty sure the whole idea is trying to figure out if it was a known situation, like if it was known it was going to happen.
It's quite possible. Somebody's a money man. Somebody's a money man has a friend of a money man. Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
quite
like,
possible.
You're saying it wouldn't be treason to? You're saying it wouldn't be treason to like use a tip of a terrorist event for financial gain?
That
sounds like treason.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be
Patriot
you wouldn't
Act,
that
you're
wouldn't
definitely
go to
gonna get in
court in
trouble,
by any extent to charge him with treason based on that. That would just make it extremely suspicious and definitely worth investigating. But it would probably drive some investigators mad just because they wouldn't have anything actual to put on him. They'd just be like, well, this guy obviously seems suspicious, but we can't charge him with anything.
Yeah, but post Patriot Act they can. I mean, they can definitely charge you with domestic terrorism if you do something like that now. So.
Have they found out who bombed the Georgia Guidestones yet?
No.
Why do you think they took him down? There must have been something there, right? Either what it said or the holes for the stars or like something. The height. What do you think?
I think it was like a symbol that they're moving forward with the plan.
A bunch of flat Earth nutters blew it up. Not flat Earth
Do they
necessarily,
know?
conspiracy nutters.
Do they know who blew it up?
No, I'm just saying that's probably who would have done it.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Most people in the stream have never even been there.
So yeah, I'm thinking it must have said something, or there was something with it that they didn't want anyone to see. Maybe something they hid in it, or something, some kind of code, like something.
Okay. Yeah. So inside of it, they blew it up, and then inside it opened up the secret treasure room.
No, not like National
It
Treasure.
claims that they have a time capsule buried there, and then there was this fake story that went around about what was in it. I've been there. There's a little side portion of it that there's this huge granite block in the ground, and it says there's a time capsule buried underneath it. And it said it should be
I was just
opened
thinking
on blank date, and it doesn't actually have the date.
I was just thinking like some kind of maybe something with the holes where you could see the stars through, or some kind of code in the words.
No, dude. I think they built it to put it in front of everyone. I think that the fact there's a compass, clock, and calendar, like that's half the reason they built it.
It's
like
why tear it down though?
It's called
you think
natural
they're
law.
You think this is like shredding a document, basically? Like they had this
No.
evil plan on a document, and now they shredded it?
No, I don't think so. Or they wouldn't have built it in the first place.
So why blow it up?
Talked to the guy there whose grandfather was contracted to build it. I talked to
him.
He said that, dude, he said you don't get he didn't know anything. He couldn't figure out who was paying for it, who was contracting it. The money was like incredibly mysterious, and they were just paid to do it, contracted to do it, an entire company, and they had no idea who was paying them to do it. I know,
but why blow it up though?
Conspiracy nut, man. It's the most likely answer. Somebody didn't like what it said, felt like it was an evil thing, and they blew it up.
Yeah, he's not even necessarily wrong, Jeremy. Like, why would they build it in the first place? If your narrative is like they had to get rid of it, why would you even build it? It's called natural law. If you show the people you're deceiving what you're going to deceive them with, and then they choose to be deceived, you don't really have as much repercussions. That's what they believe. That's what like Masonic literature says. So like they showed you that the Earth is stationary, and they showed you they have a plan to take over the whole world, and it just sat there in front of everyone. No one did anything. Now they're just gonna do it. I think they
So you
wanted
just
everyone to see it.
so you just think this was just like some random thing, somebody nothing to do with the guy, anything.
Well, the only reason I don't think that is because of how sketchy the investigation into it is, and how it was like really like they didn't even really try to figure out who did it. So that part of it is sketchy, and I would say maybe think about this. Say that you're about to do this one world order thing, right? Which the United Nations just dropped an article saying, "Oh, future food shortages, fuel crisis, climate crisis. We have to come together as a one world to solve these problems after the pandemic," right? Like that's clearly what they're pushing. Maybe if you blow up the Georgia Guidestones, millions of people that had never heard of them now know what they are, huh? So then they go look at the pictures of them before they blew up, and they get to read the new rules. So now
Oh, like a publicity stunt. All right.
yeah, so you can make sure everyone read the rules.
Of course, you could
Yeah.
have done that with a can of spray paint and got it on the news,
It's
especially
been
since they
spray
own the
painted
news.
many
So.
times, Moyak.
I know, but the news only has to report on it nationwide. Georgia Guidestone painted with Mickey Mouse heads.
I don't think that that really makes national news, and I don't think that people would care. Like, oh, some stones got spray painted. Like whenever it mysteriously
Nobody cares it got blown up either.
That's true, actually. Not that many people care, but it definitely was like noteworthy. Like it wasn't insane that Good Morning America covered it. You know, it made more sense.
Yeah, you got to blow something. You can't just spray paint. Shit gets spray painted all day. It's fucking vandalism or something. This shit is like Homeland Security should have been on this shit.
No, I remember you said that when this happened, Jeremy. But you have to remember that terrorism and vandalism are actually two very different crimes. And in this case,
someone let a bomb off on American soil, and
yeah, bombs aren't always terrorists.
okay, they also used the bomb to destroy a national monument or whatever the fuck you want to call
No,
that.
it wasn't a national monument. So like,
I'm just saying.
not wrong. No, dude, it was a private company that was operated under a pseudonym that hired a contract or hired a company via contract to build it. So it's just like some person's personal, project is how it's on the books. Like I talked to the guy whose family built it. And it was like a divine intervention. It was just like this dude just happened to be on the street driving his really old truck real slow, and I talked to him. So it was creepy. That place is creepy, but I'm just saying it's just he doesn't know anything, dude. It is creepy if you've ever been there. I know most people haven't, but it's like in the middle of nowhere and there's like no lights. So it's like pitch black at night when you're driving up to it. It's just in the middle of a field, pitch black. And the street is called like Guidestone Road or something. It's like all that's there is that. It's it. It's really weird.
But what do you think about that theory that Monica just said about it possibly like it could have just been somebody who was who was upset at the message that it was meant to represent? Like,
oh yeah, I think it's
like
possible.
population control.
Yes,
I think it's
yeah.
possible because I know that
like with this idea way better.
Vandalized it. Truthers vandalized it. So I don't, they vandalized it and said, F the NWO and with red spray paint. We also, I don't know if you guys know this, but we took a drone and we flew it over the top, and there's objectively a stain, like a puddle dark stain that looks like blood on top of it. We actually flew a drone.
You flew a drone over it?
Yes. We flew a drone right over it, like extremely close in 4K, and there's objectively a stain there. That's real. That's not like some conspiracy. We saw it.
That's weird.
I actually really liked the guides. I thought that was cool because they were supposed to be one of those things that actually outlasted most of the other, like them, like what do you call it, Mount Rushmore, stuff like that, but outlasted most of the other things we have. But obviously not.
It's incredible.
You think the Stones would have outlasted Rushmore?
Them and Rushmore.
If anyone,
those Stones are more likely.
It's
They're
like
all granite.
incredibly beautiful. Yeah, it's like pure granite, and like the way it's inscripted is like insane. It's like very precise inscription. It is legitimately impressive. Like when you see it in person, it's like, wow, this must be kind of what they had back in the day. Is like the vibe. It's like this took a lot of time and it was very precise, and it's definitely not just like whatever. When you go there, you're kind of like taken back by how it's impressive architecture, if you want to call it that.
Then they only blew up one of them, right? There's like 3 of them.
Yeah, but they just took the rest down.
They did. They took it down. Yeah, that sucks. I think because they were afraid of damage or something, like people checking it out and then like somehow
falling,
getting injured. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't have like support. Yeah.
Oh, great. We got Bacon fucking showing off again.
Oh yeah, we also took the time lapse of the whole. So if you go there and you try to take a picture, you can't really see Polaris. But if you like go up to it with your naked eye, you immediately see Polaris.
Oh, is it that it could be like part 1 of the stones done?
What?
I don't know.
Part 1 of the stones. What?
Like checking off the list.
Like, let me ask you a question. Does all 3 sides of the stones have different does all 3 sides of the stone have different information?
No.
Just different languages, right?
Yeah. And it's clearly, dude. Okay, it's clearly about Babylon, dude. You go there, you see that the front headstone that you see, there's a top headstone, and then there's the ones underneath it, right? Like the ones that everyone sees, the vertical ones. There's a headstone on top of it, and when you walk up, the headstone you see at first, the front of it is Babylonian, and then all the languages break down from the Babylonian cuneiform, just like the Tower of Babel, where there was one country, there was one language, and then it broke up into all the other languages. That's what it's about.
Tell me how you
Straight
feel
up.
about this idea. Tell me how you feel about this idea.
Winston, I missed it because my whole Discord. Winston, I missed everything you just said because the whole thing was it one information in different languages. Because I mean,
Yes.
my whole thing got disconnected.
Yes, it's
Okay,
just
okay.
one list with different languages, and it's just about Babylon. It's like the top headstone is in Babylonian cuneiform, and then all the languages break down from that, just like the ancient story of the Tower of Babel. So obviously not a coincidence. And on
the
the
Tower
list,
of
it says that everyone's going to speak one language in the end. They're going to go.
we
That's the
should be
whole
speaking
thing.
one language. We
That's
should
the
be
whole
speaking
thing.
one language. That would get us on point right there.
But the reason that we don't, Jeremy, is because a bunch of psychopaths thought they could build something up to the creator and take over heaven. But
okay, let me pitch you this idea.
You can laugh, but you think people go
I want to pitch you
millions of
something
miles
serious.
into a vacuum? So really, who's
I'm gonna go beat up God.
I know
Hold
it is
on.
crazy, huh? It's crazy that people
Don't
like
get
you would want to
sidetracked
do
with these
something
guys.
like that.
I know. Don't get sidetracked with these guys. Listen, the Tower of Babel, right? They say we climbed up. God broke us off, different languages, all that. So, do you think that NASA or the government or someone could be hiding, what's up there or out there from us for our own good, so that God doesn't come through that Babel thing anymore?
No, dude, no, that doesn't make sense, Jeremy, because he didn't want them to build a tower up there. Why would he want them shooting rockets up there?
Exactly. Well, NASA's not going there. I'm just saying this could all be a front for, they say they're going shooting rockets up there. They're not really. So it could all be a front to keep us from actually going out there, so that God doesn't, do something crazy to us.
No.
Why? That makes sense.
The Tower of
They wouldn't
Babel
code their
was.
computers in Sanskrit and name everything after blasphemous gods. Probably that's probably the first hint that they're not.
How tall do you think the Tower of Babel was? I mean, rough guess.
Have you ever researched it?
I asked you a question. I'm asking you the question.
I
So
think
was it
huge.
30,000 feet, 100,000, 200,000?
How high did it get? I don't know.
How high do you think it could have even likely have gotten? I mean, I doubt it would have gotten over,
big. I think they were
over 140 stories.
I think they were super advanced back then, and I think the base is something crazy. I don't remember what it is, but the base of it alone, which they've actually discovered, was like incredibly wide.
They've actually They've actually told me, I've argued with the Globers over this because they think there's a limit to how high you could pile dirt. Because they're like, you could never build anything that high. But then I'm like, all right, what if you just pile dirt or rocks and shit up, right? Like, they say there's still a limit to how high you could pile dirt.
Yeah.
I think the Book of Jubilee says it's like 3 times the tallest building in the world right now. That's how high they got.
Okay, so
That
3,000
ain't taking us.
No,
That ain't
like
taking us nowhere.
8,000
You go
feet.
climb Everest.
3,000
We
feet,
getting
you get to
we
heaven,
getting
but
planes
going
all the
down
time.
Everest.
8,000 feet, man. Three times the tallest building in the
Yes,
world.
3,000 feet.
What?
Building, what is big? 1,200 feet is like the biggest building right now? Or is it
I
14?
think a kilometer.
The tallest
Dude,
building in the
who
world
cares?
is
We
almost
get into
3,000
planes.
feet, man.
Into planes that are like 30,000 feet high. So what? I don't understand.
It's
The Burj
stupid.
Khalifa is okay. I just looked it up.
It's a
Burj
kilometer.
Khalifa is 2,700 feet. So 3 times that's like $8,000.
Okay, 8,000 feet. Okay, I've still been higher than that on a ski trip.
Wow, that's so profound, man. Tell me more.
Oh, it's so profound. I get a big building and I go beat
Okay,
up.
don't.
What if they
Don't do
built it
that,
at a
but-
very high elevation? What if they started at a high elevation?
That's a good point. So even if you start, well, who knows what the terrain looked like back then?
No, I don't know what happened. I don't care personally. This is one of those things that you have to actually already have faith in the story. So
I
it's
just
more of
think
a
it makes
conversation
sense.
than debate.
It makes sense that they might hide this for our own good if you believe in that Tower of Babel story, because that way you can control it, make sure no one actually gets out there, and that God doesn't do something crazy to us.
Then why
Like
would
that
you want the
story's
whole world
believable.
to think that you're disobeying the creator though? Like in this scenario, to protect everyone, you got them all cheering on the very thing the creator said not to do. He literally said, "Don't do this."
You know,
Yeah,
I
and
can't
they're
wait
not,
for
and we're not
boys.
doing it, and we're not doing it, and they're making sure we're not doing it.
But you think, but they made everyone think we are doing it, which means they have millions of people cheering on the very thing that caused us to speak different languages.
As long as we don't do it, I mean, if that's what the creator wants us not to do it, and we're not doing it, I mean, I feel like we're good.
Just to clarify here, your theory is that the organization that means to deceive in Hebrew and names all their missions after Greek gods is actually vigilante, supporters of the Bible.
I'm just saying the story makes sense if that Babel thing actually happened and you don't want anyone fucking around going to the top or the edges or whatever. The story makes sense that they would keep it from us and hide this from us so to keep us safe from the creator fucking doing who knows what.
So there are no airplanes and there are no balloons. Because we might bump into heaven.
They don't care. No, it doesn't. No one cares
I'm
about
talking to Jeremy,
balloons.
not you.
They had UFOs back in the day, dude. Let me guess, you don't even know that. Let me guess, you think that's crazy.
Okay, that's hearsay.
No, well, it's hearsay because that's how history works. All of history is hearsay.
And there's
Does
no
that not make
evidence.
sense though with
Man's protecting man from God. Is that right, Jeremy?
Does that not make sense though with it? If you believe in the Tower of Babel, that this would make sense?
No, I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. Again, that the company that's to deceive in Hebrew, named after Greek gods and coded in Sanskrit, is actually working on behalf of the creator with a company that has a giant dragon as their logo. I don't know.
Yeah. Despite all that, I mean, they are deceiving us. So, I mean, despite all that, we're still safe because no one's exploring the upper edges or the outer limits or whatever because they're deceiving us. So we're all safe from the creator doing the Tower of Babel thing. This makes sense to me.
Of course it does.
Hey, real
If
fast,
you believe in
so
the
how do
Tower
I,
of Babel,
how do
though,
I
I
give
don't.
Demon Stride? How do I give Demon Stride the right to speak here?
Exclamation point, VV, and then at space, and then at his name.
Yeah,
You might
how
have
do
to mute and unmute him real quick, though.
So if they're protecting us, is that why Werner von Braun had Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone?
Exactly.
I'm not saying they are. I'm not saying they are. And I'm not saying the Tower of Babel was a real thing. I'm just saying that if you believe in the Tower of Babel story, it makes sense that they may be keeping the secret and faking space and all that shit to protect us.
Aw, we should probably worship them, actually, if you think about it. Dude,
I'm not saying that. I don't.
I don't know. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I disagree
right.
with you. Okay. Hey, but I just want like, how do you guys not know that they had UFOs back then? I thought even the
If
normies
they
knew that.
didn't,
I thought even the normie brainwashed Stockholm syndrome slaves knew that.
You're saying back
There's
when?
definitely ancient paintings of depictions of things flying in the sky and shooting what appear to be lasers all over ancient cultures.
Yeah,
You're
and they
saying
even
back
have
when?
actually schematics. They have actual schematics they've discovered.
ooh, let's
From
build one.
ancient Indian texts have schematics of UFOs,
Let's
detailed.
build one, man. You got the
The
schematic.
Vamano. What's that called? The Vamano things.
Yeah, it's like called the Vahana text or something like that.
Yeah.
They even explain they used mercury for the engines.
Ooh,
I know
mercury
the
engine.
text. It's the Bhagavad Gita and the
What's weird
Mahabharata.
is
Hold on, and it's Vivana.
Vamana. Yeah. So what's weird is they caught They found some sunken U-boats from Hitler, with just filled with mercury.
Look,
Weird.
Jace is laughing, saying LOL mercury for the engine. But this is what's actually funny. We've discovered now that you can literally use mercury, and you can get if you combine it with ammonia, you get incredibly efficient combustion. So what's so funny? What's so funny about someone thousands of years ago saying they used mercury and they
Hold
heated up
on.
the metal around the base and that they stacked different like bell shapes on top of each other, and the way that they ascended was they tilt in whatever direction they're going and they descend the same way and they can
It's
go
an
up and
ammonia
down.
mercury engine. Now
It
you
didn't
run
say
that
anything
for a
about
couple of
ammonia.
hours and you destroy all life in a region.
I didn't say anything about ammonia. I'm just saying that they claimed mercury was used for their engines, and now we know.
No,
that
you said
can't.
mercury though.
Yeah.
Sorry, ammonia. You said ammonia.
Yeah, because what I explained was we now know that you can use ammonia with mercury and get incredibly efficient combustion. So they didn't just
What does that
throw
mean?
something
How
in the
many?
dark. It's an actual element that can be used for combustion.
Okay, incredibly efficient. Does that mean it has a specific? Oh, what the hell do they call it? Particularly long burn, particularly energetic burn. What is efficient?
I don't know. I don't care anymore.
Oh, then why'd you say it?
Because I don't want to talk to you.
That's right. Because anybody questions you, you get scared.
No,
And
I
run
just
away.
like, dude.
Run away,
If you,
little girl, run away.
no, it's nothing to do with that. I thought
Relax.
normies knew that they had UFOs, right? So it's like, if you just want to dismiss it as hearsay, it's like, okay, it's history. You know, it's called history. History is hearsay by definition. So like,
Well, I'm looking for mercury engine, so I'm trying to understand how that works.
and even the freaking Nazis had UFOs, and that was in the 30s. And actually, yeah, you can look at people like Bob Lazar, who came out and said that, yeah, that he was told to reverse engineer certain UFOs, and that the people that worked there, they all knew that actually these were archaeological discoveries that they found in the ground, and then they tried to reverse engineer.
I just wanted to interrupt and disagree with Witsit. Sorry, Witsit, you were incorrect. Hearsay is when someone told someone that this happened. So it's secondhand knowledge, right? Kind of like if someone says that they saw them go to the moon, right? But if you're talking about Buzz Aldrin talking about landing on the moon, that would not be hearsay. That would be firsthand primary knowledge that he got, and he's giving it to you. So basically, hearsay is not history. History is sometimes hearsay, right? But the firsthand primary knowledge, boots on the ground, that's not hearsay. That's just his story. Thanks.
Secondly, what is the point of that line of questioning? And saying, well, let me dismiss it because it's not like I see any of these engines running around. Even though we have the knowledge to go ahead and test this and see if it's actually a thing. Well, in the same way, you can work out and you can eat good nutritionally, and we know that works, but most people are out of shape. So just because something works doesn't mean the majority are going to be hip to it or care about it.
I don't think you deserve to know the truth if you don't love it. So I have no inclination to convince Moyak of anything. Like,
Coward.
I'm not. I'm obviously not afraid of you. It's like the mainstream normie. This is the thing, right? Like, as I begin to just talk to open-minded people that do love the truth, to just bring information out that maybe they haven't heard of, or we can discuss openly. You try to pretend that I made a claim about history. I'm the one that put it out to the world, and I need to provide physical, empirical evidence to verify it. I'm like, nah, dude, I don't care. I don't care, bro. Like, whenever the government comes and tells when daddy government comes and tells Moyoc that there were UFOs, he'll believe it. So I mean, I don't care. I'm just saying, I thought that all I was saying was I thought normies got that, right? Like, my understanding, there's been like a mainstream nationally televised TV show talking about it for over a decade now, right? I mean, I just kind of thought normies kind of accepted that they seem to have like maybe UFOs that were spotted back in the day.
From the History Channel.
Yeah.
The History Channel is telling you there was ancient aliens.
The History Channel also does ghosts and ghost hunters and you name it. What was Jesse Ventura's thing? Hey, look at this! We found tunnels. Do you think that they're? Oh no, that turned out to be nothing.
If anyone look at actual locations, they look at actual physical evidence from actual locations around the world that were discovered, right? So
pictures.
If anyone hasn't seen,
Well, I was going to ask.
Anyone hasn't seen.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
Okay. I was going to say if there's been these Mercury engine blueprints or whatever you said, did we find any of those anywhere?
Yeah, schematics. Yes, we found the schematics.
No, the actual engine.
Oh, well, according to people from within the government finds that stuff and then takes it.
Oh, okay, I got it now.
Wait, do you think that's impossible?
No.
Right. Don't you think actually that if this was the case, don't you think it would be incompetent of the government not to take it?
I'm just saying you can really resort to the government cover-up for literally anything.
No, we have actual whistleblowers from within the government that came out and said that's what happened.
Okay.
Yo, real quick. If anyone hasn't seen Ancient Aliens Debunked by Chris White, you should definitely check that out. He fucking rips those motherfuckers.
Well, they're definitely crazy, obviously. But did they find actual skulls that were elongated in the world? Of course. They absolutely did. Those absolutely do physically exist in Peru.
Yeah, a lot of this shit though, they just like just watch that Chris White thing. It's like 3 hours long. It's dope as fuck. Because I was under some false beliefs from just hearing the Ancient Alien guy. So
look, Jace is smarter than everyone. He's smarter than Bob Lazar. He's smarter than everyone. You know what I'm saying?
Just give Jace 5 minutes. He's got to catch his breath. He'll be in here in a minute.
As soon as the government comes out and releases an official statement, they'll believe it. Like, you people are funny, bro.
I'm beginning to see, as I learn more and more, that the rules of the government is to your benefit. It's people in government that prey on those that don't know how our government works. You know what that's akin to? That's akin to people who don't know what the Bible is about, but they have so many questions, comments, and concerns. You have questions and comments and concerns about a book you read. You have questions, comments, and concerns about a government you don't know anything about. So people, usually we're getting the side where there's this company, this corporation, or this governmental body.
Is someone talking?
Yes.
Embodied in bed with the government, the corporation, right? And they prey on people not reading the manual. Okay? They prey on people not taking option B. Because everybody has option A and option B, C, D, and E, and F, right? But if they can convince you that option A is good for you, then they can take what you would have earned and they can keep everything that you would have gained in option B. So there's a concerted people from trusting in the government. I think the government, aka rules, right? Rules. How do rules work? How do the laws of nature work here? And that goes not just with physical things, but logic as well. So when you draw up a contract, it's supposed to be the most open and most understood agreement that you and the other party as a consideration agree to. You're providing value, they're providing value. The problem is people keep contractually agreeing to sit there not reading. That's the problem. The problem is ignorance, not the government. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, anyone who's never seen that Ancient Aliens Debunked thing by Chris White, definitely go check that out. The shit is fire. He debunks a lot of their claims that they make. It's definitely worth watching. It's 3 hours long. It's fire. I'm not saying there wasn't aliens. I'm just saying whatever the History Channel's on is they're wiling with it. Like, I can't believe they would let that much wrong information come out on a thing called the History Channel.
Did you ever watch that show, dude? Because it was pretty. Every episode had exactly the same format. They would present to you some factual evidence of things that are found and this and that, and then the next segment would be, how odd that stuff kind of is and how they don't have an explanation for this and that. And then the last 10, 15 minutes is them speculating on very outrageous ideas of what it could be, but them clearly saying that they're speculating on it or saying, could it be this or this? And so it's like,
I'm just saying the facts.
They suggest a lot of stuff, but
the first part you said about the things they found, the facts about the things they found, they got a lot of that shit wrong.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Yeah,
They claimed it was granite. It wasn't granite. Yeah, a few things. It's worth watching that thing. But go ahead with it.
I'm not like pro ancient aliens.
Look at you showing us that you can utilize the same logic that we have, but just didn't apply it to the globe. Isn't that amazing?
What's funny, bro, is like I was just making a comment and it was genuine, which was I actually thought that the vast majority of normies, I think under a certain age, so maybe I should have done that caveat in there, Something about flat earth does really draw in like older, bitter men, I think, but under a certain age, vast majority of normies would say, "Oh man, yeah, it seems like they were significantly more advanced in the past than we were led to believe." And the lost in the sauce normies think that there were aliens. So, that's not an uncommon belief. And it's not entirely unfounded. And I use the word entirely on purpose because like there is actual evidence of the ability.
Oh yeah, I believe we were more
and stuff like that. So
I believe we were more advanced in the past. Definitely, there's no question for that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, just architecture alone shows that. But
piles of rocks.
See what I'm saying? Like it's like this.
Don't let
guy
him get
doesn't
you.
deserve to know the truth, man. You don't deserve
get
to
you
know
with
the truth.
it.
I'm
Don't
just
let him
saying.
get you.
I'm not. I think he doesn't deserve to know the truth. I don't care.
So,
Like,
is this another one of those? The government of the ancient world covered up the technology for one reason or another.
why do you always just come out of left field with the craziest straw man ever, dude?
Why was that a straw man?
Read a book as old as the Bible. They did it in the Bible. So I mean, what? I wake up and smell the coffee, bro. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you.
We don't want to wake them up though. Like it's not our job to do that. So some people don't love the truth. If someone in here is arguing every single sketchy part about 9/11 in 2023, are you really going to sit here and try and convince them that they were more advanced in the past? They're arguing about 9/11.
Yeah.
And then to go to something thousands of years ago, yeah, why even bother?
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah,
Big
the
piles of
military ran a
rocks, they
drill.
always
The
get me,
military
man.
ran a drill the
Person that
same
knows,
day as
like,
9/11. The military ran a drill that terrorists were going to hijack a plane on the same day at the same time as 9/11, multiple planes. So they had a delayed response and weren't able to stop the terrorist attack.
Not a single wire, not a single cell phone, not a single car, not a single luxury. Like Robinson Crusoe, as primitive as can be back then.
I still want to know.
Back in the day when we wanted to know how to craft something, build something, do something useful for society, that was very easy to do. But as we advance in age, what happens was now people are full of false knowledge, so that gets in the way of what they can do practically because they're in la la land all day. So that's the reason that they were more efficient then. It's because they didn't have to get through people's psychological bullshit. Really didn't have to convince someone of the truth. Today, the truth is the hardest thing to convince someone of.
The reason why we're technologically advanced today is because we're connected, and it's not.
No, it's because we're clean.
It's not hard to pass information to other sides of the world, and we can share and advance much quicker.
The only reason we're advanced as we are is because of guys like me, because of the clean rooms, right? You don't have none of these microchips. You don't have none of these microchips or processors or anything without cleanliness.
Yeah, that helps.
That is impossible without it.
Jeremy is taking credit for all the advancements of modern society. Is that what
you guys are? I mean,
to be honest, yeah, it's every cog. That's what I'm saying. The point he's not making, but still, that he's a cog, and that's what I'm saying. It's the cogs that make the modern world go round.
Look, if it wasn't for Jeremy cleaning the toilets, you guys would be tired of this shit.
That's right. You guys would be fucking living in squalor.
I still want to know, if we were more advanced back in the day, where'd all that technology go?
Who knows, bro? It could be in the Smithsonian vault, in the Vatican vault. A lot of vested interest to keep the storyline straight and make sure people think that, a certain way things will happen. And so,
not a cell phone, could have been not a wire, not a cable, not a generator, nothing.
We could have been.
It's a cover-up.
We could have been more. Well, we could have been more advanced in other ways, and not the wires and chips and stuff you guys are thinking about.
Yeah, but all life has exhaust or waste or byproducts of their it's like signatures of their existence, and you can see these things in the ice and especially in the rocks, right? You get an idea of what the composition of the air and all that kind of stuff was. So if there's no evidence of any sort of life induced change, and all the changes are more or less geological, it says something.
Have you ever heard of where they can test wine, and if the wine is created after 45 or whatever, the first atomic bomb, they can actually tell based on the radiation or whatever you want to say in the wine that it was created later.
Okay, there's actually a real thing where they had to start using metal from sunken ships for a while.
Bring that up. Yeah, the steel.
Don't try to copy me, bro. Please, Coach.
I'm not copying you, dude. Actually, I did hear about it from you.
Yeah, I told you.
Time ago. But yeah, you were fixated on it. Okay.
I wasn't fixated on it. I was made it I don't even know why we started talking about it. But yeah. Anyways, they had to be after we let off nukes and atomic bombs and shit. All the metal in the ground and shit was all fucked up. So they had to start using shipwrecks to get metal for very specific healthcare instruments or machines.
Right. Yeah. The steel, the iron that's collected now.
What's the name of the iron? It has a specific name.
It's your fucking thing, dude.
You don't remember? Bro, that was like 6 months ago.
Jeremy, you think you don't even remember?
It was your thing, bro.
You don't remember your own damn words.
It has a specific name. The name of this metal. Hold on.
Jeremy's a scientist, though.
That's true.
So take that into consideration.
It's adamantium or unobtainium.
No, it's not it. That's not it.
It's
to stop the
considered.
Earth.
It's considered and discarded.
I found out today that I'm a scientist. Dr. Bob told me.
Yeah, this is
Was
fucked
it
up,
Tunson?
extremists.
Yeah, Dr. Bob told me I'm a scientist because I watch birds.
And Elbow's a scientist because he watches massive amounts of porn.
Actually, you watch birds. What do you record about them?
If all it takes to watch porn be a scientist, I'm a scientist too. I mean, never mind.
We're all scientists, all right, except for the few of us that don't watch it. So
I take note of the time of the year in which the birds are in my area and when they disappear.
That's good. Okay, that's a start to science.
Okay, so what are you doing with this information?
Absolutely nothing.
So you don't analyze it, you don't pass it on. There's no
extremists.
data, no conclusions drawn from this.
Bob does science crazy.
I'm a scientist, though.
Bobby doing crazy science, bro. That's all I can say on that.
I would have to disagree with Paul because we discussed this with Jeremy. He collects the data, whatever it is, but then he passes it on, and it's analyzed, and different decisions are made based on that data in terms of maybe cleaning chemicals, schedules, all the different, building materials that clean ease, whatever. I mean, these are things that are decided on the information that Jeremy uses. That to me is a scientist.
Yeah.
Just collecting and doing nothing with the data, just letting it sit there, I don't really know that I would agree with that.
So I'm still a scientist, and we're still out on your science acumen.
Dr. Lipschitz, I found out what it's called.
Is that Bob's name?
No, not Bob. Bob's name is Bob, dude.
Oh,
You're Dr. Lipschitz, the scientist. And so apparently, this is like the process of making the steel. They used to use something called pig iron steel, or pig iron into the steel, which is, but both ways they use it. They put the air into the.
No, the name of the steel, it had something with radiation or something weird.
It's called low background steel. That's the name of that's what they call it.
Oh,
but,
all right.
But it's all. But I'm saying the type of iron that they put into it. It had a bunch of the cobalt from the nuclear fallout, so it's just high levels of it. So yeah, for specific things like what do you call it? Like what do you call this? Like particle detectors, particle detectors or particle accelerators, things like that. You need something that is not contaminated with that type of nuclear fallout.
Okay, great. Back to Bob. Back to Bob. Now, Bob's got all of us as scientists. Okay, extremists. That doesn't sit well with me because I was already a scientist before this Bob thing. But now everyone in this fucking room is a scientist. So now what do we do?
Well, there was a lot of talk earlier that got how do you say? I get lost. It's kind of people were getting lost in the many people jumping in, and there's a lot of stuff that was said on the Glober side that probably a lot of Globers don't agree with, and even the Globers who said them didn't agree with them later in that same conversation. So
I'll be doing crazy ass bonkers fucking mad scientist Star Wars science and shit. Right? Zanuck was in here. He didn't say nothing because that's Zanuck's Glober daddy or whatever them guys do.
Oh, Zanuck did say something, and what Zanuck said did disagree with the other person, and then the other person did change what they said too. So
Bob,
yeah, it's okay, man. You guys double speak all the time. It's par for the course.
What else though? What else? Hold on. Did you get the GPs yet?
Zanuck wants to be unmuted.
Zanuck's been muted for quite a while.
Yeah. How many times do you think he's been muted today?
Mute.
How many times do you think Zanuck's been muted today?
I don't know, but it was unfair. I think you just learned how to use the mute button properly.
You think it was unfair that Pete and Zanuck were talking at the same time and Zanuck wouldn't stop talking? He either doesn't give a fuck or his mic's broke or something.
That's just how he talks, man.
That's just how he talks all over everyone else and causes complete audio chaos. I know. That's why he's muted.
I mean, it's Pete.
This is it. I'm timing him out for 20. If he don't, I'm timing him out for 24 hours. If he can't cut it this time, I'm just letting you know.
He heard me open my mic, so he wants to talk all over me. That's why he wants to be unmuted, I think.
I've noticed something.
Yo,
Being in this community, making
thank you,
observations.
Jeremy.
Go ahead, Zanik.
he
One thing I was
overtalked you immediately. Immediately, Kosho. You're welcome.
We both overtalked each other. We both gave
All right.
way. I'm giving way to him.
Okay, go ahead.
thank you for unmuting me, Jeremy. I thought I was unfairly muted before, but that's okay. Especially when Peter was just talking in the distance.
Okay, A, stop calling him that. We've already told you about calling him that.
Oh, yeah,
And B,
I forget.
you were both talking together for like 10 seconds. It felt like. So when you guys know you can't talk at the same time as another person. Someone has to stop. Neither of you guys were stopping.
Got it. But no, I was actually trying to help the group because
You mean got it? You already knew that.
I know you said it, but he kept on going. I said, Pete, stop, please. And he wouldn't stop. Then he muted me.
Now I got to unmute Pete.
Well, word of advice. I've said this to you a lot of times, Zanik, but you're usually right in those regards. But I think that if you just respond differently to it, like a mod is usually also telling him to stop at the same time. And so sometimes if you're just quiet, the mod will not hear you and they'll hear the other person and mute them. I thought that you were unfairly muted as well, but that's just me. And
no,
also,
I muted him. Listen,
yeah.
I muted him earlier. First of all, okay,
because
him and Pete were talking at the same time. I don't even care who started first at that point. It's irrelevant. If you're talking and another person's talking, no one can hear shit. It's total audio chaos. You can't do that.
I've addressed that to him. But regardless, I've noticed being in this community as long as I have and talking to many people in the community, there's certain people, they're fine people. Zanik is a very smart, fine person. People on both sides. But they just have a different way of communicating that like their expectations. Like I know that Zanik has expectations. If somebody thinks that he's incorrect, that they'll interject and say that, and he'll stop and wait to see what they said. And so this is just his way of communicating is he interjects when he hears somebody say something incorrect. And obviously there's a lot of other people who don't, communicate.
I mean, it's not like Zanik just got muted. I muted Pete too, so I don't know what to tell you. I was as fair as possible it can be.
No, it was funny because you muted Pete, and then suddenly I was saying thank you or something. He said, "I'm muting you too."
I heard that.
It's like you're having you get enjoyment out of this, but it's okay.
I do not enjoy moderating grown adults. I do not enjoy this. Absolutely not. It's not fun. You think this is fun when I got to calm it down between you guys?
I love the way you've changed your stature since you first joined like 2-3 years ago to now you're like a king. How does it feel?
This is how I came in.
To be like,
this is how I came in, and then I spent a lot of time in gems. Shit got crazy, and I was a screaming lunatic. So,
it's funny. Maybe you can consider Zanik to be smart, but I know that we got on tape him totally making a fool out of himself for disagreeing with my premise and then hijacking my premise like he's been talking the whole time. You remember that?
When?
Dude, Zanik got like 5 of the top 20. Go ahead, Eli.
I was asking you, Jeremy, but go ahead.
Say Elijah when? You gave the floor, Elijah. Tell me when.
When was it? Yeah. I don't know. Back in the day. Listen, who cares?
What topic?
The point, it's irrelevant because you.
We were talking about elevation angles, and he said you don't need a horizontal. He said you can measure it off of the vertical.
Correct.
Then he said you can use a bubble section. And I said, but the bubble section already establishes a horizontal. He said that's incorrect. Then I Googled it, and the first thing that they said in aviation is the bubble is used to get a horizontal, so you don't have to use the horizon. And then he said, yeah, that's what I've been saying. And I was like, no, you're busted. That's exactly the opposite of what you were saying.
That's typical. Okay, you're confused. That's fine. That's not what I said. That's not how I said it. The context was the bubble is created by the vertical. Yes, you get a horizontal because of it. You're getting it backward, and that's all right. If you want to stay, if you're riding on that friggin' horse on that hill, good for you. Knock yourself. I think everyone.
Hold on. You think a bubble in a level happens because of the vertical?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's clear, dude. It establishes a vertical, which immediately establishes a horizontal, and it's usually used to use a horizontal. But the vertical, a horizontal doesn't do anything. You can't just use a vertical. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean horizontal. It doesn't. There's nothing to create a horizontal. You have to create a vertical.
Correct. And I have no problem if he wants to claim victory. That's fine, Elijah. But I think everyone knows what I said. You're like brought it. You have the nerve to bring it up and say, "Haha, see, you were wrong. And you embarrassed yourself." It's kind of silly, but go ahead if you want to think you're right. Beautiful.
It's irrelevant. We got Zanuck on 5 of the top 20 craziest Glober quotes, anyways. So
Wait, can I have that list? I'd like to see that list.
you'd have to. I can't. I don't have that shit on hand. I'm at work.
That's an old list. But Jim's on there too, and Jim's quote was, "The Earth rotates once a day." Like how that's a ridiculous thing to say.
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
What?
That's the dumbest shit I ever. Earth rotates once a day. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, figured you.
Let's get back to rational reality here, please.
Okay, let's talk
we got
about
a
something
bubble
other than flat Earth.
We got a bubble. We got a bubble and a thing of water, right? You're telling me because of the vertical, that thing finds the level.
Yes, up and down defines that.
Exactly.
Up and down is what causes the bubble to find its level.
Yes, God, we have to say it 4 times. The water that is the fluid that is in that liquid, that the little space of air is also occupying as well, will, because of buoyancy, will force it up because the direction of up is a vertical. And that bubble will find a neutral point in the center if it's level because of the water or the liquid around it being forced directly down. That's why.
So because the bubble wants to go straight up.
No, because all
lands
the
in the middle
gas around it wants to go straight down.
Okay, because the bubble goes up.
And
that's
stuff
what
around
makes
outside of it wants to go straight
level
down.
the left and right.
Yep.
All right.
That's what.
Gotcha. How long you been in this
Just making
debate?
sure. We're just making sure.
But I
You haven't figured out how
I
a
never
bubble
actually.
level works
I don't know how
yet?
many people. Yeah, I've used spirit levels and shit. Yeah.
But you haven't figured out how it works. You never looked at it and said, "Why is this going to the
Oh, I
top?"
figured it was just the water finding its level, making the bubble be in the middle.
That spirit level stuff is old technology from 2,000 years ago.
How would it find its level if it didn't have a vertical to orient itself by? Even if that was your reasoning.
How would it find its vertical?
How would it find its horizontal? How would it find its level if it didn't have a vertical to reference itself to? Like if you had no bubble.
Because that's what water. Because that's what water does. It finds its level. So if you have a bubble in there and the water finds its level, it's going to make the bubble be in the middle.
That's from an up and down forest, dude.
I see what Jeremy's
Even
saying.
lakes are subject to that.
No, I do too, Kosho, but it's also regarding even if there was no bubble, you'll find
the thing. That's why horizontal is defined, because you can't have a vertical without a horizontal. If you want to say vice versa, okay. So what happens when you use the horizon and do it backwards?
I'm not saying you can't get a vertical from this spirit level
But
thing. Absolutely,
I thought the argument was that you don't have a horizontal. Whether
you don't need a
vertical, whether your vertical establishes it, or not,
you're breaking up,
or whether you're using a horizontal.
you're breaking up hardcore, Eli.
I don't even care.
I think the point is that you don't need a horizontal, because the horizontal is the means to an end, which is the vertical, which is the angle that you're looking for.
That's the end of story. Then you get rid of all your wondering and questioning and confusion without worrying about a horizontal. You don't need it. Just use the vertical. Deviation from vertical. Here's your co-altitude angle without even subtracting from 90. It's already done for you. It's instant. It's like instant oatmeal. Add water.
Well, to establish the horizontal, then why is that the case? Because y'all are saying that that's impossible.
If you read the manuals, you understand the dip angles and where they come from, and you understand the refraction angles and where they come from, you'll see you get a horizon, which is kind of meaningless to start with, especially if you're very high up. And you add all those factors, dip angle and corrections to it, and then you have a horizontal. Then you get the angle to the elevation to the star, and then you subtract from 90, and then you get the vertical deviation from that star, where you can just do it directly by measuring the vertical and get an angle to the star.
So you agree? So you agree with me then that
the second idea?
So you agree with me then when I said that if you're saying that you need to establish a vertical to get a horizontal, how is it that they use the horizontal to establish the vertical? That was my question.
Oh, that's easy to answer if you want me to answer that one. Well, generally on a boat, it moves so much that you can't really rely on the because it's moving. So they use the horizon and the sight move with the ship, and then they use a dip angle correction and a refraction value to get the horizontal. Then they'll subtract 90 from that to get the angles to the star. That's why they do that, Elijah.
Right. So back to my point, your premise that you need a vertical is not true. You just explained it yourself.
So you don't
In both
need a
cases,
horizontal. You don't need a vertical in some cases. If you have the horizontal, you don't need the vertical.
well, no, but
So Jeremy, that's what I meant by
how about this? We're both right.
because obviously he can't stand on his initial premise. There you go.
No, how about this?
Yeah.
We're both right, Elijah. I want you to be happy. I want you to be satisfied that you're right. So you're right, Elijah. Great. On a C sextant, we don't use a vertical. We only use a horizontal to find the
yeah, but
vertical.
in both cases, even if you don't call it a vertical, you're getting the vertical. Like when you subtract it from 90, you inevitably have the vertical, which is what you need in any case.
He's
So.
calculating it right. But that's why I'm letting him win too. But I mean, we don't have a C sextant when we're on land or in an airplane. We can just use the vertical, Elijah. No horizontal, and a deviation from the vertical gives us our co-altitude angle, which gives us the deviation from the GP in distance in nautical miles, 1 degree per 69.
You know, it's funny when you start using bubble sextant and a globe for your measurements. It actually becomes so easy to do navigation. It's not even. It reduces the math down to almost nothing.
Yeah, it's really because you get that answer immediately, Elijah.
Yeah.
I mean, you actually get it
to get down
immediately.
to the
You
bottom
measure
of
the
this.
angle, you got the answer.
Elijah, we're about to get down to the bottom of this celestial
Except when you
navigation
do
thing.
this.
Don't worry, bro.
Yeah, except when you do it and you're applying the method practically in the real world. Yeah, you're not using a vertical because you
Yeah,
can't
you
do
are.
that.
You're always using the vertical.
So
Yes, on land.
if you're talking about navigation, sorry, Zenik, if you're talking about navigation on sea, then the thing that you said was much simpler for a globe doesn't even have any practical use.
I said a bubble sextant, and doing it on land, I could go and identify using a globe, a compass, meaning the little thing with the two little needles on it, draw circles with it, compass. And you go down to the equator, you measure a distance with your compass, go up, and you toss it at your location, and you've got a perfect circle that shows you the equal altitude.
Hey,
Saves
Elijah,
so much math.
do you think that the 60 nautical mile per degree, do you think that's true?
Good question.
I mean, we
Good
already
question.
just
Most of
found
them
out
seem to
Jeremy doesn't
avoid it.
believe it. I'm just curious if Elijah believes
Me too. The way we use sextants, either way, it tends to be a kind of a rule of thumb for them.
Until he responds, I was just going to say, listen to Nathan and Jeremy go at it on Nathan's show. They're complete adamant about that it's that 60 degrees per nautical mile is true. They just don't say why. But.
So I like to get right down to the nitty gritty of shit. Heads know what it is. So, I'm going all the way with this. We're not going to
We
just
love that
stop
about
at
you.
horizontal baseline, and I'm not going to measure down from it. Therefore, Earth's flat. That doesn't even make sense. I don't get it. To me, maybe it might make sense to somebody else. I don't get it personally.
If you're discussing this with
Jeremy, if you were thinking about a game, let's say World of Warcraft, when you look at the world, it's a plane, isn't it? If you were to be able to look at it, and it has those like cool graphics and stuff, and you're looking at the landscape, that's a fucking horizontal. What's hard to understand about that, bro? Why don't you do what I asked you and watch the series?
What series?
He's talking about Practical Navigator, which I don't know why he says that, because you will not come out of that thinking that he's talking about a flat plane.
Oh yeah, because they assume a flat, non-rotating Earth on most of these videos, games, descriptions, etc.
No, he
Okay,
doesn't.
so if that's true, I encourage everyone to go ahead and do that because it doesn't make sense that this community specifically talks about it so much, hasn't actually looked into it. So if Kosho is right, I would like to know that sooner than later, but I'm waiting for y'all to catch up. So go ahead and do that.
Elijah, did you answer my question earlier about do you think that the 60 nautical miles per 1 degree, do you think that's true? Is he ignoring me?
Yes, I'm purposely not answering your question. I'm getting ready to go to my office. But that's all I wanted to say to Jeremy.
Well, it's interesting when you're flying a plane, though. You see a mountain in the distance that is low level. It could actually be above your flying altitude, and you'd run into it if you kept your plane level and started heading toward it. There's only one explanation for that, and that is that the surface has to be round, because if that object is higher than you, which easy to prove that it is because you can run into it, and there has been close calls based on that misconception if you're not paying attention to your gauges. The only explanation that an object higher than you is below you in the distance is that the surface is round. Elijah.
Zane, do you ever wonder why you just said that? I'm just curious because I guess, I don't know. I guess that has something to do with the elevation angle. Not the elevation angle, the elevation angle. 60 nautical miles per degree. Like, were you responding to that, Zanik, or was that about
No, I was just running him looking at these simulations about video games and things that present themselves as flat. And then you play the video games, and if they're accurate, you can be flying your fake airplane in the video game, traveling and put it on autopilot, fly at this particular altitude, and say, "Oh, I'm safe. I'm not going to run into this mountain ahead of me because it's well below me." And then 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, you crash into it.
Well, I've made plenty of games, like 3D graphics and stuff, and of course, like if you started out in Unreal Engine or Blender and put it in Unreal Engine, you're gonna make it on a plane unless you don't have to. And then if you want to make it as realistic as possible, you're gonna simulate the effects of Earth. I mean, of what would happen on Earth, but you would still probably use a flat plane to build everything on.
I think even Google, if you go high and high, I think this horizon drops for you too.
Yeah.
What about Kerbal? Kerbal use a globe?
They use a smaller globe. They use real
processing time.
I just started playing that actually. It's fucking. You got to read a lot of fucking instructions.
Yeah, where it's important, they use it. Where it's not important, they don't use it.
I got Kerbal Space Program, and it's kind of a fun game, but it's really hard and requires like a lot of research, like you said earlier. But it's really fun to play around with the stuff. But I'll be getting some crazy orbits. I'm not very good at that game, but I don't play it very often.
How long have you played it?
I've probably spent 10 hours on the game. Like I said, I'm not very good at it.
Yeah.
But, it's just another video game to me. I'm not really impressed by it, but it's kind of a cool idea.
Well, I think you should.
I'd put it in God mode.
What's God
mode?
Put
it in God mode and just sandbox mode where I can do anything I want, not worry about budget or
how do you do that?
Fuel. No, I'm pretty sure it has it. I think
There's a setting in there. Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. Hey, Larry, I was just gonna say that maybe you should play a little bit more because there was a game called Space Flight Simulator that I like. It's like on a phone. You can also do it on Steam and stuff. I play that game a lot, and it wasn't until I played that game that I got a way, just an intense intuition for orbits that I did not have before. Just I think even Space Flight Simulator so far, because I haven't played Kerbal that much, but I think it's even better than Kerbal in that regard because it's easier to get into without all the extra bullshit.
Yeah, I liked it. It was kind of a cool concept game, but it's one of those things where you really got to work on your rocket to fine tune it and get it just right. And I just don't have that kind of time to play video games because I work so much. So if I was one of those people that just like had lots of free time, I think I would enjoy it a lot more because I would be better at it. But I just stick with what I'm good at: real time strategy, first person shooters, and like Mortal Kombat or Smash Brothers type video games.
Well, you should download it just for cell phone Spaceflight Simulator, just because it's like I said, it's like totally like there's no like there's I guess a little bit of curve while you're learning the controls and stuff and how the game, but it's not nothing like Kerbal where you have to like fucking read instruction manuals and shit.
I got a high. Oh, you already knew that.
Okay. If you want for Kerbal, press Alt 12. You enjoy unlimited fuel.
Oh,
I couldn't
nice.
even.
I've lost a lot of good
Kerbal
astronauts. I've lost a lot of good astronauts just dying in their little capsule. I didn't know that you could get them.
What you don't know is you actually each one of them is a real life. It has in a family. You've killed them all.
I know, bro. I know.
Well, real astronauts have played it, and they said that they say it's like uncanny how it would actually prepare you, like they could use that to prepare for space travel, basically, because it's
So like,
accurate.
so like after you lose Kerbal, then you have to like tell the astronaut's family to give them a call.
Yeah, I mean,
Guys didn't make it. If only NASA had unlimited fuel. If only they could invent the F12 button.
We beat Alpha Centauri by tomorrow.
Unlimited fuel with no additional.
No additional weight.
Yeah, I just want to have my payload with full 3 million pounds of thrust and no weight for fuel.
I don't know about that unlimited fuel game. I mean, cheat. I might try it again. But I never got a proper orbit. My orbits were all fucked up and shit.
Well, one of the things about orbits that always gets like speed up, you go out further in the orbit. I just totally counterintuitive to how the direction you have to apply the force.
There you are, Mikey.
Nobody's talking.
Oh, they got a hack for gravity. They call it the debug toolbar. Unbreakable joints. More Katos on the launch pad.
Kerbal kind of reminds me of a video game I played in the 90s. I think it was called Indy 500 or something like that. It's kind of like really low graphics, but it's a pretty good simulator.
My brother-in-law was really into racing games. The more complicated, the more realistic, the better. So he's like, "Oh yeah, I got to go adjust the camber and the caster on my car." It's, ew, I just want to go fast. Shut up.
Yeah, he probably played Gran Turismo if he was really into that sort of stuff.
I think that was one of them.
Yeah, Gran Turismo is a badass game. J-Spec was my favorite because I love Japanese cars.
Then him, I used to play Jet Fighter. That was
Ace Combat is the best dogfighting game. I don't know. It's real close between Star Wars Battlefront 2. Oh man, those dogfights are. Yeah, both of them are really good.
one I really liked was one with the space tigers, Kilrathi.
What?
The Kilrathi. Mark
I don't know what
Hamill
that is.
starred in it.
Uh,
Yeah, you're talking about Star Control. No?
Star what?
I think the original game was called Star Control. It might have been called something different in the sequel.
Yeah, number 4. But I mean, it had a great storyline. In that, you even went into a game within a game. You would fly in a flight simulator. You went into a flight simulator to fly against your rival. And I think I had a battle with one guy. It lasted 6 hours.
My
Because the
favorite
ship
space
self-heal.
game. Sorry.
Not good.
My favorite space game is Sins of a Solar Empire. Man, that game is grueling. You'll have a game that'll last like 9 hours because the space travel takes so long between stars. You're just like you're sending your military to the next star over, so you can get a foothold in their solar system. But by the time you send your ships, 30 minutes later have passed, and they've already sent shit to your star system. So you have to like really watch yourself so that you don't get like smushed while your shit's going to their star system. That's a really cool game.
And my favorite
Wing
game is
Commander.
my two favorite games is you go first.
Yeah, I just said Wing Commander earlier.
Yeah. My favorite was Black Ops 2. So it was the first time I was like, the second time I experienced some different kind of game physics that would simulate, space. And then before that was Sonic Adventures on Dreamcast. There was one map or one level where you were the bat, whatever her name was, and you were on like a small planet, and you were like, if you went forward, you went backwards, and if you flew forward, it'd be backwards. It was pretty cool. Anyways,
Simulator 6.
Oh, Jeremy, look at your inbox, by the way, if you're there. Jeremy.
Jeremy has germs and cooties.
They gotta make a Minecraft, but 1-to-1 scale.
So Hank, I had said something about the government, and India was like, "You're finally waking up." Are you under the impression that the system itself, not how predatory people are that utilize the system, but the system itself, are you under the same impression as me that God made it?
Oh man, that's tough. Whew. Sheesh. Okay. That's a tough one, bro. So if you're talking about right, if you're talking about the system, whenever I hear that, I hear the Federal Reserve System. So my first answer is going to be no. But if you're talking about the founding documents, the Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, the preamble, all that stuff. If that's what you mean,
I'm talking about contractual law. Period. That's how all these corporations run around. Because the corporations fund the nonprofits, the government, and the resource is us. We fund it through our taxes when we decide we want to be employees. So we're the ones running the system. Our energy, our input into working for someone. So, but when you understand this and understand you can move from side A to side B, you realize, oh, wait a minute. The reason that my life is shitty is because I didn't know about side B. I vaguely saw people in side B, but I chose to contractually be in side A. And now I'm at the end of life and I don't have anything, and my kids are going to have to start where I started. Or if I'm lucky, maybe I've saved a couple $100,000 from like, I don't know, pensions and whatnot. You see, but if you understood that you didn't have to be there, you didn't have to accept that. All of a sudden, it just becomes a system where if you apply the math in the way that the system is used, you can win. And it's not like that everywhere in the world. But even still, everywhere in the world there's a government, people are surviving, which means it does work to some capacity. It's just, well, how efficient is it? I think it's like the law of large numbers, the rule of 72, these concepts, they don't come from people. People discover that this is the way our system
Right.
works.
Right. Okay.
So,
So
as I learned, it's just like, it's like a real eye opener. Because I heard people like Issa and you and others like, try to educate people on the system. So I applaud you guys for doing that because I know we don't listen.
yeah, I think there's a lot of good in the system, right? Like if a cop violates your rights, let's say he goes into your house or he opens your car door, right? And, without a warrant, right? So in Texas, your house is your car is an extension to your house, right? So let's say a cop goes in your house. There's ways that you can get justice. I don't even want to say justice. I got to stop saying that word. There's ways that you can get even, right? Seek equity, right? You can go to the courts and say, hey, I have, footage of this cop entering my house without a proper warrant, and you can be compensated, right? But you have to go to the courts of Saturn, right? Where they're not practicing Christianity in there, right? They're practicing like Roman admiralty law, but you can still, seek compensation if you get your rights trampled on. Now, that doesn't always work every time 100%, but for the most part, if it's an obvious trespass on your rights, then, the jury's usually going to go with your side, right? Like if he's in your house and he doesn't have a warrant and he doesn't have an invitation and he's not pursuing somebody, so if he doesn't meet the criteria of, lawfully being in your house, you can get justification. So I am for government. I'm pro government, right? It's just, I'm not for all these things that we didn't ask them to do and they just decided that they're going to do it, right? So I'm not 100% for government.
Right,
But
right.
the way I understand it is that these courts are supposed to recognize natural law. And, well, first they're supposed to recognize God's law, right? Then it's supposed to recognize natural law, which is what the Constitution is supposed to be. But the Constitution, it's not really perfect, right? The courts aren't perfect, right? But the number one problem isn't necessarily the courts. It's that we're not participating in the system. Like they recently passed a law in Arizona. Arizona has some of the worst fucking cops in America. They passed a law that says you can't get within 8 feet. So that means a cop can get up to you while you're recording and say 8 feet and you have to get back. Well, Supreme Court has already ruled that we have the right to record audio and video. That means that, you have to get about 8 to 10 feet depending on the ambience, right? The sound around you, right? So you have to be able to get in 8 feet, 8 to 10 feet. Well, that law got struck down because somebody challenged it. Somebody said, go ahead, arrest me, right? Let's see what happens. Let's take this all the way. Let's take it to the court, see what they decide, right? And they actually struck it down. So when we participate, we get served that which we deserve. When we don't participate and we go, I'm black pill, man, the whole government's corrupt, the whole thing is fucked, we get served that which we deserve, which is a corrupt government.
That's why,
So,
and that's why, because we look at corporate, you can put in place for yourself a corporation. You can be a business. Anybody in here could be a business owner. So,
right.
so the whole thing is, the reason we see corporations as evil is because, well, we haven't participated in the system. We don't have a lot of companies to look up to. So what is a company or a corporation? It's a participating party.
Right.
Who's a non-participating party? A non-profit, like
Right.
the government. So when you participate, okay, you're gonna get breaks because the government's job is to govern, and they want you to be as successful as you possibly can because the more successful you are, the more businesses you expand, and the more people pay taxes. So this is why they get all the breaks. But it doesn't have to be predatory. That's the thing. You just need to participate.
Right. You got to put your piece on the board. If you don't put your piece on the board, you can't really complain about the game. It's Monopoly. You got to put your piece on the board, play by the rules, and then you might do okay. But if you start trespassing on people's rights, like you land on somebody's property, you're going to have to pay. And if you don't pay, you lose the game. So don't trespass on people's property. Yeah, I think it is issued by God because God issued, these words, the text message, right? The holy text, whatever you think they are, the 66 or the 66 plus or the Quran or the Talmud, whatever you think is the holy scripture. It was given to us to understand the law, right? Once you understand the law and you realize like, oh, I should play by the rules, right? So the most high law is God's law. And then there's the supreme law, which is the Constitution, right? The Bill of Rights. And then there's trust law, which is the next level, right? So after trust law, then there's, I don't know if it's common law, which is the law of the land and property, or if it's maritime law, which is contract law, the law of business. But basically, there's three jurisdictions: land, air, water. Law, LAW, right? So once you understand all three jurisdictions and you take part and you get your affairs in order, you have a business, even if you're selling shirts that don't sell on the internet, right? You're not even really making any money, but you're participating. So you got your contract law in order. And then you have a trust law, right? So you have a trust, a private trust, that's the private side. You have a private law, which is trust law, right? And then you own property. So that's the common law. If you have all three jurisdictions, your affairs in order, how can a court really mess with you? You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. So if the trust law is the law that you create, the court can't interfere with that because you can't mix public and private. So you have your affairs in order. If you have a business, right? So you have your affairs in order. So that's maritime jurisdiction, right? And then if you own property, well, then you have your common law side. So all your affairs in order. What can a judge really do to you? Unless you create a victim. If you create a victim, all that shit goes out the window completely. So if there's no victim and you go before the court, the judge is going to see, like, do you got your affairs in order? Like, what are you doing? And if you inform the judge that you have a trust, right? And you appoint him. I forget you appoint him as basically you go into court and they presume that the DA is the beneficiary, right? So you want to make sure that you appoint yourself as the beneficiary of the trust. And that's in Genesis, right? God has given man dominion over the earth, right? And then the Bible's a trust document. I don't know if you guys know that. But it appoints you as the beneficiary. That's why Isa says, am I not a son of Adam? He's informing the court that there's a trust, right? And he's the beneficiary. So once they do that, they can't make, they can't put the liability on you. So the DAs, because in court, everything's about assumptions and presumptions. And an unrebutted presumption is a fact in court. So if you don't rebut their assumptions and presumptions about you, I digress. I'm getting long-winded. Yeah, get your affairs in order. That's what every man or woman should do. They should get their affairs in order. Still on? Mic check. Hello, test. What happened? Anyway, get your affairs in order.
You freedomed the shit out of them.
I guess so. Who said that?
I did. I find it very curious. There's a wide range of people that join these servers and they talk, and then they don't really know. They can't discern like one person from another person.
Oh, my phone was lagging. Ribs. Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
you know, it's not necessarily a knock on you. It's just something I noticed.
My phone's stuck or something. Something's going on. It's weird. What is going on?
What is going on
Can
with the Tartaria freaking server? Wow.
I can't even sign out. What is going on? I might have to restart.
Yeah, you sound fine to me, Larry.
Well, I can't pull up. So, well, I'm gonna restart. I'll be back.
Cool.
Later, y'all. Yeah, what's going on with this Tartaria server?
What do you mean?
Well, they're getting a little handsy on the moderation.
Maybe there was a reason. Or maybe you're a repeat offender.
No, not for me. I mean, just in general. I'm fine. I don't say nothing in there usually. I did try to say something yesterday.
I think it just depends on who you talk to.
No, I was trying to give a counterpoint of view. I wasn't being an asshole, honestly. I just simply tried to, say something that wasn't agreeable in the sense that I wasn't agreeing with what they were saying. But I did it in an agreeable way. They immediately if this is going to be that in here, I'm just going to move you out. I'm just like, what? Okay. And then I shut up. But I've seen that happen more and more lately.
Brenda said he reported the server like 10 times or something in a bunch of accounts, so probably getting a little more strict, I guess.
This server?
No, the cosmology Tartaria thing.
Oh.
Did you
a lot of people hate freedom. A lot of people hate freedom so much.
Freedom?
Not really sure. Like, here I am just like accepting all of the freedom God gave me. And then we have people telling us that, hey, your government isn't very good, but if you tried my government, it would work. And I'm like, okay.
Well, I honestly believe that if we were all properly educated, we could do the anarchy thing. But the way that it is right now, people are not properly educated, so it's impossible. I would love to live in a world where people just govern themselves like the animals. But I don't think we live in that world right now. Maybe at one time it was like that. Maybe in the future, one time or another, it can be like that. But right now, I mean, there's a lot of dum-dums.
I mean, I could give an example. I mean, I would take the viewpoint that that's an impossibility with the human species, because the human species, I mean, we just can't do it no matter how much you educate us, right? But we're driven by certain emotions like fear and anxieties of certain things. And then, like, you know what I mean, like when people start seeing a group of people get certain advantages or whatever, they get jealous of that, or if they're not jealous, they want it. You know what I mean? You're just never going to end these people that just want things, or like are pissed off about something. Just never going to end that.
Yeah, I mean that's true, right? No matter your IQ or how, like even those who have like the most knowledge in the world, right? It doesn't make you immune from depraved acts or just heinous, things. You can take a look throughout history, and some of the smartest people throughout history have committed the most like well-informed, knowledgeable people have been killers or whatever the hell, It's
Yeah.
like yeah.
Here, I got a question. So let's say I am open to the idea of a governmental structure, body, etc. Wouldn't we have the information already? Like, you're in Discord, right? And you have 10 people in the VC. Okay. Usually when you have 10 people with their mic open, it becomes a little bit too hectic to be enjoyed, and there's a little bit of chaos. Now, I'm not saying that we should remove that altogether, but isn't there some kind of like, pretty well understood number where when you have a group of people who have organized and created a hierarchy, that after this number, it starts to break down and shit goes awry?
Yeah,
Shouldn't
one.
we have that number already? And does it have anything to do with the amount of people that governments currently claim to enforce? I don't
Yeah,
think
it's
so. I think that the current governments are extremely bloated, and its populace they claim to govern are extremely bloated, and we should just adhere to the nature's rules. Like, how many people is an efficient amount of people? Let's try to stick to this number.
Yeah.
And be successful. Everyone.
For humans, it's one, right? Like once you get more than one, it's difficult to sort of maintain order for any length of time. Somebody disagrees, and if they disagree vehemently enough,
Yeah, that's not
that
true, right?
yeah,
That's not
one
true.
is
Yeah,
not true, right?
what's a family, right?
Yeah,
Like
a
family is tribe.
family,
Although
and then you have like different resources that you would
well,
want to
that's a
trade with,
subgroup.
and you would still probably want a little bit of like, your little branches, and this guy does this, you do this. I would probably say anywhere from 20 to maybe like 200 people is my guess. I have no idea.
I mean, in the past, early humans and stuff lived in groups, maybe up to a couple hundred, maybe a little bit more in very rare cases, but they had skirmishes within. There was infighting. There was mutinies, if you will, like people killing the leaders and shit. Can the group survive? Yeah, absolutely. But can it survive without any kind of hubbub? No, it cannot.
Well, there's a big difference between surviving and thriving, right? I think that's the important question to ask here. Is like, okay, well, like, what's the sort of like maximum occupancy of a society before it starts to crumble in certain areas? Before the amount of people start to compromise the integrity of the overall structure of society. And I mean, I think we need to also ask ourselves, like, relative to what, right? So it's like, yeah, back in the day, yeah, there was like a tribe of 100 people and they lived great or whatever, but it's like, relative to what? But it's like the amount of resources that they had, to their tribe, was it adequate enough to sustain more people? Like, right? So we have to start taking into account a lot of different things
Yeah, I mean,
when we talk about this.
what do you think about something like Maslow's hierarchy of needs? You know what I mean? I think there's certain basic needs that humans need to meet. Otherwise, they're not satisfied in some way, and then they cause trouble.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. Like you could say Maslow's. You could even say just things like, right, like a human being needs, X amount of sunshine a week. So it's like, therefore, you're like, being kept in an office 8 hours a day is just not practical, right? Because like, you're at work before the sun goes up, and you get home and the sun goes down. You didn't get any sunlight. That's like essential. You need vitamin D, right? So it's like,
Tell me
yeah,
about it.
you have to, right.
Yeah, it's you just described my job. I wake up, I have to start leaving for work at the latest 6. I drive for a while, and then I'm in an office where it's not really any sunlight for 8 hours
Yeah,
and
right. Well, it's
8,
it's
9
designed
hours.
like that on purpose. They want to rob us of the essential things, right? So it's like that on purpose. And you're not the only one. That's a lot of people. That's like yeah, if you don't like work outside or have the pleasure of working outside, you're most
Well,
likely in a fucking warehouse or office all day getting robbed of sunshine. You might be able to get like a little break here and there, but it's like, is that what the amount that you need? Probably not. Most people are probably, and they are deficient in D3, right? So, but again, we don't need to get on the sidetrack. It's just,
sure.
yeah, I mean, there is a certain number of people, I think, that becomes somewhat of a hassle. And I
Well,
think that's what's sort of happening. That's sort of what's happening now, right? Is like the elites are like, oh, fuck, we need to cull the human population. Oh, fuck, it's getting out of control, guys. Look at all these motherfuckers. Look at all these fucking useless eaters. God damn. We need to like thin this out. Let's get a COVID going on. Let's thin this bullshit out. And I think everyone would agree, right? Less people. Oh, great. But it's like, but what's the true number? Like, where does it stop? Like, how many people can planet Earth sustainably hold? No one knows a fucking answer for that. It's like, oh, it's 7 billion. We're reaching the tipping point. You don't fucking know. It could be 10
well,
trillion. How the fuck do you know?
we could measure out we can estimate the amount of resources that's available on the earth, and then we can sort of like estimate how much an individual uses in their lifetime, and then we can sort of guess, right? But like to have an exact figure, that would be impossible. And as far as like people getting along, I mean, it's just there's always going to be some sort of strife, no matter how good it is.
With the baddest dude with the most intelligence will end up being the head guy, and he'll accumulate followers, and they'll be the government.
It's kind of like the Matrix thing, right? There's always going to be an anomaly, no matter how much you sort of like make a structure that supposedly is ideal for everyone, or non-structure, whatever that might be. There's always going to be these anomalous people that's not going to fit. And then as far as population goes, I mean, it just depends on how many resources you use. Like, what type of society are you? I mean, even if we were a primitive society, if we reached a certain population, we would deplete our forests because trees take a fuck ton of time to grow.
Well, if we would just legalize marijuana everywhere and use that for paper instead of trees,
nice.
But that would make sense, and it would cut down on the carbon. Go ahead.
I mean, just fire is what I was talking about. But yeah, I understand.
Also, most people's conception of what a forest is pretty skewed because nobody's seen real old growth forests for like hundreds of years. No, you haven't.
Sure, I have.
You've probably been to some places that are protected that might have some old growth, but literally all of the old growth in North America has been cut down already.
Actually, in the place that I grew up in, there's actually still quite a lot of old growth forest, and it's just that it has been protected since at least or like mid 1800s, and that's because it's a historical site, and so they purposely try to keep the land as it is for that purpose. It's Gettysburg, Pennsylvania is where I grew up. Lots of old growth forest there.
Look at a map at the loss of old growth forest in the United States. You'll understand what I mean.
Oh, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying there is old growth forest still. You can find it. It's definitely few and far between.
4% of what there once was. About I think it's something like 4%.
Even in like in the areas of like Montana and Colorado and stuff like that.
Yep.
Wyoming.
It's been cut down 3 times over.
Hmm.
But it's cool. I mean, we're all going to be eating bugs soon anyways. So, fuck it.
Some bugs are really good, actually.
Not if you're rich. I think the bug agenda is more for poor nations. I'm not saying that that's not going to come over here to the United States. I'm sure it
Hey,
will.
I just
I'm
gotta
sure
eat
some of
some
that
mud
is.
bugs, baby. Some
Yeah, some of
crawfish.
that's going to come over here for sure. But it's like really like that's the bugs and the insects. So that's for poor nations. It's for poor nations. America it isn't so poor over here. So it's like I'm not sure like how much of that's going to come over here.
I mean, I think we have to be aware, even in our bug population, right? Like, if every society starts eating bugs on a regular, what's that going to do to our environment? Because all bugs play a very important role, and maybe even mosquitoes, even though we can't quite figure out what. Except for spreading malaria, they're pretty much useless.
No, mosquitoes are pollinators. But let me give you the deep dive on why
Not
they
really.
want bugs. It's because bugs are the number one transmitters of parasites to other living organisms. All right? And if everybody's got parasites, the medical companies will be profiting big time because instead of having us take antiparasitics, they're just going to prescribe to us a bunch of bullshit. You see?
Yeah, sorry, I can't go down that far down the the Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole.
Oh, is it really that far-fetched?
I mean, this is simply my opinion. I think that it is. I think that's too far-fetched for me. For me, that's my own thoughts.
I mean, you're down with the bugs, though. Anyway, so it doesn't really matter, right?
I mean, I like bugs, certain ones. I mean, have you had fried moths? Or not fried moths, but like cooked in banana leaves underground?
No. The cool thing
It
is,
tastes like nuts.
well, since parts of Europe and like China have already been serving bugs for a while now, there's been plenty of like scientific studies to test these bugs for parasites, and it's usually about 80% of them contain parasites. And then also to what's the word I'm looking for? To sort of test these processing facilities for their, I don't even know what you'd call it. Like, I want to say for their cleanliness, but they're just like growing bugs, so their cleanliness standards are probably low.
I mean, pretty much most animals, even farmed animals, have some sort of parasites or other bugs that we don't want. This is why we need to cook our meat. That's why they give the warnings for rare meats and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's
We
a
can't be
big
sure that we don't get
difference.
something.
Right. Yeah, it's a big difference that my cow has like something in it real quick, like a bug or two in it, as opposed to eating an entire entree full of bugs every meal. Right. So there's a big difference there. Yeah, livestock, they eat plants too, right? And bugs, and they get bugs bites and have parasites. So you cook the meat and stuff. But it's like, yeah, there's a huge difference between eating bugs for every fucking meal and a bug showing up in my fucking steak or whatever. Right. So there's a big issue there. Personally, yeah, like again, I'm just gonna say this, like the whole bug agenda, I think they're trying to scare everyone. Again, that's for like super poor nations, guys. Like, I think a lot of it, like, yeah, it's really not gonna come over here. I don't think, but I could eat my words. I mean, perhaps it will. Perhaps they are gonna like really do the whole like bug thing. I just doubt it. I doubt it's gonna happen in
I
these
think
like.
I don't think it's an agenda, right? I think that poor populations eat what they can because that's what's there. Like, so like you can either eat the bugs or starve to death. I think you'll eat the bugs.
Well, yeah, they're gonna put us in that
Well,
position soon
well,
enough.
of course, yeah. If there's only two choices, bugs or nothing, well, of course you're going to eat the bugs. But again, if you have money, if you have if you have any sort of wealth at all, well, eating bugs should be the last option for you. You shouldn't give a fuck about bugs. In fact, I'm not going to eat bugs ever. I shouldn't have to, right? I have fucking money. I have my fucking wealth
Yeah.
about me. So yeah, so bugs can go kiss my ass. So
I mean, they're fewer and further between, but I mean, there are like extremely remote like areas that people live that don't have access to even, modern roads or anything like that, let alone, ways to get modern things. They don't know anything about like antibiotics or any of that stuff still in certain areas.
that sounds like their problem.
Well, I mean, if you're born there, was that your problem? Oh, blame the baby, right? Where he was born.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that the fact that these people are, yeah, I mean, again, like it's sort of the shit end of the stick, but it is what it is, right? It's like, yeah, you can either like get up and move or not. It's like, okay, if you have it bad where you have it, it's like, okay, well, you can continue doing more of that or try to fucking make it out. So.
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem that bad to them because that's their way of living. I mean, they grew up that way.
Yeah, they're happy.
Of course, this is an ever dwindling population of people. Even remote villages in Africa have cell phones and shit these days. I don't know if I'm conveying anything. I'm not trying to be contrarian. I just would convey that not everything is black and white. I think it's very gray most everywhere. Just my opinion, though. Just mine. Just my opinion. Oh, I guess I killed the room. Sorry, fellas.
No, you're fine. I'm just brainstorming right now, trying to figure out what we can talk about next. I did do some reading of some declassified CIA documents this morning, but it wasn't that interesting.
Most of it's not because anything declassified's old.
Well, yeah, it is old. It is old. But it was like some CIA documents talking about a 12,000-year cycle of catastrophe on Earth involving like earthquakes and massive floods, which I think is kind of a weird thing to classify and declassify. It's really sending a mixed message. You know what I mean?
Yeah. People and their bright ideas. I think I'm gonna game some. Sorry if I bored everyone. I'm gonna go now.
So quiet.
A little too quiet.
Your wits, are you there?
Lord only knows what they were up to in there.
I'm watching this video on Ron Hatch. I don't know if you heard of Ron Hatch. Ronald Hatch.
Name sounds familiar. Remind me, who's the guy?
GPS expert.
Okay, yeah. I think I've heard his name recently.
Yeah, Ron Hatch was an expert in the use of GPS for precision farming as well as other high precision applications. He became a private consultant after retiring from John Deere. Well, he was formerly the director of navigation system engineering. So, and he's on GPS.gov. So it's well known. So he has an issue with So I'm watching this video where GPS. I'm just gonna read the many are aware that global positioning system, by the very fact that it works and confirms Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity. But the latter is this is a script that they kind of wrote. But the latter is a popular fiction, according to distinguished GPS expert Ron Hatch. So he pretty much kind of debunk. Not see, he's a GPS expert. You know how they want to say satellites proves the globe because and Einstein's. He's over here like, yeah, no, it's a lot of magic in the Einstein theory. So he's explaining this is actually pretty recent. This is a conference he had in January for 2013. They just released this. So it says Ron describes how GPS data refutes fundamental tenets of both special and general relativity theories. I'll post the link if you want to hear it.
Yeah, sorry, Chief. I'm about to be robot and getting off my exit, so I want to.
Yeah, and now back here. I went to stage for some reason. Yo.
Yeah, sorry, Chief. I'm probably not coming in. Am I a robot?
Yo, what's up, guys? No, did you guys go to sleep? Dude, I don't know what's wrong with my Discord. I fucking leave. I leave and come back. I take a phone call and come back, and it looks like there's like 20 people in the room. But then no one's talking and no one's responding to me. So then I leave Discord and come back, and it'll be only like 3 people in the room, like it is right now.